In the narrative titled Chuan, Yu Xing Ji Duo Xiong Xing Xiu Luo Chong Yin Shi Zheng, upon awakening, Yumian finds herself traversing the interstellar realm, fortunate to be employed as an animal feeder. Each day, she revels in the joy of nurturing the adorable, furry creatures. In the mornings, she shares tender moments with the golden lion. In the afternoons, she embarks on delightful excursions with the silver wolf. And at night, she snuggles with the enigmatic Black Panther, savoring a life rich with experience and flavor. The once frail and disinterested creatures thrive in Yumian's care, growing robust and dignified. Unbeknownst to her, these seemingly docile and charming beings are, in fact, prominent figures from various realms. The golden lion, a tyrant of the empire, exudes an imposing aura. The aloof silver wolf, a chief of the Federation, carries an air of mystery and elegance. The rebellious Black Panther, a magnate of the highest order, embodies the power of the interstellar age. However, these mighty male beastmen are afflicted by a peculiar malady, rendering them irritable and devoid of appetite, hastening their demise. It is only with Yumian's unexpected arrival that these young and noble scions find their redemption. Regrettably, there exists but one beautiful female, igniting fierce competition among the exalted beings for her affection. Witnessing this spectacle, Yumian eagerly interjects, urging them to take turns, assuring them of her capacity to accommodate all. Chapter 1. Becoming a beast world feeder. Awake, you ugly creature, awaken. Hurry, it's your turn to feed in the park today. Don't think of shirking your duty. Lazy one, stop dawdling and get up quickly. Clang. The sound of metal bucket crashing to the ground reverberated through the air. Yumian blinked as she opened her eyes, momentarily bewildered by the unfamiliar scene before her. A woman, fuming with anger, stood not far away, glaring at her. After a brief pause, realization dawned upon her. She had crossed over into another world. Awakening in the interstellar realm, she had become a keeper at a wildlife sanctuary. It was time to feed the charming, furry animals. With this thought, Yumian nodded in understanding and hastily scrambled to her feet. All right, I understand. I'm going now. Grabbing the blood-filled iron bucket from the ground, she laboriously made her way toward the feeding cart, oblivious to the malicious glint that passed over her colleague's face. This was no ordinary zoo. The arrival of the interstellar age had brought with it a peculiar affliction among the powerful male beastmen. They became irritable and lost their appetite, engaging in indiscriminate violence against anyone in their path. In desperation, the Empire designated a primitive planet for them to inhabit, allowing them to unleash their chaotic emotions. Whether they would survive this tumult or succumb to the malady remained uncertain. Yumian's task was to feed the formidable imperial tyrant, the golden lion, known as Ding Yin, who had not eaten for 3 days. His once gold, sharp golden eyes now bore a crimson hue. Upon seeing Yumian, who dared intrude upon his territory, he would undoubtedly unleash his lethal claws without hesitation. Would fate truly unfold as they had anticipated? At that moment, Yumian gazed in astonishment at the vast expanse of the sanctuary. Goodness, this zoo is immense. Endless grasslands stretched before her, alongside wide rivers and lush lakes. Antelopes grazed by the water's edge, while herds of zebras ambled leisurely. A gentle breeze wafted through the car window, tousling Yumian's thick, seaweed-like black hair, causing it to dance in the air. How delightful, truly delightful, she mused, her eyes half closed in contentment as the feeding vehicle traversed the plains. Suddenly, her gaze brightened as she spotted a striking golden hue amidst the grass not far away. It was none other than her intended target, the golden lion, Ding Yin, codenamed Tyrant. How curious that such a charming lion should bear such a fearsome title, she pondered, shaking her head in confusion. Ding Yin lay in the grass, half closing his eyes. His beastly gaze was filled with a frenzied, terrifying crimson. An overwhelming desire to unleash chaos tormented him, akin to icy needles piercing his fragile sanity. Starved and desperate, he could hear the pleasant sounds of antelopes drinking nearby. With a mere thought, his powerful claws could shatter them to pieces. Yet, the golden lion merely glanced at them, remaining motionless despite his extreme hunger. He could only survive through forced injections of nutrients, as the gnawing hunger and madness threatened to overwhelm him, tempting him towards self-destruction. Pat! The sound of footsteps approaching drew Ding Yan's attention. His eyes snapped open, a glimmer of savagery igniting within. The realm of the apex predator was not to be violated. Daring to encroach upon his territory without permission was tantamount to courting death. The golden lion sprang to his feet, baring his teeth, the glint of his sharp fangs catching the light. He had endured this relentless suffering long enough. With a swift motion, he lunged toward Yumian, who remained blissfully unaware of the peril she faced. The sudden commotion alerted the staff monitoring the laboratory, their high-tech instruments blaring alarms. "Oh my!" An attendant, startled by the scene, exclaimed in fear, "Haven't we issued orders to prevent anyone from approaching the tyrant? How could someone be so reckless?" The surveillance footage revealed an oblivious Yumian, bucket of freshly prepared meat in hand, approaching the cold-eyed Ding Yin, who was fixated on her. "Come here, darling, it's time to eat," she called out, the clattering of the iron bucket capturing the lion's attention. Her lack of fear stemmed from her memories of Earth, where animals in zoos were harmless and endearing. Surely, the interstellar zoo would be no different. They had summoned her to feed them, surely her safety was assured. Yumian reassured herself, and thus, as she witnessed the lion charging toward her, she felt no fear. Instead, a glimmer of excitement sparked within her. What a magnificent creature! Perhaps she would be fortunate enough to stroke its furry head. As she watched the golden lion gallop toward her, sunlight draping over its majestic form, it shimmered with a golden glow, its coat more lustrous than the finest silk, casting vibrant hues as it are in that moment. Yumian's heart raced, captivated by the breathtaking sight. Swiftly retrieving a piece of meticulously cut meat from the iron barrel, one adopts a posture of offering, eagerly awaiting the approach of the golden lion. At this moment, the distance between Ding and Yumian is a mere 3 meters. Those golden, beastly eyes fixate intently on the tender, exposed neck of Yumian, while powerful forelimbs scratch the ground. Now, should he so desire, he could effortlessly rend Yumian's neck in an instant. Chapter 2. Feeding the Tyrant of the Empire. My heavens! A compassionate researcher, witnessing the scene, instinctively shuts her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Director Zhao, the head of the laboratory, trembles uncontrollably, hastily activating the communicator to contact the stationed military forces on the planet, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. This is dire. One of our feeders has ventured into the tyrant's territory. The tyrant is currently in a state of emotional upheaval and may pose a threat to her life. Hurry and rescue her. Although Director Zhao promptly informed the station troops of the need for assistance, he could not help but feel a deep sense of dread as he observed the footage from the surveillance cameras. One understands better than he that the tyrant has reached the brink of desperation. Days of starvation, sustained solely by forced injections of nutrient fluids during bouts of unconsciousness, coupled with relentless, piercing agony in his mind, have rendered existence for these exalted beings a torment rather than a privilege. Death would be a preferable alternative. As he watches the golden lion raise its paw and lunge toward him, Director Zhao tightly shuts his eyes. So, is Ding resolved now? On the grassland, the golden lion, filled with extreme rage at the audacity of an intruder, charges directly toward him. With forelimbs raised high, it opens its massive jaw, sharp teeth aimed straight at him, embodying a ferocity that disregards all. To everyone's astonishment, Yumian displays no fear. Instead, the smile in her eyes grows ever more pronounced as she extends the food in her hand toward the lion's gaping maw. "Here you go. Are you starving? Eat up. Don't rush, no one is competing with you." Her demeanor is carefree, devoid of any hint of trepidation. Her delicate wrist even ventures into the lion's mouth. Such a fragile limb, glistening in the sunlight, appears utterly vulnerable. With a mere gentle pressure, it could be effortlessly snapped in two. At that moment, one can only imagine that this audacious woman, who dared to intrude upon his domain, would surely break down in tears. Ding's beastly gaze remains coldly fixed on Yumian's lovely countenance, scrutinizing every nuance of her expression. The sharp teeth graze her tender wrist, exuding an intention to pierce her skin, an aura of savagery looming. My heavens! The laboratory staff, who had secretly opened their eyes to witness this moment, collectively gasped, their hearts racing. Yet, Imin, the object of their concern, displays no sign of panic. Instead, she boldly reaches out to stroke the golden lion's furry head. There, good boy. Stop playing and eat. Imin perceives the Xan's gnawing at her wrist, not as an act of malice, but rather finds him endearing. What a charmingly mischievous lion! Suddenly touched on the head by Imin, the Xan's beastly eyes widen in astonishment. Such audacity! As the notorious dictator of the empire, he is accustomed to eliciting fear and trepidation in others. Yet, here stands Imin, brazenly daring to caress his head. Never before had Yumian contemplated such an occurrence in his life. He was prepared to frighten this audacious woman, when suddenly a loud gurgle echoed through the stillness, announcing his hunger. A wave of intense appetite surged from his belly, a primal urge to feast reaching its zenith. Yumian's eyes flickered with surprise. It had been ages since he felt the impulse to eat. Why? Just as he pondered this, his stomach growled once more. The fearsome, iron-fisted ruler, the tyrant, experienced a fleeting emotion akin to embarrassment. Raised in an elite environment, where pride and grandeur were instilled in him, he had never encountered such an embarrassing moment. Before Yumian could sink back into his painful humiliation, he noticed that Imin, unable to bear his continued starvation, reached out and pinched his fluffy ears, her voice laced with amusement. Come on, why aren't you eating? Is your belly about to collapse from hunger? As she spoke, Imin's hand wandered toward the lion's soft belly, confirming her suspicion that it was empty. A glimmer of compassion flickered in her eyes as she regarded the large lion, whose robust limbs suggested he was in the prime of his youth, waiting each day for someone to feed him. Surely, he must be starving. With this thought, her voice softened further. Come on, stop playing and eat. Who exactly is playing here? A glint of cold sharpness flashed in the golden lion's eyes. This little female before him was extraordinarily audacious. Did she not understand that a male's belly should not be touched so freely? Once he regained his human form, he would have to educate her thoroughly. Standing proudly, Yumian raised his chin, exuding an air of arrogance. Imin, puzzled, waved the piece of meat in front of him. Why won't you eat? Do you not like this? Imin knew that many temperamental animals could be quite picky, refusing food that was too large or not fresh. Was this lion also one of those finicky eaters? Are you really not going to eat? Imin waved the meat again, her delicate hand glistening in the sunlight. Director Zhao, witnessing this in the laboratory, inhaled sharply. Heavens, what is she trying to accomplish? Imin remained oblivious, her actions resembling those of someone teasing a dog. To treat a dictatorial tyrant as if he were a mere pet, such audacity. Even if Yumian had restrained his anger moments ago, surely it was time to teach her a lesson now. Director Zhao, unable to bear the thought of Imin's grim fate, shut his eyes tightly. Little did they realize, as Imin waved her delicate, ivory hand before Yumian, the golden lion's beastly gaze began to sharpen, transforming into slitted pupils. His breathing quickened, his nostrils flaring. Even he himself was unaware of the shift happening within him. His body reacted more swiftly than his mind. Without conscious thought, he opened his mouth and aimed for the morsel Imin held, snapping it up in one swift motion. By the time Yumian realized what had happened, the food was already in his mouth. Instinctively, he sought to expel it since developing anorexia. No matter how delectable the food, it had all tasted like ash to him. Even the culinary creations of the world's finest chefs, hired by the palace, had failed to please him. Yet, at the moment his tongue brushed against the food, the golden lion paused, his golden eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 3. The speculation of Ding Yin. How could this be? The food at the entrance no longer bore the unpalatable, nauseating taste that once made one gag. Instead, it was fragrant and enticing, continuously drawing him to consume it. Gurgle. Once again, a loud rumble emanated from Yumian's belly. After days of fasting, the sensation of hunger had become unbearable. Instinctively, the golden lion's large tongue curled, and the prepared morsels slid down his throat, making their way to his empty stomach. After being hollow for days, the stomach was finally satisfied, letting out an even louder gurgling sound. Not enough, not enough. More, more. A series of thunderous gurgles resounded. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yumian's face. No matter how infamous a tyrant he was, the body's response was undeniable. When hungry, one must eat. Go on, eat quickly. Yumian watched as the golden lion began to eat, hastily bringing out all the fresh food from the feeding cart and arranging it neatly before Yumian. Only once he finished eating could her work for the day be deemed complete. Gazing at the food laid out before him, the golden lion's beastly eyes flickered with confusion. The morsels he had just consumed did not come back up. Could it be that his aversion to food had finally subsided? This inexplicable ailment that had struck him suddenly was now mysteriously cured? Yumian wished to summon the Empire's finest research team to assess his condition. Yet hunger would not wait. Having grown accustomed to fasting, he had just eaten a piece of food Yumian had fed him. Like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, the surface was disturbed. His long-starved belly was in unprecedented turmoil, clamoring for sustenance. The fragile remnants of his reason were utterly shattered. The golden lion glanced at Yumian, then back at the food before him. With a sudden determination, he plunged his head down, opening his mouth wide to seize a large piece of meat. The sight of a top predator feasting was a fierce, powerful moment that one would instinctively want to capture with a camera. Yumian's beautiful eyes widened slightly as she attentively observed this scene, missing not a single reaction from the golden lion. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just a moment ago, he had been devouring the food with gusto. The next, he opened his mouth and regurgitated it. Ugh, the taste was dreadful. Yumian felt a piercing pain in his head, akin to being pricked by needles, intensifying with every moment. The agony compelled him to roll on the ground, emitting a mournful howl. Why? Why? This was more torturous than the relentless starvation he had endured. Yumian was on the verge of madness. Witnessing the transformation of the golden lion from a docile eater to a writhing creature in distress left Yumian in a daze. Staring blankly at the scene, she quickly turned and dashed toward the feeding cart, although she was unsure of what had gone awry with the tyrant. The cart contained a first aid kit and a number for the zoo's medical room. She could immediately contact a doctor for guidance on how to handle the situation. Yumian had yet to realize that when alone with a large predator, one should never turn their back. Otherwise, one would face the unceremonious capture by these apex hunters. As the golden lion writhed on the ground in a desperate attempt to alleviate his pain, he heard Yumian's departing footsteps, his blood-stained golden eyes quietly focused on her retreating figure. With a snarl, he suddenly leapt up, agile limbs propelling him swiftly towards Yumian. Unaware, she remained oblivious until the lion's powerful forelimb landed on her shoulder, forcing her to the ground. Ugh! Yumian's eyes widened in shock as she found herself beneath the towering figure of the golden lion, who bared his teeth, preparing to bite. A tremor surged from her core, compelling her to shut her eyes tightly. This was an instinctive reaction of the human body when faced with danger. Yet, for reasons unknown, a flicker of discontent stirred within Yumian. A strange desire to bite welled up within him. How delicious, how enticing. He longed to take a bite. The golden lion's bloodshot eyes were fixed intently on Yumian, who lay beneath him, eyes shut tight, exposing her delicate, vulnerable neck. His throat constricted. In an instant, he lowered his head, burying it in the crook of her neck, sniffing intently. So fragrant, so delightful. A gleam of obsession flashed in Yumian's eyes, akin to a cat encountering catnip. Lost in bliss, he rolled in place, yearning for more. The sweet aroma overwhelmed the pain in his mind. The golden lion's heated breath fanned against her soft skin, causing ripples of shivers to course through her. Yumian instinctively trembled, wanting to push him away. In response, the golden lion pressed her resisting hand firmly against the ground. He continued to bury his head in her neck, sniffing fervently. At that moment, he bore no resemblance to the formidable, infamous tyrant of the empire. Instead, he seemed akin to a little puppy that could not survive without Yumian. Those observing the scene in the laboratory could not help but facepalm, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Your Majesty, please restrain yourself. Everyone is watching. While it is one thing to like someone, this is not the way to go about it. The elderly director, Zhao, could hardly bear to look while the younger staff found the display too extravagant. As time passed, the images on the surveillance screen began to change again. The enchanting fragrance subdued the turmoil in his mind, but could not quell the relentless hunger echoing from his abdomen. So hungry, so ravenous. Ding Yin's reason briefly flickered to life, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by extreme hunger. The sensation of his churning stomach was maddening. In the final moments of lost reason, he recalled the morsel Yumian had fed him moments earlier. His blood-stained golden eyes fixated on her delicate, soft fingers. A wave of inexplicable desire surged from within. The golden lion suddenly lifted his head and let out a ferocious roar. With a thud, a piece of meat weighing 30 to 40 pounds was flung at Yumian's feet. Ding Yin's golden eyes locked onto her, a hypothesis slowly forming in his mind. He urgently needed to verify it. Chapter 4. The speculation proved true. Yumian, under the golden lion's intense gaze, blinked in confusion, clearly not understanding his intentions. What was it? Did he not like this? If so, she would bring something different next time. A roar. Ding Yin was infuriated. The golden lion's amber eyes fixed intently on Yumian, the hunger in his belly growing ever more insistent. Yet this foolish little female before him failed to grasp his meaning. The golden lion's front paw scratched restlessly at the ground, and finally, he lunged at her with a growl, extending his tongue to lick her hand repeatedly. His furry head nudged against her, almost pushing her closer to the pile of meat. How peculiar it was to have an abundance of food, yet refuse to eat, opting instead to play with him while enduring hunger. Such unusual behavior compelled Yumian to ponder deeply. A sudden flash of insight ignited in her mind. Yumian spoke up. You want me to feed you, don't you? As her words fell, the golden lion froze in his actions. The researchers in the laboratory widened their eyes in astonishment. Had they truly heard what she just said? The petite female remarked in disbelief that the tyrant wished for her to feed him. What ist? Before you stands the renowned iron-fisted despot of the empire, a figure of majesty and strength, fierce and solitary. His claws could rend starships asunder, and his fangs could sever the necks of any adversary. How could he, like a playful puppy, wag his tail and circle around a feeder, begging for morsels? Absolutely impossible. They preferred to believe that perhaps the tyrant had taken a fancy to this petite female, wishing to toy with her, much like a cat would with a mouse. After all, she had audaciously trespassed into the tyrant's territory without permission. It was only natural for him to seek to discipline her. However, their assumptions were shattered when they observed the once calm and formidable golden lion suddenly become agitated. The fluffy creature repeatedly nudged the petite female's hand, which hung naturally at her side, and emitted sticky, urgent sounds of "ayo, ayo, ayo." It was a sight to behold, completely at odds with his previously cold demeanor. All right, don't rush, I'll be right there. The petite female chuckled, swiftly retrieving a piece of prepared meat. As soon as it was in her grasp, the tyrant could no longer contain himself, opening his mouth wide and gobbling it down in one swift motion. The sound of his chewing echoed, his eyes gleaming with delight as the flavor of fresh meat spread through his mouth. How many days had it been? Ever since he had fallen victim to that inexplicable ailment, every morsel consumed had tasted like straw, a torment to endure. Finally, he was savoring something delectable again. He buried his face eagerly into the petite female's hand. Once finished, he lifted his head and called out to her, his golden, crystalline eyes reflecting her silhouette, exuding an inexplicable sense of grievance that melted her heart. All right, don't fret, hear us more. She quickly offered him another piece of meat. The golden lion continued to indulge, his sharp fangs occasionally brushing against her soft palm, though he had restrained his strength to avoid harm. The presence of such a top predator consuming food before her, its heated breath enveloping her, was deeply shocking. At that moment, the observers in the laboratory were utterly dumbfounded. The tyrant was actually willing to eat, and he appeared to be relishing it. The news left everyone in a state of shock, rooted to the spot. Since the prominent figures of the empire had succumbed to this strange ailment, the researchers had endured the brunt of the tyrant's wrath due to his inability to eat, while privately racking their brains, hoping to develop a remedy for this affliction. Yet, no remedy had been found. Otherwise, they would all be gathered on this primitive planet witnessing such a scene. To see the tyrant, who had long since ceased eating and could only sustain himself through nutritional injections, now actively consuming food, was both a relief and a hope for the researchers. Could it be that His Majesty's illness had resolved itself? Just as mysteriously as it had appeared, it seemed to have vanished. How else could one explain this phenomenon? Director Zhao, what are your thoughts? The researchers chirped, unable to convince one another, and turning toward the esteemed Director Zhao, whose graying hair reflected his wisdom. His gaze remained fixed on the live feed, showing the golden lion as he consumed his meal, growing increasingly alarmed. Could it truly be that the inexplicable hunger had resolved itself? Or did this petite female, who had intruded into the tyrant's domain, hold some secret? A flicker of contemplation crossed Director Zhao's eyes. Her sudden appearance before the tyrant was undeniably peculiar, despite strict orders barring anyone from approaching the tyrant. She had somehow infiltrated his space. In that moment, a multitude of conjectures raced through Director Zhao's mind as he slowly pointed to the screen showing the petite female. Questioning, has her identity been uncovered? Who is she, and how did she manage to slip in? Promptly, a young researcher stepped forward to report, Director, we've found out. She is of marriageable age, and her family sought to find her a suitable fiancé. However, she audaciously attempted to seduce her future brother-in-law, prompting the Yu family to expel her in anger. Coincidentally, the laboratory had a position for a zoo feeder that included room and board, and we had been unable to fill it. Thus, we brought her on board. The mention of the Yu family piqued everyone's interest, and their eyes turned toward the petite female who was daringly stroking the tyrant's beastly form. The Yu family was renowned on the main planet for their beauty, and as sunlight bathed her face, her amber eyes radiated a warm, honeyed glow, more brilliant than the finest gems. Her features were exquisite, with a delicate nose and rosy lips, a true embodiment of beauty. The only unfortunate aspect was the ominous black mark that marred her left cheek, lending her an air of foreboding. Chapter 5. Is Yumian in violation? In an instant, whispers of regret filled the laboratory. Enough, Director Zhao commanded, his cane striking the ground with authority. Every day, instead of focusing on experiments, you waste time discussing the appearance of this female. Can anyone analyze why His Majesty is able to eat today? What could be the cause of this development? As his voice rang out, the researchers collectively fell silent, their faces reflecting dismay. Who could possibly deduce such a thing? Rather than speculating among themselves, it would be wiser to ask His Majesty directly. Surely, he would know why he was enjoying his meal so heartily. Yet, no one dared to contradict Director Zhao at that moment. Their heads bowed in submission. His gaze swept over the group, and he instructed, arrange for someone to speak with her directly. She has trespassed into the animal zone, invading His Majesty's personal space. Regardless of the reasons, we must. As he was about to utter the word expulsion, his eyes fell upon the golden lion, now sated and sprawled lazily on the ground. He paused, realizing that until they understood why Yumian had enabled the tyrant to eat, she could not be allowed to leave the primitive planet. Director Zhao amended his statement. For now, suspend her work privileges. We shall discuss her fate once the investigation is complete. Understood, the researchers replied, heads bowed. They all knew Director Zhao's zero-tolerance attitude. If it turned out to be a mere coincidence, Yumian would likely be expelled from the laboratory in an instant. With no money and cast out from the Yu family, this seemingly unattractive petite female would struggle to navigate life on her own. A collective sigh of concern echoed in the air for Yumian's uncertain future. It seemed as if her expulsion from the animal protection base was a foregone conclusion. No one believed that the tyrant's sudden willingness to eat could truly be linked to her presence. It was merely a matter of ensuring the integrity of the experiment, leaving no stone unturned. Meanwhile, on the other side, the golden lion lay languidly on the ground, exuding an air of contentment, its coat shimmering with an added brilliance, surpassing even the luster of silk. Yumian reached out her hand, yearning to caress it, but was met with a disapproving glare from Ding Yin. The golden lion, with its round, golden eyes, watched Yumian warily, baring its teeth at the little female. Gone was the earlier image of a playful puppy, yapping for food. Instead, it displayed the demeanor of a sated beast, unconcerned. Yumian, however, was undeterred. She assertively rubbed the golden lion's soft, slightly rounded belly, Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed Yumian, his paw twitching on the ground. A deep, contented rumble emanated from his throat. This audacious little female. How adept she was at petting lions. Had she secretly learned the art to please him? The golden lion, reveling in the pleasure, found its tail swirling in the air. Yin was both embarrassed by his lack of composure and exasperated at Yumian's boldness. How dare she touch the belly of the imperial tyrant? Especially considering that surveillance cameras were omnipresent on this primitive planet. Suddenly, an alarming thought flashed through Yan's mind, and his dazed brain snapped back to attention. The onlookers in the laboratory were astonished to see the golden lion, which had seemed ready to wrap its tail around the soft waist of the little female, abruptly spring to its feet. Its fur bristled awkwardly, yet it maintained an air of forced composure. The crowd in the lab, puzzled and suspicious, wondered if Yumian had done something to the tyrant. Without warning, the golden lion bolted away. Yumian, along with the laboratory personnel, was momentarily stunned. Her delicate hands curled in the empty air. Just moments ago, she had been blissfully petting the furry creature, and now it had dashed away. Was her technique truly that lacking? A flicker of confusion crossed Yumian's face, and then, as if recalling something, she called out loudly in the direction of Yan's retreat. "Can we meet here tomorrow?" The next moment, a roar resonated through the air. Unlike the earlier whines for food, the golden lion's roar now exuded a regal ferocity. Birds in the nearby forest took flight in a flurry. Yumian couldn't help but smile. She understood that this was the lion's way of agreeing to their meeting. "We're a remarkable creature," almost as if it comprehended her words. Shaking her head with amusement, she turned and climbed onto the feeding cart, steering towards the animal protection base. Suddenly, an impersonal voice announced, "Yumian, you are suspected of violating regulations by entering the animal protection zone and feeding the animals. Your permissions have been suspended. Please remain calm and stay in place while the investigation team arrives. The consequences of violation are yours to bear." Just as the mechanical voice faded, the towering walls of the living area transformed into a wall of gun barrels, all aimed at Yumian. There was no doubt. Any movement on her part would result in her being riddled with bullets. What audacity! Just out of the lion's den and into the bullet trap. 10 minutes later, a fully armed team with laser weapons escorted Director Zhao, who appeared before Yumian. The director's expression was stern as he demanded, "Yumian, why did you unlawfully sneak into the animal protection zone to feed the creatures? What is your scheme? Speak, who sent you?" Yumian, treated like a spy, was taken aback, her mind racing with questions. A spy? Was he referring to her? What ulterior motive could she have? She merely wished to feed the adorable creatures. Yumian was astonished and bewildered, hastily explaining, "No, Director Zhao, I am a good person. You must believe me. I am innocent. It was your people who allowed me in. The food on the cart was also provided by you." She was simply an unremarkable feeder with a passion for cuddly animals. The genuine look of grievance on her face made even Director Zhao begin to doubt if they had wronged her. Was someone attempting to frame her, lurking within the base, waiting for a chance to harm His Majesty? Zhao's expression hardened, and he pressed, "Who is that person? What do they look like?" Yumian faltered. Having just arrived at the animal protection base, her knowledge of the individuals there limited. "I'm sorry, I didn't get a good look at her. However, the surveillance cameras throughout the base should provide evidence." Upon hearing this, Director Zhao gestured to a member of the armed team, who promptly left to verify the matter. "Investigations take time." Zhao turned back to Yumian, his expression grave. "You have unlawfully entered the animal protection zone and may have brought pathogens that could affect the animals. We need to conduct a full-body examination. Do you consent? A medical examination? Me?" She, who seemed like she could be devoured by a bull by the large furry creature, could hardly be a threat. In fact, she was the one who needed protection. Yet, circumstances were beyond her control. Yumian nodded, "All right." 10 minutes later, the examination concluded. "Director, someone has quietly brought Yumian's medical report to you," a voice whispered into Zhao's ear. "There are no issues." Not only was there no problem, upon further inspection, it appeared that the little female exhibited signs of mild malnutrition and needed proper care. Zhao's gaze shifted to Yumian, who was waiting anxiously for the outcome. Now that it was confirmed she was healthy, her trespassing in the animal protection zone remained a fact. Logically, she should be expelled from the primitive planet. However, inexplicably, Zhao felt a twinge of compassion. Clearing his throat, he instructed, "Call her over." "Director, you summoned me?" Yumian stood respectfully before Zhao. During her examination, she had learned the consequences of trespassing in the animal protection zone. Although misled, she had overlooked this detail in her haste to traverse to this world. The thought of facing a life without food, water, or work brought a hint of urgency to her brow. The next moment, Zhao spoke. "Yumian, technically, you should be dismissed for entering the animal protection zone without permission. However, considering today is your first day and you're misled, I will grant you a 7-day suspension for reflection. You may resume duties after completing your training." As Zhao finished, Yumian's eyes sparkled with joy. She had not anticipated such understanding from the director. Hooray! She would have to sleep under a bridge. However, a slight frown creased her brow as she remembered her agreement with the Golden Lion. If she was suspended, would she be unable to meet him tomorrow? "Director Zhao, I have an appointment with the tyrant for tomorrow. Is there any way you could?" Yumian's tentative voice trailed off under Zhao's gaze. Well, she understood. That was indeed a bit unreasonable. "Could you please bring some food to the tyrant tomorrow? Explain to him that I did not intend to break our arrangement." Observing the petite female before him, who genuinely regarded the tyrant as a creature in need of care, Director Zhao could not suppress a smirk. Did she truly believe she was in the presence of whom? This was none other than the Empire's most formidable and iron-fisted dictator. As for the so-called agreement, it was nothing but sheer nonsense. From the very beginning, Director Zhao held no belief that the mighty roar of the Golden Lion had been an affirmation of Yumian's words. Tapping the table lightly, she calmly reminded her, "Yumian, the feeder, I hope you can recognize your own identity. To ensure that the animals do not succumb to despondency or even starvation due to the departure of the feeders. The base strictly prohibits any physical contact between feeders and the animals. Your actions today, upon closer inspection, amount to a violation." Yumian's eyes widened in shock. She had not anticipated such stringent regulations at the animal protection base. However, after further reflection, she begrudgingly acknowledged the validity of Director Zhao's words. With her lips pressed together, she nodded in promise, "I will certainly maintain my distance from the furry ones." Alas, she vowed never to indiscriminately pet them again, for reasons unknown. Upon hearing Yumian's promise, Director Zhao, who should have felt pleased, instead sensed an inexplicable chill sweep over her. A terrifying premonition of impending calamity loomed in her mind. "Someone will contact you regarding the training session." "All right," Yumian responded. "Oh my." She gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her small, palm-sized face bore a delicate beauty, with sparkling peach blossom eyes, a gracefully contoured nose, and slightly flushed lips. It was remarkably similar to her original appearance on Earth. One could even argue it was her own face. The only exception was the conspicuous black spot on her left cheek, which obscured her entire eye. Yumian could not help but squint at the mirror, her expression gradually revealing a hint of confusion. This black spot did not resemble a hereditary birthmark. It looked far more like the result of poisoning. The more she examined it, the more convinced she became. After pressing her finger against her face, she confirmed it was indeed poison. Who could be so malicious as to inflict such a toxin upon the original owner? It was well known that this peculiar black mark had subjected the original owner to countless taunts throughout her life. Yumian refused to endure this indignity and swiftly took out her phone, purchasing relevant antidotes online, eagerly anticipating the restoration of her beauty. The following day, as mealtime approached, even though Ding Yin felt a tinge of embarrassment, his body was undeniably honest. The Golden Lion had arrived early at the spot where Yumian had fed him the previous day. He feigned indifference, gazing at the sky and the ground, shaking his tail, all while avoiding glancing at the animal protection base. It seemed he hoped to convince himself that he had simply stumbled upon this location and coincidentally encountered Yumian, rather than having come early to wait for her, as agreed. After all, was he not a dignified tyrant? The proud Golden Lion, suppressing the rumbling hunger in his belly and the increasing irritability in his mind, dug his claws into the ground, effortlessly creating deep scratches. Ding Yin was on the verge of madness, barely able to contain himself. Director Zhao's words rang true. feeders should maintain a distance from the animals, refraining from easily holding or petting them. If the animals became accustomed to the warmth of human embraces, they would lose their natural vigilance and become reliant. This did not, of course, apply to the human tyrant Ding Yin. Yet, at this moment, the golden lion found himself succumbing to instinct, becoming increasingly addicted to the petite female. An inexplicable yearning surged through his veins, desperately suppressed by the anticipation of seeing Yumian. As long as he could see her, everything would be well. With gritted teeth, the golden lion's golden-hued eyes were once again tinged with crimson. However, as time slipped away, the petite female he had agreed to meet had yet to appear. The sky was clear, a rare beautiful day. Just yesterday, it was at this very moment that Yumian had made her appearance. Why was she absent today? Was this some sort of game? The golden lion let out an enraged roar, his claws striking the ground with tremendous force. The power to tear apart starships was unleashed without restraint, causing the laboratory to tremble. Chapter 7. Beasts? His Majesty is furious. Not just angry, but utterly enraged. One could hardly forget the last time His Majesty was this incensed. It was when the Federation brazenly seized a resource star from the Empire. But what could have provoked such fury today? The researchers, both anxious and perplexed, could not comprehend the sudden shift in the usually composed tyrant's demeanor. It was a pity that Ding Yin was so skilled at masking his emotions, fooling everyone around him. The researchers had no inkling that his wrath stemmed from Yumian's failure to appear. Ding Yin, already afflicted by a mysterious malady that clouded his mind, often suffered from headaches and unbearable hunger. Now, with the person he had arranged to meet failing to show, his frustration only intensified, leaving him eager to vent his pent-up emotions. The golden lion opened his mouth, unleashing a series of furious roars that reverberated through the laboratory, causing the glass test tubes to emit sharp cracking sounds. In the next moment, an explosion erupted. At that moment, Yumian, who was in her room applying antidotes to her face, fumbled and nearly misapplied the treatment. How strange, she thought. Did she just hear the tyrant's roar? It sounded quite furious. Could it be that he was upset over her absence? Shaking her head vigorously, she dismissed the notion, chiding herself for overthinking. How could that be? She had merely met the tyrant for the first time yesterday, though she occasionally felt that he was remarkably clever, as if he could understand her words. He was still just an animal at heart. Surely, the new feeder would soon arrive, and the golden lion would quickly forget about her, indulging in his meals instead. Unbeknownst to her, chaos had ensued at the animal protection zone. Initially, the laboratory staff were baffled, unable to comprehend why the usually calm tyrant had suddenly erupted in fury. However, as the new feeder drove onto the grassland with the feeding cart, the once furious golden lion, who had been roaring skyward, suddenly transformed into a docile creature, as if someone had abruptly choked him. The onlookers began to grasp the situation. The golden lion stared blankly at the approaching feeding cart, a flicker of surprise passing through his golden eyes. Yumian had arrived. Damn it! Had she witnessed his earlier rage? Would she be frightened? The proud and unyielding imperial tyrant, who typically cared for no one, now felt a rare instinct to avoid scaring the petite female. Tilting his fluffy head, the golden lion emitted a soft, sticky sound, attempting to appear adorable. He was truly not fierce at all. The laboratory staff, who had just witnessed his earlier fury, were left in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Who would have thought that the tyrant could possess such acting skills? How had they not noticed this before? Yet, soon after, the unfolding scene would completely halt their heartbeats. After the golden lion emitted a soft, sticky sound, Ding Yin quickly realized something was amiss. What was happening? He was not a lovesick fool. How could he produce such sounds? Whether she came or not, whether she fed him or not, he had no expectations. As the feeding cart drew nearer, the golden lion raised his head higher, exuding an air of triumph and arrogance. The petite female he had agreed to meet was late. If this time he is not properly appeased and apologized to, he will no longer deign to consume the food she offers. The mere thought of the little female softening to embrace him and coax him into eating fills Ding Yin with a refreshing exhilaration akin to sipping an ice-cold beverage on a sweltering summer day. A wave of delight surges from the depths of his heart. How pleasant! The golden lion lifts its head high, embodying an air of proud superiority. Yet its peripheral vision discreetly observes the little female, who has her back turned, retrieving items from the feeding cart. A flicker of perplexity dances in his golden eyes. Was the little female truly this plump yesterday? It appears her waist has thickened. His nose twitches in the air, and the once alluring fragrance has vanished. Overwhelmed by confusion, Ding Yin nearly forgets to maintain his haughty demeanor. The golden lion tilts his head in curiosity, fixating on the feeder. Suddenly, an unfamiliar face comes into view, igniting a tempest of rage within him, feeling utterly deceived. Not only has the little female failed to appear, but she has also sent a stranger in her place. Ding Yin feels as though he might vomit blood, mortified by the absurdity of waiting. She was the one who proposed their meeting today. How did she not come? A fraud, a promise unfulfilled. The more he contemplates, the angrier he becomes. His hunger intensifies, sharpening the pain in his head from a mere prick to the sensation of a hammer striking within. Meanwhile, this unknown feeder, oblivious to the brewing storm, attempts to coax him with a piece of meat. Mimi, it's time to eat. You must be starving. Hurry and have something. Yin had learned before departing from the laboratory that her responsibilities were substantial. It seemed they were conducting a comparative experiment. Should she succeed today, an unprecedented reward awaits her, perhaps even the attention of significant figures. With this in mind, she gazes at the frenzied golden lion before her, her smile growing ever sweeter as she shakes the fresh meat enticingly. Mimi, eat quickly. Aren't you hungry? Hurry and eat. In that moment, everyone in the laboratory holds their breath, silently observing the scene. Would Yin manage to eat? In his pupils, the ambitious visage of Yin reflects, starkly viewing him as an unthinking beast, a mere stepping stone. Ever since he contracted this inexplicable ailment, he has seen such gazes directed at him from many. His innate sense of dignity is continually eroded. How could the proud tyrant endure this? The scent of meat wafting through the air is nauseating. In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of all, the golden lion opens his mouth and emits a fierce roar aimed at Yin. His sharp teeth glint ominously in the air. Yin, who had been maintaining her composure, is suddenly startled into a frenzy, sprinting back to the feeding cart. The alarm in her hand blares loudly as she frantically cries out, "Help! Someone! Save me! The beast is going to bite! It's over!" This thought traverses the minds of all the laboratory staff witnessing the scene on the surveillance screen. It is likely the first time since the tyrant's ascension that someone has dared to call him a beast to his face. Many staff members swallow hard, anticipating their grim fates. Director HO is particularly enraged. Is this the feeder you found who supposedly adores small creatures? Whose feeder calls them beasts at every turn? Director HO's face is ashen, worrying about how to handle any injuries Yin might suffer. He urges, quickly, notify the military to rescue her. He genuinely fears that in a fit of rage, Ding Yin might tear Yin apart. Unexpectedly, the golden lion merely gazes disinterestedly as Yin retreats with the feeding cart, his golden eyes narrowing, a flicker of danger glimmering within. It appears he has discovered something intriguing as he strides leisurely toward the laboratory-esque surveillance equipment. The visage of the golden lion looms large before the onlookers, his blood-red eyes exuding a brutal aura. Then, Ding Yin's icy voice resonates. Ing, I demand to see that feeder from yesterday. Why has she not come? What are you all up to in this laboratory? Chapter 8. The Tyrant Unleashed. Boom! The tyrant's inquiry strikes like thunder upon all present. No one can withstand the fury of Ding Yin when enraged. Under the cold, ruthless gaze resembling that of a soulless beast, they seem to glimpse their own demise. Your Majesty! Finally, it is Director who steps forward to bear the pressure, explaining. Yumian is a new feeder recruited by the base. She is still unfamiliar with the work, and no relevant training has been conducted. Her entry into the protected area yesterday was purely an accident. As he speaks, he wipes the sweat from his brow anxiously. To be scrutinized under the tyrant's ferocious gaze is undeniably stressful. The barriers of the protected area cannot withstand the tyrant's wrath. No sooner has Director's H.O. finished than he hears D.X. Ingy In's chilling laughter permeate the air. So you mean to tell me that I must starve here until this chaotic training of yours is over before I can see her? With a growling stomach and a throbbing head, D.X. Ingy In is infuriated by Director's H.O.'s words. Little did he realize that the director's arrangements did not end there. The older generation of researchers often exhibited caution. Director H.O. continues, furthermore, after the training is complete. Your Majesty, you still cannot see her. The secret to the base must not be divulged, and we cannot rule out the possibility that she is an undercover agent sent by the Federation or other factions. Your Majesty, you must exercise caution. As if starving to death, he is to be cautious? Is he some frail, helpless being? The little female is so small. With a single swipe, he could send her flying. Now, Director H.O. speaks of her potentially being an outside spy. A spy that could be blown away by a gust of wind? What nonsense is this? The Golden Lion's eyes blaze with fury at Director H.O.'s prudence. His authoritative voice resonates with gravitas. Say that again. I want to see Yumian. I don't care if she is from the Empire or the Federation. Here, she is mine. Now, at once, immediately. Bring her to me. He is on the verge of starvation. Previously, D.X. Yumian had been able to endure. Had he not encountered Yumian yesterday? Her presence has utterly awakened his appetite. The self-control he had painstakingly suppressed for years crumbles. He must see Yumian now at once. D.X. Yumian's cold gaze fixates on Director's H.O., his tone sharp. Notify SHNJNZH of the Imperial Research Institute to arrive at UNSHX Ing with utmost urgency. Director's H.O. remains overly cautious. Perhaps a younger and bolder SHNJNZH would be more effective. After issuing his command, the Golden Lion coldly turns away, seeking a place to lie down and endure the tumultuous pain in his head, leaving the others with a chillingly indifferent silhouette. Alas, Director's H.O. stands alone, troubled. For the secrets of the animal protection base must never be revealed to outsiders. If it were to come to light that the creatures housed in the zoo situated on the primordial planet were, in fact, the esteemed figures of the Empire, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. The hostile Federation and dark forces would likely launch an immediate assault. With merely the scant military presence left on the primordial planet to avoid drawing attention, there would be no way to fend off such an attack. How could His Majesty be so impulsive? Director Zhao sighed in exasperation. He gestured to a nearby lab assistant, inquiring about their investigation. The assistant shook their head, reporting that no abnormalities had been observed. It appeared that the caretaker, Yumian, genuinely believed the Golden Lion to be an ordinary animal and was oblivious to their secret. She seemed to sincerely regard them as merely a larger-than-usual zoo, without a hint of suspicion. If that is indeed the case, Zhao pondered, his gaze falling upon the shattered glass test tube that had been destroyed by the Golden Lion's furious roar. We must inform Yumian to hasten to the enclosure and attend to His Majesty. After all, His Majesty resembled a spurned husband, venting his frustrations on those around him. Who would dare provoke such an enraged tyrant? Upon receiving the message, the lab assistant hurriedly nodded and dashed towards Yumian's quarters. The Golden Lion, lounging on the grass, seemed to sense the commotion from the laboratory. Its head twitched, casting a cold, menacing glare towards the monitoring screen. One lab staff member gasped, clutching their chest as if struck by a blade, and hastily turned to flee the lab. Wait for me. I'm coming with you to find Yumian. As Yumian was applying herbal paste to her face, she accidentally applied too much pressure, letting out a small gasp. Yumian, caretaker, are you in your room? The tyrant is in distress. Can you check on him? Panic set in as she realized there was no response from her room. Was Yumian not at her dormitory? Where could she be? The tyrant was adamant about seeing her, refusing to eat anything unless she appeared. If this continued, his health would deteriorate. I must call the lab and have him search for her. The lab assistant knocking on Yumian's door trembled with anxiety. This time, they had truly underestimated Yumian's significance in the heart of the tyrant. Who could have anticipated that the previously docile Golden Lion would erupt in fury simply because it could not see her? Its mental state, which had only recently stabilized, was once again thrown into turmoil. As a top-tier beast, if the tyrant were to lose control, none present could hope to contain him. This is disastrous. We are truly in trouble. The two lab assistants, growing increasingly anxious at the silence emanating from the closed door, stomped their feet in frustration and turned to search for Yumian elsewhere. Meanwhile, within her dormitory, Yumian was left stunned by the alarming news. What did it mean that the tyrant would refuse food simply because he could not see her? Good heavens! Had her impulsive act of petting the great lion instilled such dependency in him? If that were the case, she would be irrevocably guilty. Yumian was now beyond concern for anything else. She quickly donned a mask from her desk, flung open her door, and anxiously asked, "I am in my room. How is the tyrant? Take me to him at once." The thought of the fluffy lion waiting for her, hungry and forlorn, made her heart ache. "Yumian, caretaker. So you are here." The lab assistant's eyes lit up with realization. They opened their mouth to speak, but were met with Yumian's impatience. Her mind was preoccupied with the fluffy creature awaiting her care. Her gaze darted downstairs, where she spotted the feeding cart brimming with fresh meat. She pointed assertively. "That is the cart for feeding the tyrant, is it not?" The assistant nodded. "Yes, it is. Excellent. I shall take it now." In the next moment, the engine of the meat-laden cart roared to life, speeding away like an arrow released from its bow. The two caretakers exchanged incredulous glances. Did she really just leap down from there? Is this truly the delicate and gentle female they had always perceived? Somehow, both assistants envisioned the future of their emperor under the influence of his spouse. Wait, no. What were we thinking? They chastised themselves. Their illustrious and valiant emperor would never be the type to kneel and wash laundry just because his mate was upset. Upon receiving the news that Yumian had agreed to feed the tyrant in the grasslands, the laboratory staff collectively exhaled in relief. With the path cleared, the feeding cart sped uninterrupted towards the heart of the grasslands. At that moment, who remembered that Yumian's access had been revoked just yesterday? Fortunately, it was her compassion for his majesty that prompted her to act without hesitation. Otherwise, under the tyrant's icy glare, they might have been reduced to tears, pleading for her to appear before him. The cart rattled along the road, producing a cacophony of sound. The golden lion, with its acute hearing, perked up at the noise, mistakenly believing it to be the old scholar Zhao Jun's song returning to lecture him. It lay motionless on the ground, eyes shut tight, brow furrowed, enduring the sharp pangs of hunger and the relentless ache in its abdomen. In truth, his ability to refrain from madness was a testament to his noble upbringing. If Zhao Jun's song were to appear and utter something displeasing, he would not hesitate to respond with aggression. A flicker of bloodlust flashed in the golden lion's eyes. As the clattering of the feeding cart grew closer, the lion's patience wore thin. Its tail lashed through the air with a sound akin to a whip cracking. Ding Yin inhaled deeply. The golden lion sprang to its feet, limbs moving with purpose, ready to deliver a fierce reprimand to Zhao. With a fearsome countenance, the golden lion turned sharply towards Yumian, opening its massive jaws to unleash a thunderous roar. Its sharp teeth glinted ominously in the air until a familiar, sweet scent wafted towards Ding Yin's nose. What is this? The scent of Yumian. The laboratory staff, intently monitoring the screen, witnessed the golden lion, once fierce and menacing, transform upon recognizing Yumian. Its countenance softened, eyes sparkling with affection. What had once been a thunderous roar now morphed into a series of plaintive cries, as if it were a young cub attempting to charm its beloved caretaker. The golden lion moved with instinct surpassing thought. By the time Ding Yin's rational mind caught up, he had already dashed to the feeding cart, attempting to climb aboard and nuzzle against Yumian, all the while emitting soft, affectionate sounds. Good heavens! Ding Yin felt a sense of embarrassment as he shut his eyes momentarily, truly unwilling to acknowledge that this incident had transpired due to his own actions, especially in front of the monitoring cameras and so many witnesses. However, in the next moment, when Yumian noticed the majestic golden lion approaching her with intent to meet, she could no longer contain herself. Her heart, already heavy with concern for the hungry, furry lion, fluttered with joy as the lion sprinted towards her, as if immersed in a sweet nectar. With the golden lion now in close proximity, there was no need for Yumian to head to the previously agreed feeding spot. She swiftly turned off the feeding vehicle's engine and opened the door. The petite female, with her delicate frame and long legs, gracefully leaped down from the vehicle and dashed towards the golden lion. Instinctively, she extended her arms to embrace him. As she ran, her face grew larger in Ding Yin's view. He, with his keen perception, anticipated that in the next moment, he would be enveloped in her warm embrace. What was there to feel sentimental about? The female was simply emotional. She embraced when she was happy and did the same when she was not. Ding Yin felt disdainful inwardly, yet wore a contented expression. To him, the aches in his head and hunger dissipated. The lion, feeling rejuvenated, raised his head with pride. The mane of the adult lion fluttered slightly in the breeze, and the sunlight cascaded upon him, causing his golden fur to shimmer with a brilliance that outshone the finest silk. What a poignant scene it was, as the fearsome tyrant at last awaited the embrace of his favored female. Just look at the uncharacteristically vulnerable expression on his face, no matter how much anger he harbored. Surely one embrace could alleviate it, if not two. The onlookers in the laboratory widened their eyes, fully engrossed in the moment, striving not to miss a single detail. Only Director Ho felt an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine. The next moment, a sense of relief washed over his face. Thankfully, he had reacted in time. He had almost made a mistake that could have led to her being expelled from the protective base. She could no longer afford to engage in close contact with the furry creature. The golden lion had already developed an emotional dependency on her since yesterday. If she could not restrain herself from petting him, Director Ho would certainly not tolerate it. In that case, regardless of how the golden lion cried or protested, she would be expelled from the animal protection base and replaced with a more compliant feeder. Yumian tucked her hands behind her back, suppressing the urge to embrace the furry creature, and with a hint of apology on her masked face said, "I'm sorry, tyrant. I cannot hug you. Are you hungry? Allow me to fetch you some food." The golden lion, with wide, innocent eyes, tilted his furry head and let out a plaintive call. Was he not adorable? Why would she not embrace him? Chapter 10. The Embrace Ozhnsing. What on earth did you say to the female feeder? The golden lion was seething with rage, his fur standing on end. At that moment, he no longer resembled the aloof creature he had been moments before. He was incredibly concerned. Seizing the opportunity while Yumian turned to the feeding vehicle for food, the golden lion shot a frosty glare towards the monitoring position. The researchers observing the monitors felt an inexplicable chill wash over them. One of the younger researchers curiously asked, "Director, what exactly did you say to Yumian?" Everything seemed fine yesterday, and she even unexpectedly petted His Majesty's head. Today, however, the researcher pondered for a moment before finding the right phrase. So restrained, His Majesty must be on the verge of madness. With sprightly steps, the golden lion bounded over to Yumian, lifting his head and emitting a series of plaintive sounds. Once Yumian's gaze fell upon him, he seemed to gain even more energy, stomping his feet and tilting his head while glancing towards the agreed feeding spot, his expression radiating a distinctly human-like urgency. Under the golden lion's gaze, which seemed to plead for sympathy, Yumian felt her heart melt. She hurriedly crouched down to apologize. "I'm sorry, it was my fault. I didn't come to meet you as we had agreed. You've been wronged because of me." Woof, woof, woof. Good to know, good to know. Now hurry up and hug me. At that moment, the food before them held little allure compared to the embrace that the golden lion longed for. For some inexplicable reason, Ding Yin could not stop thinking about the near embrace that had almost happened moments ago. With a gentle nudge, the golden lion lowered his furry head, nudging it towards Yumian's chest. He pressed his head against her, licking her hand with his tongue. Yet, the foolish female seemed oblivious to his intentions. Despite his overtures, she did not reciprocate the embrace. The golden lion tilted his head, resting it against Yumian's shoulder, listening intently as she softly apologized. "I'm sorry, Director Ho. I will once again fail to meet your expectations. It's not that I wish to keep my distance from the furry creature. It's simply that this furry being is far too alluring. I truly cannot resist. Who can turn down an adult, agile apex predator, the very embodiment of the food chain, offering its affection? At least, Yumian could not refuse. Resolutely, she decided that such a proactive lion was a rare fortune. Even if she were to be dismissed, it would be worth it. With determination, Yumian extended her arms and embraced the golden lion tightly. Finally, she had secured the embrace. Both the girl and the lion let out simultaneous exclamations. The next moment, a rumbling sound echoed through the air. It was Ding Yin's stomach, signaling his hunger. Yumian quickly released him and turned to grab the prepared meat, presenting it to him. Tyrant, come eat. You must be starving. Under Yumian's focused gaze, the golden lion felt a lightness rising from his heart. Although he was indeed starving, for some reason, the food he could devour in one bite suddenly seemed to lose its appeal, as if he were savoring a delicacy with noble elegance. Yumian, however, began to sense that something was amiss. Her brows furrowed slightly as she placed her hand on the golden lion's forehead. Tyrant, are you unwell? Why aren't you eating properly? It was perplexing that a top predator, starved and presented with food, would not indulge heartily. There was a problem, indeed. Yumian promptly pulled out her phone, ready to contact the laboratory. Wait a moment. I will find someone to assist you immediately. Ding Yin, the laboratory staff, who had witnessed the unfolding scene on the monitor, shared a collective chuckle after a pause. It was as if a hidden switch had been flipped, and one by one, they erupted into laughter. How amusing! How could it be so comical? The bloodthirsty tyrant aimed to present himself elegantly before the female, only to be suspected of being ill. Yet, Yumian remained unaware of the underlying truth, and Ding Yin found it difficult to confess that he was perfectly healthy. Fine, who could blame him? His first encounter with Yumian had been as a small animal. Gritting his teeth, Ding Yin gazed at the meat before him, and with a decisive growl, he opened his mouth wide, taking a hearty bite. Yumian, who had been poised to make a phone call, sighed in relief upon witnessing this. Thank goodness. The lion is fine. Perhaps it was merely a result of prolonged hunger, causing a momentary lapse in reaction. Yumian swiftly accepted this explanation, unbothered by the dirt, as she settled on the ground, propping her chin on her small hands, watching the golden lion consume its meal with a smile. At that moment, sunlight bathed both the girl and the lion, while a tranquil river flowed nearby. A herd of zebras ambled leisurely, and antelopes bent down to drink from the lakeside. The beauty of the grassland was breathtaking, resembling a picturesque scene. In a laboratory, someone could not resist capturing this moment with their phone. 20 minutes later, as the golden lion finished its meal, Yumian did not rush to depart. Instead, she thought it better to cherish this final moment with her furry companion. Tyrant, may I hold you once more? She called, opening her arms toward the golden lion. Now that he was satiated and his mind clear, Ding Yin felt a sudden stiffness wash over him. The mere recollection of his earlier shameless actions was enough to make him recoil. No, no, no. That was certainly not me, he insisted, shaking his head, attributing his previous behavior to the instincts of a beast. When faced with Yumian's eager request for a hug, his golden eyes, which seemed to flow with liquid gold, lingered on her for a moment before he turned away, resolutely rejecting her. No hugs allowed. If he were to embrace her while fully aware, it would imply an undeniable attachment to her. Even if he truly felt that way, he could never acquiesce to such behavior with a little female. That would be utterly unbefitting of his reputation as the renowned tyrant of the empire. Suddenly, a pair of small hands encircled his neck, and Yumian buried her face in his warm fur, her breath gently warming his coat. Ding Yin's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 11. Remain. His once cold and sharp golden gaze softened, revealing a hint of adorableness. How could such a soft and fragrant little female exist? Despite having embraced her several times before, the feeling was still enchanting, as if the lion had succumbed to a cloud of bliss. He felt weightless, his limbs swaying slightly, embodying a dazed and entranced demeanor. What the noble and aloof demeanor expected of the imperial tyrant? What was that? Could it be consumed? Was there a warm, soft embrace from the little female? At that moment, nestled against the golden lion's neck, Yumian's gentle voice broke the silence. Tyrant, did you not hear me earlier? Otherwise, how could the golden lion not approach me for a hug? This was the only explanation Yumian could conjure. Just as she finished her question, the lion's fluffy head nudged her, followed by a sticky, affectionate sound. Yes, I heard nothing just now. Reason evaporated the moment Ding Yin was enveloped by Yumian's embrace, lost to the winds of logic. Observing this scene from the monitoring screen, Director Zhao sighed. his thoughts whirling. He silently elevated Yumian's importance in his mind. Yumian played with the golden lion for nearly an hour before reluctantly letting him go. Her small hands lingered on Ding Yin's smooth, plush fur, savoring the exquisite texture. She wondered when she would next be fortunate enough to stroke him again. With a sigh, she turned to the feeding vehicle, waving goodbye to the golden lion. "Tyrant, I must take my leave now. I wonder when we will meet again." As the feeding vehicle started moving, Yumian turned the steering wheel, gazing longingly back at the base. Her heart heavy with reluctance, she drove at a leisurely pace. Soon, she noticed something amiss. Amidst the engine's roar, there were faint, labored breaths. Turning her head, she was astonished to see the golden lion leaping beside the feeding vehicle. Matching its speed, as if sensing her gaze, the lion tilted its head slightly and let out a sticky arg. How could such a well-behaved and endearing creature exist? Yumian felt her heart melt. She vowed that no matter how Director Zhao might challenge her later, she would strive to remain at the base. Unbeknownst to her, Director Zhao shared her sentiments. "Tyrant, please do not follow." Yumian waved her hand out the window, signaling the golden lion a halt. Ding Yin, engrossed in the chase, appeared momentarily startled by her call, his expression darkening. He forcefully struck the ground with his front paw, momentarily abandoning any semblance of regal authority. Frustrated, the golden lion stood still, watching the feeding vehicle depart, suppressing the urge to pursue it. Just then, the vehicle entered the base, and a cold, robotic voice echoed. "Yumian, the feeder, please proceed to Director Zhao's office in the laboratory immediately. He wishes to discuss something with you." "Here it comes." Yumian braced herself. Director Zhao must have seen her petting the furry creatures, violating base rules, and now he would surely expel her. She sighed, clenched her fists, and silently encouraged herself. For the sake of the fluffy ones, she could not back down. "Let's go. Charge ahead." 5 minutes later, in Director Zhao's office, both Yumian and Director Zhao exchanged glances, each feeling a loss for how to broach the impending conversation. Yumian thought, "How can I phrase this to avoid expulsion?" Meanwhile, Director Zhao pondered, "What can I say to encourage Yumian to return to work?" It is rather embarrassing to be indecisive. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, with steam rising from the teacup on the table. After a moment, both voices spoke simultaneously. "You?" Yumian's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting to speak at the same time as Director Zhao. She quickly apologized. "My apologies, Director Zhao. Please go ahead." No, you go first," Director Zhao replied, equally flustered. He recalled the image of the tyrant, proud and threatening after Yumian's departure, and a headache washed over him. He could already envision the chaos that would ensue if Ding Yin did not see Yumian the following day. Gathering his thoughts, Director Zhao finally spoke. "Yumian, the feeder, originally, you were required to undergo training before feeding the furry ones. However, given the tyrant's fondness for you, the laboratory has decided to make an exception. You may skip the training and commence your duties immediately. How do you feel about this?" "What? Such a fortunate opportunity." Yumian had initially thought she would have to plead with Director Zhao to remain at the animal protection base. To her surprise, the clouds had cleared, and a windfall had arrived. Director Zhao was willing to grant her a reprieve, allowing her to stay at the zoo and bypass the dreaded training. Yumian began to speak, her lips moving hesitantly as she contemplated asking something. Director Zhao, attuned to her thoughts, nodded, feeling a bit shy himself. "Ahem. Some animals have a particularly strong need for affection. If you enjoy it, you may consider spending more time with them. For instance, actions such as gently massaging one's head or engaging in handshakes and embraces are perfectly acceptable." Ding Zhao, increasingly overwhelmed by embarrassment, reflected on the incongruity of his esteemed career dedicated to rigorous scientific research, having never engaged in such frivolities. Yumian remained unaware of the true identity of the golden lion, perceiving it merely as an endearing, fluffy creature. However, others were acutely aware of its inner essence, an embodiment of the empire's supreme power, the tyrannical monarch cloaked in grandeur. The golden lion's current conduct seemed akin to that of a scheming villain, luring an innocent young female into committing dubious acts, while the canine monarch relentlessly took advantage of others. Ding Zhao let out his third sigh of the day. After a moment's hesitation, unable to withstand internal reproach, he added, "Of course, if you dislike it, that is also acceptable. I simply appreciate your fondness." Before Dean Zhao could finish his statement, Yumian interjected with a smile. Nodding vigorously, Dean, I adore petting fluffy creatures. In Chapter 12, titled The Appearance of the Black Panther, Yumian and Dean Zhao were engaged in discussions regarding the feeding protocols for the fluffy creatures. Meanwhile, in the Yu family residence on the main star, a loud crash reverberated as a ceramic object was forcefully shattered on the floor. Yu and Cheng, seated at the center of the villa's living room, wore a furious expression. How could she have been so fortunate as to survive? What sort of entity was that animal protection base to disregard even the Yu family's authority? Yu Jiro, seated across from him, hastily offered a cup of hot tea to the man. Father, please do not be angry. It is merely a wild animal park run by an unknown, fallen noble. Since they refuse to comply, we shall find a way to make them obey. The most pressing matter is Yumian. I should never have hastily expelled her from the Yu family in a fit of rage. If she had remained, we could have gradually seized control of her immense inheritance. Yu Jiro gritted her teeth, convinced that the day she witnessed Yumian seducing her fiancé was all part of a grand scheme. Yu and Cheng exhaled heavily, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. There's no need to rush. The Yu family has thrived in the galaxy for many years. I possess myriad methods to ensure they willingly surrender Yumian. Otherwise, he trailed off, his grip tightening around the teacup, the coldness of his expression sending chills through Yu Jiro. The day after Yu and Cheng had displayed such a smile, Yumian's parents had tragically passed away, and their vast fortune fell into their hands. Yet, Yumian's parents had anticipated this outcome. They will designated all assets to Yumian, with the stipulation that should she perish before her 18th birthday, the inheritance would be forfeited. They had no choice but to abandon her on a desolate planet. Biding their time, as Yumian reached adulthood, they eagerly sought to bring her back to the main star, hoping to secure her signature on the property transfer documents. Yu Jiro clenched her teeth, regretting her impulsive reaction to Yumian's provocation that day, which had led her to expel her. Otherwise, the vast fortune would have been theirs by now. Fortunately, Yu and Cheng did not scold her for this misstep, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Research Institute, Shan Juanji received a notification from the Emperor, summoning him to the primordial planet. The strikingly handsome man with black hair and eyes raised an eyebrow, questioning, did His Majesty not consider my experimental methods too radical and violent? Previously refusing to allow my involvement? Why the sudden change of heart? The assistant nearby smirked slightly. Director, are you truly unaware of why His Majesty previously excluded you from the experiments? It was due to the idea of force-feeding something unpalatable in hopes of improving its taste. Initially, the Emperor had faith in you, the promising new head of the Research Institute. But when you suggested performing surgery on the tyrant's brain to extract a sample for study, you were promptly dismissed. As for why the Emperor had changed his mind, Shan Juanji was indifferent, calmly instructing his assistant to prepare his surgical tools. A flicker of madness momentarily flashed in his dark eyes, but was swiftly suppressed. When he lifted his gaze again, he appeared composed and detached. Unbeknownst to him, Shan Juanji was also suffering from the effects of a mysterious affliction, his mental state becoming increasingly volatile and irritable. He focused intently ahead, striding forward. Let us proceed to the primordial planet. Thus, the decision for Yumian to feed the tyrant was solidified. The laboratory researchers had grown accustomed to presenting a FA-ade before Yumian, while showcasing a different demeanor in her absence. Meanwhile, in the grasslands, Yumian casually knelt on the ground. Not far from her, the golden lion was engrossed in its meal. The sight of a large predator feasting was always imbued with a raw, violent beauty. With teeth sharp enough to sever a zebra's neck, it tore into a fresh piece of meat, blood staining its majestic mane, accentuating its wild, fierce allure. Yet, when the golden lion lifted its gaze toward Yumian, its golden, crystal-clear eyes reflected her presence. The lion tilted its head, emitting a deep, sticky sound from its throat. Yumian's eyes sparkled with delight as she praised. Good boy. Upon hearing the sweet voice of the young female, the golden lion seemed invigorated, quickly responding with a series of eager sounds. The young female's compliments were simply enchanting, making the lion feel as though it were floating. It longed to remain by her side like a devoted dog, solely to elicit her joy and further praise. Unbeknownst to both, a shadow, dark and swift as lightning, was rapidly approaching their location from a distance. The laboratory's large screen blared a sharp warning. Alert! The Black Panther, Hua Shi Chung, is departing its territory. All personnel, please be cautious. Was it another episode of mental instability? Quickly dispatch a drone to investigate and ensure he does not inadvertently venture into populated areas. Hua Shi Chung, the cold-hearted, current head of the imperial conglomerate, was likewise afflicted by the inexplicable malady. After conversing with the emperor, he had paid a price and relocated to the primordial planet in search of a means to survive. For the moment, the focus on Hua Shi Chung, the Black Panther, had significantly diminished. Naturally, these prodigious beings, afflicted by chaotic mental disturbances, preferred to remain within their territories, avoiding public displays of erratic behavior. Yet today, an unexpected incident was unfolding. Just as Dean Zhao was about to take a calming remedy, an excited shout from a researcher rang out. "We found him. We located the Black Panther. Let me see where he is. I will send a drone to communicate with him." It was not uncommon for these formidable predators to seek new territories after spending ample time in their own. The researcher at the computer, frantically reviewing surveillance footage, widened their eyes in shock. Through the aerial camera, they observed the Black Panther heading directly towards the Golden Lion and Yumian. In Chapter 13, titled The Ugly Female, it is said that since ancient times, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. In a single territory, the existence of two large predators is simply untenable. Their encounter would inevitably lead to a frenzied battle. Amidst the bewildering affliction that now besets them, both Ding Yin and Hu Shang find their rationality diminished, overtaken by primal instincts. Previously, even as individuals of prominence on the main star, they exhibited an antagonistic disposition towards one another, engaging in covert skirmishes that drew blood. Ding Yin sought to dismantle the lofty financial empire, while Hu Shang could not abide the tyrant's haughty demeanor. Yet, despite their mutual loathing, they adorned themselves with a veneer of aristocratic elegance, ensuring that their animosity did not escalate in public settings. However, the present circumstance is starkly different. One is a lion, the other a leopard. The researchers tremble at the thought of their imminent encounter. The black leopard is heading toward the emperor and the feeder. The panicked voice of a researcher reverberated throughout the laboratory. Director Zhao felt his legs weaken. The relief he had experienced upon locating the black leopard was swiftly supplanted by anxiety. Quickly, fetch the heart-saving pills. Call the military and instruct them to separate them before they meet. What madness possesses Hu Shang today? Why has he suddenly sought out the tyrant with such determination? The laboratory had meticulously ensured that the two were positioned at the utmost distance from each other, fearing that an accidental encounter on the primitive planet could lead to disaster. Yet now, Hu Shang brazenly approached. The researchers noted that the black leopard had not eaten in 2 days, the last time being a week ago when it was forcibly injected with nutrients by the base. Now, it was famished, yet it charged forward with reckless abandon, seemingly unafraid of being struck down by Ding Yin. What could Hu Shang possibly intend? The laboratory staff was engulfed in confusion, torn between the fear of Hu Shang's aggression towards the emperor and the dread of the emperor retaliating, potentially destabilizing the Hu family and the empire's economy. On the grassland, the black leopard detected the increasingly potent scent of the golden lion, excitement gleaming in its emerald eyes. Soon, it would confront Ding Yin and ridicule him thoroughly. The grassland held no secrets. Hu Shang had recently learned of a new feeder at the animal protection base, rumored to be unattractive yet possessing a pleasing physique and a melodious voice, managing to charm the dictatorial tyrant. The thought of the proud tyrant being enamored with an unattractive female filled Hu Shang with laughter. Ding Yin must have lost his mind. Otherwise, Hu Shang could not fathom such behavior. Initially dismissing the anecdote as mere jest, an inexplicable urge surged within him this morning, compelling him to venture to the other side of the grassland. The thought of confronting Ding Yin and mocking him filled Hu Shch Ing with an exhilarating tremor. His hunger vanished, his head ceased to ache, and his limbs felt invigorated. As he approached Ding's location, the black leopard surged forward with increasing speed, its paws pounding against the earth. A tantalizing scent wafted through the air, one that the black leopard could not identify, but was irresistibly drawn towards. In his eagerness, Hu Shch Ing had unknowingly shifted his focus from confronting Ding to locating the source of this alluring fragrance. Fortuitously, the two were converging at the same spot, preventing Hu Shch Ing from discerning his change of intention. With relentless vigor, the black leopard soon found itself near the golden lion and the feeder, Yumian. The slender figure, seemingly lacking in strength, bore pale skin and large eyes. Those delicate hands were intimately resting on the golden lion's sleek back, golden fur spilling between her fingers, exuding an inexplicable allure. The black leopard shivered at the thought of such a hand caressing its own back. A thunderous roar erupted from the lion. As fellow level 3 beasts, Ding instantly detected the black leopard's presence. His instincts kicked in, and he swiftly shielded Yumian, unleashing a fierce growl towards the intruder. In the presence of the female, his previously gentle demeanor transformed into one of ferocity as he glared at Hu Shch Ing's direction. The golden lion's roar echoed across the grassland, while the black leopard, emboldened, met the challenge with a defiant roar of its own. The clash of lion and leopard reverberated through the air. Observers in the laboratory were on edge, hearts clenched with apprehension, wondering if a confrontation was imminent. As Hu Shch Ing's black leopard form appeared before Ding Yin, the latter's brow furrowed deeply, his massive body instinctively positioning itself to protect Yumian. He emitted a low growl of warning. Hu Shch Ing, what madness brings you here? We are not to interfere with one another. Step forward again, and I shall not hesitate to act. In that moment, Ding Yin remained unaware that Yumian was oblivious to his true identity, perceiving him merely as a furry creature. Instead of speaking, he resorted to the language of beasts. Hu Shch Ing, quick-witted as always, understood the implications. The black leopard lowered itself slightly, growling in response. I hear you've been captivated by a homely female, doting on her like a lapdog. How could I resist witnessing such a rare spectacle? As he spoke, his gaze flickered eagerly towards Yumian, excitement coursing through him. Unbeknownst to him, Yumian's face was masked with herbal remedies, obscuring her appearance. The black leopard had not yet discerned her beauty, but was eager to unveil her visage and mock Ding Yin's taste. Chapter 14, Obsession. The thought of soon tearing off the mask from the homely female's face and ridiculing Ding Yin's aesthetic choices sent surges of thrill through Hu Shch Ing. The tantalizing fragrance enveloped him, and as he moved, his front paws slipped uncontrollably on the ground, a glimmer of light flashing in his emerald eyes. In the next moment, he was met with the golden lion's relentless roar. You seek death. The black leopard's gaze, filled with an insatiable desire towards the female, ignited a fury within Ding Yin. As a fellow male, he could easily discern Hu Shch Ing's intentions. This cold-hearted tycoon dared to covet Yumian? It was tantamount to courting disaster. With a furious roar, the golden lion lunged towards the black leopard, driven by rage. The golden lion and the fierce Black Panther faced each other, tentatively extending their claws to initiate an attack. The confrontation between these two formidable carnivorous hunters was steeped in a palpable sense of bloody terror and urgency. The onlookers, a group of anxious experimenters, felt their hearts leap in trepidation. Director Zhao, what should we do? They are truly fighting. Your Majesty is actually clashing with Hua Shurcheng. What can we do? Director Zhao, who had just taken a quick-acting, heart-soothing pill to calm himself, felt a wave of panic wash over him, his legs trembling as he struggled to remain conscious. At that moment, the surveillance screen revealed numerous wounds on both the Golden Lion and the Black Panther. The long-standing enmity between these rivals was now unleashed in full force. What began as tentative strikes had escalated into a deadly exchange. The group in the laboratory was on the brink of hysteria. Should either of the two suffer harm, it would be a significant upheaval for the Empire. Director Zhao felt faint, desperately holding on. Where are the troops? How long until they arrive? They must reach the scene quickly and separate the two. Suddenly, an idea struck him, recalling someone who had been overlooked by everyone else. Call Yumian and remind her to hide. The confrontation between Ding Yin and Hua Shicheng intensified, with each careless swipe capable of sending the petite female flying. Director Zhao could only pray that they had not yet succumbed to reckless aggression against innocent bystanders. He was completely unaware that this turmoil was instigated by Yumian, his heart racing with worry. All right, Director Zhao, please take care of yourself. We will contact Yumian, the feeder, immediately. The experimenter reassured him before hastily pressing the emergency contact button on the control panel. Amidst the fierce battle, as the Golden Lion and the Black Panther nearly knocked each other senseless, a clear, melodious ringtone suddenly pierced the air. Both beasts turned their heads sharply in the direction of the sound, catching sight of Yumian answering her phone. With their exceptional animal hearing, they could vaguely discern words akin to leave and run away. What? Are they abandoning them? Why would they leave? A flicker of confusion crossed the minds of both the Black Panther and the Golden Lion. When Ding Yin and Hua Shicheng glanced back, they saw Yumian already turning away towards the feeding vehicle. This was unacceptable. Hua Shicheng panicked. He had traversed half the prairie on an empty stomach just to discern Yumian's true appearance, eager to mock Ding Yin. If Yumian escaped now, all his efforts would be in vain. Determined not to let this happen, Hua Shicheng reacted swiftly, having secretly prepared for a potential retreat mid-battle. The Black Panther sprang into action, leaping towards Yumian in an instant. With his sharp claws raised high, he aimed directly for her neck, eliciting gasps of horror from the onlookers in the laboratory. Some could not bear to witness the impending doom and shut their eyes. Ding Yan's pupils constricted in alarm as he felt a wave of intense panic wash over him. With a thunderous roar, the Golden Lion bellowed, Hua Shicheng, if you dare to harm a single hair on Yumian, I will not rest until I confront you. The roar echoed like thunder, and the Golden Lion charged towards the two. Hearing the commotion behind her, Yumian turned as if summoned, locking eyes with Hua Shicheng's eager green gaze. The two faced each other, the Black Panther's hot breath brushing against her face. Up close, he could see the flawless, porcelain-like skin of the petite female, devoid of any blemishes. She was breathtakingly beautiful. However, the Black Panther quickly snapped out of his momentary daze, a surge of inexplicable anticipation urging him to tear away the hated mask and unveil Yumian's true visage under the watchful eyes of the audience. The Black Panther ruthlessly slashed at the mask covering Yumian's face, eager to reveal her supposed ugliness. As the mask fell gently through the air, her stunning face was laid bare before all. Time seemed to freeze. After days of nurturing with herbal remedies, the ominous dark mark had faded nearly to nothing, leaving only a faint trace like a delicate veil over her brow, accentuated by the gentle flutter of her eyelashes, making her all the more alluring. Her exquisite features, elegantly arched brows, and full, rosy lips captivated Hua Shicheng, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. A tumultuous desire surged within him, urging him to draw closer, to kiss her, to indulge in even bolder actions. A yearning ignited from the depths of his soul, burning fiercely. The Black Panther remained entranced, his gaze fixated on Yumian's delicate face. His forepaws shifted slightly, unable to contain his eagerness, inching closer until his warm breath enveloped her. So this was the so-called unattractive female that Ding Yin had chosen. She was truly stunning. He wanted her for himself. How could that arrogant and picky Ding Yin possess such a gem? At this moment, the Black Panther was utterly captivated by Yumian's beauty, his once haughty demeanor replaced with a dazed infatuation. His emerald eyes sparkled with admiration, shedding any trace of his former aloofness. Not only was Hua Shicheng overwhelmed by Yumian's beauty, but the experimenters in the laboratory also gasped in astonishment. My heavens! Is the feeder Yumian truly this beautiful? More dazzling than the sun, more enchanting than flowers. Like catnip blooming quietly in a CF. unnoticed until it captivated all the cats, who would then reveal their soft bellies for her touch, longing for that fleeting glance. Why had they never noticed her before? If only they had known earlier. Before the experimenters could indulge in their musings, the surveillance screen revealed the golden lion, Ding Yin, surging with furious rage, suddenly appearing behind the Black Panther. Seeing the shameless Hua Shicheng inching closer to Yumian, the golden lion wasted no time and delivered a powerful slap, sending the Black Panther sprawling. As he attempted to rise and retaliate, Ding Yin pinned him down with overwhelming force. The golden depths of Ding Yin's eyes glinted with cold, sharp intensity, his claws threateningly poised at Hua Shicheng's neck. State your intentions for coming here. The cunning and calculating financial magnate, Hua Shicheng, who is known for his shrewdness, found himself inexplicably traversing a vast expanse of prairie, compelling the powerful Emperor Yin to take notice. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a fleeting glimmer of confusion flickered in the eyes of the Black Panther, who found himself helplessly pinned beneath the golden lion. What was his purpose here? Lost in the allure of beauty, the panther nearly forgot his initial objective. His mind was still foggy, his gaze wandering through the air until it caught a whiff of an enchanting fragrance. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of Yumian watching them from a distance, leading his disoriented mind to a natural conclusion. In front of everyone, the Black Panther rolled his eyes dramatically, letting out a furious roar. He had traversed the prairie on an empty stomach, of course, to seek out a beautiful wife. Wife. Would it be too much to ask to wed today? Promising all his riches to her? As he drew closer to Yumian, the intoxicating aroma enveloped him more intensely. This captivating scent wafted through the air, gradually fading yet still detectable by the panther's keen senses, compelling him to run with unwavering determination despite his hunger. What fault lay with the panther? He merely longed to catch a glimpse of his beautiful wife. Now, in her presence, being threatened by the domineering Emperor Yin, was he to maintain his dignity? In a flash, Hua Shicheng executed an action that surpassed everyone's expectations. He tilted his head towards Yumian, parting his lips, and to everyone's astonishment, emitted a sticky, mewling sound that was utterly embarrassing. It is well known that large predators typically produce roars that exude power and authority. Hua Shicheng's deliberate attempt to make such a silly sound left the onlookers in disbelief. Was this truly the cold, ruthless financial titan of the empire? His gaze was filled with anticipation as he looked at Yumian, persistently producing that ridiculous mewling sound. Wife, come save me. This ferocious lion intends to devour the panther. The Black Panther's tail swished energetically through the air, the entire prairie resonating with his exaggerated calls. The imposing Emperor Yin, who had Hua Shicheng pinned down, was momentarily taken aback by this display. Reacting with fury, he exclaimed, "How dare you call her your wife? What nonsense is this mewling? Where's your sense of masculinity?" The tyrant forgot that he himself had engaged in equally ridiculous behavior when he had surrounded Yumian. Males are often guilty of double standards. What is permissible for one is forbidden for another. While he could act affectionately towards Yumian, no other male was allowed such liberties. The golden lion leaned forward, his menacing gaze fixed on the Black Panther, a low growl emanating from his throat. Hua Shicheng, cease this foolishness at once. If you continue to disgrace yourself, do not blame me for being unmerciful. The panther, however, merely responded with a playful tongue-out gesture. Why shouldn't I call the beautiful female my wife? I don't recall any official announcement regarding the current empress. Clearly, Yumian is a single female. What is wrong with me calling her my wife? I shall call her. No dictator could tolerate such provocation, especially not the iron-fisted Emperor Yin, who had a notorious temper. The culmination of old grievances and fresh indignation led him to a breaking point. With a swift swipe of his claws, he lunged at the Black Panther, who, despite possessing the means to defend himself, chose to face the onslaught head-on, casting a pitiful glance in Yumian's direction while emitting another plaintive mew. Surely, his beautiful wife would come to his rescue, her kind heart compelling her to intervene. Even if she did not, it would serve as a valuable lesson for her to witness the tyrant's brutality compared to the gentle nature of the panther. Unbeknownst to Emperor Yin, who was consumed by rage, was searching harbored ulterior motives. Just as the golden lion's claws descended upon the panther, a voice rang out. "Tyrant, release him!" Yumian's voice crashed like thunder in Emperor Xinyan's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. The golden lion, poised to deliver punishment, turned in disbelief. The reflection of Yumian shimmered in his golden eyes, which now held a hint of confusion and helplessness. "Why must you stop me? This fool has intruded upon our blissful moment and deserves punishment." Initially, the emperor intended only to provide a couple of swipes before letting Shurchin go, reminding himself of his responsibilities as the ruler to maintain order. However, as he witnessed the panther's triumphant demeanor upon hearing Yumian's plea, he felt an overwhelming desire to swat him away. Yet, Yumian's swift intervention thwarted his intentions. Although Shurchin's sudden appearance startled her, she realized that aside from the earlier incident of him unceremoniously removing her mask, the panther had not committed any harmful acts. Now, observing his plaintive mewling, she perceived a large, fluffy creature seeking her assistance. "Please do not harm him. The Black Panther did not mean to tear off my mask. He may simply wish to play. Animals can be quite mischievous." Yumian possessed a deft ability to handle such situations, sensing no malice from the Black Panther. As she advocated for him, Shurchin's tail wagged joyously in the air. Meanwhile, Emperor Xingyan was seething with frustration. The golden lion raised his front paw, his golden eyes coldly scrutinizing the self-satisfied Black Panther beneath him. He yearned to strike him down at that moment. Yet, compelled by Yumian's words, he struggled to restrain his instincts. At that moment, Shurchong, oblivious to the peril, provoked further. "Did you not hear? The little female asks you to release me. You greet your guests with a slap? Hurry, I have yet to share affectionate moments with her. Do not waste my time here." The cunning financial magnate delighted in provoking Emperor Xingyan's wrath, hoping for a spectacle before Yumian, fully prepared to refrain from retaliating this time. If injured, it would be even better. The seemingly kind little female would undoubtedly be heartbroken and rush to bandage his wounds. He would feign further suffering, and who knows, by tonight, he might find himself residing in the little female's abode. However, the allure of such delightful thoughts proved too enticing, and before he could contain himself, the Black Panther inadvertently revealed his scheme with utmost clarity across his face. Ahem! The observing Emperor Xingyan emitted a chilling scoff. The golden lion felt the blood in his brain racing uncontrollably. Deep within his mind, the suppressed mental energy surged violently back to the surface, threatening to unravel his carefully maintained composure. The golden hue of his eyes shimmered with a hint of crimson, reflecting the worried visage of the beautiful little female nearby. A plaintive sound escaped the golden lion, full of unjust grievance. To everyone's astonishment, amidst his fury, the golden lion leapt directly towards Yumian. Lowering his head slightly, he nudged his fluffy head against the lovely little female repeatedly, gazing up at her with his golden eyes, glistening with unshed tears of distress. He then turned his head to indicate the Black Panther's position, emitting a series of pitiful whines, as if to express his discontent at seeing his master favoring other creatures. It was utterly adorable. In an instant, Yumian felt her heart melt. She quickly extended her hand to embrace the golden lion's fluffy head. There, I adore you, my beloved. You are so powerful, so majestic and handsome. Let us not concern ourselves with other creatures, shall we?" The Black Panther harbored no ill intentions. "Come, are you hungry? Let us have a little more to eat." After spending days in the company of the golden lion, Yumian had mastered the art of lion pampering. First, she would shower him with compliments, then offer him food. While praising him, her small hand would glide along the golden lion's smooth back, which resembled rolling hills. The golden lion would respond with soothing rumbles of contentment. As expected, with a little coaxing, Emperor Xingyan was soon filled with joy, dismissing any grudges against Shurchin. Regardless of today's madness, at this moment, the only one in the little female's eyes was him, and he was the most important. With such thoughts, the golden lion obediently lay beside Yumian, feasting heartily on the food she provided. The Black Panther stood by, utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined that the ferocious and iron-fisted Emperor Xingyan would display such docility in front of Yumian. And that previous pitiful whining sound? What was that? There was no trace of the fierce predator-esque grandeur, nor any semblance of a mighty hunting beast. Hua Shicheng had completely forgotten that he himself had been no less absurd moments ago, being lenient with himself while harshly criticizing others. Yet, as he observed the golden lion devouring the food offered by Yumian with sheer enjoyment, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable shiver run down his spine. How hard he was trying. Was Emperor Xingyan truly exerting himself to this extent? As a high-ranking level 3 male, both he and Emperor Xingyan had succumbed to that inexplicable affliction. Ever since, they found it increasingly difficult to swallow any food. Their spirits had grown wild, and they developed a strong sense of vigilance against the approach of others. Any forced proximity would trigger their instinct to attack mercilessly. Thus, witnessing the golden lion indulging in Yumian's offerings, displaying a look of pure bliss, left Hua Shicheng utterly baffled. The Black Panther's face reflected a fully human fear. No, was Emperor Xingyan truly losing his mind? Yet, inexplicably, as he watched the golden lion feast, Hua Shicheng found himself swallowing involuntarily, his stomach twisting with hunger pangs. After the recent frenzied dash, he had drained all his energy. Now, finally at rest, an overwhelming weariness coupled with intense hunger surged forth. The Black Panther licked his lips, his emerald eyes mirroring the golden lion in the throes of his meal. He could have endured it, but seeing Emperor Xingyan relish his food sparked an unusual thought within him. Could it be that the food Emperor Xingyan consumed was different? Perhaps it had been specially prepared by the laboratory for him. After all, as the tyrant of the empire, it was only natural that the lab staff would ensure he did not starve, providing him with special treatment. With this realization, the Black Panther swiftly turned, raising his paw towards the feeding cart, laden with a generous assortment of meat. Delicious meat. Here he comes. The fully aware golden lion emitted a muffled chuckle. Chapter 16. Hua Shicheng discovers something amiss. There is no greater joy in this world than watching one's arch-nemesis fall into a trap, followed by derisive laughter. At this moment, Emperor Xingyan was no exception. The golden lion truly did not foresee Hua Shicheng's unexpected actions. While he was savoring the food provided by Yumian, he glanced at the Black Panther, dashing away, and smirked, letting out a cold laugh. Go on, eat. You won't die from it. No one understood the precious existence of the lovely little female better than the already tested Emperor Xingyan. The food she offered regained its original flavor, becoming delectable and enticing. If anyone deemed the little female's presence useless and attempted to disregard her for their own sustenance, they would soon face the wrath of nature, leading to a most unpleasant experience. While the golden lion, with a sticky tongue, licked Yumian's soft hand, his fluffy head nudged against her persistently, urging her without any pretense. All right, I'm coming just a moment. Yumian chuckled softly. She truly hadn't anticipated that the seemingly arrogant and dominant golden lion, perched atop the food chain, would be so clingy towards his feeder. He even refused to consume food offered by anyone else. What could Yumian do but indulge him? After all, she had a natural affinity for fluffiness. Meanwhile, the Black Panther, who was being overlooked by Yumian, observed coldly as Hua Shicheng approached the feeding cart. Though the meat had been meticulously selected and airlifted from the main star, it now emanated an indescribable stench to the Black Panther's sensitive nose. Coming from a prestigious lineage, he had never encountered anything substandard in his life, and he was nearly overwhelmed by the foul odor. Waves of nausea surged from his stomach, but he managed to suppress it with his formidable self-control. As he gazed at the neatly arranged meat on the feeding cart, a flicker of palpable fear crossed his eyes. Yet upon turning back to see the golden lion, relaxed and devouring the meat under Yumian's care, an inexplicable competitive spirit surged within him. If Emperor Xingyan could eat, why couldn't he? A profound desire to compete welled up in his heart. Hua Shicheng inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and opened his mouth wide, heading straight for the meat on the feeding cart. The golden lion, indulging in his meal, caught sight of this scene and felt a fleeting sense of trepidation. Hua Shicheng was indeed formidable. The next moment, with a sudden ugh, the meat was bitten into, The overwhelming stench of blood assaulted his senses, sending his stomach into a frenzy. Even with his considerable self-restraint, he could not suppress his body's natural reaction. The Black Panther retched. He vomited profusely, nearly expelling his very stomach acid. Upon witnessing this scene, the Golden Lion King, Ding could not help but break into a sly grin. He devoured the morsels offered by the small female, finding them even more delectable. His cheeks bulged with the feast, and any semblance of the proud ruler of the grasslands dissipated as his tail shamelessly coiled around Yumian's waist. Meanwhile, the weakened Black Panther observed this spectacle with a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. He could not fathom how the exalted tyrant of the empire could endure such instinctual revulsion. There must be some underlying issue he had yet to uncover. Hua Shiqing's gaze fell upon Yumian, who was currently feeding the golden lion. A spark ignited in his eyes. A beautiful little female. Chapter 17. The Black Panther's theft. Both he and Ding belonged to the elite class of level 3 males, known for their remarkable self-restraint and endurance. If he could not withstand it, could Ding? Hua Shiqing distinctly recalled the reports from the Animal Protection Base just days prior, stating that Ding could no longer bear his current existence and was on the brink of self-destruction, all due to concerns for the future of the empire. The atmosphere at the base was one of despair. Could it be that a significant breakthrough had been achieved in the laboratory within such a brief span? Unlikely, absolutely unlikely. The only notable factor was this newly emerged enchanting feeder. Proximity to her made Hua Shiqing feel as if the relentless, searing pain in his head had begun to subside. At this moment, the Black Panther, upon witnessing Ding indulging in the food offered by Yumian, felt a surge of indignation in his emerald eyes. How dare Ding hoard the delights for himself, disregarding their plight? The Black Panther lowered his forelimbs, his imposing form radiating an unmistakable air of aggression. Was he contemplating an attack? This would be a clear act of regicide. Had Hua Shiqing lost his senses? The onlookers in the laboratory were left in shock, their hearts tightened with anxiety, hoping Hua Shiqing would refrain from any treasonous actions, for if he did, no one would be able to save him. At this moment, the Black Panther, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, fixed his emerald eyes intently on the Golden Lion, who was once again receiving sustenance from Yumian. Just as the Golden Lion opened its mouth, preparing to bite into the meat, the Black Panther sprang into action. With a swift and decisive leap, he bounded into the space between Yumian and the Golden Lion. Without hesitation, he opened his jaws wide and voraciously swallowed the morsel that had been destined for Ding, fearing that his assumptions might be flawed. He promptly regurgitated it before the small female. Holding his breath, he gulped it down without pausing to savor the flavor. By the time he realized what had transpired, only a faint lingering taste remained, tantalizing him and urging him to continue eating. Delicious, divine, exquisite. The Black Panther's eyes widened, a brilliant light shining within them. Heaven knows how long it had been since he had savored such delightful fare. Finally, fortune had smiled upon him. With his eyes aglow, he tilted his head, confronting the incensed gaze of the Golden Lion, and leaned toward Yumian. His furry head nuzzled against her affectionately, emitting soft, contented sounds. He did not hesitate to extend his large tongue, lavishing attention on the small female's hand that hung naturally by her side. So fragrant, so delicious. I am so hungry. He gazed up at Yumian, his eyes glistening with longing, emitting soft, pleading sounds. Mew, mew, mew. Please feed me, just a little more. Yumian chuckled, inexplicably understanding the Black Panther's intent. She reached out to ruffle his fluffy head. Still hungry, are you? All right, I'll feed you too. How blissful she felt. Every furry creature she encountered seemed to crave her offerings. Yumian's indulgence emboldened the Black Panther further. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion Ding grew increasingly irate. His sharp claws scraped the ground as his golden eyes glared at the Black Panther. The small female only fed him, yet that wretched Black Panther had dashed in to spoil the moment. Chapter 18. The arrival of SHNJNZH. How could the morsels meant for him be snatched away? For Ding, this was a profound humiliation. To make matters worse, the Black Panther was now nestled in the beautiful female's embrace, relishing Yumian's offerings, his furry head nuzzling against her, while his tail possessively encircled her soft waist. This was the very treatment Ding had once enjoyed. The fury peaked as the Black Panther devoured Yumian's offering, baring his teeth in a taunting grin at the golden lion. This was intolerable. With a swipe of his powerful paw, Ding lunged at the Black Panther. Today, he would make Shurching recognize his rightful place. How dare he provoke him and snatch food from his mouth? As Ding charged toward the Black Panther, a flash of determination ignited in the latter's emerald eyes, clearly prepared for the confrontation. With agile movements, he advanced toward the golden lion, and the two soon became entwined in a fierce struggle. This time, no matter how fervently Yumian called out, they would not relent. This contest held the key to their survival beside the small female. The victor would naturally reap the rewards, while the vanquished would in the blink of an eye. The Black Panther and the golden lion were rolling on the ground, becoming entangled in grass and debris. In the next moment, they exchanged fierce blows, each strike resonating with raw power. What to do, Director Zhao? Observers in a laboratory were a mix of panic and confusion. How had it escalated so suddenly? Regardless if it was injured or who suffered defeat, the outcome would be dire. Moreover, Yin and Shurching were both at the pinnacle of level 3 males, with unparalleled combat prowess and reflexes. If they were to fight to the bitter end, it would surely result in either death or serious injury. As the crowd remained in a state of despair, a cold, unfamiliar male voice broke through the tension. Have they always been like this? Unbeknownst to them, SHNJNZH had descended from the starship onto the primitive planet. Stepping into the laboratory, Director SHN, upon seeing SHNJNZH's composed and restrained visage, akin to a piece of exquisite jade, the laboratory erupted in a flurry of greetings. He raised a hand to silence them. One young researcher stepped forward. Since the day His Majesty Shurching entered the protection base, they have always harbored animosity towards each other, the reasons for which are well known. To maintain stability, the base has made every effort to keep them apart, placing them in the farthest corners of the grasslands. Who could have anticipated that Shurching would suddenly charge across the plains to confront His Majesty today? The ensuing clash was nothing short of relentless. The animosity between them could easily be described as mortal enmity. The researcher wisely refrained from voicing the final sentiment. Such matters were best kept under wraps. Should they leak, they would undoubtedly stir turmoil within the interstellar empire. Furthermore, they suspected that the reason for the fierce conflict between the Golden Lion and the Black Panther might stem from a worsening of their conditions. The specifics would only be revealed once the situation calmed, and they could bring both the Golden Lion and the Black Panther in for examinations. Shan Juanji's gaze drifted indifferently from the fierce struggle between the Black Panther and the Golden Lion, landing instead on the figure of Yumian nearby. Who is she? How did she come to be here? Chapter 19. The Golden Lion and the Black Panther in Confinement. It must be noted that since the onset of this inexplicable ailment, the elite class has found it increasingly difficult to eat, many succumbing to anorexia. Their mental faculties have equally plunged into an unbearable frenzy of torment, making any form of contact intolerable. Shan Juanji had once speculated that, perhaps in the later stages of the illness, they would truly resemble beasts, losing their sanity. No, their fate would be even more wretched than that of wild animals. At least beasts have the instinct to hunt and feed when hungry, but they can no longer savor the joy of food, left only with the torment of suffering. For these lofty scions of heaven, this is akin to a divine punishment, as none can bear to witness their gradual loss of dignity, devolving into beasts. If that day were to come, a flicker of madness crossed Shan Juanji's face. Director Zhao and the other researchers hastily retreated, maintaining their distance from him. One cautious researcher organized his words carefully before speaking. Her name is Yumian. She is the new feeder at our protection base. Upon her arrival, she accidentally wandered into His Majesty's territory. For some reason, the food she provided was the only sustenance that His Majesty could consume, and unlike anyone else, he allows her to approach. Oh, is that so? A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Shan Juanji's eyes. His gaze returned to the monitoring screen, where the Black Panther and the Golden Lion were locked in a fierce battle. You claw at me. I punch you. Both displayed an unwavering determination and a thirst for victory. Shan Juanji remarked incisively. They are fighting for Yumian, are they not? In that moment, the Golden Lion and the Black Panther, entangled in combat, had shed any semblance of the noble disdain characteristic of their status, resembling any dog that, upon seeing a beautiful female, becomes transfixed. Such a display was a loss of face for the aristocracy. Upon hearing Shan Juanji's inquiry, the researchers exchanged awkward glances. Yet it seemed undeniably true. They nodded sheepishly. Shan Juanji let out a cold snort before inquiring. Where's the guard stationed here? How long until their arrival? The guard has already informed us. They will arrive in 3 minutes. Good. Shan Juanji nodded, a chill flickering across his icy countenance. He turned to Director Zhao and confirmed. Director Zhao should be aware of my purpose for coming to the original planet. Yes? Yes. Director Zhao nodded repeatedly, a hint of relief crossing his aged features. This elderly gentleman could hardly endure the impulsive antics of these young individuals. Their propensity for fighting left him in dire need of a calming remedy. With Shan Juanji taking charge, he felt 100 times more at ease. Rest assured, within the entire protection base, your word is law. Very well. Shan Juanji's lips curled into a slight smile, stating the first rule of the animal protection base. All fighting among animals is strictly prohibited. Inform the guards to capture the Black Panther and the Golden Lion and confine them. Having fought for so long, they should be exhausted by now. Making capture a simple task. What? This is absurd. On the first day of work, my superior intends to confine my superior's superior. Confine his imperial majesty? How dare you, Director Shan? The laboratory staff were utterly bewildered. Yet Shan Juanji continued, seemingly unfazed. Remember to have Yumian come see me shortly. I wish to ascertain just how formidable this female is who has incited a rivalry between the imperial star Yin and Hua Shurchen. Chapter 20. Shan Juanji's Doubts. As Shan Juanji's orders reached the guards, 3 minutes later, the Golden Lion and the Black Panther, locked in a fervent struggle, were abruptly confined to 2 iron cages. What is happening? The sudden appearance of the fully armed guards left everyone present, both human and beast, in a state of shock. Immersed in the contest for supremacy over the beautiful female, it was no surprise that Imperial Star Yin became furious. The Golden Lion, trapped in the cage, roared in anger. Are you mad? Do you know who I am? Quickly release me from this cage. In all his life, it was the first time Imperial Star Yin had been caged. The Black Panther, Hua Shurchen, joined in, equally incensed. Exactly. Those who know better should release us at once. Otherwise, do not blame us for being rude. Almost forgetting about this fellow, the Golden Lion turned with narrowed eyes to the Black Panther, calmly issuing an order. As for him, let him stay. It's best to confine him for a while. Perhaps even relocate him further away to prevent him from vying for the beautiful female again. How tiresome. Before Hua Shurchen, Imperial Star Yin unabashedly exercised his authority as emperor. The Golden Lion raised his chin slightly, casting a sly glance at the visibly enraged Black Panther in the cage. His air of superiority unabashedly displayed. The Black Panther, Hua Shurchen, was nearly driven to madness by Imperial Star Yan's audacious behavior. He turned to the direction of the Golden Lion and unleashed a furious roar. You despicable coward! Unable to win fairly, you call for reinforcements. Do not forget, you paid me to enter the protection base. I hold the rights of the Panther. Now His Imperial Majesty has revoked your Panther rights. The Golden Lion replied coolly, further infuriating the Black Panther, who lashed out in fury against the cage. The guards, witnessing the exchange between the Golden Lion and the Black Panther, could not suppress a muffled chuckle. What a spectacle! The Golden Lion squinted, a dangerous glint in his eyes, growling lowly. What are you still doing? Hurry up! To his surprise, the guards he believed to be loyal shook their heads. The captain leaned in closely to the Golden Lion, whispering, That is not permissible, Your Majesty. Do you not recall your own orders before entering the protection base? You decreed that all matters within the base, barring those concerning life and death, would adhere to the directives of the person in charge. This was primarily to prevent you from succumbing to the effects of your ailment and rampaging uncontrollably, as others would hesitate to resist due to your status. You needed to limit your own powers. My apologies, Your Majesty. The captain clasped his fists towards the golden lion, signaling to the others. Take them away. Upon hearing the full account of events, the golden lion's eyes widened in disbelief. He glanced up at the location of the laboratory S surveillance. Damn you, Shan Juanji. I knew you would ruin my plans upon your arrival. Just as Imperial Star Yin was about to issue a forceful command to have the guards release him, Yumian hurriedly approached from behind. The beautiful female placed her hand on the cage, panting heavily, her fair cheeks flushed from her hurried arrival. With a watchful gaze, she positioned herself protectively before the golden lion and the Black Panther, addressing the guards. Where are you taking them? Why are you confining them in cages? What are your intentions? The sudden and aggressive presence of the guards left Yumian with no choice but to harbor doubts. In an instant, a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts raced through her mind. Faced with Yumian, the captain of the guard displayed a demeanor of kindness, speaking in a gentle tone. Yumian, the animal protection base prohibits fighting among animals. The altercation between the tyrant and the Black Panther has created a detrimental impact. We must take them to tend to their wounds, and they will also need to be confined for a few days. Yumian instinctively envisioned the fluffy golden lion confined within a pitch-black room, utterly desolate, with no response to its cries. Its once resplendent coat, akin to the finest golden satin, had dulled. The Black Panther blended into the night, only the faint glimmer of its emerald eyes visible. No, this cannot be. Yumian shook her head. How could one confine such adorable creatures? Could we not forego their confinement? The tyrant and the Black Panther understand their mistakes. They will be good from now on and will not fight again. Even though her time with these two animals had been brief, she felt an inexplicable bond with them, a subconscious urge to protect them. The captain shook his head, a hint of regret crossing his face. I apologize, Yumian, but we are merely following orders. You should discuss this matter with Director Shan. With that, he waved his hand, and regardless of the protests and anger from the Golden Lion and the Black Panther, they were obediently led away to their specially designed iron cage. At that moment, Yumian stood frozen in disbelief. Director Shan? Wasn't it Director Zhao? Where did Director Shan come from? Had she misheard? Watching the guard team take away the Golden Lion and the Black Panther, she hurriedly turned to drive the feeding cart towards the protection base, her face etched with anxiety. Meanwhile, in a laboratory, Shan Juanji observed Yumian's figure appear on a surveillance screen, while listening to the staff recount her remarkable feats. They spoke of how she boldly petted the Golden Lion on their first meeting, and how the typically ill-tempered tyrant had not shown any anger, instead appearing quite content. Some astute researchers even retrieved the surveillance video from that day, revealing the Golden Lion's tail nearly wagging from delight under Yumian's touch. As he glanced back at the monitor, he saw Yumian, with a worried expression and pursed red lips, heading directly towards the base. Upon closer inspection, she did not seem particularly extraordinary. Fair skin, large eyes, a prominent nose, and slightly red lips, giving her an undeniably soft appearance. Shan Juanji continued. Have you verified her identity and conducted the necessary health checks? Yes, all checks have been completed. Yumian shows no issues. Perhaps she simply possesses a high affinity with animals. Shan Juanji's lips curled into a subtle, sardonic smile. That is not guaranteed. Who knows if she is secretly carrying some undetectable special material. Chapter 21. The first encounter Ding Yin and Hua Shicheng might be charmed by her. But Shan Juanji did not believe he would fall prey to such enchantment. Raised in a laboratory alongside his parents, he had encountered countless strange and wondrous materials, developing an innate resistance. Even when this inexplicable ailment struck, he remained unaffected while his peers, like Ding Yin, had to abandon their responsibilities on the main star to recuperate at the protection base. He, on the other hand, retained his restraint and continued his research. At that moment, on the surveillance screen, Yumian's feeding cart arrived at the base entrance. Through the screen, he could see the young female making her way toward the laboratory. Yumian, is it? Let's see how formidable she truly is. The laboratory door was politely knocked upon. A beautiful young woman peered in, her face marked with a hint of apology for interrupting the work. Hello, May I ask where Director Shun is? I have matters to discuss with him. Yumian's intentions were all too apparent. The researchers turned their gazes toward Shan Juanji, who stood in the center of the laboratory, awaiting his response. I am Director Shun. As soon as Yumian finished speaking, a voice, clear as jade, resonated through the room. Dressed in a white shirt, tailored trousers, and a lab coat, the man exuded an air of cool detachment as he approached her. Tall and statuesque, he stood before Yumian and extended his hand. Hello, I am Shan Juanji. Was such a formal introduction necessary? The onlookers in the laboratory exchanged puzzled glances. Hello, Director Shun. I am Yumian, the feeding staff at the base. Earlier, you ordered the guard team to detain the Golden Lion and the Black Panther because they engaged in a fight against the base's regulations. The tyrant is usually well-behaved. It did not intend to fight the Black Panther. Perhaps it was merely a reaction to the unfamiliarity of their first encounter. If given time to acclimate, they would not fight again. Please do not confine them. The idea that the notorious rivals, Ding Yin and Hua Shicheng, could feel unfamiliarity was too amusing for Shan Juanji to resist a chuckle. Oblivious to his amusement, Yumian gazed at him earnestly. Their proximity allowed Shan Juanji to catch a whiff of the faint, soothing fragrance emanating from her, instantly relaxing his tense mind. Yet, within Shan Juanji's heart, wariness reached its peak. Here it comes. This young woman was attempting to bewitch him just as she had with Ding Yin and Hua Shicheng. However, she was unaware that he was entirely different from those dim-witted males. He would not be seduced by her beautiful visage, nor would he lower his guard. Instead, he remained acutely aware, analyzing the components of the pleasant scent she carried. Blue sea fruit? No. Golden sandstone? No. A multitude of medicinal herbs flashed through his mind, one by one discarded. The scent of blue sea fruit was too cloying, while golden sandstone was too cold, lacking the delicate sweetness of her fragrance. No matter the herb, he could pinpoint the mismatched notes perfectly. Despite his efforts to remain vigilant, the intoxicating aroma began to relax him. He found himself yearning to transform into his beast form, to be stroked by the beautiful young woman. Surely, that sensation would be exquisite. Ding Yin and Hua Shicheng must be enjoying themselves immensely. Director, are you listening to me? Yumian, feeling anxious, pressed on. Director, can we not confine the fluffy ones? They will surely behave from now on and not fight again. Realizing what he had been contemplating, his expression darkened. Struggling against the impulse to connect with Yumian, he coldly rejected her plea. No, the protection base has its own regulations. The Golden Lion and the Black Panther must face consequences. Yumian, the feeder, you have overstepped your bounds. Shan Juanji remarked with a hint of sharpness gracing his jade-like visage. It was evident that Shan Juanji was far less accommodating than Director Zhao. While Director Zhao might overlook her minor infractions, it was certain that Shan Juanji would not extend such leniency, and might even seek to set an example by expelling her from the protective base, issuing warnings to all. Contemplating this, Yumian felt a wave of despondency wash over her, her voice tinged with regret. I apologize, Director Shun. I was too presumptuous. Please rest well. I shall take my leave. Observing Yumian's crestfallen expression, Shan Juanji, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt a fleeting sense of loss. In truth, Yumian may not have been entirely in the wrong. Her actions, upon closer inspection, were indeed justifiable. As he watched Yumian depart, Director Zhao approached from behind. He was one of the few who understood Shan Juanji's peculiar nature and recognized that Shan Juanji was testing Yumian. So, Director Shun, have you uncovered anything amiss on your end? Our instruments have detected no anomalies. If there truly is an issue, we may need to request a new set of equipment from the main star. Director Zhao spoke to himself. However, Shan Juanji suddenly snapped back to reality, his expression growing cold. Damn it, what had he been thinking? He had let down his guards so easily. If they had been on the battlefield, Yumian could have struck him without him even realizing it. For a top-tier level 3 male, a surge of humiliation washed over Shan Juanji. Thus, when faced with Director Zhao's inquiry, he scoffed. Nothing more than that. An utterly ordinary female. There is no need to expend further effort on her. Chapter 22. The water in his mind has not been fully cleared. Is that so? Director Zhao's face momentarily displayed confusion. Upon reflection, Yumian's exquisite features and her gentle love for small creatures did not seem typical of an ordinary female. Although Director Zhao was aging, he recognized that such beauty combined with such character would attract the attention of noble scions even on the main star. Frankly speaking, who could possess such striking beauty? What difference was there between charming men and coaxing dogs? Truly, Shan Juanji, known for his rationality and restraint, displayed no trace of emotion. Director Zhao could not help but express his admiration while reminding Shan Juanji, by the way, Director Shan, Yumian is merely an ordinary person. Matters concerning the protective base involve His Majesty, and to prevent any leaks that could attract hostile forces, we have not allowed her access to the core of the protective base. She remains unaware that the golden lion she interacts with daily is, in fact, His Majesty, believing him to be merely an ordinary fluffy creature. I hope you will ensure that this information does not slip out. As for the other researchers, I have already issued warnings. They will not divulge any secrets. Acknowledging Director Zhao's caution with a slight nod, Shan Juanji's cold voice resonated. I will be mindful of this. Yet within him, an unusual thought began to take root. Did she truly know nothing? If he were to transform into his beast form before Yumian, given her nature, would she not wish to pet the golden lion as well? The very next moment, upon realizing what he had been contemplating, Shan Juanji's expression darkened. Just then, the captain of the guard responsible for watching over the golden lion and the Black Panther rushed into the laboratory, his face etched with urgency. Director Shan, His Majesty and Hua Shicheng are in a frenzy, calling for your presence. The lofty and proud scions, who had never been confined like animals in a cage, maintained a facade of decorum in front of Yumian, not wanting to frighten her. However, once the guards led them away from her gaze, Hua Shicheng and Ding Yin dropped the act entirely. They howled and screeched wildly, their claws tearing at the iron cage specifically designed to suppress them, leaving a trail of scratches. The sound was jarring and torturous. Meanwhile, the golden lion, Ding Yin, took advantage of his status as the tyrant of the empire, issuing commands for the guards to release him. Hua Shicheng, however, could remain confined. No loyal guard could withstand the orders or threats from His Majesty. The captain of the guard hurried to seek Shan Juanji's opinion, as the health of His Majesty took precedence. If it were confirmed that both His Majesty and Hua Shicheng were unharmed, the captain hoped to expedite their release. Causing a ruckus? Upon hearing the captain's anxious account, Shan Juanji's gaze lifted slightly, a flicker of dark intent crossing his features. It was merely a matter of not seeing Yumian for a while, and they were truly acting like a dog anxious to be away from its master. In that moment, Ding Yin and Hua Shicheng bore no resemblance to the aristocrats of the main star. Let us go, Shan Juanji spoke coldly. I shall see what is amiss. The captain of the guard quickly led the way. 10 minutes later, in a clean and brightly lit hall, 2 iron cages stood prominently in the center. Upon hearing Shan Juanji's entrance, the golden lion and the Black Panther immediately turned, glaring fiercely at him. Shan Juanji, release me at once. Do not forget who summoned you here. Ding Yin growled through clenched teeth, his threat palpable. He had been careless, truly careless. He had thought Shan Juanji's youthful vigor would be more suitable for the protective base than Director Zhao, but he had forgotten that Shan Juanji was somewhat unhinged, capable of challenging him even in research matters. The Black Panther, Hua Shicheng, was equally unyielding, letting out a furious roar. Shan Juanji, do not forget how much I have invested in your laboratory. Release me at once, or do you no longer want my next round of funding? How noisy. Watching the bickering golden lion and Black Panther, a hint of weariness crossed Shan Juanji's brow, his voice laced with unabashed disdain. Enduring the torment of his own afflictions, Shan Juanji's mental state was hardly in better condition. Occasionally, the mask of calm and restraint he wore would crack, revealing an unsettling darkness that sent shivers down the spine. In the next moment, to the astonishment of both the golden lion and the Black Panther, Shan Juanji calmly pressed the wash button within the room. 2 massive pipes descended from the ceiling, followed by a thunderous rush of water gushing forth. Shan Juanji, you won't get away with this, they sputtered. But the torrent of water poured down upon them regardless. Despite their desperate attempts to rattle the cages, they could not shift an inch, only left to endure the cleansing flood. As they attempted to threaten Shan Juanji, opening their mouths resulted in a deluge of water rushing in. Following the drenching, a warm wind enveloped the golden lion and the Black Panther, fluffing their fur with its force. The gale was so powerful that even the golden lion and Black Panther, gritting their teeth, nearly had their faces blown askew, leaving them with unflattering expressions before Shan Juanji. 10 minutes later, the washing and drying finally concluded. Shan Juanji, standing calmly to the side, stepped into the two cages, his gaze unfazed as he regarded the golden lion and the Black Panther. Are you both awake now? The water in your minds should have been thoroughly cleansed. Can someone tell me what trick Yumian used to confound you? Shan Juanji harbored doubts, unable to believe that Yumian had done nothing at all to captivate both Ding Yin and Hua Shichen. Surely, there must be something amiss that he had yet to uncover. Perhaps the issue lay upon the vast grasslands? This thought flitted through his mind, but before he could grasp it, he was overwhelmed by the simultaneous outcry of Ding Yin and Hua Shichen. You're talking nonsense. Shan Juanji, you don't even have a little female to pamper, yet you dare to speak ill of Yumian? Mian is the kindest, cutest, gentlest, and most beautiful little female I have ever seen. I warn you to keep your distance. Do not impose your scheming thoughts upon her. Yumian felt deeply wronged, anger surging within her, even more so than if Ding Yin and Hua Shichen had been the targets of such insults themselves. The golden lion and Black Panther immediately began to roar furiously, clawing at their cage in agitation. Shan Juanji's expression remained unperturbed. Oh, I see. Your minds are still muddled. Chapter 23. Who is obsessed? He hadn't anticipated Yumian's formidable nature. Even after all this time, her influence over Ding Yin and Hua Shichen remained undiminished. Observing their genuine eagerness to defend Yumian, asserting her worth as an exemplary female, he sensed an underlying threat to his own freedom if they were not released. Shan Juanji calmly pressed the flush button once more. The ceiling retracted, revealing a familiar flushing apparatus. Ding Yin's eyes widened. Shan Juanji, do dare to cleanse the muddled thoughts from your mind. Once you awaken, you will thank me. Should any issues arise, feel free to contact the guard team for assistance. I am more than willing to communicate with you. He then performed a mock noble bow before resolutely turning to leave. The golden lion roared in frustration, his claws striking the ground vehemently. What are you pretending for? You project an image of calmness and clarity, as if you alone are sober while the rest are intoxicated. Do you truly believe anyone could resist the allure of a beautiful, gentle, and kind little female? Shan Juanji, you had best be truthful. Do not secretly harbor infatuation. The golden lion and Black Panther were in a state of exasperation, their fury palpable, their imposing presence unrestrained. The poor guards huddled together, terrified, yet obliged to remain in place, awaiting the tyrant's orders. Meanwhile, Shan Juanji gleaned little from Ding Yin and Hua Shichen, who remained steadfast in their defense of Yumian, further piquing his interest in her. An ordinary little female had managed to bend the will of the two most prominent figures of the main star. Fascinating. How had she accomplished such a feat? What was the source of that intriguing aroma? As he pondered, his thoughts transitioned from a serious analytical lens to a more relaxed observation of Yumian playfully interacting with the golden lion. When he beheld the screen displaying Yumian's delicate hand gliding along the golden lion's fluffy head, tracing down its sleek back, he felt an involuntary clenching of his hand at his side. A fleeting surge of inexplicable desire coursed through his mind. He longed to be cradled and pampered by Yumian. Her fingers, tender and fair, exuded an irresistible charm. It was no wonder Ding Yin and Hua Shichen were so enamored with her. His heart raced uncontrollably, warmth flooding from his chest toward his cool, jade-like features. Wait, what had he just been thinking? A flicker of shock crossed Shan Juanji's dark eyes as his hands clenched into fists. He was losing his mind. How could such fanciful thoughts take root in his mind? Resolutely, he turned his gaze back to the laboratory surveillance screen and pressed the button to exit viewing. This little female seemed to possess an enchanting power. Merely watching a video. Shan Juanji repeatedly reminded himself that Yumian was problematic. Yet he struggled to suppress the stirring emotions within him, striving to regain his composure. However, could the profound allure etched deep within his soul truly be quelled so easily? Shan Juanji, with the tenacity characteristic of a dedicated researcher, found himself captivated by the mystery of how Yumian had ensnared both Ding Yin and Hua Shiqing. Why was it that the golden lion, who could barely swallow any food, found himself consuming meals prepared by Yumian with ease? What was the nature of that inexplicable ailment? Did it have any connection to Yumian? If not for the constraints of imperial law, he might have considered capturing Yumian for a thorough examination. Alas, should he dare to act upon such an impulse? Ding Yin and Hua Shiqing would surely be the first to retaliate. The absurdity of these two infatuated males left Shan Juanji speechless. He could only silence the tumult of thoughts within him, continuing to ponder until he drifted into slumber, the same thoughts lingering in his dreams. In his sleep, Shan Juanji remained oblivious to the deep-seated longing that began to resurface. A faint glow flickered across his smooth forehead, and a pair of antlers emerged atop his head. The self-proclaimed calm and rational Shan Juanji could not deceive his own bodily instincts. Desire spread like wildfire within his heart. He dreamed of Yumian gently reaching out to caress his forehead, her delicate fingers imbued with a subtle fragrance, utterly captivating. Boldly, he mimicked Ding Yin, nuzzling against her, even shamelessly extending his tongue to lick her hand and face. How could Yumian, with her love for animals, possibly refuse? She would only respond with a gentle smile, embracing him tightly, reciprocating his gestures. A wave of heat surged throughout his being. In his slumber, Shan Juanji's lips curled into a subtle smile. Gradually, he rose from his bed, eyes still closed. With his top-tier, innate talent, he effortlessly navigated the obstacles in his path, exiting his room. It was now 4 a.m, the night deep and the dew heavy. Yet soon, the sun would pierce through the clouds, casting golden rays across the grasslands. The beautiful little female would then appear, driving her feeding cart, treading upon the morning dew, welcoming the spring breeze. The grasslands. In a somnambulant state, Shan Juanji turned, directing his gaze toward the expanse beyond the animal protection base. With each determined step, he proceeded toward that destination. Occasionally, he encountered the night shift guard team, greeting them with an indifferent demeanor, lost in his own thoughts as he hurried past. How peculiar. The guards scratched their heads. Where could Director Shun be heading at this hour? He had ignored their greetings. Perhaps he was consumed by some important experiment, struck by a sudden inspiration. As researchers often are, regardless of the odd behaviors he might exhibit, even kneeling in supplication before experimental apparatus, it was all quite normal for someone in his field. However, it seemed Director Shun was not headed toward the laboratory, but toward the grasslands. At this moment, Shan Juanji had already vanished into the night. Chapter 24. Shan Juanji plays the part of the good boy in a state of somnambulism. Shan Juanji possessed an uncanny sense of direction. He strode purposefully toward the designated meeting spot agreed upon by Yumian and Ding Yin during the day. Upon arrival, the man with tightly shut eyes furrowed his brow. This was indeed the place. He could already sense the enchanting aroma of the little female. Why have I not seen her? Where has the little female gone? It can only be said that the more one represses, the more intense the eruption will be. After a moment, a vigilant member of the night watch spotted a brilliant flash of white light across the grassland. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, the night returned to silence. And nothing remained. What was that just now? Did I just see a flash of light? Was it a mistake? As the members of the watch team were filled with doubt, a mysterious and ethereal deer, imbued with the essence of the mountains and fields, appeared on the grassland. With long limbs and light steps, its majestic antlers sparkled with a mystical glow. After transforming into its true form, the restless Shan Juanji finally calmed down, standing quietly in place and awaiting the arrival of dawn. At 5 a.m, the sun rose above the horizon, casting its radiance upon the world as the chill of the night began to dissipate. Yumian opened the window, glancing towards the grassland from the dormitory building, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. With a soft sigh, She recalled how the golden lion and the Black Panther had been confined by the base after fighting, and how she had sought Shan Juanji's intercession only to be ruthlessly rejected by him. Her concern for the furry creatures kept her from sleep, prompting her to rise early. As she pondered restlessly, she realized she was not allowed to visit the furry creatures in their confinement. With nothing to do, Yumian decided to drive the feeding cart, hoping to take a stroll on the grassland while everyone else was still asleep to alleviate her anxiety. The roar of the feeding cart echoed across the tranquil grassland, awakening the slumbering deer. Shan Juanji lifted his head, his gaze fixed on Yumian, who was approaching in the feeding cart. As the mist lifted, her exquisite, ethereal face struck him with a powerful impact. How beautiful! A hint of infatuation flickered in the cold deer's eyes. Meanwhile, Yumian, sitting in the feeding cart, was taken aback. Where did this deer come from? Upon seeing the deer standing obediently and gazing at her, she felt as if her heart had been struck, and her desire to feed it surged. However, glancing at the empty feeding cart, she could not help but feel a tinge of regret. Indeed, the best way to forget her worries about the furry creatures was to encounter a new furry one. Had she known, she would have prepared something to bring along in the feeding cart. Just as Yumian was lost in thought, uncertain whether to approach, the deer could no longer resist. It raised its hooves and made a beeline for her. Why was it that she would eagerly run to embrace the golden lion and Ding Yin or the Black Panther? Yet felt different with him? A sense of grievance crossed Shan Juanji's eyes. He did not believe his beast form was inferior to the others. With its height, the deer merely needed to stand quietly at the window to easily lean beside Yumian. It attempted to nuzzle her affectionately, like the golden lion or Ding Yin. However, a loud thud echoed as its antlers were blocked by the window frame. No matter how hard Shan Juanji tried to peek into the cart, he could not reach the soft face of the beautiful female. The deer stomped its hooves in annoyance before extending its tongue to lick Yumian's face. So sweet. It was incredibly sweet. The beautiful female, having washed her face hastily with only water that morning, exuded a refreshing aura like a pure lotus. The deer, with its sensitive tongue, instantly tasted the genuine flavor of her skin. Almost immediately, it was entranced by that delightful sweetness. No wonder Ding Yin and the others acted this way. Shan Juanji's fleeting rationality was shattered in that instant. His typically restrained and cool black eyes now softened as they gazed adoringly at Yumian, resembling a lovesick fool. Oh dear. All right, no more licking. Easy now. Yumian had never imagined she would be so warmly welcomed by the deer. Surrounded by its affection, she felt even more regretful for appearing empty-handed. She apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, little deer, I rushed out today and didn't bring any food. Why don't you look for other feeders to see if anyone else is around?" This affectionate deer was viewed by Yumian as just another small animal being fed, much like how she fed the golden lion and the Black Panther. Hence, the golden lion shared a deep bond with her. The innocent intimacy between the feeder and the furry creatures was beyond her comprehension. She could not fathom that the adorable little animals she thought she was feeding were, in fact, well-known figures of authority from the imperial capital. Moreover, at that moment, Yumian was the only feeder at the animal protection base. As her words fell, the deer let out a disgruntled snort. There were no other feeders, only you. The deer, feeling discontent, continued to lick the beautiful female even more eagerly, nudging her in a desperate attempt to snuggle closer. Its sharp antlers made a clanging sound against the top of the cart. Yumian sighed, given the circumstances and the deer's affection for her. How could she disappoint its fondness? She quickly reached out to soothe the deer, rubbing its face gently. All right, don't be upset. Although I didn't bring you any food, I can come down and play with you. Would that be all right? If you agree, could you take a step back to let me open the door?" Yumian coaxed softly, though she held little hope that the deer would truly comprehend her words. She was prepared to repeat herself several times to communicate with the deer. To her surprise, as soon as she finished speaking, the deer actually stepped back, obediently bowing its head to exit the feeding cart and standing a short distance away, waiting for her to come down. "Oh my, how incredibly well-behaved," Yumian exclaimed inwardly, marveling at the deer's intelligence and human-like behavior. Even in the role of the director of the research institute, the enigmatic deer Shan Juanji, who was not easily excited, found himself floating on air from a simple compliment of good boy from the beautiful female. His hooves lightly trod on the ground, and his long neck lifted, feeling as though his chest swelled with pride. When he saw Yumian open the cart door and rush towards him, he joyfully bounded forward, lowering his head to nuzzle her face repeatedly. So soft. How could you be so soft and fluffy like cotton candy? At that moment, the deer was enveloped in the enchanting fragrance of the small female, making him feel even more dizzy with delight. He leaned closer to Yumian, pressing against her affectionately, even bending his front legs in eager anticipation to carry the beautiful female on his back across the grassland. "Ah, are you going to carry me?" Yumian exclaimed in shock, her eyes wide and mouth agape in disbelief. If this were Earth, she would have surely wanted to whip out her phone to capture this moment for the world to see. Hearing Yumian's astonishment, the deer gently nodded, persistently nuzzling against her, signaling her to climb onto its back. Oh my, what merit had she earned to reach such a moment? Yumian was enveloped in sheer joy, overwhelmed by this momentous occasion, and vowed to remember it. Wait, can I take a photo now? Just a moment, I'll be quick. As Yumian spoke, she swiftly retrieved her phone from her bag and aimed it at the deer, capturing a snapshot of Shan Juanji's embarrassing past with a click. Had Shan Juanji been in a rational state of mind, he would never have allowed such an occurrence. It was reminiscent of an ideal boyfriend's cooperation. All right. I've taken enough pictures, she exclaimed, snapping a few more photographs. The deer's compliance caused Yumian's cheeks to flush with excitement, her fair skin radiating a soft blush. A dewdrop, seemingly from nowhere, trickled down her smooth forehead, gliding past her delicate nose, rendering her irresistibly charming. The deer deepened its gaze, instinctively swallowing hard. An inexplicable feeling of restlessness and thirst surged from within him. Momentarily confused, the deer shook its head and obediently crouched down again, inviting Yumian to mount. The first time riding on a deer's back, a fall could easily cost half a life. Yumian bit her lips, her heart racing wildly, her focus unwaveringly on the deer's face, ever vigilant of its emotions, cautiously preparing to climb aboard. At that moment, the gates of the sanctuary swung wide open. The golden lion and Black Panther bolted out, their roars echoing across the savannah. The old man is out. Free at last. Damn Shan Juanji, just you wait. I hope you never fall into my hands, or you will see what I can do, came a sinister chuckle. Under the threat posed by Ding and the scolding of Hua Shicheng, the guards could no longer endure. Unable to withstand the pressure, they released the animals the moment the sanctuary gate opened. At that instant, they were as free as fish returning to the sea or birds soaring into the sky. The golden lion and the audacious Black Panther charged towards the grassland. Ding believed he had established a tacit understanding with the beautiful female. Glancing at the sky, though it was still early, he yearned to reach the savannah and await her. As he ran, Ding sensed something amiss. Damn it, why was Shicheng following him so closely? The golden lion abruptly turned its head, glaring fiercely at Shicheng, lowering its forelegs in a menacing posture. Shicheng, are you seeking death? Don't follow me, or I won't hold back. Shicheng was unperturbed. The Black Panther bared its teeth at the golden lion. The savannah is vast. I can run wherever I please. What business is it of yours? If I want to follow you, I will. So what if I do? The beautiful female is not your wife. What's wrong with a little intimacy? A single female should be pursued by countless males. Shicheng was not intimidated. As a top-tier tycoon, he held the economic lifeblood of the empire in his hands, with both the Federation and the Dark Star eyeing him warily. Unless he chose treason, Ding would not easily dispose of him. When that day came, he could simply escape in his private starship. The Hua family possessed their own private army. Establishing a small faction was not out of the question. The Golden Lion, unable to threaten the Black Panther, let out a heavy sigh, sharply turning its head and continuing deeper into the savannah. If Shicheng wanted to follow, so be it. Ding would ensure he witnessed that he was the most beloved furry creature of the beautiful female. Unbeknownst to him, Yumian regarded him merely as a charming creature, devoid of any romantic feelings. Meanwhile, The lovely female was currently perplexed and troubled by the sudden departure of the enigmatic deer. Just a minute ago, the familiar roars of the lion and panther had reverberated across the savannah, successfully rousing the deer from its trance. Infuriated, he trembled with rage. What transpired? What had Yumian done to him? He could not fathom that he would willingly venture onto the savannah and engage in such intimate behavior with an ordinary female. Actions that should only occur between husbands and wives. Shan Juanji was beside himself with indignation. Yet, his superior third-tier mental prowess alerted him that Ding and Hua Shicheng were rapidly approaching. Yumian remained oblivious to the situation. Ding and Hua Shicheng recognized his beast form. Shan Juanji would absolutely not allow himself to be humiliated before these two infatuated individuals. With a powerful kick of his forelegs, he bolted away. Chapter 26. Shan Juanji, the male mistress. Hey, why are you running away? Yumian, who had just raised a leg to climb onto the deer's back, was left bewildered. She watched helplessly as the once compliant deer dashed away. Did it resent her for taking too long with the photos? Such a marvelous opportunity had slipped through her fingers. Who knew when she would encounter such fortune again? Regret washed over her. Had she known, she wouldn't have taken any photos. At that moment, the golden lion and Black Panther, sprinting from the sanctuary, were astonished to see Yumian's figure. It was not yet feeding time, but they could not care less. Perhaps the beautiful female had missed them. They let out joyous roars, their limbs propelling them forward. As Yumian turned to react, she was suddenly tackled to the ground by the golden lion and Black Panther. Ugh, she exclaimed in surprise. The golden lion, controlling its strength, ensured that Yumian was unharmed, instead allowing her to lie on its soft, fluffy belly. What did the soft belly of a golden lion feel like? Yumian finally understood. Soft, incredibly soft. From a distance, it appeared as though the lovely female was cradled in the golden lion's embrace. Ding seized the moment to lick Yumian's face, producing a delightful sound. The Black Panther, not to be outdone, leaned in from behind, nudging Yumian's back with its fluffy head. With a lion in front and a panther behind, Yumian found herself enveloped in a warm, furry embrace. No matter how she turned, she was surrounded by the golden lion and Black Panther. Oh dear, enough. Stop licking. Although her voice pleaded for them to cease, it was laced with sweetness. After some time, the trio finally calmed down from their joyful reunion. Yumian then realized something was amiss. Hadn't the director Shan mentioned a 3 to 4 day confinement for them? How had they been released so soon? It was entirely beyond her expectations. Moreover, she couldn't shake the feeling that the golden lion and Black Panther appeared even fluffier and softer than before. Little did she know, upon hearing Yumian utter Shan Juanji's name, the golden lion and Black Panther were immediately infuriated, their expressions filled with indignation. They opened their mouths and began to roar, forgetting to maintain their facade. Their raw, thunderous roars were a blatant display of their disdain for Shan Juanji, and their claws struck the ground in frustration. They nuzzled Yumian, looking up at her with a pitiful expression. Yumian's heart nearly melted at the sight. All right, I understand. It is entirely Shan Yuanzhang's fault for confining our beloved Bao Bao into Shitzi, isn't it? Shan Yuanzhang is wicked, while the fluffy ones are delightful. Yumian extended her hand, cradling the golden lion and the Black Panther, softly cooing to them. Instantly, the two, Ding Yin and Hua Shicheng, lost in their infatuation, leaned against her, emitting a sticky, agreeable sound. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was observed by the hidden Shan Jun, the elk, not far away. Hearing Yumian's unabashed favoritism, a flicker of displeasure crossed Shan Jun's heart. Upon witnessing the golden lion Ding Yin and Black Panther Hua Shicheng, adorned with expressions of feigned innocence, attempting to exploit their confinement to garner affection from Yumian, his frustration only intensified. In an instant, his breathing grew heavy, catching the attention of Ding Yin and Hua Shicheng. The previously dazed creatures stood alert, suddenly charging towards Shan Jun's concealed position. Tyrant, Black Panther, where are you going? Just moments ago, they were nestled in her embrace, and now they dashed away with fervor. oblivious to the unfolding drama. Yumian rose to her feet and followed closely behind the Golden Lion and Black Panther. The top-tier level 3 beastmen moved with astonishing speed. Almost immediately upon detecting a foreign presence, they reached the vicinity. From Yumian's perspective, she witnessed the two beasts, brimming with ferocity, glaring fiercely at a thicket, continuously emitting low, ominous growls. Was there a dangerous predator lurking nearby? If so, it would be wise not to intrude, lest she hinder the Golden Lion and Black Panther. At that moment, Ding Yin and Hua Shicheng exchanged glances. Ding Yin, shall we charge together? Hua Shicheng, absolutely. In the next instant, the Golden Lion and Black Panther leaped forward, embodying the essence of apex hunters, fearless on the prairie. They vaulted over the thicket, their growls transitioning from warnings to confusion in less than a second. To their astonishment, the area beyond the thicket was empty, devoid of Shan Jun's presence. Huh? Did he misinterpret something? A glimmer of doubt crossed Ding Yin's eyes. When he turned to see Hua Shicheng, equally puzzled, he was certain his instincts had been correct. But why? The two beasts lowered their heads to the ground, sniffing intently, seeking any clues. To their surprise, as they sniffed, Ding Yin discovered a tuft of elk fur upon a green leaf. It was known that within the entire animal protection base, only Shan Jun assumed the form of an elk. Ding Yin narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the fur. Could it be that Shan Jun was abusing his position, using the guise of laboratory research to confine them, surreptitiously approaching the prairie to steal moments with Yumian? This was akin to a man sneaking into his neighbor's home to seduce his attractive wife in the absence of her husband. A surge of anger welled within Ding Yin, feeling provoked. Just then, Yumian, noticing the silence, approached, peering into the thicket. "Tyrant, Black Panther, is everything all right? Do you need assistance?" Upon hearing her call, the Golden Lion swiftly turned, not forgetting to grip the elk fur in his paw, resembling a furious husband confronting his wife over a lover's forgotten item. Chapter 27. Delete the surveillance. A woeful roar resonated across the tranquil prairie, echoing the Golden Lion's grievances. At that moment, the Golden Lion stood before Yumian, attempting to present the found elk fur for her recognition. If Shan Jun had indeed been there, a flicker of rage ignited in the Golden Lion's eyes. He would not let him off easily. However, Yumian, gazing at the aggrieved Golden Lion, tilted her head in confusion. Though she was curious about his distress, she was unable to comprehend his predicament, let alone the conspicuous elk fur that caught Ding Yin's eye. When the Golden Lion presented the fur with his fluffy paw, Yumian could only see the Golden Lion's furry paw. She was entirely oblivious to the trace of elk fur. After some contemplation, a spark of excitement flickered in Yumian's eyes. Could it be that the Golden Lion wished to shake hands with her? Her eyes lit up as she extended her delicate hand to grasp the Golden Lion Ding Yin's paw. "Tyrant, do you wish to shake hands with me? How sweet. Did the laboratory staff teach you this yesterday? Tyrant is so clever, learning so quickly." That wasn't his intention. The Golden Lion screamed internally, nearly unable to contain his desire to speak. "Enough of this. I am the imperial tyrant. Was that scoundrel Shan Jun attempting to seduce you just now?" Yet before he could reveal his identity, Hua Shicheng, the Black Panther, could no longer restrain himself. What was so difficult about shaking hands? Why should Ding Yin receive all the praise and affection from the lovely female? With a swift motion, he pushed the Golden Lion aside and elegantly lifted his forelimb, performing a courteous hand-kissing gesture. His sleek, glossy black fur shimmered under the sunlight, reminiscent of a Western gentleman from ancient Earth. Oh my! As expected, Yumian was instantly captivated by Hua Shicheng's charming display. She obediently extended her hand toward the panther's paw. "How do you know how to do that, Black Panther? You're amazing." Hua Shicheng gently bent down, tenderly kissing the soft, fair skin on the back of her hand. So fragrant, unable to resist. He licked her hand with delight. The next moment, a thunderous roar of a lion reverberated throughout the prairie. "Hua Shicheng, how dare you push me away from Yumian? Are you seeking death?" They bickered, and once again, the Golden Lion and Black Panther were entangled in a fierce struggle. Observers in the laboratory monitoring the surveillance screens couldn't help but sweat in anxiety. Where is Shan Juanji? Someone check if he has arrived. Director Zhao instructed a nearby intern. His Majesty and Hui Shicheng had just been released, and now they were fighting again. If Shan Juanji saw this, a calm, rational voice interjected from behind. Shan Jun's typically cool and composed face appeared before the lab staff. Shan Juanji. Greetings, Director Shan. Good morning, Director Shan. A chorus of greetings filled the laboratory. No one dared to face the young genius occupying the position of the main STARS Research Institute Director without trepidation. Director Zhao, however, looked at Shan Jun with a hint of confusion. Director Shan, where have you been? I sent someone to check your room, but you were not there. He had assumed Shan Jun had arrived at the lab earlier, but he hadn't seen him there. In response to Zhao's inquiry, Shan Jun merely nodded slightly, offering a casual excuse. I was wandering around the animal protection base this morning. Perhaps I just missed you. By the way, how did His Majesty and Hui Shicheng end up being released? Finally, the question had arisen. Director Zhao instantly adopted a serious demeanor. It is, as you know, Director Shan, the temperament of His Majesty. If he does not wish it, no one can confine him. Last night, he and Hui Shicheng had a raucous time, and the guard team was utterly helpless, contacting me to inquire if they could release them. Unable to reach you, I had no choice but to agree first. As soon as the base gates opened this morning, they were set free. A fierce beast thrives in the wild, where it can truly live and feel at ease. Wouldn't you agree, Director Shan? Despite feeling somewhat embarrassed, Director Zhao felt compelled to speak on behalf of Ding Yin and Hui Shicheng. Director Shan Juanji's reaction to his explanation was ambiguous, neither fully believing nor dismissing it. He merely responded nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the monitoring screen, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. So, they went out and ended up fighting again. Cough, cough, cough. Director Zhao cleared his throat awkwardly, forcing an explanation. It was all in jest, merely a playful scuffle. Look, they did not inflict any serious harm, right? Shan Juanji snorted coldly, choosing not to elaborate further. His attention shifted to the laboratory staff who were diligently observing and recording in the lab. He casually inquired, when did everyone arrive? Director Zhao, misunderstanding Shan Juanji's inquiry as dissatisfaction with their work, hurriedly explained, Director Shan, while our lab personnel officially begin work at 9 o'clock, we are all very diligent. Our daily observation records and experimental data reflect our workload. If you are dissatisfied and wish to change the working hours, no need, I was merely asking. Shan Juanji interrupted, having confirmed the answer he sought. As long as no one witnessed him transforming into beast form and being with Yumian, it was sufficient. For reasons unknown, the thought of this matter becoming known to the laboratory staff filled Shan Juanji with an overwhelming sense of shame. He discreetly glanced at the monitoring screen, pondering where the laboratory surveillance archives were stored. He needed to review the situation concerning His Majesty to facilitate further treatment. A perfectly flawless excuse that would raise no suspicions. As soon as Shan Juanji finished speaking, a staff member promptly presented a tablet. Director, this contains all the data and monitoring footage of the animals that have been brought to the animal base since its establishment. Everything is dated, and you can review it at any time. Thank you. Shan Juanji sighed in relief, taking the tablet and immediately delving into his inquiries. Unbeknownst to anyone, while appearing serious and focused, the illustrious Director Shan was stealthily deleting any records of his presence from the surveillance. In the next moment, after Shan Juanji completed his deletions, the audacious voice of Ding Yin resonated. Director Zhao, please send me a copy of the laboratory's monitoring backup. I need to investigate whether Shan Juanji was present on the grassland last night. Is he attempting to seduce Yumian in beast form behind our backs? The golden lion leaned close to the surveillance camera, his majestic mane billowing in the air, his voice tinged with unmistakable jealousy. It seemed that upon confirmation, he would dash out onto the grassland and confront Shan Juanji. In the animal kingdom, males must vanquish their rivals to win the favor of a female. At that moment, Yumian had completed her feeding duties and was leisurely driving the feeding cart back to the base. Ding Yin was unfazed by the possibility of her overhearing the conversation, his golden eyes scrutinizing everyone with a cold gaze. An invisible pressure began to rise within him. Hua Shiqing's voice soon followed. By the way, Director Zhao, did Shan Juanji request the laboratory's monitoring backup from you today? Such matters are most concerning when shrouded in secrecy. If someone were to exploit their position for personal gain, we would remain oblivious. Wouldn't you agree? Hua Shiqing anticipated Shan Juanji's foresight. He did not require direct evidence of Shan Juanji's presence on the grassland. He only needed to know whether Shan Juanji sought access to the laboratory surveillance. Director Zhao was bewildered by the interplay between Ding Yin and Hua Shiqing. The usually aloof Shan Juanji, who had shown no interest in Yumian since their first meeting, could not possibly sneak away to the grassland and engage in intimate behavior with her. Could he? Absolutely not. Director Zhao was the first to shake his head. Thus, in a bid to uphold the reputation of the brilliant researcher Shan Juanji, he shook his head in confusion at Ding Yin and Hua Shiqing's probing questions. What grassland? Director Shan has been in the laboratory reviewing your health data since early this morning. The surveillance has not been tampered with. No one anticipated that Director Zhao would deceive them. Shan Juanji's lips curved into a faint smile. He had foreseen Hua Shiqing's anticipation of his anticipation and found a means to resolve it through Director Zhao. Ding Yin and Hua Shiqing were evidently taken aback by this outcome. The golden lion thumped his paw on the ground and gruffly said, "Let me see the surveillance." "All right, I will send it to your communicator right away." "Your Majesty, please keep an eye out for it." Director Zhao soothed the golden lion to temper his temper. Once the call concluded, Shan Juanji conveniently handed the tablet to Director Zhao. Remaining composed and still exuding an air of cold rationality, he stated, "Director Zhao, please send them the surveillance first. I will look at it later." "Oh." Upon hearing Shan Juanji's words, Director Zhao felt even more moved. "CC, he has stated that Director Shan could never sneak away to the grassland to seduce Yumian in beast form behind our backs. Ugh, what seduction! I have truly been led astray by His Majesty and Mr. Hua." The notion of Shan Juanji, who was so composed and ethereal, being associated with the word seduction was completely absurd. This conviction only strengthened within Director Zhao after he reviewed all the surveillance footage from last night. Director Shan could never do such a thing. Standing at the edge of the experimental table, Shan Juanji imperceptibly sighed in relief. He glanced down at his hands, which he realized had unconsciously clenched into fists, and subtly shook his head. How strange it was that he found himself in such a situation. It was utterly unlike him. Ever since meeting Yumian, things had begun to spiral out of control. Throughout his life, everything had progressed according to plan, step by step. Shan Juanji, who had always prided himself on his rationality and restraint, despised losing control. On the experimental record, the name Yumian was forcibly crossed out with a bold X by the man. In an instant, the sound of tearing paper echoed. The sheet bearing Yumian's name was crumpled into a ball and tossed into the trash bin. It appeared that even someone as calm and composed as Director Shan could experience the urge to tear things apart while conducting experiments. He had always believed such impulses were exclusive to ordinary researchers. Little did he know that Shan Juanji was troubled over a beautiful female. If word got out, it would surely leave many astonished. Shan Juanji resolved to maintain a distance from Yumian, vowing never to engage with someone who seemed to possess an enchanting allure. Unbeknownst to him, Yumian was currently planning to prepare a delicious meal to express her gratitude to Shan Juanji for having released the furry creatures early. In truth, Director Shan was rather amiable, far from the cold exterior he presented to the world. While he professed intentions to confine the golden lion and the Black Panther, he was secretly tending to the wounds of the furry creatures and bathing them. My goodness, the more Yumian contemplated, the more she felt a surge of emotion, especially when she recalled how she had approached Shan Juanji yesterday, full of distrust, seeking to plead for leniency. In an instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Reflecting on the past, I still feel my cheeks flush with embarrassment. I yearn to express my apologies, yet my means are limited. I possess little money and can only prepare some delightful dishes as a small gesture to indulge Ding Shan. As the clock approached noon, signaling the end of the workday in the laboratory, I hurriedly made my way to Dean Shan Juanji's office, carrying a lunchbox. "Hello, Dean Shan, are you inside?" A melodious and gentle voice, familiar yet captivating, resonated. Shan Juanji, engrossed in his experiments, froze momentarily, his hand trembling slightly, nearly causing him to misrecord the data. Dean, it's the feeding attendant, Yumian. The other experimenters in the lab, upon hearing Yumian's well-known voice, were instantly filled with excitement. Their eyes sparkled with surprise, realizing that Dean Shun had a connection with the feeding attendant. At that moment, standing at the door, Yumian continued to articulate her intentions. Dean Shun, I've heard that you have a poor appetite, so I specially prepared some appetizers. Would you be so kind as to try them? The fact that this beautiful young lady could cook was astonishing. The experimenters' eyes widened with enthusiasm as they gazed at Shan Juanji, eager to assist. Dean Shun, let me help you bring it in. Allow me to escort Yumian inside, the experimenter said, stepping forward towards the door. The prospect of a lovely young lady personally delivering food was something no one ever imagined would be turned down. Yet, Shan Juanji did precisely that. Standing before the lab bench, he resolutely closed his eyes, suppressing the urge to step outside and meet Yumian. A cold, detached voice pierced the air. Not seeing her, the experimenter was left in utter bewilderment. However, Yumian remained at the entrance. Shan Juanji raised his gaze, his dark eyes penetrating as he addressed the experimenter with an icy tone. I said, not seeing her. Do you not comprehend? If she wishes to linger at the door, then let her be. Chapter 29. An overwhelming possessiveness. Thus, it was undeniable that Shunin suffered no consequences after consuming that vial of poison. He held it tightly within his grasp. His large, warm hand was at times commanding and forceful, and at other times it bore a playful charm. He gently rubbed it a few times before opening his large suitcase and placing the sealed plastic bag inside. Jiang Tianxiao exhaled a sigh of relief, cautiously approaching to check Yuan Ruo's forehead. Indeed, she was still burning with fever. It was no surprise, given that she had left him damp in this place. Although it was summer, she was inherently a patient. Moreover, the valley was cooler than the outside temperature. The dimly lit room was filled with a heavy scent of medicine. The young gentleman on the bed lay quietly asleep, a smile playing on his lips, his expression peaceful. He appeared hardly like someone on the brink of death, despite all the doctors having condemned him. A middle-aged man, secretly delighted, recognized the extraordinary nature of the Zhentian seal and was instantly consumed by the desire to claim it for himself. The same could be said for Hua Chongshan, who had long suspected the identity of this dragon envoy was dubious. Now, upon hearing Wang Kain's words, he became acutely aware of the implications. The commotion among the demons was growing louder. Even the princess had set her eyes on the pig demon, indicating their hopes were indeed rising. Ruan Muyu was transferred from the neurology department of the hospital to a high-end psychiatric facility on the outskirts, where the environment was serene, nestled by the mountains and waters, ideal for recuperation. Initially, Ruan Jingrue held great hope, believing his sister would regain consciousness. However, halfway through the journey, he suddenly felt a chilling wind sweeping up from the valley, causing him to shudder involuntarily. In that instant, a shadow suddenly surged towards him. During their conversation, the carriage silently exited the city. After traversing merely 10 miles beyond the city gates, Wei Xiang let out a long howl. Accompanying the echo of his call were several riders hastily approaching, along with an empty carriage. At that moment, she was left in shock, not questioning the oddity of the situation. In hindsight, she wondered how she seemed to encounter him wherever she went. Did he possess some supernatural ability? Who was he? He was the prime minister of the court, second only to the emperor, with even the grand tutor being no match for him. For the past few years, he had refrained from making any reckless moves. Chen Rong certainly would not remind him, and Zhao Jun appeared genuinely oblivious. Subsequently, he spent a whole day at the Red Chamber. In such a short span, the price of his camera had doubled, likely due to the arrival of an assistant, prompting him to consider raising the price further. Unexpectedly, Wei Xiang appeared. Hutai was initially stunned but turned pale upon noticing the bloodied long sword in his hand. My father-in-law truly understands me. Zhao Wu thick-skinly interpreted Sun Ying's sarcasm as praise, promptly changing his address to greet her warmly. Although the light in the cave was dim and they were still at a distance, Nailin Yu recognized the figure before her at a glance. The contract resembled an ordinary leasing agreement, yet the profit-sharing clause made her heart sink heavily. Wang Shuai was overwhelmed, unable to swallow or spit out the glass. allowing the blood to flow freely from his mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably. The emaciated old man had rendered them exceedingly powerful, the purple energy that entered their bodies coalescing into pills, signifying their ascendance to the golden core stage. In truth, Liemohan was unaware that her hands trembled. Her body was gradually losing sensation. For cultivators and those with supernatural abilities, the mysteries they held might seem elusive to ordinary individuals, yet for those with some influence, uncovering the truth was not particularly challenging. At this moment, Dongfang Lin sensed two terrifying auras approaching him. Before he could make a decisive move, the banquet hall was already bustling with over a dozen wealthy individuals engaged in a bidding war. In less than 20 seconds, the price of the guitar, initially set at $10,000, skyrocketed to $100,000. Yumian's remark left Lei Qianqian feeling utterly embarrassed, hastily turning away, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Of course, resistance was futile. Who could guarantee safety on the other side of the formation? Zhuo Qiushu stated. Originally, Shun Peng had stipulated that members of the Communist Youth League were only to refer to him as director in public, strictly prohibiting them from addressing him as chairman to avoid unnecessary complications. However, at that moment, it hardly mattered what title was used. With Huang Lao speaking up, Zhou Yixian felt it inappropriate to inquire further, though he applied a bit more force while bandaging the wound. It was through numerous battles that everyone matured, and with the later importation of meditation techniques and advanced weaponry by Liemohan, they leaped to become a world-renowned aviation squadron. This was a black hole of Zhou's own making. Casting him into it was perhaps a fitting resolution for him, was it not? After sharing breakfast, during which they fed each other, Jiang Xinxiu departed for the airport, bound for Shuangzhou City. Chapter 30. He would not eat. He would rather leave his food untouched than allow them to touch it. How peculiar, this Dean Shun. The experimenters, feeling helpless, could only let out a despondent sniff as they forced themselves to ignore the enticing aromas wafting from the lunchbox and continued their work. 10 minutes later, the designated end of the workday finally arrived, and the experimenters in the laboratory could no longer contain themselves, rushing towards the door in a frenzy. Finally, it's time. I'm starving. After bidding farewell to Yu Zhen, Yun Qi descended the mountain. Meanwhile, at Tianjing Peak, Yun was summoned by Qin Yin. For him, in this lifetime, he desired only by way. All else was merely embellishment in his world. Lin Wanwan was startled, hastily rubbing her eyes, realizing that there were no bean buns in sight, but rather she was still in the pond. It turned out she had been dreaming. Observing Qiu Ju's return, Lin Wanwan contemplated teasing her, for this girl had become quite unrestrained after a few days of silence. As she spoke, Lu Feng and Pei Lan simultaneously spat out water, their mouths twitching in disbelief as they stared at Jun Wuxia. In the tranquil confines of the leisurely abode, an abundance of peculiar occurrences unfolded, rendering the addition of yet another inconsequential. With this contemplation, Ruanzai felt an uncontainable excitement swell within her, causing her lips to curl into a smile. At the moment she opened her eyes, Yi Tian and Xiang Tianyu found their hearts lodged in their throats, overwhelmed by an oppressive tension. "Grandfather, I wish to have a word with you," Bai Wei finally uttered, summoning every ounce of courage she possessed. The battle had reached its conclusion, leaving the surrounding prodigies of myriad races in a state of profound shock. The formidable Holy Spirit, capable of transforming into a Zhulong, had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of a young man from the Ren tribe, an outcome that, had it been proposed at the onset, would have been met with disbelief. The nightmare technique, coveted even by the divine through the ages, was an extraordinary path that, once attained, could lead one beyond all laws and doctrines, thus igniting the imagination. The elder known as Ma Yi, whose name was Huan Xian, whispered softly, casting an envious glance at the young man before him. After the casino deducted a 10% fee, Lindong found himself bewildered with an additional 7 million, pondering how to spend such a fortune. "You are aware, aren't you? Has Uncle Long guessed? Is he angry with me? Did he engage in a confrontation with Uncle Qinglong? I wonder which of them would prevail." Li Sanqing muttered a series of inquiries, ultimately lost in his own musings. Su Imo nodded. recognizing that if this theory held true, many questions regarding the apocalyptic illusion could be reasonably elucidated. Yet at that moment, both the elderly man and those lurking in the shadows were once again astounded as a scarlet sword materialized in the hands of the outsider. After an extensive wait, the phone was finally answered, but before Kong Mingda could speak, the voice on the other end uttered a single sentence before hastily hanging up. Upon leaving the inn, Shan Jun and his companion navigated through the intricately convoluted map of the Heilongyu, making their way toward a certain valley. On the surface, these zombies, aside from their pallid skin and lack of body hair, bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to ordinary humans. Moreover, their fundamental attributes of attack, defense, and speed were at least 5 times superior to that of decayed zombies, granting them combat capabilities akin to those of an average soldier. The reason for Kumu Kuhu's companionship was his past encounters with the Tang army. Even in defeat, he possessed some understanding of them. The news of the strange shop's opening was not publicly declared, yet under the covert operations of the Fengyi sect, it spread like wildfire. In a situation where food supplies were ample, the group enjoyed a leisurely excursion akin to traveling through the southern regions, admiring exotic vistas while daily training within the forest, devising strategies to combat the goblin army, and rehearsing plans to support Onlian City, all in a state of blissful relaxation. Chapter 31. Shan Juanji's anger. At this moment, Shan Juanji's expression mirrored the astonishment of Ding Yin and Hua Shicheng when they first tasted the delicacies offered by Yumian. Delicious, delicious. It has been so long since I savored such flavors. How can it be this delightful? Habitually calculating every move, Shan Juanji, the esteemed director, instinctively feared poison. It must be that Yumian had secretly infused some inexplicable toxin into the dishes. The scars of the sword contained Jun Yan's mental energy, now broken and corroded by the laws of dark devouring. Even Jun Yin himself was severely affected, rendered incapable of effective resistance, merely watching as a violet-black claw approached his crown. Xia Shiguang smiled, yet felt that matters were certainly not as straightforward as Liang Yinchuan had suggested. To speak of it, it was more plausible that the Xia group had become notorious in recent years, instilling fear in many. With a gentle parting of her lips, Zella hoped to obtain more valuable intelligence regarding the unknown adversary, although Liemo felt somewhat fatigued by the vast array of alchemical materials. Given that the elixirs produced were not for her own benefit, she dared not refuse, choosing work over the threat of assassination without hesitation. On a desolate island, 2 figures in black robes simultaneously emerged from the void, hovering above the island's center, surveying the scattered debris below. Outside, the 3 families had long been anxiously awaiting their return. Upon seeing them finally emerge, they hastily welcomed their own, inquiring about the delays. Jun Yin was no exception. Huajiu pondered briefly. Prior to Long Jun's inquiry, she had never considered such profound questions. Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, Li Qingyan felt an inexplicable sense of relief and glanced at Chun Hao, agreeing with Lu Yan's assessment. His expression concealed behind a smiling mask. He was acutely aware of the gaze hidden within the creases of his eyes, honing in on his position. Report. The artillery positions have been fully constructed. 152 cannons stand ready at any moment. An officer from the artillery camp rushed to inform Huang Digong and Shang Kashi. Zhang Bin's countenance turned remarkably grave as he focused his thoughts and released his protective barrier. Cheng Shuang's demeanor appeared somewhat rigid, her tone frosty. Yet her gaze remained fixated on Xiao Cheng, eager to discern what distinguished this legendary youth. Within Chun Yuaner, the spirit of Tang Sung resided, guiding her actions. Fully aware that she could not remain concealed indefinitely, as discovery was inevitable. Shang Jingxing's body trembled, invisible ripples emanating around him, first enveloping the Lanshan sect as if searching for something, then extending to the starting city, yet yielding nothing as it continued to spread until halting before a mountain. An hour later, Peng Cheng summoned nearly 1,000 genie Wei, each armed with embroidered spring blades, crossbows, and well-equipped. Huer had long since given up on her, especially after their last parting. He regarded her as a perilous flood, avoiding her at all costs. Listening to their leader's orders, the guardians of the law showed no inclination to linger, hastily exchanging a few blows before retreating alongside Sujin. Chapter 32. Shan Juanji's Night Raid. Due to Yumian's continued absence, Shan Juanji, having miscalculated, remained in a state of discontent even as he lay in bed, eyes closed in slumber. His hands rested on his abdomen, an expression akin to grievance crossing his face. So hungry, after experiencing a delightful meal, his body seemed unable to tolerate the emptiness it once had. Despite having injected energy serum, rendering food unnecessary, he called out, "Come forth, Wind Speed Dog." In the next moment, as the light from the pockball illuminated, Wind Speed Dog, standing 3 meters tall with a striking blue and white form, appeared beside the nobleman. At that time, Luo Tian trembled as he held the Lioli, feeling as if the call was the most profound and purest invocation of life itself. And in the next moment, Lioli shimmered with glistening waves. Uncle 8. Xiao Mingfeng's eyes cleared, halting his steps upon noticing Uncle 8 wounded from an ambush, rushing forward with urgency. However, the attentive Yinner discerned that the master's gaze remained fixated on the elder sister. Yang Jian's consciousness abruptly returned, a faint yet tangible wave of peculiar brain waves emanating. But as soon as it touched the external world, it was compressed by overwhelming pressure back into his mind. Meanwhile, the external pressure gradually diminished, allowing Yang Jian's brain waves to finally expand. Ouch, ouch, it hurts so much. The Taoist turned sideways, reaching behind him. The onlookers finally noticed a strange fish clamped onto the young Taoist's backside, thrashing about incessantly. The next moment, the treasure shot forth by Gilgamesh collided before the nobleman, as if striking an invisible barrier, exploding in a flurry. Should we pursue? Wang Baisha inquired of Qinzi Longyao. Qinzi Lingmeng also turned to Chen Feng, seeking his counsel, just as everyone fixed their gaze on Chen Feng, eager to hear his thoughts. At that moment, a piercing laughter suddenly echoed throughout the entire cave. However, it was customary that the rarely used pistol was not loaded with bullets. Yang Jian merely performed a cursory check, and unsurprisingly, the gun was devoid of ammunition. The two defenders from the national team were utterly powerless against him. They struggled to keep pace with Zhang Yunji's fluid movements, and they were completely unable to counter his feints. Everyone began to discuss what to do next, as it was evident that none wished to depart so easily. The encroachment of the seasoned veteran sent a tremor through Luo Wuxing's body, yet her consciousness forbade such a display of weakness. Having faced death on multiple occasions, she found herself unwilling to capitulate to fate. Thus, she rose from her frailty, determined to survive. The two men opposite her also paused, their expressions shifting upon seeing Su Riao, only to quickly don smiles tinged with awkwardness. "Royale, I didn't expect to see you here," one of the men remarked, casting a glance at Zheng Yinzhong with subtle intent. Although Li Dong was merely in his 20s, having apprenticed since he was 13, he had accumulated over a decade of experience in this field, and thus possessed considerable skill. No man is indifferent to vehicles, particularly those of military design, whose combat and defensive capabilities far surpass those of modified ordinary cars. I firmly believe that Royan's wisdom and benevolence will guide her through calamities to enjoy blessings. Yet Yinzhong's fate remains uncertain. Cheng Dizzy found himself unable to predict his son's future. However, Yuan Tianqing's claim of the presence of a zombie king outside was nothing short of absurd. Did they think they were fools? Even a single king was a rarity. How could there be more than a dozen? Chapter 33. Hua Shiqing's Madness. Arriving neither too early nor too late, but at this very moment. Outside, a squad of guards prepared to breach the door. Inside, Shan Juanji and Yumian exchanged glances. Yumian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, bit her lip, her heart racing as she awaited Shan Juanji's response. Would Director Shan choose to eliminate her to escape the scene? Or, as Yumian's mind raced with chaotic thoughts, she noticed Wuju fearlessly extracting a piece, only to discover that the wall fragments were utterly irregular, seemingly retrieved from the remnants of crumbled structures rather than peeled from the wall. The boy had already entered a voice-changing phase. His raspy tone was rather unappealing, leading him to refrain from speaking in most situations, but before Bai Nuo, he cast aside such concerns. Of course, this was somewhat influenced by the peculiar energy present, as Chen Yu's attack had only delivered half its intended force upon him. Shinto orchestrated sacrificial ceremonies like a star performing on stage, captivating all spirits. Yet those spirit masters who fell one after another faded into obscurity. Perhaps hearing a sound, he turned, his soft hair and exquisite features frozen in an expression of mild anger, captured in Konyuru's eyes. When Wandwood's feet touched the light tower, she found not a passage through but solid steps to tread upon. Had she truly appeared beside him from thin air, Jiang Rue would have recognized her. Yet everything remained unchanged. Gu Xiang seemed still to be absent from this world. Zanlan Lauet Hutiti Li, regarding Bai Jinjia. Old Qin had inquired about her on numerous occasions and had even suggested ways to facilitate their union, treating it as a task to accomplish. Yao Kai appeared fearsome and intimidating, boasting significant combat prowess. Yet in truth, his sharp tongue concealed a tender heart, his danger level rated at merely 1 star. Should Lin Fuer display humility, her left hand would also reveal an exquisite penmanship, rendering their expressions unyieldingly warm. Thus, under the accumulation of his elixirs and guidance, everyone's cultivation and understanding of training significantly improved. Consequently, these individuals became another foundational group for him, aside from Shang Wanxiu Shan. Hu Ku and Fei Nan were truly resolute, brandishing their mountain-cutting blades and charging forth. The mutated cockroaches appeared terrifying, primarily due to psychological effects. As long as they did not form a swarm, they were not particularly difficult to manage. Please pack me in as well, I beg you. If this continued, he would be nauseated to death. According to reports from his subordinates, certain officials in the capital had been threatened and coerced into compliance. Although the specifics of their actions remained vague, the ability to contact such a number of officials indicated that a significant operation was underway. Selecting patrons? Although Xian Mo had never visited such a place, he had heard of it and could recall the meaning of selecting patrons after merely a glance. Dozens of heavy machine guns and high-caliber rifles erupted in a cacophony, sending dust flying, followed by a barrage from the mortar unit that plowed through the enemy's front line, culminating in the winged dragon unit taking to the skies, dropping bombs that detonated across the open ground. Sigh. He resolved to forget the past. As long as she was present, he was certain she would devise ways to earn more, ensuring a good life for their family. Lin Fuer began to strategize, planning to remain in Xinyang town for a while, assess the situation, and then embark on a financial venture. Yes, that was the plan. Unbeknownst to him, the enchanting woman beside him traced her fingers across his heated skin, her mind racing, transforming worries into joy, pondering whether this man was perhaps feeling bashful. The Zidai Shan Jun did not intercept her carriage, undoubtedly due to its affiliation with the Ping and Marquis, as the vehicle bore their insignia, which deterred any hostility. Chapter 34. Countdown half an hour. Wu Song realized he had encountered a fellow townsman from Qinga County. At that moment, his sole focus was on pursuing his brother, unwilling to reveal his whereabouts, so he lowered the brim of his hat, intending to avoid interaction. The old monk shook his head, refraining from mentioning a third condition. As most individuals of the Buddhist order maintained a state of purity, making it challenging for them to articulate demands, as they were largely devoid of desire. In truth, there was no need for such individuals to issue commands. 24 white-clad holy knights had already discreetly infiltrated, openly challenging the church, dismissing its authority. For Westerners, this was heresy, and even if it originated from the East, it could not be easily overlooked. In the blink of an eye, Lie's life points plummeted drastically. Although Nuo and had evaded the mechanical evil dragon's single target kill with teleportation, he could not escape the subsequent evil dragon's fury skill and area damage attack, given his speed. Shen Yaohua did not need to look. Merely sensing the presence of the one gliding past was sufficient to identify the main character. In an instant, a chill and sting enveloped her skin, almost causing her to stumble. Yet in the blink of an eye, a layer of red mist emanated from her heart, swiftly dispelling the darkness. Before Loki could react, Mei charged at him wielding a chakra surgical knife, causing him to retreat in a fluster. Carrying heavy supplies would severely impede the army's progress, and arranging for grain transport could lead to potential starvation. Regardless of the choice made, meticulous planning was essential. Should someone decide to seal off the sect's retreat with formations on a day when they were in a foul mood. The sect would face challenges even more dire than those faced by the dance sect. Zhuang Chun paid little heed to the matter. He did not scrutinize closely, merely finding the question brief and presumably simple, reflecting that old Fu was quite considerate. "Gentlemen, let us proceed inside," the guide urged as Song Jiren hesitated to continue, glancing left and right. Thus, various laws had already taken control of your financial management system, inevitably leading to your New Year's gift demands being reduced to settling debts. "Master, we do not wish to leave here, nor do we wish to part from you," Qinger declared, her words imbued with a hint of resolve. His authoritative shout, intended to convey strength, unexpectedly elicited gazes of pity, mockery, and scorn from those surrounding him, as they regarded him as if he were a fool. As the colossal insect slowly descended, they realized that it was not the insect speaking, but rather a young man with yellow skin seated atop it. If they were to acquire advanced techniques, it would be most advantageous. Once I attained the pinnacle of the ancient deities, I could eliminate them and seize their superior methods, thereby enabling my cultivation to surpass even that of the ancient gods. Their opportunities are also ours. The radiant deity Zeus chuckled. The Feywood forest is a narrow expanse, fraught with disputes among the rugged hills. Some mountains rise into ranges, while others slope into valleys. Traveling east through the Mu-Ho fortress leads to the Moonlight Forest, while heading north leads to the Winter Spring Valley, the path to Mount Hyjal. After speaking, he sat down and began to devour meat voraciously, though his heart bled at the sight. When Shan Yin entered the classroom, a hush fell over the room, and some classmates regarded him with pitying gazes. "Madam, please share what you know with us. We will find our own way to resolve this." I quickly stopped Lu Maozi, fearing that offending this lone glimmer of hope would sever our lead. She understood the reason for the absence of the informant, yet an ominous premonition lingered. Jiang Shimu had only taken a few sips when Lin Jiyan, that foolish girl, downed her drink and promptly fell asleep, transforming what was meant to be a night of conversation into slumber amidst her snores until morning, unperturbed by the commotion. Logically speaking, Jiang Xinmu should have accompanied Yangling, as he was her male partner. Mediocre, ranking third in the world, Jiang Lu feigned humility while secretly boasting. The raucous voice of the ruffian was notably high-pitched, drawing the attention of many. The two quietly unlatched the door and slipped out, closing it behind them. Once on the street, they oriented themselves and headed toward the western city gate. Although Kong Mang had restored his inner world, his original nascent soul dissipated, and it was uncertain how much time and effort it would take to recover. Among the powerful in the southern region, there were many masters and grandmasters. However, not long ago, several grandmasters were ambushed and injured by the water mirror martial sage, rendering most of these adept fighters incapable of entering the battlefield. In contrast, the western region was notably different, with a clear abundance of masters and grandmasters. Chapter 35. The Golden Lion Emperor's Star takes flight. A clear and resolute voice echoed throughout the experimental hall. Those amber eyes quietly observed Shan Juanji, reflecting his tall figure. Shan Juanji recalled that Director Zhao had mentioned that Yumian was unaware that the animals in the base were all favored by the Empire's elite. She simply had an affinity for small creatures, drawn to their fluffiness. Thus, his actions would likely be perceived by this enchanting young female as something quite different. Lanhe, upon hearing her words, silently repeated her name several times and caught up with her as they walked towards the long staircase together. Atop Phoenix Mountain, Being Sha Ji Ziming had exchanged blows over 100 times, each strike astonishing. One was deemed invincible among peers, having one foot in the realm of divine beings. The other possessed numerous esoteric arts, capable of reversing the innate order. The two battled fiercely amidst the torrential rain on the mountain. Soul? Baki found it laughable, but refrained from arguing with Usopp, knowing that awakening Qing Ji, that calamity, would not bode well. The clan leader showed utmost reverence toward the Jade Emperor, lacking the demeanor expected of a powerful being. Brother Nine, what we have created should be considered a bomb, right? After a lengthy pause, Mi Bauer timidly tugged at Lao Jio's sleeve. According to the goblins, the mountain elves were wise, powerful, yet not bloodthirsty. Fang Zong chuckled knowingly, patting his shoulder before departing. He deliberately did not accompany us, heading to the hotel first. Honestly, they only know how to command others. Boys are truly disgusting. Who knows what they will concoct this time? Perona complained. Yet her hands did not falter as she released a ghost that passed through the body of the Foxfire Genway man. Amidst the turmoil, remained unfazed, standing elegantly while waving his arms like a conductor leading an uninterruptible concerto. If a cultivator at the 300 or 500 level were to arrive, he felt he might as well choose to perish. In Liu Bei's eyes, as the spirit stone Ling Tai spilled the contents of the storage bag. Aside from a few stones imbued with spiritual energy, only 2 remnants remained. Observing Jiang Qinyu and Jiang Yingxue engaged in idle chatter, Lin Xian wore a pained expression, realizing misfortune awaited him. Li Ting appeared even worse, her hair disheveled, her clothing torn, revealing pink lingerie with 1 shoe missing. The Holy Clan evoked a profound sense of trepidation among the realms, as historical accounts depicted them as overwhelmingly powerful, leaving the realms appearing quite beleaguered under their dominance. The ecology of Beast Fuo Mountain was harsh, with complex terrain and rampant beasts. Those who ventured deep into it faced great peril in returning unscathed. Everyone considered this, knowing that to become a dimensional trader required a certain level of intellect. Thus, many who were unaccustomed to technological weapons were familiarizing themselves with their arms. The 2 teams that had secured spots in the finals appeared on stage to a thunderous applause. Lin Tong gleefully watched as the man dragged his inept brother away, striding confidently into the Qian family estate. "Don't worry, I've got the butterfly void system covered," she reassured. "I've already made a move. I realized you were a peculiar creature and could not act against you. Seeing how wealthy you are, perhaps I could join you." Today's performance was crucial, as its quality would directly impact the final presentation of the film. Chapter 36. The Golden Lion leads the way, cold and rational as Shan Juanji was. He momentarily found himself at a loss when faced with such a decisive moment. Ding Yin was not a solitary figure. Behind him stood the embodiment of the Empire's utmost power. Should he perish, the ensuing struggle for the throne would claim countless lives. The Federation and Dark Forces were no pushovers, unwilling to merely watch as the Empire resolved this matter and proceeded with their offensive. At this moment, she paused slightly, immediately recalling Qiao Sherman, who had been bound in a foam mountain by the Four Winds' scenic moon the previous day. Once again seated in a carriage with by Li Wuqing, Yu Weiyin felt an omnipresent pressure. In the vast mountains, there was certainly more than just the salt caves inhabited. Zhu knew of a settlement that could barely be deemed a village several miles away, and in another direction, there was a mountain deity temple where outlaws often gathered, not to mention the diverse individuals who ventured into the mountains to hunt or gather herbs. Rest assured, Binger, I will not overstep. Shang Wanfei's face brightened with a smile. Xing Tianyu hesitantly opened his travel case, and just as the security personnel leaned in to inspect it, he abruptly lowered his sunglasses, focusing intently on the individual before him, activating his soul-capturing gaze. Yuro twitched her lips. While she appreciated his words, she wished he wouldn't adopt such a sentimental demeanor, as it made her uncomfortable. What a coincidence! To reach Baiyun Temple, we must first go to Baiyun Ferry, which is my hometown. I will go there as well. Shall we go together? Zhu Lin suggested. After killing Li Yi, Zhu Wen falsely proclaimed a decree declaring the newly 13-year-old Li Ji as the crown prince, subsequently taking the throne before the coffin. Ba, esteemed patrons, it is late, and Yiji Temple does not receive any incense offerings at this hour. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Even though one might have once perceived Si Feng Bei Ling as a capricious individual, upon understanding his genuine feelings for her, it became inconceivable to deceive him. The true value lies in the meticulous concoction of magical potions. In this era, where transportation and commerce are still underdeveloped, many minerals or unique local specialties are not only exorbitantly priced, but some are entirely unavailable for purchase. Upon hearing such a description, Chu Tiangui nearly fainted, interpreting the situation as a prospective Jinshur has been harmed, suggesting that someone covets his position, leading to his demise. The powerful are not entirely devoid of empathy for casualties. How could a leader expect followers to remain loyal after witnessing their demise in a perilous venture? Reflecting on the comments from netizens, I recalled that after finalizing the live broadcast location, I merely informed Shiguo and Min Lan, neglecting to mention it to the viewers. Moreover, the underbelly of Inshao Jicheng is rife with gangs, thieves, pirates, enforcers, sailors, and even nobles, who often prefer to dispose of bodies directly into the vast underground river, thus creating optimal conditions for the proliferation of water ghosts. Deng Xi's visage transformed. Although he was still a man in his 50s, his countenance morphed entirely. Zheng Chunheng reclined on the opposite sofa, gazing through the window at the fiery red maples of the forest. A gentle breeze whispered by, sending crimson leaves fluttering like vibrant butterflies dancing in the wind. As Jiang Shao spoke, the entire chaotic continent suddenly quaked violently. He lifted his gaze towards the heavens, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. As his formidable spiritual power pierced through the firmament of the chaotic continent, peering into the depths of chaos. Chapter 37. The Panther's Woundhong. You noticed that indeed someone had reserved Chun Hui Lu, prompting him to consider leaving, adhering to the principle of first come, first served, ensuring that Uncle Shui would still have business opportunities. Scoundrel rogue Li, though possessing commendable skills and strength, paled in comparison to Lu Qing, and to break free from his grasp would be an arduous task. Perhaps only a handful could achieve it. Thus she surrendered to his whims. Yang Yifeng was no fool. Blood Murder deliberately exposed numerous vulnerabilities, intending to exchange injury for injury while wielding the surest secret technique. Understanding Blood Murder, Yang Yifeng would not fall for the ruse. Thus he ignored the apparent openings and pursued the Yuan Tu in Blood Murder's hand, engaging in a display of marksmanship. Liu Baisu had just inquired if they were willing to submit, and upon their acquiescence, he countered that they ought to refuse. This figure was merely a shadow. If encountered by chance, it would be nearly undetectable, seated behind the soul of heaven's path, resembling its shadow. At first glance, it was utterly spine-chilling. A soul possesses a shadow. The selection of horses, their daily care, hiring of riders, and preparations for long-distance transport all necessitate funds. Any oversight in these matters could impact the race results. For instance, should Shirley infiltrate the Federal Bureau of Investigation's internal network, he would inevitably face counter-tracking efforts, and the force behind such measures would be formidable. The shadow continually morphed, as if countless vengeful spirits wrestled within, grotesque faces and handprints emerging from the dark mist. The Black Sorcerer, unperturbed, directed a cold huff towards the Tian Xiandao run, summoning Hua Tong Ming with a flicker of light from his hand, while addressing Deng Mu Chong and Deng Yunfei, who would have known that others were plotting against him. It truly baffled me why Mayor Jierer and his contemporaries placed such unwavering confidence in entrusting the future of the entire town to me, seemingly unafraid of my potential misguidance. Those nearby sensed her inner turmoil. Indeed, during their years of marriage, Fu Jincheng had never strayed, treating her well and always siding with her, which only compounded her confusion, blinding her to his true nature. Her complete focus was on Shan Huan's face, her eyes widening slightly, a hint of amusement surfacing. The black-red lava flowed within the volcano, painting a scene of terror, for as the magma surged, surrounding spaces began to liquefy and cascade downwards. Gu Yinyin informed He Yun of Xiao Li's friend, deciding to set aside the matter until the weekend. And Muhan's expression darkened. She had unwittingly touched upon a sensitive topic, as she was indeed with child, yet it was not He Chong-Yu's. Although He Chong-Yu had always wished to raise it as his own. Who could say? Lin Mu feigned indifference, internally vexed and anxious that Gao Yunjin might detect something, prompting her to sneak away. Gu Yinyin pouted, observing the additional dishes in her bowl, and offered a pair of chopsticks with his favorite fish pieces to Su Jinyan. Upon closer inspection, Gu Yinyin confirmed the presence of that golden rooftop, though the distance rendered it nearly indistinguishable. Tong In felt a warmth in her heart. From the moment she began her internship at Dao Sun, Jerry had been like a sturdy ladder, guiding her upward step by step, never allowing her to fear a fall. For she knew a pair of strong hands were always there to protect her. Ling Hu Qianxiu's welcoming banquet was held at Minghua Palace, where the group engaged in harmonious conversation, discussing attire, weather, and others along the way. Wanshi received news that might be of use to the Empress and the Crown Prince. Wanshi knelt in respect. The Major felt somewhat awkward waving his hand, but with his smile, he seemed pleased with our performance, alleviating our earlier nerves with his amiable demeanor. Wang Yu's journey to Yunwu Mountains saw him scour the ridges without sighting the fabled Ziyang grass. Fortunately, he was well prepared, having narrowly escaped several dangers, leading him to adopt a more indifferent attitude towards life and death, although thoughts of his elder brother suffering daily from pain weighed heavily on his heart. In the vehicle, Nalan may still felt somewhat shaken. The events of this evening were far more exhilarating than a Hollywood blockbuster. Yet, as thrilling as it was, it had tested her endurance to the limit. After spending more than half an hour in the Xian Yuan Fu Jing, she noticed Yin Li's complexion had improved considerably, prompting her to recite a mantra and lead the two out. Generally, when Ouyang He Yao spoke of distant lands, he referred to places inaccessible to the people of this world or even to another realm altogether. Wolves are aggressive, yet possess an awareness of good and evil. If one were to flee in panic, calling for help, they would undoubtedly pursue and devour you without hesitation. But if one stands their ground, the wolves, unable to gauge your intentions, may refrain from attacking. Shadows, observe the shadow beneath your feet. Zhao Xiaolong had also sustained injuries, pain evident on his face. Such is humanity. In one moment, brothers may share life and death, and in the next, one may betray the other with a knife in the back. The phrase "one must look out for oneself" aptly encapsulated the suffocating tension in the room. The flickering flames illuminated the altar as Shi Menjing approached, examining the murals above. The artwork bore the marks of antiquity, reminiscent of styles from the Yuan and Ming dynasties, with the figures having severely deteriorated, leaving only a vague impression. Initially, when Sister Luo informed me that he was a Ritter-Ni, I felt little stirring within. Deep down, I suspected he might be a second-generation heir lacking genuine substance. Chapter 38. Shan Juanji changes his mind. It turns out that there are indeed those who, in his moments of madness, would dare to approach him without regard for their own safety. In reality, madness inflicts mental anguish, plunging individuals into insanity. However, they're top tier. Grade 3 talents allow them to forcibly suppress the urge to engage in frenzied slaughter. Yet, no one would believe they could truly achieve this. Otherwise, he and Ding Yin would not have been present at the animal protection base. As the others gathered in a circle, they simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy, weaving it into a protective net around the divine one's spiritual sea. Zhu Tai, Xie Guang, Zhong had not stepped onto the battlefield since arriving at Benwan, as he was solely responsible for kitchen affairs. It was due to his exceptional culinary skills that he could thrive in Benwan. However, being a blade, yet unable to fight, he found himself lamenting as he dealt daily with the mundane tasks of cooking. What vampires? Why was she a vampire? Furthermore, why was there such a potent scent of blood outside? She felt ravenous. The smell of blood was becoming unbearable. The three sects, Mei Hua Cheng, Xian Yin Cheng, and Chan Si Dao, that had not participated in battle were now unable to resist charging in, engaging in a frenzied melee. At this moment, Su Yao noticed Lu Li Cheng approaching from afar. He gently draped his arm over her shoulder with concern, furrowing his brow and asking, "What troubles you? Did Fei upset you again?" Tang Fan cast a curious glance at Su Hao, an expression of mockery forming on his face, but before he could display it, his eyes widened, becoming the second Su Hao. After chatting for a while, Su Chan rose to take his leave, with Yao Yu asking Yao Zhiqing to escort him. The young master scoffed and prepared to speak, yet was silenced by his mother's cold glare, though he continued to mock Sun Wan and Fan Yin. He had always considered the He family his responsibility. Had they not sought to ally with him, such matters would not have arisen. When they heard the news that Qin Yu had secured the final victory and was about to ascend to the throne, the direction in which Xiao Tian Shan departed filled Shui Wu's eyes with a crimson glint, a dense aura of malice emanating from within him, lingering ominously. Upon hearing the word "like," her eyes widened in astonishment, staring blankly as the tumultuous emotions within her began to settle, prompting her to ponder the meaning of that term. How about we invite President Jiang from the Industrial and Commercial Bank to discuss this together? Sugestet yang guang yao. It seemed that there were indeed issues at the old customer side that resulted in his significant transformation. Unfazed by their indifference, he led them into a private elevator, ascending directly to their reserved room. Shen Kongning was aware of the Sheng Shi Hao Ting, but the exclusivity of this place made him hesitant to enter without a membership card. Yet now he had the opportunity, though his spirits were low. Although Wei Buzheng was not a teacher at Heifeng Academy, he still had intricate ties with it. Thus he held some belief in the prophecy. Even when I entered the academy at over 20 years old with no strength, he still had faith. Chapter 39. Yumian, I am not cold-blooded and heartless. Shan Juanji suddenly appeared on the scene. The hesitant guards immediately began to follow orders. Regardless of what occurred, they had Shen Yuanzhang and his majesty to bear the brunt. Come, quickly, lower the rope. Let us lower it first. Yumian, you go up first, and we will figure out how to get the Black Panther up afterward, all right? What was sure, Chung goes berserk again. After the dining knife vanished, Akuo fixed his gaze on Min Luo, wary of further incidents. Unexpectedly, as he stared unblinkingly, the dining knife reappeared in his hand. Each time the knife vanished and reappeared, Min Luo remained motionless. All right, since the child has spoken, there is no need for you to explain further, Teacher Ning. Continuing would only make me seem ungrateful, said Teacher Wang, regarding Ning Jingyu with disdain before dragging away the onlookers to his office. Some time later, in a heavy atmosphere, the operating room door swung open as a nurse wheeled out a surgical bed on wheels. From the moment he disembarked the plane, Min Luo had grown increasingly anxious, glancing at his watch every few minutes. Akuo understood that the boundaries of their world were about to close, and Victor would not allow them to pass through this final stretch without complications. The more critical the moment, the more likely unexpected events would occur. Lu Kongyong grasped the implications of Yi Zhen's words and realized his own remarks may have been indiscreet, fearing embarrassment. Indeed, Yi Zhen's face wore a mocking smile, openly revealing her disdain to Lu Kongyong. Yifu, let us go see Ziheng. Lu Jianyin, ever generous and bold, approached Xin Yifu without hesitation, entering the hospital and greeting her warmly. It was remarkable how she maintained her composure, her expression steady from preparing breakfast to serving it at the table. This matter need not be discussed further. Our stance is clear. Who is Zheng Zhurun? Let him reincarnate. He is unworthy of Qin Yang, Mrs. Song remarked, suggesting she should maintain some dignity given her age. Lu Luo chuckled, leading Gu Yin Su away, while Zhang Zhao pulled by Yu Tang along. For Yin Qi Shi, her kneeling was worthwhile, as it led her to meet Ling Lan afterward. In the demon realm, on the battlefield, the Black Tiger Emperor Di Shi Tian had just slain the Qitian demon emperor of the divine and demonic lineage, only to be swiftly suppressed by the demon emperor's father. Trapped beneath the earth of the demon realm, the tribesmen of the Jiuli tribe dared not defy Qi Yu, who radiated a fierce and tyrannical aura, instilling fear in anyone who interacted with him. Upon hearing such words, the two physicians behind Song Tai exchanged anxious glances at the gathered citizens. Although he wished to confront him, the sight of his face quelled any desire for reproach. The situation had escalated. Nearby, Qian He, amidst the crisis, could not resist delivering a deadpan joke, then produced a fine cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with Fiona's birthday gift, savoring a slow drag. Xiexi Fura, Xin Yunxi. Black Panther confrontation. At that moment, what did he truly mean by that? The beautiful young female's brow furrowed tightly. Was he attempting to explain something to her? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yumian quickly shook her head. How could the aloof and rational Shan Yuanzhang take the time to clarify anything for her? Hearing Xue Qing's melodious voice from outside, Xue Fu Ren's eyes brightened. Even the jade-like youth wore a gentle smile. Nie Rongzhen, clad in a pure white hoodie and jeans, with slippers on, wore an insidious smile, resembling a delicate youth. Her previous dreams had been shattered by the mournful sounds in the courtyard. Fortunately, it was merely Feng Shishi, for had it been anyone else, her morning irritability would have led her to tear apart the intruder of her dreams. In the car, Xiaohan had already noticed Xiao Hua's odd expression. suspecting he was quite worn out from recent events. Yin had heard some whispers of the unfolding situation, given the complexity of the matters at hand. It was best not to complicate things further, and self-sufficiency would be ideal. Xiaohua's tenure as CEO had not been smooth. He had learned about this predicament a few days prior, but had not anticipated it escalating to this extent. Her enmity with Jiang Yu ran deep, yet curiously. Every time Jiang Yu stirred up trouble, invariably backfired. Emoji Hua's probing gaze swept across the surroundings, landing on an object resembling a letter on the table. Much like his father, Wan Lin, a favored child of destiny, yet regrettably, Wan Lin's fate did not mirror that of his son. On the human face, a rare display of fragility and exhaustion, coupled with repressed resentment, stirred a pang of sympathy within Qin Chuan. The absorption of Hong Meng's aura stemmed from the trace of the great Tao, which was inscribed within his body during his time in the Hong Meng secret realm. The 4 grand perfectionists did not persist for long. Merely 2 incense sticks later, all 4 were slain. In the Eastern realm, 14 grand perfectionists remained, while the Eastern king stood unmoving, exuding an air of indifference. When his gaze shifted to the side, he caught sight of Gu Xinghai, who regarded him with a mocking expression. Taking a deep breath, he once again struck the barrier, this time unleashing his full strength. Zhong Liwushuang respectfully greeted the 5 elder beings. Under Fang Yi's covert suggestion, Zhong Liwushuang hurriedly approached to pay his respects to the 5 divine beasts. Tang Yu came to realize that Yu Cheng-ing was indeed reveling in his embarrassment. Fully aware of the habits of the CI Shu tribe, yet choosing not to disclose them, leading to his significant humiliation. Unexpectedly, he was seen through at a glance by the senior Serpent Demon King. In truth, I, along with Hao Shuang and the others, came here primarily to seek assistance from the Elder He by Shuang Shi, but I also wish to meet the Serpent Demon King, Yifeng sheepishly remarked. Sha and crossed his legs, his gaze unfriendly. Although the presence of the 24 mechas towing over 1,000 individuals from various factions corroborated Zhuge Wan's claims, he still found it hard to accept not witnessing Liemohan display his prowess firsthand. In Chapter 41, titled Black Panther's Whining, Hua, Shi Cheng, and Shan Jun exchanged glances across the void, both exuding an unwavering defiance and dissatisfaction. Yumian remained oblivious to this, her concerned gaze fixed on the Black Panther's bandaged wounds as it conversed with the attending physician. Doctor, will the injuries to the Black Panther's limbs leave any lasting repercussions? For instance, will it affect its hunting capabilities? Such matters were not uncommon for individuals from prominent families. The man bore several gruesome scars on his back, with a halo of sacred flames flickering above his head, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment. The future of Li Ho is a matter for another time. Presently, the Zhang family embodies the greatest mediocrity in Hongua. This state of limbo may allow the Zhang family to share the blame with the king of Han, or perhaps even surpass him in culpability. His imposing presence emanated a terrifying aura, silencing all in attendance. The words of the immortal were indeed accurate, prompting Chun Meng Fu to break into a rueful smile. At that moment, Chun Ba Huang fell into a daze, as if he could not control his own body. A casual act of encouragement on his part inadvertently birthed wildly erroneous deductions from the high priest. Despite the assertion of detachment, it was akin to the disingenuousness observed in the Northeast, a mere fade of self-restraint. Remaining vigilant, Gue Deng King Yu maintained a defensive stance, scanning the surroundings for any traces of Uchiha Itachi's past presence. "Are you a relative of Zhang Zifeng?" inquired a trainee police officer, as the magnitude of the incident prompted the police station to mobilize extensively. In a moment of disorientation, Fan Dao Shou lost his balance just as clarity returned. Seated upon the throne, the king of the Corpse Kingdom, Nan Gongjin, was taken aback when Shun Changfeng launched an attack on Feng Tian. Rising swiftly, he leaped toward Shun Changfeng, aiming a palm strike at his back. Chapter 42, titled Tyrant's Reputation at Stake, depicted Shan Juanji as both amused and exasperated. In his lucid state, he would never again engage in the reckless act of barging into a female's chamber. There was no need for Yumian to harbor such defenses against him. The true threat lay with the cursed Black Panther. Shan Juanji felt a wave of frustration wash over him, though he swallowed his discontent in silence. Jiang Lai Chun initially stood in shock, passively accepting her kiss. But upon regaining his composure, he enveloped her soft form in his embrace, reciprocating her affection. Atop the volcanic peak, their passionate kiss lingered like molten lava. Bing Jie smiled softly, and when Han Lang urged her to open her eyes, she found a tear peony delicately clutched in his hand, filling her with delight. Was it she who orchestrated the scheme against the Ziyu family? Or was it Song Yun, she who ensnared her in a trap? Approximately half a month later, Jiang Lai Chen's strength was finally restored to its former state. Yet, attempting to transcend the pinnacle of his abilities would not be a trivial endeavor, and he dared not attempt it hastily. Since childhood, he had journeyed far and wide to complete missions, leaving little time for rest. Ironically, these past few days have been relatively peaceful. The pressure of his thumbnail digging into his index finger restored some clarity to his mind, prompting him to reflect on the increasingly profound abilities of the enchanting entity. Boom! No one held back. They were not particularly acquainted with Lin Yu and thus showed no concern for his survival, launching a frenzied assault on his body. The dwarf blacksmith was indeed a diligent worker, as thus far I had scarcely witnessed him take a break, tirelessly hammering away at the forge. This was the original visage of the continent, which is now transformed into its current state. Kelly's hand swept across the stone, switching to a new map. Excellent eyesight. Let's see how you obstruct this. I have long concealed this ghostly warrior outside. While conversing with you, I summoned him forth, Zheng Shuang scoffed. Eventually, her thoughts began to scatter, and she found it utterly appalling that he would feign civility at such a moment, exhibiting an unparalleled degree of hypocrisy. Only much later did she learn that he had apologized, adhering to others' demands verbatim, even mimicking the bowing angle as requested, disregarding his own status and dignity. Contrary to Wu Jin's expectations, the area behind the giant was illuminated by a radiant sunshine, an untouched sanctuary that Guiya had not depicted. Disappointingly, both the Shao Shadow Emperor and his assistant displayed indifference, as if this matter were of little consequence. Alas, do you truly not trust me? I have accompanied you in research for quite some time. Bai Chun, you exclaimed. Huaizhen clenched her fists, feeling icy and devoid of sensation. She did not weep, nor did she feel particularly sorrowful. Instead, she felt a sense of disappointment in herself. Let us depart. Yifeng waved his sleeve, and the still writhing body of Lei Wang was captured into the Tian Shenin. Subsequently, the souls of Yifeng and the others transformed into flowing light and surged downward. Meanwhile, the Grand Star Formation within the volcanic crater of Hua Yu is already in a perilous state. Su Wushuang arrived at the Shengshi Entertainment Group, took a deep breath while gazing at the signboard, and walked directly inside. He greeted the receptionist with a smile and a wave before heading straight to the elevator. In Chapter 43, Shan Juanji's grip tightened as he observed the private guards exchanging glances, all falling under the watchful eyes of the Golden Lion. Ding Yin was practically fuming. Although he harbored some feelings for Yumian, tonight he merely wished to surprise the little female. He was innocent. The Golden Lion turned, looking pitifully at Yumian, its amber eyes filled with anxiety and concern. Unbeknownst to them, while they conversed, the gazes of others upon them were decidedly peculiar. At that moment, Qi Dongxiao, completely captivated, set down his utensils, shifted his body, and intently watched the news looping on the television. Just then, Gongli noticed a light on the sea, rapidly approaching them. Upon hearing Luo Qingya curse, the man in the black robe momentarily appeared dazed. Clad in a dark gold cloud-patterned robe, his cold and rebellious aura was accentuated, and his exceptionally handsome face bore an expressionless countenance, his emerald eyes coldly fixed on her. However, not far off, Luo Qingya and Yu Qinjue heard a familiar voice from behind, grumbling incessantly. It would be impossible not to feel moved. Luo Yuehua couldn't fathom why the esteemed Jia family treated her with such kindness, even lowering themselves to preserve her dignity. They had developed a dependency on Li Tuanjia, a situation he was most reluctant to witness. The four individuals in the room exchanged glances, perplexed at how the captain of the spaceship had arrived, given that they were still days away from their destination. Was it due to the fact that he had cooked in the living room? Seeing this, Dong Heng exchanged a glance, and Zheng and over a dozen others began tossing spirit stones into the bone-eroding divine wind array, all of them being high-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, Li Tianjiang felt a chill in his heart, and his murderous intent towards Dong Heng reached an unprecedented level. He was suddenly shocked to find that the fortress behind him had been reduced to ruins, with crossbows and other equipment scattered in the air. Just as the enemy was about to open fire, Yao Si bit her lip, prepared to fight back, convinced that she would not perish. The Blood Buddha army had already appeared at the edge of the star system. At this distance, Yang Zixuan, relying on the spirit of Lin Jie, could vaguely sense the presence of the Blood Buddha army. Luo Zhengjiang, you ought to understand that making false police reports is illegal. If we arrive and nothing has occurred, I will have to detain you, Mob Watching tentatively remarked. Regarding today's affair, she felt she lacked the authority to judge, but she was well aware that the first madam had gone too far. She directly pointed to the original 3-star area, and the screen promptly shifted to display the navigation initiation, accompanied by a gentle voice. Suddenly, it transformed into a massive azure serpent, resembling an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the nostrils of the elephant beast. Lu Qing waited at the dock for half an hour, observing a passenger ship approaching, trailing the remnants of sunset. The young man standing at the bow was indeed Yi Luan. He placed a few bones with meat into the pot to serve as the base, adding scallions, ginger, garlic, and spices, followed by a splash of fruit wine. Was it possible that some ancient disciple had descended to the lower realms, leaving such treasures behind on the Tianwu continent? Or had they even retained their lives? With this thought, Guya felt a sense of balance. It seemed she was not the most unfortunate one, as there were plenty of others who were equally ill-fated. In Chapter 44, Shan Juanji's lips curled into a mischievous arc as he raised a hand to greet Hobi Shurqing. Hello. The smile that had just appeared on the face of the Black Panther froze instantly. Damn it, how could it be Shan Juanji? In front of someone he despised. Revealing the clingy demeanor he had just displayed felt akin to performing his most embarrassing moments in public. Hua, Shurqing gritted his teeth, wishing to bite Shan Juanji, to see if he would dare again. Moments later, several demon kings from more distant territories began to fly in, some even from beyond the eastern region, arriving nonetheless. During the life-and-death crisis, he had not had the luxury to ponder such matters, but now he felt a wave of nausea, wanting to retch, though he suppressed it, fearing that if he opened his mouth, the snakes would crawl into his stomach. Father Dai racked his brains. As his mind settled, the peculiar huffing sound echoed again. Iron, I cannot care less. I've prepared for the worst. But you are different. You still wish to serve your master, Tai Xingyun said coldly. The atmosphere among those present shifted palpably, a sensation of impending collapse and soul-shaking dread as both sides exuded formidable pressure, instilling genuine fear. After all, no one had anticipated that a talent selection event for sweet potatoes would attract someone as distinguished as Han Dang. Sato, where did the people from the Shura sect go? Yamamoto, they've already left Shanghai, and young Master Mi departed with them. Sato was discussing matters pertaining to the bone glue with Shura, yet the Shura sect had left before anything was finalized. Who could he turn to now? Let us treat them as revolutionary insurgents. If they identify us, they will not waste time with us, the man in black confidently explained. Considering the 13 imperial realms corresponding to the vast world in his grasp, and knowing that the more territory he occupied, the stronger his sense power would become, Wu Tian resolved to explore this chaotic world. All right, let us together dazzle her. Mo Jingran gazed at her mischievous smile, feeling a sense of helplessness. To say it was merely the absence of a nurse would not warrant such a drastic reaction. The crucial point was the significant sacrifice made in the collaboration between Zhu Sha and Moz. Hua Luo observed him as if he had just told a joke, while Tian Shi, Bai Mu, and Mei Kong obediently stood aside, eavesdropping on the gossip. This time, with such an unexpected turn of events, Di was most worried about frightening the two. Jinxing was already 9 years old and had trained with her in the deep mountains of the southwest, displaying remarkable composure. Di was not concerned about him. His appearance was that of an ordinary human, starkly contrasting with the so-called four-eyed king, a creature possessing human genes, yet not truly human. Ever since that incident, Rong Liang had come to realize that although Bing Qing appeared indifferent to everything, she held everything firmly in her grasp. That was her true strength. Her implication was that the animated erotic paintings had yet to be unveiled. They were merely disheveled and teasingly posed. The gaze that pierced through Hussein Yang and Tai Lao felt like a dagger thrust into their hearts. Not merely a collection of game data, but their very selves seated in the control room. Fu Jinye's long fingers brushed through her hair, gently lifting her chin with a tender grip. This exchange fell upon Jiang Qian's ears, exuding an unmistakable flirtatious undertone as he watched the two with a bemused expression. In Chapter 45, Shan Juanji was indeed unwell. The following day, after Yumian successfully fed the Golden Lion and Black Panther their breakfast, she received exhilarating news. Yumian, as the caretaker for the Black Panther and Golden Lion, you have been granted special permission to relocate to the villa within the base. The space there is more ample, accommodating you, the Golden Lion, and the Black Panther more comfortably. What? S eyes widened as Zhang Jie said, "Brothers, please take your seats. The reason for gathering you today is to discuss a matter of great significance. As you all know, the purpose of your extensive training is to embark on a journey across the seas in search of food seeds. This matter must remain confidential. Do not speak of it to anyone else. Understand that when a normal person hears of a reward, their initial reaction is joy, followed by disbelief, and ultimately, overwhelming delight. Last night, upon receiving the news of his dismissal, he intended to seek counsel from his brother, who is stationed at the police station. However, the gravity of his brother's work led to a swift rejection of his plea. Just as he was at a loss for words, Qian Mani appeared before him. With a thunderous crash, the colossal hand of the sea forest was shattered by a gigantic wave, and the ensuing shockwave swept through the entire Didan city, causing numerous spatial rifts and collapsing buildings. At this juncture, Fang Qingxue could no longer suppress her tears. Li Chunfeng embraced her, recognizing that her emotional release was entirely justified in that moment. Along the way, Yi Mu chattered on about necessary precautions, to which the Yi siblings listened attentively, appreciating their mother's heartfelt concern. Before the operating room, a doctor clad in surgical green sat slumped against the ground, blood trickling from his forehead, soaking half of his face in crimson. Ancient Feng was eager to forge a bond with the spirit beast in the awakening phase. After all, he had no formidable backing. If he could establish a rapport with this being, it might assist him in future predicaments. Zhang Jie, witnessing Song Ba's blunder, scolded him vehemently. "You foolish pig. Allowing them to escape into the city will make them our captives. Why obstruct them? The network was connected, and the oracle was at your service." Wang Ling surveyed her surroundings, noting her vision remained unaffected, even clearer than before, indicating that the change was due to the liquid recently introduced into her eyes. Yet, how could this be possible? Master Yi was merely a grandmaster. How could he concoct such a divine elixir? His cultivation required an abundance of demonic energy, dark elements, and even the essence of beasts. The sniper from the Dragon 2 Special Forces swiftly locked onto the original positions of Chun Tang and his 5 companions, observing through the scope. "Thank you. I'm truly grateful. I have money in my backpack. Let me retrieve it for you. I promise to give you 100,000. The man on the ground struggled to rise and fetch the money for Zhang Sudong. The former was able to fight back after the ship's destruction due to its propulsion system, while the latter would likely perish instantaneously without even a chance to resist. Fu Jianba departed, and Chun Long, Yin Hu, and the other 12 armies reconvened to hold a pre-battle strategy meeting. Certainly, he will drive us to madness, shatter our willpower, and then subject us to some form of loyalty test, Zhui Yifan murmured. Mu Jiaming, is Chun Tang's leave of absence all right? Shui Xianbing inquired of Mu Jiaming. On this day, after the training session, Yi Fan appeared, granting them an afternoon of rest, free from any obligations. Although puzzled, everyone ceased their month-long grueling training. Chapter 46, Shared Secrets, Transformation Aha. Yumian was utterly bewildered. Was she and Shan Juanji allowed to share medical histories? Something felt amiss. Instinctively, she wanted to refuse. "Director, this is your privacy. I should abstain. If I allow you to see it, you may," he asserted, displaying a rather domineering demeanor. Not granting the integration of the Sha Mo Ding and the true form of Yu Yuan was to buy time for the 5 companions who had arrived from the terrestrial realm. Yin Jing lowered his eyelids, his thick lashes concealing his thoughts, making it impossible to discern his inner feelings. However, the Wang family seemed utterly indifferent to their reputations. As long as they saved her beloved Chao heir, nothing else mattered to them. The so-called sky's edge resembled a great chasm cleaved through a mountain by a colossal axe, presenting steep cliffs that were difficult to conquer. The terrain alone made it a formidable barrier. At this moment, Lin Shay concentrated all his mental faculties on the ancient tortoise before him, pondering its origins. Could it be from one of the 4 forbidden zones? Realizing this, he found himself less resistant to the marriage arrangement. Living in the year 1800 BC, he had no choice over his marital fate and could only offer his lifelong commitment as a political bargaining chip. Ultimately, he reluctantly acquiesced to their demands and named them Mu Feng, Mu Yu, Mu Lei, and Mu Jian. Dao Yu, what do you mean? Are you planning to meddle in the affairs of my Bailian sect? The 9th holy envoy of the Bailian sect, Shen Yu, felt a tinge of displeasure and warned him with a hint of caution in his voice. Since you all hold me, Chu, in such high regard and have invited me to preside over your sect's grand occasion, I, Chu, shall not betray your trust. An elderly man with meticulously combed hair smiled amiably from a stage. Although Liemohan was furious, she found herself speechless, aware of the formidable nature of the Dongfang family, and recognizing that Dongfang Xiong was capable of such deeds. Today, she had truly overstepped her bounds by attending this gathering. While she had never raised scorpions, she was familiar with their basic habits. These creatures preferred dark, humid environments, and searching under rocks during the day would yield little success. Moreover, although scorpions possessed venom, it was not particularly potent. The children's claims of distorted features were exaggerated, but a sting would certainly be unbearable. This fellow is remarkably skilled. Sikong raised a spiritual barrier, soaring towards him just as the barrier shielded him from the bone spikes. This was merely an illusionary game. In reality, many strategies could not be executed in such a manner. For instance, a one-for-one tactic would only be employed under dire circumstances on an actual battlefield. Luo Guichun furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to withdraw when the bloodthirsty beast's crimson gaze fixed upon him. The eagle's eyes glowed red as it pecked at the attacking azure serpent's head with its elongated beak, producing a sound akin to tearing silk. Speak! Elder Tian bellowed, causing the law enforcement disciple to shudder, covering his face with both hands and collapsing to the ground. 5 meters for meters. Murong Linji drew closer to the cave entrance, his bare body drenched in blood, having transformed into a veritable figure of crimson. Upon finishing, Ma Sini tightly closed her mouth, behaving obediently, which could be construed as an indirect encounter with her mother. If the Wang family had indeed killed Zhang Hu, it would suggest a deep-seated resentment, as they first incapacitated him with a listening bottle before using a rosewood stool to finish him off, revealing their ruthless nature, starkly contrasting their previously perceived meekness. Chapter 47. Friends? A typically cool and rational individual suddenly softened their voice, likely overwhelming to most. Yumian nodded vigorously, assuring, Director, rest assured. I will not divulge this. She raised her hand, mimicking a zipper motion, emphasizing her discretion. Furthermore, Yumian did not believe that treating another's illness as a topic of conversation was commendable. Fong Sun instructed the guards to open the tower door, ushering everyone inside, while appointing a senior elder to guard the premises and ensuring that other elders took turns every day to protect the safety of those within the Gathering Spirit Tower. This time, upon arriving at the dining hall, they encountered no unexpected situations. The trio of thieves who had previously stolen from the car were evidently wary of the summer and dared not show their faces here. The two forces, potent enough to obliterate the pinnacle of the Tai Su realm, did not radiate an overwhelming might, as if engaged in a subtle contest within the confines of a mere inch. Yet, the vast expanse of Tai Su space, spanning thousands of kilometers, was rendered into an abyss of nothingness. Hiyu's father nodded, albeit reluctantly, for Hiyu hailed from a city, and he was averse to the notion of being perceived as someone who clung to the powerful. Lu Meng's words struck a blow to his pride, prompting Chun Fong to raise his fist poised to strike Lu Meng. Despite her internal reluctance, Ji Shu Han felt compelled to continue the conversation. Even if it involved discussing other men, it was preferable to an uncomfortable silence. It must be noted that Qi Li had maintained his seated posture for an hour, and had it not been for the occasional sip from his cup, one might have suspected that he had dozed off. Kai Hixian elucidated the secrets of the ninefold collapse technique, while Xiao Fan listened intently, utilizing his prodigious memory to imprint the 300-odd characters of the incantation deeply in his mind, reciting it repeatedly until it flowed effortlessly from his lips. The combined strength of just two individuals rendered countless monstrous beasts unable to approach. Those that ventured within 300 meters were met with a barrage of sword and blade energies, with even human-level beasts failing to escape unscathed, leaving only Earth-level beasts capable of breaching the onslaught to break through the encirclement. Amidst the ethereal glow of the Qing Meng sword, a piercing sword intent firmly locked onto Lin Xian's position, a manifestation of sword soul power. Only those cultivators who had similarly condensed their sword souls could perceive this terrifying sword intent. Chuyan Luo felt somewhat aggrieved. An unknown individual had nearly led to her obliteration within the entertainment industry, causing her fans to suffer terribly as well. Wang Zhao chuckled with pride. His influence in the outside world was substantial, especially when it came to gathering intelligence, allowing him to swiftly acquire a multitude of information regarding Sun Bu Wu. The burly man turned his head, peering through binoculars at the fully armed merchant ship, feeling a pang of anxiety. Had pirates grown this formidable? Did they now possess large pirate vessels? What was the point of hiring mercenaries? Surrender seemed the more prudent option. The cashier awkwardly accepted Jiang Shui's payment and returned her change, then glanced back at Jin Hao, who appeared oblivious, his gaze having shifted along with Jiang Shui. Upon witnessing a tow truck approach, the enemy agents promptly incapacitated the original personnel and took their place in the vehicle, heading toward the scene of the incident. With this command issued, the soldiers refrained from lingering on the vegetables, fearing that prolonged gazing might provoke their appetites. This contract, drafted by his lawyer, stipulated that half of Nangong Jun's assets would be transferred to her, considering Jiang Shui's inability to manage them herself, thus placing them in the form of shares under Nangong Chen's purview. Chapter 48. Turbulent undercurrents. Observing the fierce tussle between the Golden Lion and the Black Panther not far away, Yumian's eyes sparkled with amusement. They were sworn rivals, perpetually at odds whenever they were together, yet they understood the boundaries and refrained from inflicting serious harm. So if they were to fight, so be it. What could Yumian do? Under the sunlight, Yumian asked, "From where do you derive this power?" In response to Tifa's aggressive demeanor and confidence, Andilio paused momentarily before calmly inquiring. "What you must do now is accept the incorporation of the Zifeng Association," came the dispassionate voice of the figure in the black robe. Due to their uniform attire and masks, only the figures and hair of the other four could be discerned. Meihua 8 possessed soft golden curls and a stature that was neither tall nor robust, appearing no different from an ordinary person. All were outstanding individuals, ambitious students who remained unaffected by Jiang Hao's presence, instead using him as motivation to surpass him. Suhan's gaze became somewhat vacant, fear entwining her entire being for a while, until she realized that perhaps it was not so terrifying after all. What does it matter? Whether my parents like you or not is irrelevant. I like you, and that suffices, Yi Ming remarked with a smile. Just the two of us? Xiaoyan responded, her voice tinged with joy and shyness. What are we going to the hospital for? As Tong Si posed the question, a sudden pang of pain surged downward in her abdomen, leaving her momentarily breathless. Ethan savored the lunch prepared by Tina, which, while not necessarily mouth-watering, was certainly a feast for the senses, nodding in approval. With her thoughts laid bare, Ning Kai Xin felt a surge of panic. Even if she had genuinely fallen for him, she would not allow her feelings to be trivialized as a joke. Upon hearing the man speak in the tongue of the celestial beings and greet it, the white dragon's expression shifted to one of astonishment. It opened its mouth and responded in the celestial language. Fu Jingyin, your timing is impeccable. Come play with us, Tang Shui'er remarked, her expression reflecting a mixture of sorrow and confusion, caught between laughter and tears. Before stepping out, a call was placed to Du Ming, and fortuitously, Ding Yin and the others were present, clamoring upon learning that Shun Yi was heading their way. Su Peixing truly admired this broad-minded individual. This amiable nature made his own life easier. Calculating the days, a 4-week period marked a month, and they were nearing that point. Yet her pregnancy was still in its infancy, with no visible sign of a burgeoning belly. Were it not for others knowing, who could guess that Su Mian was with child? It was merely a choice between covertly lurking and conversing about the position. Should you ever need to breach this place, make sure to contact the master I arranged in Jinling to assist you with the necessary documentation and provide aid. Master Liemohan thoughtfully advised. Under the illumination of the light of death, there was no time for Gao Feng to linger in contemplation. All the Qianjia activated simultaneously, tearing through the metal to break apart the concrete below. In the final seconds, they submerged alongside the second unit into the ruptured concrete, barely managing to seal off the metal and momentarily obstruct the golden light of death. Chapter 49. Liemohan in distress. Yumian opened her mouth, yet did not manage to speak. The next moment, a heavy, mournful voice resonated throughout the animal protection base. Major General Liemohan sustained severe injuries during the battle against the Dark Star and has vanished from the battlefield. The current Imperial First Legion is soliciting clues from everyone. A reward of 1 million star coins will be given for any information leading to Major General Liemohan's whereabouts, and a reward of 10 million star coins for successfully locating Major General Liemohan. Let us rally for Liemohan. Chang Tai-yi, the royal physician, had also arrived, along with several unfamiliar faces seemingly sent by the emperor. Her words voiced the sentiments of the crowd. In just a few months apart, they had observed that Shan Rong now exuded an air of grace and poise befitting the upper echelons of society. It seemed that the emperor's regard for her had truly transformed her. After all, the two great estates were nearly evenly matched in strength, or else they would not have been embroiled in conflict for so many years. She understood that perhaps, in this world, there existed noble men of unyielding spirit who, despite their humble beginnings, would not be diminished in ambition. Xiao Ran let out a furious growl, raising his massive fists and aiming them squarely at Nalan Yuchun. However, for this charming young man to utter such words to a stranger could lead many to perceive him as frivolous. Yet peculiarly, he did not come across as such. Haramoto Kazu suddenly fell silent, as desire and reason waged war within his mind. Outside, the form of Gu Chun trembled, surrounded by a continuous crackle of lightning, appearing ensnared in a web of electric energy. As the confrontation began, Jing Qi surprisingly gained the upper hand, wielding a distinct advantage. That enormous hand grasped the fallen black-scaled spear, thrusting it toward Yi Tian's chest. Should Yi Chuan secure a victory over one opponent, or even defeat the only 3 descendants of the golden bloodline within his family, it would be somewhat acceptable. Wu Muqie smiled, her slender waist swaying as she settled at the stone table, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him with affection. Despite her recent effortless defeat of the Ghost King and the subsequent dispelling of the 2 soul-harming energies emanating from the summoned banner, Lu Miao's expression grew increasingly troubled. It seemed she was genuinely pondering how best to prepare such a formidable creature. The audience in front of Lu Miao, in a state of exasperation, shouted out. Yet none noticed the darkened expression on Zhou Dongfeng's face, who could not even muster his usual gentle demeanor. When he overheard the mention that the nutritional solution belonged to Lu Miao, the veins on his forehead throbbed ominously. Countless sword intents, akin to tangible forms, converged behind Tang Ming, where a blue lotus began to bloom, the myriad sword intents coalescing into a magnificent display that rapidly spread outward. Approximately a dozen artillery soldiers from the National Defense Forces sat nearby, chatting and smoking, seemingly oblivious to any new combat orders. As guests, the Xiao family would undoubtedly treat them as honored visitors. Xiao Zhan could not discern Yi Yui's capabilities, but his effortless appearance at the Xiao residence suggested extraordinary prowess. Given the amicable demeanor of the other party, Xiao Zhan dared not offend him. Some occurrences are serendipitously timed, transpiring in the right place and at the right moment, creating an effect akin to a chemical reaction. Chapter 50. Yumian's healing. How is this possible? How can it be that I cannot find it? The surrounding grass had been searched multiple times. In an effort to locate the item, she even discarded her umbrella, exposed to the relentless rain without any form of cover. She still could not find what she sought. Yumian began to doubt whether she had been dreaming. Lin Zhujun finally came to realize this harsh truth, for the first time gasping in astonishment within this realm of peculiar stones. The surrounding soldiers, having heard Mu Yi's words, recognized their acquaintance and discreetly distanced themselves. Though eager to meet Xiao Changru, the presence of a true authority nearby made self-preservation paramount. Friendships could wait, for one only has one life. Rinjuga remained motionless. With a unique physique, the spirit monkey could detoxify itself, yet it would still be startled if the dosage was insufficient. At this moment, he could only bide his time. Currently interning at a top-tier hospital, he found the experience exhausting, with several more years of residency ahead, promising even more fatigue. Lucia observed the two entwined figures with a soft sigh, choosing silence as she turned to tend the fire. Lu Yiming's gaze turned cold upon realizing her mother's true nature. While she had previously understood her mother's harshness due to Lu Yiming not being her biological child, she could not accept that her mother would cast her aside in times of trouble to seek forgiveness from others. He dutifully informed the merchants of his intent, stating that he had come on behalf of Yu Yuan from Halmon. If Lu Yin were solely fixated on by Inkue, Zhu Shi would indeed feel threatened. However, Lu Yan's constant denunciation of her husband as a deadbeat, while simultaneously pleading for his clemency, lowered Zhu Shi's guard. The entire Tianshu Tai Sui exuded an icy chill, devoid of any warmth of life. Only the roots of the divine tree, through relentless infusions of spiritual energy day after day, prevented it from crumbling to dust. Zhu Linmei reviewed the experimental data recorded by Yao Qixing and meticulously inspected the first batch of rubber, noting large volcanic-like ruptures on the black rubber surface, from which sulfur erupted, splattering the crucible. When an external storage chip approached his head, his memories and cognitions were, as if transferred to another computer, preserved in that instant. The prior explosion had nearly cost him his life, and it was evident that his injuries were severe. Now, he bore fresh burns on top of unhealed wounds. At this moment, Emperor Yongjia issued a decree to pardon the soldiers' transgressions, sparing all but the highest-ranking officials. Upon returning home, Gu Nanjiao suffered from a severe headache but dared not take medication due to her pregnancy. She merely consumed a light meal before retiring to bed. The cacophony of thoughts, while seemingly extensive, transpired in mere moments. To the onlookers witnessing the tribulation, it appeared as if Jiang Cheng had just emerged when the heavenly tribulation commenced. The white Toyota slowly halted at the yard entrance. Qiu Yong peered through the car window, unable to discern the situation within the yard due to the iron gate being ajar. On a branch of a poplar tree to the left of the gate, an electronic camera pointed directly at him. Chapter 51. Liemohan's treatment. Only when all the medicinal solutions amalgamated into one did it seem to form a complete entity of life. Akin to an infant gradually developing from a spherical embryo into a fully formed being, where hands became hands and feet became feet, becoming increasingly vivid and tangible. Those who witnessed this were filled with fervor, exclaiming that bloodline mages were nothing compared to modern mages, who truly held the future in their mastery of spell models. The Eastern continent is truly a fertile land, blessed with favorable weather year-round, free from disasters under the jurisdiction of the Yingtian sect, where the majority of citizens enjoy a life that, while not opulent, is at least free from want. Sword shadows sliced through the void, each strike possessing its own unique allure. The middle-aged man opposite him paled slightly, while he surpassed the other in terms of profound celestial essence. The grandeur of the sword's Tao instilled a sense of reverence akin to gazing upon a towering mountain. "All right, I shall accompany you. Is that not sufficient? Why all this talk?" When Su thought one thing, but expressed another, speaking casually with an old friend. "I say, Officer Wong, can we not begin the shooting practice? We are merely stalling here." When Su, observing the chaos on the tractor, where gunfire erupted like popcorn, lamented the absence of ammunition in his own chamber, he immediately addressed Wang Ping. Moreover, utilizing the tractor to assist the construction team in transporting stones and cement would surely expedite their efforts. After evading these attacks, they seized the opportunity to bombard the creature as it landed unsteadily, this time the missiles striking true, leaving numerous wounds across its body. Ling Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Fixated on the crystal ball, his expression filled with confusion. In the past, no matter how grievous the injuries sustained by anyone, I could always detect them. Yet now, Yi Er's condition was evidently dire, yet there were no signs, rendering the situation perplexing. I sprinted down the corridor, encountering members of the Snake clan midway. Do not think I am unaware of your actions. You cannot tolerate Bai Wei and Bai Su's presence here, despite them being your relatives. How can you not endure a little? Bai Yulan's frustration was palpable. Though their encounters were few, Chu Wanyi's calls to Ling Yang increased, filled with various directives and demands, leaving Ling Yang overwhelmed, wishing he could sprout 8 legs and 16 arms to manage it all. Yao Qingxi dared not act violently towards Ling Yang, yet he held no fear of Zhu Gai. Seeing Zhu Gai with a malicious grin, feigning a gagging motion in concert with Ling Yang, he raised a long leg, leaving a size 36 shoe print on Zhu Gai's abdomen, nearly sending him crashing into the wall. Around 9:30 in the morning, Yi Tian and his companions departed from the Ritz Hotel once more, heading directly to Notting Hill in London's West End. At that moment, my mind was solely fixated on the first form of the Ba Huang sword technique, and external distractions had little bearing on me. Miss me? Lung Machen's voice remained as icy as ever, yet those 2 words held a warmth. As the conversation unfolded, Wu Mu suddenly burst into tears, joyfully sobbing uncontrollably as she embraced the dancer, both weeping together. Witnessing this, Uncle Xian could not help but smirk internally. To think one could block 2 artifacts with a single hand was indeed a fanciful delusion. Yuan Fan, having instructed the 2 monsters, immediately called Fang Jibin. Upon hearing Yuan Fan's request, Fang Jibin was filled with curiosity. Yi Subu exhibited no tension typical of an enemy camp. Instead, he strolled towards the staircase as casually as if on an outing, deftly ejecting the spent cartridges from his revolver while steadily loading fresh ones. As he spoke, Liu Ye's expression turned serious, his entire cultivation consolidating at his waist, bracing himself to withstand the attack of the Jin Jiaojian. It is crucial to understand that whenever a particular emotion erupts and is completely exhausted, one inevitably loses that emotion. How many days had it been? Shi Jin smiled wickedly. In the next moment, Lu Mang appeared directly within the abyss. With a lurking phantasms sensed the pure essence of illusionary power and instinctively withdrew. Su Wan's thoughts were in disarray, her heart feeling constricted as if she could hardly breathe. Unable to remain seated any longer, she hurried to her feet, desperate for fresh air. Su Wan, what must I do for you to hear my explanation? Your unwavering stubbornness will lead to regret, cried Shang Wanfei, his voice filled with anguish. Mother, you have worked so hard. You are the best, Lei exclaimed, leaping onto the bed and wrapping his arms around her neck, planting several affectionate kisses on her cheek. He lifted her, who appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, tightly gripping a finely crafted sword. Upon awakening, she opened her eyes, the turquoise light reflecting in the sunset-esque glow, her voice faint and imbued with childlike dependency. Save me. Then she fainted again, her hands still clutching the sword, as still as a stone sculpture. Irritated, Inxian Lina waved away her subordinates, her brow furrowing. This is not right. I distinctly reviewed the accompanying checklist and found no such discrepancies. Our products should surpass theirs. Liemohan's poisoning. At that moment, in the office of the 1st Legion's Operations Department, the absence of news regarding Liemohan was palpable. The aide standing beside him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from anxiety, understood that once Zhang Xie became enraged, no one could withstand his fury. Stealing glances at the man's expression and feeling a bitter heartache, he quickly replied, once the bounty is issued, a multitude of individuals will respond. Hehe, ye nanjing gurinut. Crimson blood trickling down the corner of his mouth, his lips and teeth stained in a gruesome shade of red, rendering his smile increasingly terrifying. I am no longer concerned. A righteous official cannot adjudicate domestic matters. Su Changqing, this is your decision. Yet why do you pursue such a path? Everything in the world can be transformed into a way. that was something capable of withstanding weaponry. Should it strike, it would be no different from being pierced by a longsword. This is advantageous. The existence of the Fengyin group suggests that your father may still be alive. Hua Jitian observed as Zhou Yufei departed, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Rising to confront his son, Jingyu, with a grim expression. Nevertheless, Zhang Tingting's actions were somewhat understandable. After all, she and I were not truly lovers, and perhaps her desperate measures were born from unbearable loneliness. Thus, the question arose, should I agree or not? The hesitation stemmed from my desire to meet Peng Yusin once more today. Mu Zilin cast a guilty glance at Shui, realizing he had failed to protect her, allowing her to protect him instead. He had been the one to fall into the shards of glass, not her. He was aware of the verdict in Nan Yu's case. For over 2 years, he had presumed that Nan Yu remained imprisoned. When Tang Huaijin arrived, Nan Xian had initially planned to ignore him, but later decided to meet him upon hearing that he had come specifically to order a meal for Nan Yu. That evening, Li Mingming visited, casting a curious glance at Qian Shui, but said nothing further. Hong Yun retrieved 2 large baskets, first laying down a thick layer of straw, then meticulously arranging the eggs, layering straw and eggs until all 205 eggs fit perfectly into the 2 baskets. Shen Shi handed the prince over to the officials before pursuing further. Though slightly delayed, he only needed to ascend to observe the demonic aura, which was preferable to crawling through a mouse hole. The significance of the Ding and Huaxia is well known. Although it was no longer as sacred in the Song dynasty as it had been in the Shang and Zhou eras, it was still not something just anyone could possess. Moreover, a high-quality Ding, imbued with history and human thought, was exceedingly rare outside of the royal family. Soon after, behind the 4 large figures, a robust golden-haired muscular man, clad in a black leather suit and sporting a sunny smile, stepped forward. Before long, the halo emitted a humming sound, within which faint explosions could be heard. The cart carrying her jolted slightly, the straw covering her gently brushing against Jian He's eyelids. The ox cart moved steadily and slowly, the cacophony of the bustling city and the murmurs of the crowd blending into a distant yet close sensation, brushing past her. However, Yi Zhong anticipated reprimands, resistance, and struggles that never materialized. His raised hand, poised to strike the acupoints of Yang Guofei, hovered in midair, unable to descend. Although starlight level was indeed extraordinary, once elevated to an imperial level, it merely constituted an elite segment of the privileged class. Regardless of whether one relished the misfortune of others, was bored, or harbored ulterior motives, Yi Zhong's absence from the sea had stirred considerable commotion. Chapter 53, 10 million reward. Each repetition from the doctor served as a harsh reminder for Liemohan. Behold, your wound will not heal. You shall henceforth be but a waste. Just a day prior, he had been the Empire's rising star, a genius major general. Now, he must live forever as a mere invalid. The eagle could no longer soar through the skies. Cradled in Yumian's embrace, Liemohan buried his head deeper, struggling to accept the reality that this world had ensnared his spirit. This world bore an indescribable strangeness. Since his spirit was captured, it had evidently concealed his perception. A few individuals merely glanced at Lu Kai before disregarding him. The disciples from the Star Realm were considered elite within the sect, and none would heed commands over a common spiritual artifact, which was utterly laughable. Furthermore, the source swallowing technique not only greatly benefited cultivation, but could also be employed in combat, generating a vortex with substantial pulling force to temporarily control foes. A truly domineering skill. Do you all not support my releasing them? Chen Yuan asked, somewhat perplexed as he looked at the others. Thus, Wang Ling truly lost his temper. Pent-up anger erupted when one individual leapt onto the engine cover, attempting to place a grenade on the windshield. He abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing the individual to tear off the windshield wipers and tumble down. Do you have confidence? Regardless of how much Yang Hudu had endured at that moment, he resembled an ordinary person anxiously awaiting news outside the intensive care unit, his palms sweating with tension. It was said that Hai Gonggong had been complaining of knee pain lately. Tian Ling heard that this ailment stemmed from a time long ago when Hai Gonggong inadvertently angered a certain concubine, resulting in a punishment of kneeling in the snow overnight. leading to his chronic condition. Ever since, whenever the weather turned cold, the pain became unbearable, and despite the years, no remedy had proven effective. I do not know, Lord Song replied, bewildered by the sudden inquiry. Although he enjoyed food, his meager finances forced him to cover his nose as he passed by shop doors, fearful that the enticing aromas would compel him to spend his limited silver. Body of black iron, ordinary weapons cannot harm, thus describes the first level. This level comprises 4 tiers: black iron 1, 2, 3, and 4. If electricity could be generated, the situation would be vastly different. While Guan Yujiao expressed such sentiments, she felt quite content with her current life. I have heard much about Yi Jinghong. Though he possesses some righteousness and many followers, he is rather cunning. Is there a hidden agenda? Kong Xiang learned of Yi Jinghong's many unknown past from Ma Kong. What manner of movement is this? Unseen before, so wondrous. In the numerous stone towers, Qin Ming's speed appeared slow, yet he evaded every strike from Wang Tianhua, who was attacking with full force. This sudden revelation of such a technique astonished many. Yi Jinghong spoke directly, having already devised a strategy in her mind. Although it was perilous, she felt that her fate was no longer in her own hands. There was no need for explanation. Su Taiping shook his head. He possessed a trump card but would not disclose it to Zhao Baigan. With a tranquil gesture, he directed a jade-like finger of true essence, which sliced through the air and effortlessly extinguished the crimson blade aura with a mere touch, not even producing an explosion. Once the red blade aura dissipated, the jade finger, still potent and swift, advanced towards the middle-aged man in the black robe. Consequently, the officials were filled with trepidation, treading carefully, while the common folk enjoyed their peaceful lives. You are the injured party. What if you lose your way while climbing the stairs, accidentally entering someone else's home, and being accused of harassment? I will escort you to your doorstep. This too fulfills my duty as a police officer. Sunyanthi Diklev. Chapter 54. Introduction to Mutual Acquaintance. I am going mad. Shurching laughed in exasperation. Di Xingyan, do you not see who approached first? Do you take me for a fool? With a roar, the two beasts bellowed at each other. Only then did they remember that they were not in a vast, uninhabited prairie, but in Yumian's home. The volume of their roars was too great and might disturb the lovely female. They hastily quieted down. Lu Shiyu, realizing he had fallen into Lin Feng's grasp, knew his fate would be grim. He fled, while others attempted to escape as well, but the field soldiers were no pushovers. They opened fire, targeting legs, and soon apprehended these individuals, binding them with climbing ropes, rendering them captives. That is of no concern, Suja remarked coolly, though internally he felt somewhat displeased. The demeanor of the muscular man before him inhibited his anger. After an evening meal, which extended into the early hours, the staff and security personnel regarded Lin Shifan and his companions with newfound respect as they departed. In the dead of night, the sound of the flute resonated, sorrowful and plaintive, a gentle murmur imbued with boundless yearning and affection. It was evidently a melody of longing for a beloved, played by a person whose deep emotions were palpable. Lin Shifan found himself at a loss for words, uncertain how to respond to such sentiments. The Dark Lord Dak grinned menacingly as he charged towards the radiant Lord Glorai, believing himself the mightiest deity of the Dark Realm, destined to confront the strongest of the Light Pantheon. The Lord of Destiny paled, and after notifying the other celestial rulers, found the entire space had been ensnared. Please, young Master Ouyang, come in. Lunch is prepared, Beidou stated as he slowly made his way towards the bamboo tower. It appeared that Chen Su had indeed not erred. The person whom Jima Zhongzhu had met was none other than Shui Mo, suggesting they shared a profound connection. The detection of the host's inherited skill, one river, stars, and flowing waters and the cold, icy clone had also acquired the skill, one river, stars, and flowing waters. Everyone echoed in unison, while Long Yicheng, still somewhat bewildered, finally grasped the situation through his keen hearing. Seeing this, Mama Chi dared not inquire further and quietly began to tidy up the shattered teacups on the ground, leaving the master and servant in silence thereafter. Yin Rui wept to the point of breathlessness, for even Yin Shu had never struck her so. Both the Yin and Chu families cherished her, and she had always held herself in high regard, never before having been treated in such a manner. After some contemplation, I spoke solemnly. Wait. Simultaneously, I contacted the lost happiness of Zhu and Huang Dusk, coordinating to enlist them into the retirement program. After twisting the mechanism clockwise approximately 3.5 times, I pressed down and then turned it counterclockwise for 2 revolutions. At this moment, the vibrant red leaves, resembling dripping blood, danced in the wind, with a few fluttering down gracefully. Outside, there was a garden left by the previous owner, now overgrown with wild grasses and vines due to neglect. In the sweltering summer, it thrived wildly, with some vines even reaching the walls. Sun Chuanying understood that Zheng Ruxin's rapid promotion was undoubtedly due to the emperor's favor for his contributions to the land reform initiative, allowing him to ascend 3 ranks and assume the governorship of Guizhou, overseeing the land's return to proper governance. Chapter 55. Do you recognize me? Your Majesty. The malevolent and charming figure sneered as his face contorted. Di Xingyan and Hua Shicheng both twitched their mouths, observing Yumian's growing anxiety. Embracing the falcon, she hurriedly stepped forward, reaching out to stroke the furry heads of the golden lion and the Black Panther. Truly, my face is twitching, she mused. Could it be that last night's torrential rain and the cold weather caused her facial muscles to spasm? The spacious leather seats were exceedingly comfortable, each independent seat equipped with a large touchscreen computer, allowing for internet access at any time. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning marked the finals of Chunda, an event that should have been quite relaxed. Typically, the 2 teams advancing to the finals would not be overly competitive for 2 primary reasons. Kong Xiang. Prepare the issues concerning He Yu and Du Ling. We cannot protect them any longer. Let them make necessary preparations. Li Liao Hong stated coldly, receiving a phone number from a subordinate. Generally, a skyscraper encompasses nearly 100,000 square meters, sufficient to accommodate 20 to 30,000 individuals. And Lin did not believe that the company's personnel could fill an entire building. If other contestants perceived Mei Gong as being on par with Cheng Gongming and Shinada Junping, it would be disastrous. When elimination becomes habitual, scoring or even achieving a hit becomes exceedingly challenging. Hannah was taken aback, not expecting the strength hidden within Naruto, and immediately began to struggle. However, the chains binding her only tightened, infused with a peculiar sealing power that restricted her chakra, making even movement arduous. At Huafeng Biological Company, the workshop's products were neatly arranged, with clear demarcation of safety production lines, and the paint remnants indicated that it had not been recently painted. Are all these gifts from your father? Zhu Di inquired as he began to open one of the large black bags. The world was shrouded in dim hues, with the distant refugee camp rising and falling in the rain, while the occasional passerby bore a dull expression. After Joseph confirmed everything was in order, he caught sight of a sleeping figure on the floor and smiled helplessly. Xiao Yichen cast her a puzzled glance, finding the girl's words peculiar, yet seeing her demeanor. He refrained from pressing further. As I emerged from the warm wash, walking through the blooming pear blossom grove, I noticed large snowflakes beginning to fall from the night sky. All right. Qin Xiang nodded respectfully, making a call to instruct his subordinates to deliver the items. Suddenly, the man's expression transformed from impassive to one of overwhelming joy, only to shift again to intense embarrassment. Yet, hunger gnawed at her, forcing her to reluctantly wash a bowl, pour herself some noodle soup, and gulp it down. Still feeling hungry, she could only drink another bowl. As she watched the meticulously dressed Chu Yi depart in the imperial carriage towards Sui Palace, Pei Jingran held onto a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Chu Yi was not actually seeking Shui Lingwei. Upon hearing that term, her heart soared with delight, and she gazed at Feng Xinan with sweet admiration. The dragon language magic was a power inherited from the bloodline of dragons, learned naturally as one aged. With a thunderous roar, Chu Feng's aura erupted, arcs of lightning coiling around him like serpents, enveloping his form and rendering him akin to a thunder god, powerful and enigmatic. Chapter 56. The Underestimated Detoxifying Herb Dam. It's actually you. The moment Di Xingyan recognized Liemohan's identity, he couldn't help but exclaim a profanity. Just moments before, he had been tightly embraced by Yumian. Di Xingyin and Hua Shicheng were preoccupied with thoughts of discarding her soon, completely oblivious to the situation. Now, upon realizing Liemohan's true identity, they reflected on the foolish actions they had just committed, which would undoubtedly provoke laughter if revealed. Both Di Xingyin and Hua Shicheng turned their gazes towards the merfolk, who seemed so engrossed in their activities that they could easily disregard the presence of two strangers. Having just arrived, Di Xingyin was unaware of what the merfolk were up to. Su Dafu was taken aback, pacing around the living room, while several brothers were in a flurry, uncertain if they should immediately secure their assets. Yet due to the ancient ties of kinship, there were few trustworthy individuals to rely on for such matters. Human traffickers, skilled in abducting children, undoubtedly knew how to ensure the children were taken away without being located by their families. Shiyue wished to graciously accept Lubi's gratitude, but as the words formed on her lips, they transformed into something entirely different. After speaking, she felt a sudden chill on her back and turned to see Madame Magic's sword grinning at her from the windowsill. As long as she could extricate herself from the mire, Bai Manwei planned to offer assistance, continuing the bond of camaraderie. However, Lubi felt unexpectedly moved by Kaluuya's brazen declarations, which, although somewhat crass, were imbued with sincere emotion. To receive such affection from an elf left him feeling somewhat indebted. Although the servant did not know what hunting meant, rumors had reached her ears that those captured would inevitably perish. Fimas similarly sniffed around the open space, dismissing the scent of vultures and scavengers. If bears or coyotes had passed through, they would surely leave behind a fresh scent. However, Zhang Zian was utterly astonished to find Li Peter conversing confidently with a group of foreigners. Who would have thought that Brother Nya is also a romantic? Remarked Shang Wanlei, his tone devoid of mockery or praise, as if stating a simple fact. Colonel Strick, you seem a bit too eager. A calm voice pierced through Colonel Strick's pleasant dreams, shattering the professor's illusions. He despised the scent of tobacco, as it contained nicotine, which was detrimental to health. Yet, he found the owner of the window even more harmful. This tobacco bore a hint of lavender, a flavor he found somewhat astringent, a sensation he abhorred. He understood that lavender whispered, "Wait for love. I know you're a person of great ambition and strong drive. I recognize you as someone trustworthy, resolute, and indomitable. A man sheds tears only when truly heartbroken." Chapter 57. The startling herbal paste. All right, tyrant, Black Panther, I am engaged in serious business, not playing with the eagle. In the presence of so many in the laboratory, Yumian dared not reveal the truth. Yet, in her interaction with the furry creature, she felt no hesitation in opening her heart. Watching the eagle's wings wrapped up snugly, a glimmer of hope shone in her eyes. Perhaps soon, the toxins on the eagle's wings would be cleansed. The master forger laughed heartily, patting Xiao Sei's shoulder before speaking. "Thank you, Your Highness." This fellow thought the concubine had forgiven him. Delighted, he rose from the ground, bowing slightly, ready to depart. Yang Tianshu felt a twinge of emotion at his words, but recalling recent events, her expression turned cold. "I will take matters into my own hands. If he slaps you once, I will retaliate tenfold, 100-fold, until you're satisfied." Tang Chi turned away with a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. PXN and a group of influential figures from Xiangxi were merrily toasting and laughing at the table, the atmosphere lively and convivial. This was the most prestigious villa area in the city, home to many prominent figures. It will get better soon. I've experienced this pain 3 or 4 times in the past few days. When Lu Tai took my pulse, he found no serious ailments. Perhaps just an adjustment period after recovery, the third prince spoke through gritted teeth. Gu Chun realized that Yu Zicheng had sent Fei Quan not only for revenge on Zhou Tianzhua, but also for the resources associated with Zhou Tianzhua's Yuan stone spirit seed. Zhou Tianzhua was merely a means for Yu Qingming to amass wealth on Wuming Peak. Yi Tianyi and Su Dao did not rush to assist the fallen Fan Choyun, but instead retreated towards the staircase leading to the 6th floor. Wary that when Shuang and this ghost might be in cahoots, making their efforts to save Fan Choyun an exercise in futility. "No, it wasn't me, Headmaster Dumbledore. I swear. I never touched Madame Loris," Harry Potter explained. After dining, the two went to the heart-testing platform, where they found a crowd already gathered. Since Jiruahua became part of the Tiandao Palace, They had no reservations in disclosing which county they originally hailed from. Watching the man before him, Li's expression brightened, certain that this individual must be a disciple of the Sishui sword sect. After Fu Shang's furious departure with his companions, the remaining individuals in the tent exchanged glances. The atmosphere suddenly turning awkward. In stark contrast to Yu Ming's sensations, Tong Jingyao found Yu Ming's hand to be rough, exceedingly coarse yet robust and warm, instilling a profound sense of security within her. The monk, generous in spirit, remarked, "Although I possess deep internal strength, I lack martial prowess. I wonder if the monk could impart Shaolin's 72 unique skills to me for a demonstration?" Ji Ruohuan inquired. Zhang Xiangwei wore a bittersweet smile, recognizing that at this juncture, there was little left to misunderstand. All his actions revolved around Chen Shui, and instead of retreating, she had grown to despise Chen Shui even more. Indeed, for someone like him, a family disgrace, even if capable of cultivation, what could it achieve? I foresee a lifetime spent merely in the qi refining stage. To threaten young Master Yilong, he must await his next life. The disciple with sword-like brows scoffed, his expression laced with disdain. Chapter 58. Confirming Utility. Dr. Bai. Come quickly. The toxins in Major Li's body have intensified. The nurse's voice was filled with panic. The doctor, who was logging data nearby, immediately grew frantic. What happened? Has the toxin spread further? Call the emergency team. Call the emergency team. Please send hemostatic medicine to medical room number 1 immediately. Without waiting for the nurse to finish, Dr. Bai swiftly summoned the emergency team. I hate Jiang Yushan for being kicked down, crashing against the rickety screen, and a long iron nail piercing the back of her head. Her curses abruptly ceased as her body convulsed a few times, legs kicking out before she breathed her last. Eyes wide open. At this moment, Yin Feng could barely contain his laughter, never expecting to stumble upon such a grand opportunity. After providing an address, Ji Ming did not change his clothes, but merely tidied his appearance before grabbing his car keys and leaving the apartment. Alone in the palace, Gong Lindsay flipped the bamboo tube, and yet another broken chopstick slipped from the tube into his palm. Regardless of which one he drew, he would always end up with a broken piece. One must admit, without tariffs, car prices in Canada are remarkably affordable. Over $60,000 would secure a high-spec Ford. In North America, the price of an ordinary sports car hovers around $250,000, so the vehicle Lu Shixin selected for Zheng Xiuyan was indeed commendable. Qin Hongyi smiled yes. General Gao suppressed the crown prince and previously dispatched individuals to capture 2 princes, but he had already stationed people at the prince's residence. As soon as General Gao made his move, his men rescued the 2 princes. My estate is not that large. It is certainly easier to manage than the imperial estate. Xieji rang aloud to Obiao to enter with him. The air outside the city was undoubtedly more refreshing than within its confines. 11e Zihong et compagnon, Wanru, rolled up her sleeves, intending to wring out a cloth to wash to Obiao's face. Work? What work? Ying Lili was taken aback. Could this homebody truly be engaged in employment? Moreover, he hardly lacked for wealth. Qin San was not one whose spirit was dulled by riches. He sought a life of comfort. Yet if he were to indulge, it would be far more prudent to operate from the shadows rather than tread the merchant's path personally. He was merely following the elder's advice to instruct his younger brothers. The elder had summoned him for a private discussion 2 days prior, subtly implying that he should train his personal guards and take care of himself. In this scene, Lu Shixin suddenly felt a sense of home, akin to a husband watching his wife prepare a meal, as the surroundings transformed into a warm and sweet tableau. Zheng Xiuyan stirred the noodles in the pot with a spoon when she suddenly felt Lu Shixin embrace her from behind. Master Xiao addressed Tuoba Yi as Tuoba Xiong rather than Shi Xiao, indicating that he was not a member of the Wanshou sect, such a prodigy in alchemy, capable of attracting a tribulation that nearly forged a supreme elixir, was indeed worthy of their acquaintance. However, encountering such terrifying dangers at the entrance left one wondering what horrors lay deeper within. The 4th point, the one most closely associated with his role, was that he had become aware of the deadline for his first task. Yet, upon reflection, it was evident that the Chu Corporation, having been established for many years, must possess its own avenues. Did I speak incorrectly? Moose was somewhat curious. The expressions of these individuals were exceedingly strange and distorted. Feng Lu Shui's countenance darkened. They are mere superficial beauties. We shall discuss this tomorrow. His words incited the ire of numerous beauties. His mother was adept at playing the qin. Should she gain the recognition of the Fushi qin, her path in cultivation would surely extend far, perhaps even leading to ascension to the celestial realm, living in harmony with the heavens. This was the most desired vision for a son. I suspect this blood-sucking water monster is controlled by a corpse evil, which drives it to drain human blood. Additionally, its saliva contains potent anesthetics, causing ordinary individuals to fall into unconsciousness upon being bitten, allowing the monster to easily prey upon them. Chapter 59. Do you require my instruction? It is unclear who initiated the commotion. When they finally regained their senses, the previously silent infirmary erupted into chaos. Everyone rushed toward the door, eager to be the first to open it. You're crowding me. Move over a bit. You should move over first. I was here first. Do you think I'm unaware of your desire to be the first? Each year, it only enters the river during early summer, remaining absent at other times, and the vast majority perish upon emerging. Go find the county magistrate in Wang Yuan Y, and tell them I sent you to demand money, if they dare refuse. I shall deal with them according to military law. Long Jun spoke without hesitation, his voice commanding. Since someone had revealed his trump card, it was time to see whose chess skills were superior. Narrowly escaping death, Li Xiang gasped for air, his ears ringing from oxygen deprivation, his head spinning, and his body weakly sprawled on the ground like a beached fish. Let's see if it is you, the river dragon, who stirs the clouds, or I, the local snake, who dares to swallow a dragon. Zhang Tian stood tall and resolute, his demeanor unyielding, devoid of fear, instead radiating a hint of murderous intent. The Duanli gate of the Shu Wang Fu featured a statue adorned in noble attire, crafted from gilded leather, with its head, hands, and feet all fashioned from flesh. Even without his spiritual perception, he could sense the rancid odor permeating the air. The moment Sin Ku Xian thought of this news, Princess Xian Air, as furious expression by the computer, evoked a sense of schadenfreude. Lu Ming's face bore splatters of blood. He did not acknowledge them as he approached the Fengyue mountain villa, where those of lesser cultivation trembled in fear, crashing through the door, kneeling in terror as they reported to Fengyue. While I am unsure why you harbor such thoughts, it will be best for them to vanish from your mind as soon as possible, Yi Shao Xian remarked. At that moment, the elderly cleaning woman was glaring intensely at Yi Shao Xian and Qianlin, her fierce gaze reminiscent of a fearsome old hag, indeed quite terrifying. Gunfire shattered the tranquil morning sky, as a robust and fearless villager stood less than 3 meters from them, his face contorted with rage, frozen in a moment akin to a still image in a projector, until the scene shattered and fell, reminiscent of slow motion in a film. By the third night, the apothecary plaza began to bustle with activity, as some alchemists had started producing elixirs. Yet prior to this, a young alchemist had stolen the spotlight, leaving everyone in astonishment. I shall go. If it truly does not concern me, I will not interfere. If it does, I shall resolve the matter personally. Shan Jun's gaze was resolute, his mind set on going. My lord, do we stand a chance of winning this war? When Cairo posed this question, the leader's heart sank. If even his deputy felt this way, what of the soldiers below? Had the defeat at Yuanshan Fort truly instilled a sense of despondency and war-weariness among the werewolf warriors? Brother-in-law, I have been attacked. The director of the car department had already made the call, so he decided to share his grievances. Yin Che pondered and concluded that the most effective way to protect Qin Siya was to empower her. He understood that if he were to confront Qin Siya, it would be imperative for her to be strong. Zhang Ai Wan entered and sat on the sofa, while Chui Meili placed her belongings into the bedroom. Chapter 60. The warmest moments. Startled from his dying state, he sat up and laughed heartily, saying, I can. No one expected Yumian to be so accommodating. With a bright flash in her eyes, everyone raised their hands in unison. We need it. Yumian, the provider, I am in dire need of it. Can you truly teach us? Yumian, the provider, how much tuition must I pay to learn even the basics? Please, this has plagued the empire for many years. It must be said that Chu Li possesses considerable insight, Ran had thoroughly scorned the elan's taste while secretly savoring a faint sweetness. Tong Guai Guai had yet to board the vehicle when she was suddenly swept up in a princess, carried by Yunze. This punch sent Xin sprawling to the ground. Subsequently, Shan Tao continued to control Lai Run, preparing to pursue Xin. Shibo Ho Ji Chong had also toiled throughout the day, his expression weary. Upon hearing this news, he was immediately astonished, his arm trembling as the teacup he had just lifted shattered into pieces. The temple housed a glazed ceramic statue, its purple hair elegantly bound by a jade crown, with striking purple eyes and clad in flowing purple robes that fluttered as if kissed by a gentle breeze. Instantly, two more individuals were struck, both falling to their knees, unable to rise. At this moment, Su Huan sat upright, her back straight, hands resting calmly on her knees, a radiant smile revealing a row of pearly teeth. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the hand that had been causing trouble for Mo Qianxia was shot, blood splattering everywhere. During the day of Wang Ba's intended marriage to Yin Yue at Dong Hua Jiao, Xian Yuan Qing, accompanied by Xian Yuan Dao, represented the Xian Yuan family to offer their congratulations. Observing Yi Wu Shuang and her companions fearlessly confronting the Feng family, Feng Yi was not a fool. He naturally surmised that Yi Wu Shuang and her companions must have some hidden strength. However, although the interactions at school had not changed much, the two unexpectedly found a harmonious rapport in private. Even in simple conversations on Penguin, and Tan and Qian were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Indeed, one could boldly assert that as long as you provided the funds, any effect could be achieved. Lin Huang's expression turned serious. Had it merely been Lin Chao Tian, he would have fled without hesitation. The emperor of the ancients, Zhulong, exuded an overwhelming dominance. As the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth was violently drawn from the air, infusing the youth's body. Dao Jian Wado Nung Yong. Buguzido Dui Yo Erian, Tai Yingle, Buhishi. Lin Huang Xiao Dao. Yukiang Vumen Yifu Kuyin Ton and Pin Li. Kai Biu Hui Du, Zaijali Dan Jing Shou Pa. Man Tuo Luo Shui Xian Biao, Shizi, Ji Bing Biu Jindero. Buyong Shua. Fa Chuja Ji Shao 11 Duran. Zi Ran Jiu Shur Dui, Zhijian Shurqing, Ji Jin, Jie de Jiangqing. Yixian Kanjalu Ding Tian, Shou Zhang, Zhong de Lan Se Juzi. Dui, Zhongren Jieshur Dao. Yigang Jia Kending Lu Zhuzi, Li Zhuang de Jiu, Shermu Long de Kanhan. Ertamen Si Xing, de Yi de Mu Biao, Yi Jing, Wan Cheng Lo. Chen Lin Inwei Hong Qiao, Zhou Gao Xiao LV Bang, Ta Si Yu Cheng Lu Jian Shur. Gilatai Yuan, Swan Shur Zhong GFA. Zhiqian Biu Duo. Dan Yi Biu Xiao Lu. Hong Xiao, Zhome Yu 2AK. Siegwaji Ho Xiao Na Lo. Zei Bian Yunchen Buduan, Tu Kao. Lingi Bien de Dao Yinshen Quajiang de Igue Ba Mu Guanju, Zhejiang Ba Dao Shenshang. D61 Zhang Liemohan Lu Bai Chua. Zhenshur Hao He Qing, He Li Ku Eba Li Imohan Dio Zai, Yiwu Shur. Bu He Yumian Chanshengren, He Jieta Li Yue. Wuzhua Zai Yumian Huai Li De Tsong Ing Li Imo Han Tai Mu, Can Lu Shan Jun Jian, Mei Shua Hua, Ji Wei Wei Tai Tu. Yifutiti Buse de Mo Viank, Yong Nao Dai Zai Yumian Shu Kindi Gong Legong. Jionami Sien Zai Jiu Rang Ta Men Lai Kan. Dao Di Shur Shan Jun Ji Li Hai. Hai Shur Ta Li Imo Han Go Zhaoren. Liang Run De Yin Mu Zai Kong Chi Zhong Dui Shur. Buguan Shur Zhua Feng Ni Hai Shur Tang Tai Su. Shi Liang Rein Du Shi Yu Xin Fin Yu Gu Shi Yu Mi Di Rein. Esien Sai Shi Liang Rein Ting A Lan Chi. Bu Xiao Ji Zhong Yu Shimi Yin Qing. Erwan Qian Na In Sen De Sheningang Lu Shen Shou Bian Igreki Bazi Zizi Ba Liang Shu De Bozi. Zan Hu Su Su I Zen. Baba Liang Su Bian Zizi Tui Kai Le San Mi Kai Wai. Buyao Guo Lai, Foze. Talin Budao Ming Tian De Tai Yang. Nen Rein Heng Mei Ling Dui Song Rein. Yi King Nu Hu Sai Sin Kuan Shao. Zheng Chou Wu Chu Xian Xia. Zhabai Ren Neng Nai Tahi. Zhishur E Ji Tai Duan Ti. Sitan Kuei Ji Dao Li On De Chong Shur. Ta Ko Biu Xiang, Tu Nu Liang and I Pa, Wai Mi On De Ren Zhao Dao and I. Lan and Mo Shur Tian, Zhao De Wen. Shua Shur Hua. Zhang Zhang Da. Ta Chu Lu Jin, Shur Xiong Quan, Luda I Chi Wan Gua. Zai Mei Yu Shimi Tong, Nian De Huoban. You sure? Tajining si shuang jiao de xian li. Shi tu jiao dao li kai zhi li de tu pico. Zimu bing yu jiang wan jian shou gong sha ji yu nin gong yu. Bing chink shan zong jigu fan nan zi vin bidink hu mei ming. Hou nan gong yu iu yi gan yu li chi bu. Si shi lian shang mei ri dou shi yin yu mi bu. Wo li e le li zuo dao li bia tai zi shang. Ran ho xiang zhi li de jiu ba de lu ji xiang ji. I shang ju xiang. Fai san si mi kai vai de Liemohan tu ran ming de yi thin. Mu dao ren de shanning huan de chu xian zai I pian san, luan de yuguang ji xia, yuguang qing long. Then shi xia ki mu deo reng in e chong men vu xian she lu shi di yen shin king ran reng gen deo bing en. Shang xiao de I fan he zi yi. Rang wu di zero. Juna ji jian, shi qing, shang, lai shua. Ba shi qing, de liang mian xing ti, xian de lin li ju ji. 2a, I1 bu. Mei ji zi shi di fei yu, nong si ta. Wu hua ka e shul. Kishi, kan zi mei zi zi, wo zon hui xiang kio zi ji de shin shi. Long jian fei, mei xiang dao pang, zi dong de ji dao, zin mizwa. Tak gang kai, jiu xiang ji yang zwa laija. Shou zai xia mian jie bang zi lai le je jingli. Mei ji dunzu, ting dao xing yu di zun de hua, bi shang yanjing. Xin zhong and xiang. Wo bu hui dui with a high zi ji bu, li xiang dao, zha. Mei ji de bu li kai. Hu wan. Yuan ho shekulu. Zan tai peng ze su li yi zing bian leng le ze jia hu, sin su zao. Yi kuang shi yi jing zai ji yi sai, chong shang mian, fan zhan li jing ji, sen yin duo. Vida de ze yi bu kong zong lu zuhun dao fuzu. Yu kong, fuzu zuhun, dao shank, lu duo ji zuhuning. Shan ze yi ki shiruji, ye ze yi yu liang nian shi, yin do zai ti budeta. Taba, fang si jia bai. Kinja zhang zhiheng yin yudol yin pang. Wang ita chi he de shuang mu zhan fong, chu lu yi dao lung guang. Sui dan suo zui fan zi ke king zang lao zi wei wan yi zen sin bu zai hu. Kutai rong bu de zhang, zhiheng yi zai de qiao zhang. Shan yo, su yi, and I yi bi shua shur and I de qo. Vin nang tan yi shink, yu viank jijishen, tazi yang pink tang zi, yi li shao yi di yo. Ta jiu can be yu, dao tadal yin lo. D62, zhang, xing dao lai shi. Zhimi ji niao bu la, shur de di bu, lao, de. And I shua dao di, shur na ji gue zu, jia, liu qian duo shao de huan. Ju ranzai zhali kai lu e ji dong wu yuan. And I can, yurin lai ma. Jin ben mei yurin hui lai. Kai de shin mi dong wu bao, hu ji di. Jin de nang zhuan qian ma. Je and I, jio bu dong lu bie. Pang bien yuran shao li chi lai. Je xie yu qian ren jiu shi. Qian duo de shao de huan. Zhuan qian jin ben bu zai, tam in de kao, lv fan wei in ei. Gu lei che zhu de xiu zi. Deng wa zhuan tu kan xiang ta. Ta jiu ge lalai lu e ji hin, shigui e de yin shan. Tai mei xiang wei shimi lin yu hong ming ming shi bai, shang zi. Ke pai zai lu lin yu zai de qian tu. Yi yu xiang chu guan zhong jian dao di fa sheng lu shun mi. Je yi ku. Qing song he wei chu zai ta xian tu jiao zhizha. Zai er yu shi zhong de tong shi. Xian li hai yu zhong xie sai, di feng quang. Na ji, nin run zhong, de hen pi yu tong. Yu viang lu bian shang sui yi de lu ren jia. Wu guan hao wu te se. Bu guo. Lin lao fu ren jin ben jiogu biu, nung duo xiang. Ji zhang zhe shou. Yi jin zhe fa zhen. Shou a hua yu bi yu cheng sheng. Ji yi ji jing zhan. Ji xing de pai zhe do pa put a shou. Zhang li zhang zwa, xiang shua. Ke yu wu tsong shua chi. Dian kai li zhe zhong de, yi ji guang dian. Lu efa xian zhe ji in li yuan, ju li tsong qiong xing de yu, yuan guang yen. Song in li chong du shang pan duan ta shi, yi ji zhong zi xing. Tong wei yin, li ji jia, yi ji swan chu ta de ji liang. Zi zhuan su du, shin ji ban jing do, ji swan chu lu. Nan gong zhua hua, shao, bi yu yu. King bao fu fit chu xiang si de swang so, que si u mei yu song gai de fi xian. Chen zeng chi shi yi jing dao lin an yu shi. Fa xing chi zong king guang. Tining tiao tu xiang dong ai shi. Dong hai shi qing with jin, rong, zhong xian. Na li yi dan yu shi, dui yu qing with de ji. Could be yu shi yi bandida. Ji jun wu ji yuan ben. Yao Shua, Xie Shenmi. Dan Shi can Dao Nan Gong, Zhuo Hua, Zhe Mo, Feng de Yang Zi. Dao Zu A Hua, Quando Ji Zai, Le Ho Long Li Xie. Wahai Ti Mi Cha Dian, Wang Lu, Tian Yishir Ban Gong Biu, and Zhao Chong Li Shua. Tata Keisher Ying Gai Yao, Chu and Qian Ma Ho, Pao Qian Pao Ho. And I Min Zue, How Be Dong Women. Women Do Shir Tai, Zi Dian Xiadarun. And I Min Jiang Biu Hui Yu Hao Xia Chongda. Mu Rong, Hixing In, Zhan Dong Di Shua. Yi Yao Yi Biu Zayushimi Fei Hua. Ji Jia E Ji E Jimi Ji, Dan Ji Shang Di Yao Song, Ru Lo Wu Jin Hai. Tagaju Shir Na, Jian Jiao, Zhao Yuan Ti. Biu Shir Jiang Fei, Doan Ti. Being Song, Guye Yong, Se Sao, Dui Fukuota. Jiwu Jie Budan, Kinzi Kishi Fu Hubei Wuhuar En Anhai. Na Jia Huai, Juswan Xiang, Je Mo and I, Ji Mei Yu Bai, Su Hua, Jishamida de Jin. Boothgua Xan Zhong, K Hai Yu, E Siebu, Dan K Ding. By Jing Shi Yu Ji Yu, Xin Yo Hi Zhou Yao Wang. Chia Hai, Ji Shir Ebu Fun. Shui Ji Dao Chi Ta Yao, Wang Zhong. You may Tong Yang Yi Shir Jiang Shir Yao Wang. Ilu Shang, Si Mu Dao Zhang, Yi Zhang Lian Shang, Wu Hi Shui Se. Fong Fu Bei Zhan Dao Lui Ban. Ko Zhong Yi Ji, Nan Into Shuaja. Erz I Ci, Deep Bu Yuan Chu. Liang Bo, Rening Zheng Zhan Zhan. Shun Tong Fei Yang Jian. Yi Dao Dao Sheng Yin Can Hao Zhe Dao Fei Chu. Xian Shuet Song Tamin Shin Shang 11 Chu. Bu Ji Bu Juda Shun, Rudd. Bu Chu Liao. Niepu Dun Fa Juchi Wusuda Dons Wuji Hu Shirzai D. E Shir Jian Ju Xiada Bao Tu Wan Fong. And Jin De Run Jiesia De El Chong. Mei Rin Zhao Gu Zenmi Kui. Bu Ru Jiu Dai Jitamen. Aranta Meng Gin Yi Sieza Shi. Jiu Wei Xiao Dao. Onstong Ti Shi Na Ji Que Le Ren Vous Di Zi Juzi Kaoyan. Jiang Li Jiang Kian Song Jin Ruteni Shikong Mi Jing. Shi Fo Zixing. How King Mai Easy Hai Zai Zan Sin Song Li Hai Ba Si King Gao Za Le Guo, Su Zao Zetiao Sin Si Hu. Xianzhong De Xian Zhong Zong Swan, Shi Luo Lu Xiaolai. D63 Zhong, Zhan Shi Yi Chu Chong. Lauda, Kuai Kan, Yumian Zai Zhali. Xing Dao, Jianji Zhong. Qi Zhong E Ji Xing Dao Zai D. Shi Jian, Fa, Xian Yumian De Zong Ji. Li Ji Tiao Shou Ji Chu Lai. It is not that his abilities are particularly exceptional. Rather, it is that Yumian's visage is so extraordinarily captivating, standing out in the crowd like a crane among chickens. With just a slight lift of her head, she effortlessly ensnares the gaze of all those present. Wait, something seems amiss. I recall that the photograph provided by the Yu family did not depict her in this manner. What a peculiar doctor indeed. I am but a fortune teller, moonlighting as a physician. Xiao Hunyue cast a disdainful glance at Luo Qinghan. What you say is quite true, Taisher Ci replied with a hearty laugh, seemingly unfazed. With the fall of Pingling, Jinan is devoid of fortifications, and he could not conceive of any opportunity for Yuan Tan to rise again. This dark space enveloped her with an overwhelming sense of being consumed by shadows. Naylan Heng's amber eyes deepened, exuding an aura of frigid detachment. Why did the tone of his voice evoke such discomfort within her? No. It would not be appropriate for others to see. Yang Ziyu was suddenly consumed by rage, failing to recognize the heavy sob in her beloved's voice. If she truly desired it, then she would grant it. After all, it was not solely due to her affection, but also because of the entanglement of the Yuan-Yang calamity that she had resolved never to marry. Let the Yuan-Yang calamity conclude with her lifetime. The spring plowing in Jizhou had been thoroughly delayed. To avert famine, Lu Xie directed the Royal Merchant Guild to spearhead the transportation of substantial provisions into Jizhou and Yuzhou. He also ordered that the corpses left unburied amidst the chaos of war be either buried or cremated to prevent the outbreak of plague. In this vast world, despite its flourishing beauty, her thoughts were only of tranquility. Unbeknownst to her, since the moment she had crossed over, since he had cast his gaze upon her, since she had seized his horse, and since they had encountered each other at the tavern again, the peace she yearned for had become a distant dream. The youth assassin from the Dark Serpent had, even if he did not lose himself in the endless void, become a mere shadow of his former self, particularly after encountering the turbulence of space in the chaotic void tunnel. Perhaps Bai Yao initially perceived the confusion in Su Lian's eyes, his hands freezing mid-action. and after a prolonged moment, he could only muster a bitter smile. Yin Tao murmured softly with envy, initially believing her subtle curse would go unheard, yet unexpectedly. It reached the ears of sisterly beside her. "My name is Qin Zishuan, what is yours? Why are you so gravely injured in the Monster Beast Mountains? Were you being pursued?" Upon hearing Chun Ning's gratitude, Qin Zishuan's cherubic face lit up with a smile, and then, resembling an inquisitive child, she continued to question him. The intent was merely to have MOLL casually edit some photos and post them on Weibo, serving as a competent spokesperson while providing fans with delightful images. "Qing Xiaofan, what news do you bear?" The tone of the speaker in the room remained gentle, imparting a sense of warmth and amiability, in stark contrast to the stern demeanor of the Xian Jun of the Great Qing dynasty. The kindling had been laid, and the winds howled. Just a slight push from oneself could lead to chaos. Indeed, not only must we refrain from movement, but we must also alter our strategy. Your Highness must take the initiative, adopting the demeanor of a concerned elder, extending warmth and care while relinquishing past grievances. Sheng Jinghang was already displeased. He had allowed Nanyue to partake in a reality show that was purely a trial of endurance. Now, arriving at his office early in the morning, the knock on the door was so perfunctory, undoubtedly due to the events of the previous night. This phrase had been uttered countless times, often lingering on Jilan's lips, intertwined with a yearning and fervent belief. Chapter 64, Liemohan's Request. Clearly, there were simpler methods to apprehend the Star Pirates. A single shot from Zhang Xie could easily dispatch them. But investigating how the Star Pirates came to be here and who had sent them to pursue Yumian was another matter entirely. With Zhang Xie's energy cannon, the Star Pirate ship was reduced to rubble, along with all evidence of the pursuit obliterated. The First Legion, led by Zhang Xie, encountered an ambush from Sakata Masao's subordinates on their way, sustaining some injuries, Lin Tian reported. The Mu Yuan and Jin Yuan factions were not aligned, and with slightly lower cultivation, it was better for them to observe from a distance than to interfere. Yin Mo protested, about to speak when Chun Xing added, "Although you are not human." He was immediately a loss for words. The others, hearing such a profound remark, could not help but stare at him in silence. As Lan Yu witnessed the mobilization of Fu Yu's forces, he too spurred his horse. Wielding his sword and leading around 7,000 knights armed with torches, yet he did not converge with Fu Yu's army, instead flanking the rear of the Yuan army along the city walls. It took several seconds for the smoke to dissipate, revealing a massive crater where the explosion had occurred. Once again, the Xinjiang sect. Chun Xing mused, vowing to seek out this Xinjiang sect at the earliest opportunity. He sensed an intrinsic connection between himself and this sect. And Anya observed the battered Li Chenggong, who bore grievous wounds yet conversed with him for an extended period without even furrowing his brow. Anya admired him, for prior to acquiring his abilities, even a minor injury would elicit several cries from him and a frown or two. The sword energy struck Yang Qi's body directly, causing it to crack, and even the indestructible body of the 24 tribulations could not withstand it, resulting in a spray of blood as he was violently hurled backward, crashing onto the great tomb. Qiongcang glanced at Yun Pashao, wondering if these individuals were indeed the four great hall masters of the Yun family. One adept in an elusive formation, another, Xing Feng, skilled in swordplay, and one, Mo Yun, proficient in sealing techniques. As for the others, were they alchemists or poison masters? The sword of life extended, a beam of vitality piercing into Dugu Wentian's body, instantly healing all his injuries, restoring him to his formidable self. What would happen if all the people here were to perish? Renaud gestured to the nearby Milan Shah. His voice was soft, yet many around still heard it. In their eyes, the struggle for the position of city lord was a matter for the elite. Their purpose, having been cultivated, was to become sharp blades wielded by the main family to spill the blood of their enemies. The man was well acquainted with the terrain of the Kangman, and after the explosion, the crowd had gathered in the front hall, making the rear relatively safe. Mo Huantong followed closely behind him, striving to minimize her breathing. Time passed, and when the music ceased, Milan Shah raised her gaze once more to the night sky, turning to glance at the figures beneath the tree. Their eyes met, and neither spoke. The atmosphere felt strangely eerie, as several heavily injured individuals hastily swallowed pills and then sat cross-legged on the ground to heal. Chapter 65, Golden Lion. Black Panther roars. In the next moment, Yumian's figure appeared in the ward, holding a bowl of well-prepared herbal paste, followed by a line of doctors with eager eyes. Did he not already see the wound on the eagle? Yumian cautiously leaned in, attempting to discern Zhang Xie's current expression. Moonlight, you wish to prevent your prince from suffering further harm, do you not? You are aware of what the water god has done to him within the Lingxiao palace. She is truly unworthy of him, and now he is to meet her again, thus to spare him from repeating past mistakes. You have a task to undertake. Menghuan spoke. Nonsense. How could I, as senior, lose face before 3 juniors? Such a thing is simply beneath me. If I were to do so, my elder brother would surely chastise me. Reflecting on past events, the sleeping immortal could not help but shudder. Wang Cheng closed his eyes, a look of satisfaction crossing his face, while as he did so, Yunshin coldly smiled and gazed into the distance. Shortly thereafter, this alluring figure arrived at a remote mountain peak approximately 30 miles from the divine martial sect, only to find a tall man clad in black silently waiting at the summit. The master has disregarded evenly Tianfeng. So how could he possibly care about a family like the Sima clan? This so-called opportunity seems to be merely a whim of the master, and I have been overly concerned. Though there may be no demonic arts at play, should you dare to take another step, it would not just be your arm that faces ruin. Under the influence of Lin Shun, Qin Yao has also grown cold and unyielding in the face of adversaries. Meanwhile, Jin Wan, who remains in the palace, is preoccupied with thoughts of home, uncertain whether her cousin has adapted to her new living conditions. In the first layer of the Hanbing Xiantai, 3 young men sit cross-legged, resembling old monks in deep meditation, striving to resist the influx of frigid air while simultaneously absorbing it, refining it into pure spiritual energy for their bodies to absorb and enhance themselves. In just 2 days, nearly 20 merchants have received the news and come to negotiate. Miao secretly furrows her brow, contemplating that under such circumstances, it would be impossible for her to traverse these secret passages alone. At this moment, Xian Yuanye's voice resonates, echoing the hoarse and deep tone from her dreams. Feng'er, you have finally arrived. It is strikingly identical, with the same inflection, the same cadence, and an undeniable excitement. Upon the collision of 2 forces, Morini immediately senses a shift. Compared to Wang Yu's imposing presence, his own feels like a mere blade of grass at the base of a mountain, utterly feeble. Now that winter has arrived, one can only wrap oneself in thicker layers of animal skins, tightly bound with ropes, as Zhongshan cannot allow everyone to waste the precious silk fabric they have painstakingly acquired. Wang Yu feels uncertain. Although his realm slightly surpasses Qua's, having brushed the edges of the vast domain, he lacks the ability to condense the Tianfu body, and thus his combat prowess is undoubtedly inferior to Qua's. Consequently, each time they sustain injuries and require his healing, it fills him with trepidation, fearing that he might unwittingly experiment with toxins upon them, and even if he were to conduct such experiments, there would be no guarantee he would willingly provide the antidote. Hearing this, Shang Wanfeng involuntarily blushes. Though she has not shared intimate moments with Xian Yuanyi, the remarks still make her feel shy. In Chapter 66, Soothing the Furry Ones, Xian Yuanyi reassures, Haha, all right, do not be angry. I know you are all concerned for me. Observing the Golden Lion and Black Panther in a state of agitation. Nearly on the verge of tears, Yumian ceases her teasing. She promptly hands the eagle cradled in her arms to a nearby doctor, steps forward, embraces the furious tyrant who is slamming his paws on the ground, and gently rubs the furry head of the Black Panther. I understand your worries. Furthermore, it is inevitable that Wei Huaqing will come over in the future. If it becomes known that the 4th prince frequents here, it would not bode well. Thus, everyone around me must be utterly untainted and without any burdens. The colonel is currently incensed, extremely irate. Originally, his superior had arranged for him to fly in as a guest presenter to award Tony this pinnacle prize. Yet unexpectedly, Tony did not attend the award ceremony and instead revels here, carefree and unrestrained. We have nowhere else to go, Qian. Let us also visit the park, Beirue suggests. This technique had once successfully subdued the illusion beast, the San Lingya, as the explosive wind orb struck Long Ji, leaving him defenseless. What a nuisance! Who exactly is Feng Chia? Could she possibly be an emissary sent by the hellish demons to slay the divine? The clan leader rests his hand on the table, continuing to watch the news, yet he pays no heed to the subsequent reports. Such treasures must be extraordinary, otherwise they could not serve as the primary material for the body of the Red Moon Old Demon. Yet unexpectedly, Qian Yunchu's prowess has surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he has completely blocked Isu Ye's path, just as he is a mere 2 meters away from the light column. A fierce spatial fluctuation akin to a tempest suddenly erupts from the space before him, sweeping outwards in an instant, reaching dozens of meters away. Daring to claim that my physique does not surpass yours? Behold, my muscles are remarkably firm. A rogue flaunts his physique. Jiang Yuan is elated. This Baihong Guanri is the first divine ability following star observation, manifesting seamlessly. Amid the experimental values, over 10 researchers clad in white lab coats bustle about, appearing exceedingly busy. Observing their furrowed brows, it is evident that they are dissatisfied with their experimental outcomes or research progress. Reflecting on her usual conduct, she believes she has not acted excessively and cannot fathom where she might have gone awry to incur resentment. Old Master Qin shakes his head, increasingly disappointed in the grandson he once held in high regard. Before Yuhan can finish his words, a rumble suddenly emerges from the earth behind him, and a colossal beast bursts forth, toppling the towering vine giant, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Lin Ran, witnessing this, feels his resolve waver, a wave of dizziness washing over him, and he dares not look further. Why bother? With a serene expression, Qianho exhibits no fear in the face of the descending ice dragon. On the contrary, a flicker of brutal excitement dances in his indifferent eyes. Life is indeed beautiful. She discovers that encountering handsome men is a common occurrence in ancient times, frequently witnessing their unique charms. At this moment, Lin Xiangdong has already begun assigning tasks. Unfamiliar faces abound, yet with Xia Lan'er present, everyone seems to regard him with utmost respect. The attendant nods, observing as the man rummages through drawers and cabinets in vain. Moving to the back hall, where he searches for quite some time, yet seemingly finds nothing. Father, I have finally completed the first step. Lin Tian has been slain by my hand. Henceforth, who could possibly obstruct my path? In chapter 67, Liemohan recovers. The golden lion raises its head and lets out a cry, its furry head nudging Yumian's palm, displaying an endearing willingness to obey. As for the Black Panther, Hua Shicheng, he is a top-tier financial magnate on the main star, having financed the establishment of the Animal Protection Base's laboratory. If something breaks, so be it. What is the big deal? He can simply call for replacements. Should be fine. Xu Homing smiles slightly. Prior to Cui Wenjian's live broadcast, the studio had teachers guiding on stage presence, demeanor, and image. From Cui Wenjian's performance earlier, it appears quite commendable. May I ask you one more question? Lin Hao suddenly recalls something and addresses Li Deshang. In the eyes of the cultivators surrounding the skies of Huanshe City, Long Hai and Huan Dai stand facing each other, both motionless, seemingly gazing quietly at one another, though a stark difference lies in Long Hai's expression. Zhang Nian hesitates, glancing at Lu Chun, unsure of his intent, and wary of making any reckless introductions. Grandfather, what are you saying? Yi Jin's face flushes upon hearing this, and she quickly explains. He is merely a client of our company, specifically assigned to me by Mr. Gao. I shall not speak further. With her bag in hand, Yi Jin hastily departs. What did you say? Li Deshang inquires with curiosity, more concerned with how Yi Jin explained matters to Old Master Yi than with the old man's reaction. This explanation is of paramount importance, as Yi Jin serves as the bridge of communication between him and Old Master Yi. Without her, their acquaintance would not have been possible. To embody the equality of all beings before the Buddha, the dining hall lacks private rooms, and moreover, the dining arrangement consists not of tables but of long benches, with guests seated closely together, sharing their meals in a communal fashion. Whether it be Xu Hongming's lyrics and melodies or the emotional infusion of this couple during their performance, the charm of this song is fully manifested. Now, With Fong Ming unexpectedly stepping in to take over, he is delighted to be unburdened, having not even married. Having seen through worldly desires over a decade ago, choosing to become a monk at Tianlong Temple, causing Fong Ming to lament the loss of another exceptional candidate for a prominent role. The room was enveloped in complete darkness, rendering everything invisible. The old cat stumbled upon the switch by the wall, only to discover that the light within the room seemed to be malfunctioning. Consequently, he activated a flashlight, intending to illuminate his surroundings. The Grim Reaper, wielding a scythe, clearly took note of this unfolding scene. The blue glimmer in her eyes intensified. Suddenly, countless poisoned arrows rained down towards her, clad in high-quality robes, which offered comprehensive protection. Including to her face, she still felt the need to harness her spiritual energy, conjuring a shield of vitality to bolster her defenses. Shan Jun was struck by a sense of deja vu. To validate her intuition, she decisively raised her hand and absorbed the pill-like object, promptly storing it in her spatial realm. Her beautiful eyes were wide with astonishment, and her heart raced uncontrollably. A deafening roar erupted from the cave's edge above, and in the next instant, a colossal creature crashed through the opening, landing before the gathered crowd. Its claws landed squarely on an injured individual, whose head was crushed like a fragile balloon, spilling a gruesome mixture of red and white matter across the ground. Chapter 68. Liemohan departs. Yumian exhaled in relief. When she lifted her gaze again, she noticed that everyone in the laboratory regarded her with unusual expressions. What is it? Yumian asked, somewhat embarrassed, as she touched her face, puzzled. Is there something on my face? Why is everyone staring at me? How could they not gaze upon Yumian? She had developed a solution for the toxins of the dark planet. It's not the odds that concern me, but the possibility of unforeseen events. You underestimate the threat. Even the 11th-ranked human could throw us into disarray. We suffered a great loss. And that unknown powerhouse just now is no different. Another voice interjected. Mo Qing Yin smiled faintly, observing that with their status and power, they had no reason to fear a mere branch of a merchant association. The winged guardians of the Sky City had encountered the Lord God Yin before. The leading angel respectfully knelt in midair. As Fan watched his classmates display a myriad of emotions, he couldn't help but smile subtly. This was the essence of human nature. After a considerable time, Yi Tian's expression finally returned to normal. He then utilized the power of time to ascertain whether the foolish girl had traversed dimensions. Undoubtedly, Yuan Chengxi was colluding with those of the ghostly path. Otherwise, she would not have known about today's events. Yi Hao supported Chao Siyu as they made their way to the lounge, drawing attention wherever they went. What should I do? But he has no idea where my world coordinates lie. I'm still safe. I'm still safe. Xiaoyan incessantly reassured himself. He was also acutely aware that the foundation of Jiuhua Temple was profoundly deep, with countless capable young disciples. Perhaps the three before him were merely among the ordinary ones. However, it had consumed Yi Yuran's precious Tai Sui, and Yi Yuran would not let it go easily. Suddenly, the white-green Su emitted a faint glow, seemingly restraining the golden dragon. It altered its movement, thrusting its dragon head directly into Lei Hao's palm, instantly establishing a bloodline connection between them. The war god, unparalleled under heaven, commanded the Red Man Pavilion, his forces splitting into two to encircle Xiyang Wubian and the others. Meanwhile, the Heroic Society redirected their efforts towards Fengyun's second team. Jiayu's tears fell once more. Each crystalline drop splashed upon the ground, shattering into countless droplets. She took a step forward, and Lei Hao gently pushed his hand, guiding the Feng Ling Huang Su in towards her. Contemplating these matters, Yin Luo furrowed her brow, softly intoning, "If the celestial sovereign is willing to heed my words, why not try her fortune on the other side? Honestly, I have lost all hope for the future of the FA Airway continent. Compared to the arrival of the apocalypse, it seems more likely that the day will come when millions of souls seek their own remains." In recent days, aside from a brief conversation during Lin Qing's visit, they had scarcely exchanged greetings, perhaps due to the fact that they had only met once before. Upon witnessing the emergence of the fire-radiating stars, Shun Yi seized the opportunity to pursue his assault. This time, he resolved to employ an unprecedented technique, one he had conceived while practicing the Hongju. Today, he would test it against Zhao Yu. Are you planning to drive them away? Are you afraid I might reveal my true form? Lin Tian inquired, frowning. In certain eras, the combined number of sages across the world was less than 10, a testament to their rarity. Shuang'er greeted her master and mistress, offering a slight bow and a smile. The Tsangdu finished speaking and swiftly charged forward, claws slicing through the air, emitting 2 streaks of bloodlight. Luo Donglai followed closely, thrusting his halberd with a sharp purple light. As this thought crossed his mind, Luo Yu couldn't help but chuckle at himself. At such a moment, he still had the capacity to engage in frivolous musings, a clear indication of his expansive heart. Those passing students, recognizing Jiang Ning's acquaintance with the county magistrate, promptly inquired with the doorkeeper. Before long, the scholars learned that the Yang brothers hailed from an extraordinary family. Previously, those who had bowed beneath Yang Santai's tyranny were now more than willing to acknowledge him as their leader upon discovering this information. Nonetheless, Master Su Yu could still find an opportunity to lead Lu Ye and the old Taoist into the gates of the Tiandao sect. Meng Lan declared angrily that they were not in a passive competition. Rather, their strong formation had simply passed its peak. Moreover, Daoran, aiming to assert his authority, had specifically sought out the demon and monster clans, using the guise of seeking guidance to thoroughly defeat the old demon king and Ao Guan. Ah, mother, you are so remarkable, even understanding this. Yang Si Zhuang lavished praise as if it cost him nothing, showering Jiang Ning with compliments that made her chuckle heartily. Demonic spirit energy? Upon noticing the strands of black mist, Zheng Zhong couldn't help but exclaim, "It is necessary to do so." Being able to withstand the fluctuations of a venerable level attack, even if it is merely a casual strike, warrants serious attention. Wu Dingjun was a martial arts prodigy, tirelessly training day in and day out. "We are not worthy." Akiyama Sato rose from his position against the wall, stepping before Wuding Saburo, hastily showering him with praise. Even after receiving a kick that left blood trickling from his mouth, he dared not voice any discontent. Chapter 69. You may indulge them. This life is precious. Had it not been for encountering Yumian, he would have long departed this world. I will take good care of you. I promise I will take care of myself. No longer enduring harm. Could I have a contact number? Liemohan initiated, her voice tinged with trepidation, yet her actions were resolute as she presented her contact information. However, without a significant numerical advantage, the goblins appeared hesitant to approach, instead chattering incessantly. He was certain that Old Seven had no chance to meet the sovereign. He had tacitly accepted the pressure from the Chu clan. As a subordinate branch, one must not harbor grand ambitions. He should be content with his ability to succeed through the imperial examinations. At the beginning of the month, she merely tasted a bite of each dish before setting down her chopsticks, waiting for a way to finish. The moment Lu Jia understood the purpose, he ceased granting the opponent opportunities to encircle him and instead raised his machete, charging forward, initially targeting a slender man, lifting the blades back to deliver a powerful slash. This announcement thrilled Lu Shiyu, who, in his excitement, became even more fervent, disregarding her pleas for mercy, solely intent on seeking more. He believed she had led Yaolao down a path of addiction. She smiled bitterly. Should anyone dare to remove their equipment, they would be directly targeted by the special agents and adjudicators. Although Lord Ning hailed from the Yongding Marquis house, what did it matter? He was merely a bastard. Cast aside, he could neither bask in glory nor escape the trampling of the Marquis house throughout his life. Deeply focused on driving, Dozy nearly lost control of the steering wheel upon hearing Zhong Shan call out to him. Neo Batian endured a formidable strike from Yan Wu Huang, causing him to spit blood and turn pale. Nevertheless, upon hearing Juyu's laughter, he disregarded his injuries and hurriedly pursued the direction in which Juyu's fled. While he felt a twinge of regret toward Nishuan, he recognized that this was not the moment to be self-centered. Even as friends, there are times when one must stand by the other in adversity. And Bo furrowed his brow, rendered speechless. Duan Mu Hao's understanding of emotions was woefully inadequate. He could offer little, yet Han Jingshuan's expectations were substantial. Perhaps her desires were not excessive compared to sweet nothings. But even this modest affection was beyond what Duanmu Hao could provide. Pei Xingjian gently pinched her slightly flushed cheek, remarking that she need not concern herself with such matters. However, lost in thought, his smile gradually faded. This should be a question for me to pose to you. Do you not harbor hatred for Duanmu Hao? Why then do you find yourself here? Qin Simiao's once delicate demeanor now bore a hint of resentment. Qianru felt a pang of disappointment but refrained from further urging. Merely being able to see her parents was a solace. After all, it wouldn't be too burdensome to visit frequently. Following a hearty feast, the fish sank to the depths, seemingly on the brink of drowning, with a few already floating to the surface, barely twitching their red gills, appearing near death. Although Wei-chun had not confessed his feelings, she found no aversion to his actions towards her. The two truly fainted, and in accordance with Li Xiaolan's wishes, remained together in a state of oblivion, hoping to evade the emperor's relentless onslaught. Chapter 70. Shan Juanji's defiance. The provocation from Hui Shicheng was glaringly evident, so much so that Shan Juanji could see through it at a glance. He observed the smug Black Panther, its tail coiled around Yumian's waist, swaying in delight. Shan Juanji clenched his teeth, feeling a sharp pain in his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind, he decisively turned away, stating, "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Despite his words of departure, his stride lacked the firmness of resolve. One at a time, murmured the elderly man in a tang suit, maintaining a contemplative posture by the sea. "Young Master Wuda, Qin Li has finally appeared as you anticipated. He has been evading Tianwei. A man resembling a henchman, donned in dark armor and equipped with an earpiece, approached the training hall where Wuyan Wuda was located. Legend has it that the Shiri Shan Gong belonged to the ancient heavenly emperor Dongwang Tai, said to be forged from the flesh and blood of the primordial Pangu. "Grandfather, this is too precious for me. What if I ruin it?" "That would be a tremendous loss," Qin Li protested. Qin Fan's instincts were sharper than a beast's. Should He Yong harbor murderous intent, he would react instantly. Before He Yong could pull the trigger, Qin Fan would incapacitate him by breaking his wrist. "Damn it, we've been exposed. Rush in and eliminate them." The enraged assailant, having lost his composure, charged at the two. At this moment, Li Qingzhao lacked martial prowess, and Jiana had exhausted much of her magical power, with her skills still on cooldown, rendering her nearly defenseless. Chang Qingyu turned her head, quarreling in words, yet deep within, she felt genuine happiness for Su Miaojin. There was a fleeting moment when she longed for a child that belonged to the two of them. Before the coffin stood a black stone slab, upright and embedded in the earth, devoid of any inscription, its surface smooth and icy to the touch. "Damn it! Hurry up and tidy this up," bellowed the foreign supervisor, pointing at Qin Li and cursing in broken Huaxia. "Let's observe first. If it proves untenable, we can intervene later," the abbot Jinkong advised. Thus she truly indulged, consuming all the dreams that she could somewhat digest. Of course, she remained unaware that within a certain organization, the codename assigned to Irbao Lei was gluttony, one of humanity's 7 deadly sins. "My lord, why are you angry?" Zheng Hongmei inquired as she changed her husband's attire and offered him hot tea. "So, the dark church led by the Mingyue demon is also uncomfortable living in the Mingyue continent?" Lin Feng queried. "Second master, as long as you are enjoying yourself." The butchers busily prepared the slaughtered pigs while tying up live ones, bowing and scraping. Zhao Cheng waved them off, instructing them to close the door before resuming training. Ultimately, it was Iki who fell first. By Qingyin's body, accustomed to consuming viruses as if they were water, was far beyond that of an ordinary person. After the virtual leaf fell, Yi Jun, previously injured by Jin Zhongyang's array, swiftly approached, tossing an array disc beside the virtual leaf. The Void Beast's ability to shatter the void was immediately thwarted. Anger surged within him as he violently flipped his sword, sending a blade arc-hurtling towards Su Hanjin. Just then, the reverse dragon let out a roar, and Jiang Yunya, who had been paralyzed by overwhelming pressure, felt his blood suddenly heat up, boiling within him. Chapter 71. Chaos by day. Engrossed in various scientific experiments, Shan Juanji exerted his mind to the utmost. Once he lay down and closed his eyes, he would quickly descend into a profound slumber, perhaps owing to his formidable recovery abilities. 5 minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes, his dark gaze betraying no emotion. His purpose was clear. He rose from bed, determined to find Yumian. Yumian, marvelous. Although I utilized tools, being able to lift a 500-pound stone with one hand is truly remarkable, exclaimed Princess Ontai in admiration. This is the result of the ceaseless efforts of the Pearl of the Sea since our ancestors. Claire's eyes gleamed with pride as she spoke to Lin Xia. The other party's command of English was inferior to that of the Windblade hero. Principal Lang took a while to comprehend that the speaker was a police officer who had some business with him. To uncover the truth of the matter, there was no choice but to allow the assassin to speak. Principal Lang particularly hoped that Disjin would capture Zixiclong, yet he also feared that should Zixiclong be caught, he might reveal truths he wished to avoid. He was uncertain why King Qingguang was troubled, nor did he dare disrupt his train of thought, sensing that King Qingguang's concerns were gravely serious, especially since only the two of them remained in the Great Hall, the others having been expelled. Under the chilling gaze of Tang Hao, Chu Yun found herself nodding involuntarily. The zombies at the city's periphery had largely been eradicated by the military, yet the bustling areas within the city, due to high population density, still swarmed with countless undead. Lu Hong and Chung Lily were fatigued. The initial excitement upon entering the mountains had temporarily masked their weariness, but now that excitement waned, and the soreness in their feet, accompanied by exhaustion, prevailed in their minds. Though curious as to why this Taoist temple allowed them to stay and even provided dinner, they lacked the inclination to ponder further. Of course, but how to proceed remains a dilemma. We cannot simply take the Changfeng vessel, can we? That would be far too conspicuous. Once that dwarf goes missing, everyone will immediately come looking for us. Lin Xia contemplated, addressing Jessica. Su Guangchao felt somewhat moved. Zhang Panny and Lin Bing had not known him long, yet they dared to remain despite the danger, a thought he had not anticipated. Even more unexpected were El Chiosher's words. He regretted his earlier scheming against her, which further undermined his father's counsel. The banner was taken aback, not expecting Lan Jing'er to be so casual, yet it secretly rejoiced that Lan Jing'er did not force him, which was quite fortunate. With the main general's defeat, the enemy troops lost their will to fight, discarding their armor and supplies as they retreated with their leader. With a conclusion reached, Mingjin naturally needed to contemplate earnestly, beginning with an analysis of Su Daxueshi's character. Hey! 4 Eastern warriors wielding their katana clashed with monks and civilians alike. But could this truly be so? Upon uttering those words, Chang Huayang himself could scarcely believe them. Ultimately, enemies remain enemies, their stances irreconcilable. Even if they once shared a mutual admiration in the critical moment of life and death, how could one refrain from fighting fiercely? What has become of that wife? Lin Songhai was perplexed as to why Zhu Junzi had kicked him off the bed. What harm could there be in seeking refuge in the Tang dynasty? With a formidable army of millions and thousands of valiant generals, the state's power is robust. With the Tang as your backing, why worry about failing to crush a Shina Yugu and reclaim lost territories? However, Xie, Chun, and Zheng had yet to realize that since last night, Liu Kan and his companions had been contemplating their intentions, piecing together the situation with considerable accuracy. Yet if one refrains from observing, a lingering emptiness resides within, akin to a feeling of missing something vital. After a week, Chai Chun, with nothing to occupy his time, gathered all of his storage rings. Even he could not account for the number of imperial artifacts and treasures he possessed. Chapter 72. The Golden Lion and the Black Panther endure punishment at this moment. Even a pig would awaken in fright, let alone Yumian, who was far from being one. Almost immediately upon hearing a sound, she opened her eyes, her body reacting swifter than her mind, sitting upright in an instant. The next moment, she witnessed a shadowy figure crash through the glass door, the high-grade glass of the Huo Corporation shattering into countless shards on the ground. Meanwhile, the three were riding on white clouds, having already departed the borders of the Oz Kingdom. Before them lay a wide river. Teacher, I understand this will be a challenging competition, but victory shall ultimately belong to me, Xian declared with unwavering confidence. As anticipated by the audience, Herbert was the first to launch an attack, charging at Yuming like a heavy tank, delivering a powerful strike aimed at the wound on Yuming's brow. An hour passed in the blink of an eye as Li leisurely released his longbow, his arms swollen from exertion. Though still trembling, he appeared oblivious, continuing his previous actions with a changed expression. Ji Ruohua was utterly bewildered. He had intended to sneak into the room and poison Lin Dongjin's drink, killing him without a trace. He instructed two young men behind him to fetch a carriage from the village and engaged in idle conversation with Pang Zhao while waiting. The Dragon Eagle Special Forces, upon witnessing their usually formidable Commander Kai remaining silent before Liu Yan, obediently enduring reprimands, felt a deep sense of shame for their mistakes. Gu Siki stood in disbelief, gazing at Director Wang. After a long moment, her eyes suddenly reddened, neither disliking nor liking him. It felt akin to holding hands with a close friend. There had been no spark between them, leaving her devoid of any fluttering feelings. Seeing this, Shan Jun smiled quietly, rising to leave the delivery room, granting space to the family of three. As she closed the door, she saw Jiang Yu lean down to kiss Jing Tong on the forehead. This signified that nothing could suppress the darkness within him any longer, and at that moment, in order to confront Xia Ke, he deliberately provoked the dark power within him. Although he could not be compared to Bo Yi Huang in status, he understood the value of cherishing what one has and the gravity of loss. Xian felt elated. The hardest part was indeed the beginning, and once she dealt with Jian Zichuan, the rest would become less burdensome. Even if she genuinely admired the CEO, it could only be admiration, devoid of any dreams of marrying him. Such fantasies were beyond her reach. Song Kiki lagged behind, locking eyes with Zhou Jian, who cast a meaningful glance. Song Kiki smiled at him, then rejoined the discussion about the menu. In recent days, Yi had been pondering how to bring about a change in form as suggested by Mao Ying. Chapter 73. Shan Juanji plays the victim clearly. The Golden Lion's confidence was something Yumian could not emulate. Observing the Golden Lion, who appeared smug and utterly unrepentant, alongside the Black Panther, who was clearly not a good companion, she let out a silent sigh. Neither of these two was of paramount importance. There would be ample time to deal with them later. Instead, her gaze shifted to Shan Juanji, who stood at the head of the bed. Realizing that the Ping Bo Ho was not here for a heart-to-heart, but rather to express his intentions, she understood the gravity of the situation. Wei Xinxin had been observing her cousin, noticing that his usual composure seemed to have melted away, revealing a hint of vulnerability. Jin Yu dropped a drop of blood into a bowl of water, while Jin Fu also drew a cut on his finger, letting a drop of blood fall into the bowl. Just as Foster mourned the Roosevelt, the voice of the Terminator echoed forth. He felt he could say nothing to his mother, who had given him life, but his impatience towards his second brother had long since surfaced. During his tenure as deputy director of the management committee in the high-tech zone, Lin Ziyuan had become well acquainted with Zhang Jingdao. At that time, the high-tech zone awarded the first prize for attracting investment to Zhang Jingdao, maintaining a good relationship. Guotao stomped his feet, launching a punch that struck with the force of iron, targeting the unprotected stomach, humanity's most vulnerable area. With that strike, Liu Datong was rendered incapacitated. Guotao was filled with intense hatred for Liu Datong. Shen Qingjia sighed, rejecting the offer gently. For Wei Yu, subtlety was unnecessary. Xiao Nen furrowed her brow. She was not well acquainted with Yang Zi and had merely beaten him once, knowing his character to be particularly vile. Yang Zi tugged at his lips, gazing at the oblivious Yang Anning in his arms. Moreover, this perfume advertisement was no trivial matter. It was said to be an international collaboration that would undoubtedly delight foreign audiences. A deluge of divine techniques and an army resembling locusts rendered Yin Shi unable to resist. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Qi Yundong planned to construct a toll station on this side of the Dark Moon continent. Receiving the concern of Ji Yan, Yi Tian smiled with satisfaction before soaring away from the palace. Ji Jinyan began to doubt that he was truly assisting Si Lin. It seemed he had merely changed locations for his slumber. Yuan hesitated, a flicker of hostility flashing in her eyes. She turned off her phone, lazily lifting her eyelids for a glance. After discussing matters with the two gentlemen from the manor, Li Yu decided to shoulder all the blame himself. Of course, Liu did not possess such noble sentiments. He was merely protecting himself under the guise of serving the future Zhao Wang and Zhao Kingdom. When Guanmuhua spoke, it was tantamount to acknowledging a connection between Du Kaiwei's hospitalization and herself. Bai Qinma exhibited little reaction, while Zuan seemed solely focused on the door to the emergency room. Conversing light-heartedly, they descended the mountain, only to encounter a valley ahead, densely populated with trees. Everyone fell silent, their spirits heightened. Xiaowen was a fool for not realizing that Si Feng was deliberately toying with him. After that fright, sweat poured from his palms, his legs trembling, yet he dared not seek revenge. "You are not a cultivator from Kanglan City," the voice of the food immortal ancestor suddenly resonated. "Not to trouble you. Not to trouble you. I am but a humble citizen. If I may be so bold, what do you think of this remuneration?" Boss Liu extended a finger towards Liang Feng. As all the radiant colors were deflected, Yu Pu sighed in relief only to find Xiao when descending from the sky. Just as he had become captivated by the brilliant colors, Xiao Wen leaped into the air. "Dear brother, will the Qin army strike at my Chongping?" After witnessing Wang Liao's extraordinary military arrangements and situational analysis, the politically astute Yu Qing naturally took on the role of his deputy, striving to rectify the flaws in the Battle of Gongchen. Moreover, with Lin Bixiao now living under the same roof as his elder brother, the wounds of Bai Anmo would be even more difficult to heal. At this moment, the refined and gentle man was examining a red invitation card in his hand, which had arrived early in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, carried by countless crows. At 5 o'clock in the morning, sanitation workers were cleaning the streets when one of them noticed a person lying nearby, initially assuming it was a drunken man. As she approached to rouse him, she noticed something amiss, for there were large pools of blood surrounding the supposed drunkard. Fang Xian regarded Long Yinjua and Li Qiu as good friends. If one were to assess the closeness of their relationships, Long Yinjua would undoubtedly be the closer friend, though he refrained from showcasing this before him. After receiving a positive response from Qin He, Su Gang's expression turned grim, a hint of disbelief crossing his face. Just as he was about to speak, Qin He interrupted him directly. Zhu Huahua recognized the presence of that wicked wolf. Yet at this moment, she could hardly keep her eyes open, feeling as if she were sinking into the soft bed beneath her. Take that imperial envoy, for instance. As long as he remained in Qinghe City, he would have to be well attended to. As expected, upon Fang Xian's arrival at the scene, Professor Zhu had already completed the crucial procedures, such as vascular exploration and repair, leaving Fang Xian only the task of suturing the blood vessels. This pill was also a legacy from our parents to my brother and me, but at the time, we had no idea of its value. Who would have thought it to be so precious? In Chapter 74, Shan Juanji, "May I embrace you?" As Yumian's words fell, the golden lion and Black Panther lying nearby instinctively sensed that something was amiss. They had been scolded and slapped for sneaking into the bedroom, having to resort to jesting to escape punishment. Yet here with Shan Juanji, not only were they spared from rebuke, but now they even received Yumian's concern. Something felt very wrong. There was undoubtedly an underlying issue they were yet unaware of. Dong Wang sensed the fluctuations emanating from the elder's entire being, his brows slightly furrowing. And then, recalling something, he bellowed and swiftly darted backward. Hardin effortlessly utilized his robust physique to maneuver, while Caspai, the tall white guard, clearly could not withstand such force. Only moments ago, one could see ox carts and pedestrian from a distance, but as he drew nearer, he realized the floating ferry was over 100 meters long and about 10 meters wide, capable of accommodating 6 ox carts, but allowing only 4 to pass at a time to leave room for pedestrians. To shield his body from an inexplicable force, he activated the Huangyu Longyan, transforming into the form of a wild dragon. After all, not even millennium ago had he endured such grave injuries. What to do? Chao Meng appeared as spirited as ever, showing no signs of distress. The only Pokemon left with combat capability was Shanai Duo. The others, Yuan Lu Sha and Bao Bei Long, were far from being viable options in battle. Furthermore, possessing a fire-type origin was crucial, which excluded the majority of individuals from contention. Liemohan smiled slightly. His decision to reach out to Dean was not without purpose. Ever since the Empire established diplomatic relations with the Linyuan river system, Trade between both sides had flourished. Yet the empire was astonished to find that despite the substantial trade exchanges, its trade deficit was expanding. Upon hearing Wang Sa's heartfelt intentions, Lu Jun's face flushed. He hadn't expected anyone to be so eager to introduce him to a partner, and not wanting to hurt Wang Sa's feelings, he agreed casually. In the 100 Schools Forum, there was a lecturer who had once received a perfect score in one subject and a 0 in another, yet still gained admission to that university. The tall Master S. Palm struck the barrel of the broken sky spear, and Xuan felt a tremendous force surge through, the spear creaking as if it could not bear such pressure. He did not possess the sculpted physique typical of foreign beauties. Instead, his broad shoulders, illuminated by the cold white moonlight, exuded a resolute aura, as if embodying an unwavering determination and confidence that inspired trust. As the refined middle-aged man emerged, another man dressed in simple attire, resembling a farmer, followed behind. At this juncture, the man wore a despairing expression on the verge of tears, realizing he had entangled himself with such a formidable figure. If that person so desired, he could easily erase him from existence. Nevertheless, Mu Bai's spirit was still shaken, and he quickly forced a laugh before fleeing under the cover of Dong Huang and others. Ying Ji Yuan and Ji Yuan Jia were already panicking, with only Mi Zi Xian maintaining composure. Upon hearing Hua Mei Yan's words, he turned his gaze toward Mi Zi Xian. The people of the Tianshan realm could never have anticipated that after their disgraceful actions, Bai Yi not only refrained from reprimanding them, but even elevated their status. In Chapter 75, The Hook, I like you. Boom. Like thunder crashing, lightning struck above. Yumian was utterly stunned, gazing at Shan Juanji, who sat across from her. Exuding calm certainty as he made his declaration, she questioned her own waking state. Was she dreaming? Did Shan Juanji truly express his affection for her? This was madness. The words left everyone momentarily speechless, even Jianya, who seemed to awaken from a dream, momentarily forgetting that they were in East City. Not one of those privileged places he frequented. Big uncle, how have you been? This was the first time Heir Sherlang spoke to the elderly man at home in such a tone, causing the man across from him to visibly pause. He wore black leather boots, black casual pants, a white shirt, and a simple black jacket, dressed quite neatly. However, his rude entrance without knocking compelled him to face some difficulty. While dancing, everyone behaved similarly. They held no prejudice, but as Dai Yulin danced, she kissed the man, transcending the bounds of mere partnership. It was precisely due to this characteristic that the intelligent beings in the ocean referred to them as gluttonous beasts. Ah Bing, since you donated the school you built to the town last year, it has truly resolved the issue of education for the town's children. When she felt ready, Mo Bai Qing could teleport individuals without physical contact, swiftly moving people to other locations before Bai Jin could react. Some might be 16, others 17, but there should be no significant differences. That was my intention. A breakthrough had occurred. The Heavenly Court's Holy Master was on the cusp of a breakthrough. Under heaven, the air was filled with excited shouts. Emperor Wu of Han was a talented and ambitious ruler who, upon ascending the throne, further weakened the power of the feudal lords. He implemented laws to compel the feudal lords to grant titles to their sons, forcing them to curtail their territories. To disrupt the domain of a powerful expert was no simple feat. Typically, it required an even more formidable domain expert to overpower them. After passing the number to Tsinyu, Yin Suning watched as Tsinyu immediately dialed the number. About half a minute later, Zhuang Zeiming finally answered the call. It was likely that Luo Baiyu had utilized her internal energy. Her usually soft and gentle voice now resonated with penetrating clarity, reverberating through the entire hall and causing the glass to tremble slightly. Were they producing and selling Tianxiang wine? Gu Amlin was initially taken aback, but soon felt a sense of inevitability. Thank you. Yang Qingqing, possessing a gentler disposition than Yang Lulu, smiled politely and nodded, accompanying the repairman to the door. However, for an immortal, sacrificing half a lifetime to grant Su Jinsi a few years of existence was indeed feasible. As Guan Jinlin executed the Jin Yin Gong and arrived at the Du Mansion, Wang Gulansu Yin Tang Tiangong was equally impressive, albeit slightly delayed. Alighting in the garden of the Du Mansion. Was it merely boredom? A sudden thought blossomed in Shan Juanji's mind as he spoke foolishly. The wandering poet and Su Yinxiao eagerly agreed, and both parties were delighted. After listening to the song sung by the brothers Zhang, San, and Li Si, Yang Guang nodet in satisfaction. Tongshan Port offered myriad distractions for players. Apart from dungeons and combat arenas, the free market and auction house, brimming with various peculiar items, could easily consume an entire day. Bang! That punch landed squarely, forcefully extracting tears and mucus from the thousand-hand butcher, who, in immense agony, covered his face and struggled to rise, demanding, "Why did you strike my face?" British Prime Minister Cameron also saw the video, and in his fury, smashed several televisions with his teacup. "My goodness, old man, where did you acquire such treasures?" GMO's eyes sparkled new. Nitro shifted his gaze to the shore. Aside from a few candidates who formed their own team, the others showed no inclination to collaborate. Meng Jiangnan did not linger, swiftly descending on the bee skin to locate Ouyang Yan's corporeal form. "Fine. In that case, let's take a car," Sure Jinlu said with a slight smile as he opened the door of his Porsche Cayenne. The four-stone swan and I had originally transformed from four large stone spheres, which were entirely illusory, hence their disappearance was entirely logical. Suddenly, the spiked shadow gate below collapsed, the sound echoing far and wide, prompting several cultivators to speculate about the commotion, hastening toward the noise, just as Shun Tian vanished into the sky. In a certain sense, the scavengers active throughout the Dark Continent could also be classified as calamities and as explorers of the Dark Continent. Luo and his companions might encounter another scavenger in the future. While driving, Jingyi saw Chiochio's eyes glowing blue as it suddenly lunged forward. She immediately whispered, "Prepare for battle," and pressed down on the accelerator, charging ahead. Wu Yingying and Director Yu promptly unzipped their bags, seizing their handguns with a clatter as they cocked the weapons. Chapter 76. Clever and fluffy, everything unfolded so naturally, as if it were meant to be. Even Shan Jun himself did not anticipate that his request would genuinely be granted. Under the lights, the handsome youth struggled to suppress his excitement, making every effort to present a facade of cool detachment. Only his hands, awkwardly curled at his side, betrayed his true emotions. Fortunately, after uttering her words, Yumian herself fell into a deep state of blank shock. "Everyone, please take a seat and continue eating." Su Yishuan cast aside his distracting thoughts, urging everyone to sit down. He was now their pillar of support and wished to shield them from witnessing his vulnerable side. The cries of battle reverberated, and in the darkness, the elves' energy shone like the sun, illuminating the night. This immense energy coalesced into dazzling beams of light. The unparalleled, terrifying aura was a novel experience for them. Yet the two emperors of the demon race felt an inexplicable familiarity with that dread, an instinctive recognition etched into their very blood since birth. Meng Tian approached, patting Hua, tubing on the shoulder, prepared to offer consolation, only to spot Qin Shi Huang lying motionless on the ground, life or death uncertain. To their astonishment, the Lord of the Demon Domain was the heart demon of the Creator God, and they never anticipated his newfound ferocity. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the road where their vehicle was parked, and in the distance they saw their car waiting, approaching it. They opened the door and changed into a set of pre-prepared fresh clothes, discarding the blood-stained garments into a nearby trash bin. Wang Yinshan vowed to turn over a new leaf and cease his malevolence toward the world. Sitting cross-legged, Wang Yinshuan's broad shoulders were already covered in a thick layer of snow. "Is it better now?" Pu Yuzi unabashedly touched her heel, kneading gently. Due to Yang Yilin's radiant beauty, Zhuanan appeared dim in comparison, as everyone focused on her, neglecting Zhuanan. How could one be so powerful? Baiku shouted in astonishment. Facing Raditz, he felt burdened yet not incapable of battling, but against Ba, it felt as if he were confronting an ordinary person, an insurmountable challenge. This man, akin to Lung Yin, could change his demeanor in an instant. It was wise not to provoke him, Bai Fong thought as he drifted away. The scarred man deliberately provoked Yu Long Tian into speaking. As he opened his mouth to vent, the man struck unexpectedly, targeting Yu Long Tian's chest, leaving him defenseless and spitting blood. "That is different. It depends on who executes it," Our contributions are equally yours, he said, raising a toast once more. All right, I shall take you to meet the director and the other actors. Shan Jie clasped Luo Yishuan's hand. It's fine, let Jiao Qin teach you. He pointed to the ongoing match. Jiao Qin had made several successful shots, putting everyone nearby to sleep, while the opponents stood by the table, scratching their head, utterly disheartened by the one-sided game. Yin Nua's words were not mere bluster. Although the Tian Shuang army possessed formidable combat prowess for someone of his cultivation level, self-preservation was assured even if direct confrontation was not an option. More importantly, Yin Nua's father was the emperor of Tian Shuang. With such a status, who would dare to lay a hand on him? Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Tian found Gu Sisi resting her chin on her hands, unwaveringly staring at him. Unconsciously, his hand had found its way to Yu's shoulder, immediately meeting her curious gaze. Chapter 77. The Federal Warship. Yumian subtly exhaled a sigh of relief. It must be acknowledged, she had indeed overestimated herself. She thought it was merely a hug. After all, she often embraced the Golden Lion and the Black Panther, even burying her face in their soft bellies for affection. When delighted, she would even plant a fervent kiss on them. The Golden Lion and Black Panther had long since become accustomed to her affection. Yet looking at Jiang Yining, she suddenly felt he was enveloped in an impenetrable veil, forever beyond her reach. It was simply a matter of sleeping. Put aside those messy thoughts. Jiang Jinyan affectionately tapped her forehead, firmly taking her hand to guide her to wash up. He understood why Yu Chu was reluctant to dine with them. The true reason lay in her desire to date and converse with this man. In her heart, she knew those people were certainly not arranged by Yu Cheng, and it was undoubtedly not her who had uploaded the video online. At that moment, Lin Weiwei's phone rang, initially expecting it to be Luo Qiheng. She discovered instead that it was Tian Mingya calling. At this time, calling meant she had watched the news and was elated to fulfill her promise. She truly owed a debt of gratitude to Luo Qiheng for his assistance. Brother Mu Qian, no need. Really, as long as you and sister-in-law have a good relationship. Yu Biqing said generously. Chu Yun smiled awkwardly. Her injury could be resolved with a warm bath and a sanitary napkin. If she dealt with it, it would be a genuine giveaway. Meanwhile, the wolf seemed to be on the brink of danger, ready to commence. However, three distinct voices emanated from different directions. Jingguoxiong. According to the game rules, your malicious injury results in immediate elimination, Yi Qingdong remarked coldly. Due to her current popularity, the production of this drama has already generated immense excitement, even while still in the planning stages. This decline in vitality is primarily attributed to the new body undergoing insufficient transformation, resulting in obstacles when utilizing heroic skills. Initially, Hoopa expressed her astonishment at Inbo renting a house outside the school. When Inbo suggested she move out of the Earl's residence, she was reluctant. Stating her desire to spend more time with Fengling Quang Taijun seemed to hear a familiar surname, perking up his ears to listen further, but alas, he lacked the extraordinary abilities necessary. At that moment, his phone rang, revealing that it was Zhu Sifang. However, it was fortunate that he had completed his exam early, allowing him to focus entirely on his own questions without concern for Lin Hao. Although the table was broken, compensation was required. Jiang Ming looked calmly at Gao Yuchen. Unperturbed by his assault, the garden faced the back entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel, and there was also a spiral staircase leading directly to the second floor, adorned with a red carpet as Su Rue descended with a foreign lady. Very well. From this moment on, you shall reside here. Should you need anything, simply inform me, and I shall provide my utmost support. Elder Hua smiled gently at him, instantly dissolving all his worries. When did this begin? Sang Shan's mind wandered back to Sun Ji, a flicker of resentment flashing through his heart. Regardless, he was now a panda, a fierce creature in its own right, especially since his body had acquired systematic knowledge, rendering him considerably stronger. His strike was far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. In Chapter 78, within the confines of the Federation starship, Qin Yuji's azure eyes gazed intently at the unremarkable primitive star within the vast cosmos, devoid of any sense of significance. A chilling voice echoed, as the Empire's arch-nemesis. We are now allies in combating the Dark Planet. and the Federation is acutely vigilant regarding the status of the Empire's dignitaries. Su Mingshan naturally did not expect the third son, who was more suited for farming, to contribute substantial funds. His primary focus lay on Su Mingjiang. Had she not married Shan Moyu, her parents would undoubtedly not have treated her favorably. However, marrying Shan Moyu had elevated her status significantly. The immense power unleashed within the ghost school and hospital, accompanied by intense suffering, was intertwined with battle, which remained her sole belief. Mu Lingchuan's expression grew grim. He would typically smile upon seeing her, yet tonight, he merely observed her in silence. That day, Su Mingjiang had arranged to accompany Su Mingfeng to the town for New Year shopping. After consuming 3 bowls of ginseng soup, Si Lingchuan finally set down his bowl. Leaning lazily against his chair, his eyes filled with tenderness as they rested upon Su Tang. Watching her collapse to the ground, Emo Jingchun gritted his teeth, narrowing his eyes. Bloodshot with fury, under the attentive care of Chun Tao, Shun Shuli donned a dance gown, her long red dress captivating all within the hall. Though she spoke of misunderstanding, she nevertheless removed her outer garment, leaving only a tank top. This presented a dilemma. After witnessing the extraordinary spectacle, a significant number of individuals experienced adverse reactions, leading to a collective nightmare, insomnia, and a sensitivity to sound. As for the male protagonist, he was not incapable of earning a living. Even if he currently relished domestic duties and childcare, it did not imply he was solely responsible for the household. He yearned to break free but lacked the strength and means, which led to the current predicament. I sat in a daze on the Kong, and as dawn brightened, I proceeded to wash up, dress, and join my parents for breakfast in the courtyard. Simultaneously, Yun Xiaomin received news of Ziling's appearance in Mi City. Similar to Qingyun Peak and Lingqing Palace, upon receiving the news, the leader of Yun Xiaomin summoned all elders of the true spirit realm. He distinctly remembered that Ai Lian was with Wei Wei at that time, yet he could not recall Wei Wei's face. At the moment of the laughing demon's demise, there was no sight of blood flowing. Astonishingly, the laughing demon retained a smile on his visage. The issue lay in the severity of its injuries. Having left the water, it was barely clinging to life, and reviving it seemed improbable. It was said that Mo Bai had obtained a single dormitory with a map displayed above. Following the directions, Mo Bai arrived at the dormitory area. Unwillingness, rage, Lu Qianlang felt as if his body were about to explode. No sensation was more unbearable than this, being defeated by the same opponent twice. Did this mean he was truly inferior? Although the American team had lost this round, they still held a significant lead with 2 points, and the next round remained their match point. Should they secure victory in the next round, the American team could still claim the championship. Sheng Linsher was taken aback by Lu Qiufin's formidable presence, only realizing it after everyone had vanished. Upon searching, Lu Jin discovered that it was still quite distant, over 600 kilometers, and that was in a straight line. Traveling by vehicle would undoubtedly increase the distance. Just as their hands intertwined, Xiao Xiao slipped, causing both to tumble. Jiang Wan fell heavily, nearly gasping for breath. In Chapter 79, the battle outside the primitive star concluded swiftly. As Qin Yuji plummeted onto the primitive star, the Vice Admiral dared not delay, swiftly commanding his crew to navigate the starship away, diverting the majority of attention and firepower from Qin Yuji, who had fallen onto the primitive star. The hope was that the Commander-S plan would be successfully executed. The Vice Admiral sighed as he gazed at the primitive star, now far behind them. Ling Shixiao, Tian Yu exclaimed, seeing Ling Shunfeng's chest pierced. Her delicate face turned pale as she cried out, wanting to rush to save him. But before she could move, a 9-tier martial spirit king blocked her path. That time, the Yin and Yang emissaries also appeared, coming to the mortal realm to capture those unwilling to enter the underworld. Kai Jixiong instantaneously transported several kilometers away, then entered the dueling tower with a thought. Upon entering, he observed that the surrounding buildings had been completely renovated, exuding an air of grandeur akin to a new residence. The central area was a large venue flanked by rows of weapon racks, each displaying an array of 18 types of weaponry. As for the others on the dragon and tiger list, they paled in comparison. On that day, no one saw Chuan use consecutive strikes. he had nearly become invisible, leaving no room for discussion. Conversely, many of his supporters inquired about his actions that day. This term ignited envy among all present. The path to sanctification was shrouded in mystery, and the powers within it could hardly be deemed ordinary. Thus, the treasures possessed by such forces were far from commonplace. With a thunderous roar, the divine beast transformed back into a mass of demonic clouds, its azure light flickering as it was thoroughly subdued by the Haotian Tower. Subsequently, the tower contracted, propelling itself through the void, leaving only a faint afterimage as it shot toward the Valley of Lost Souls. Kai Jixiong possessed strength at least above the 4th rank of reverse war, indicating that the leader of the black-clad individuals was likely a martial saint. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to easily thwart Kai Jixiong, rendering him powerless to retaliate. Xiao Qian was so enraged that tears streamed down her face, momentarily overcome with emotion. At that moment, Long Yang could no longer contain himself, leaping onto the stage to stand before Xiao Qian. It turned out that his former self had been so ignorant. Having married into the Yi family, he should have enjoyed a life of luxury. Yet he foolishly transformed his existence into that of a beleaguered princess. Unless the Japanese Navy mistakenly believed that this oil tanker concealed valuable treasures, whether supplies, intelligence, or personnel, it could be sunk without hesitation. Even among the great sects, there were times when they only dared to send junior disciples, unwilling to let true masters with profound cultivation step forward. I apologize, but I have not identified any spies. However, I have unearthed several suspected surrenderists among the officials, who may impede the progress of the NNL war. Here is the list. She is unable to discern the names hovering above others, thus cannot identify the spies. He recalled that stormy night when the room was drenched in blood, and Du sat alone in that tatami room, guarding 2 shattered corpses. At that moment, he believed Du's aura was stained by blood, but upon reflection, it was otherwise. Why, impressive. Have you sold another crate of wine? The bartender and Xiao cast a look of approval. No problem. Zhang Hao paused for a moment, then smiled broadly, signaling to his wife, and invited us to the dining room. Except for his second son Zhang Yoli, the others were left in the living room. Upon seeing that thread of demonic energy, the celestial demonic energy within me seemed to surge, akin to encountering a dear friend or family member, igniting an impulse to venture forth and uncover the truth. Nuo Nuo was not particularly pleased with Du Lei's current appearance. She rested her chin in her hand, scrutinizing him, which made Du Lei feel uncomfortable. Their dark garments bore a black character for purification encircled in a circle on the front, while the back displayed a character for the path, unmistakably marking them as members of the J-ing-D-O-M-ing. The entire settlement lacked walls, only a circle of watchtowers constructed on the outermost periphery. These watchtowers served to monitor the tyrant monsters. Should a tyrant monster launch an attack, the tyrant fairies would eliminate it outside the settlement. Due to inferior weaponry, the tyrant fairies often suffered significant losses to vanquish a single tyrant monster. His keen insight could be deemed seasoned. He immediately recognized that Ch-Ing-Zu was frightened, and seeing them had undoubtedly frightened him, indicating he had committed a guilty deed, and recently at that. The moment the words left his mouth, he received a resounding slap, yet Th still held his head high. During the recent assault, the left flank had been utterly devastated, with some trenches even collapsing, making it the most advantageous point for the enemy to strike. Therefore, their forces were undoubtedly concentrated in that direction. If the Red Army were to launch an assault from there, they could achieve an unexpected outcome. A Yi's anger was justified. Lian's scornful glance moments ago felt as if he were looking down upon an ant. How could he not be furious? What happened, Manager Liu? After Liu's departure, Su Chen instinctively tightened his grip on Yu's hand. Although the 2 commentators from Manchester United noticed Porto's deployment of a 4-3-3 formation, they still resolutely asserted that Porto would certainly pull their wingers inward to execute counterattacks. Queen Wang performed a bow yet disregarded the Emperor's decree, abruptly turning to leave. The lengthy phoenix robe silently swept across the golden brick floor, its originally vibrant yellow appearing oppressive to the point of suffocation. Is that all? Did they just go out to continue their discussions? My pants are. Just this? Zhao Qnh felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. His strength had reached the 7th level of the Ching realm, surpassing his deceased brother by a full 5 levels. Ling Feng laughed lightly, seemingly deep in thought, mentally evaluating all conceivable possibilities before making a slight calculation. Upon sensing the terrifying energy emanating from Shi of Ing, the old man could not help but exclaim, "Then tell me, since you foresaw Lord L's arrival, why did you provoke him in the first place?" Yumian immediately interjected with a question. However, Ly11's focus was somewhat excessive. She did not know how to shift her attention. After consuming the dragon blood fruit, his aura had not only become formidable, but had also transformed in quality. Chapter 80, Good Baby. Seizing the opportunity when the base guards were inattentive, Shan Jun stealthily exited the base once more. Lurking atop the prairie, he stood quietly at a distance, observing Yumian playing joyfully with the golden lion and Black Panther, his heart racing increasingly faster. He recalled that Yumian had greatly admired his beast form the last time. It had been so long since their last encounter. He wondered if Yumian would still hold the same affection for him. Would she prefer him over the golden lion and Black Panther? When Zhao Feng made his move, Li Jianghai was nearby and distinctly sensed the concentration of elemental energy gathered around Zhao Feng. Mo Wangchun dared not be careless. For the Demon God King was an immensely powerful figure in the contemporary world, capable of contending with the 6 court leaders should he descend in his true form. My aspirations lie in the path of alchemy. Whether I ascend in martial arts is of little consequence, Kong Ch remarked with a smile. The information the JNYW I gathered concerning the crossing of energies was quite detailed. All of this Wei Yun had already shared with Su Q, with the most crucial aspect being the martial arts utilized in energy crossing, which appeared to involve a staff technique wielded with a Zen staff. The people around him immediately dispersed, retreating far away, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Yet, each was oblivious to the fact that under the 9 palaces WCHN formation, everyone's cultivation was greatly suppressed. How could anyone operate their true energy unimpeded? It read, "Do you wish to know the truth about the ghost phone? Please come alone to the 4th floor of Hongfeng Building at 7 tonight." Last night, the two spent an intimate night together, and SH and she felt utterly drained, awakening only now. They were reluctant to surrender. Yet the army had already been defeated and their commander captured. Generals Ngis N and Wing Beato had fled, rendering their futile resistance merely a toll of corpses. One must understand, Song Fei's fist carried a devouring power, rendering any defense utterly futile. Su Ju's eyes narrowed, and, as the power manifested, he felt the rules of weaponry upon his fingers become exceedingly vibrant. The sudden rapid progress over the past 6 months stemmed from the superlative oratory skills of P. Li. After all, within the secular world, distractions abound, toiling over national affairs, leaving one exhausted. Where does the time for cultivation arise? Xing Yuan also frowned, originally prepared to utter insults towards Su Ju. Yet the words caught in her throat, unable to be voiced. If he truly aimed to disrupt by abducting the bride, with your grandfather present within the Ing sect, how could he dare to act wantonly? Rest assured, if YNJNF dares to appear and disrupt the wedding, I shall not spare him. HNJ vowed to reassure HNY. Chewing mindlessly on the icy sensation in his mouth, Su Ho's smile gradually widened, and he ceased his jesting. YNJNF Ing was momentarily taken aback, bewildered as to his current location and why he had arrived there. You may address me as LNY. SHLNY smiled gently at HLY NTO, then turned her gaze to LSHC. Previously, Miss L agreed to assist me in avenging my grievances, for which I am immensely grateful. Should LNY be able to do something for Miss L, it would bring me peace of mind. As she spoke, she extended her hand. In the front row, NYT Yang's lips curled slightly. Her son truly was awkward, unable to simply state the truth about his appearance. How could a man's thoughts elude her, a seasoned general clad in white? Although Ying, who had traversed through time, had not experienced that heart-pounding battle, he felt an inexplicable affinity for W. Ing RW, the the two embracing and reluctant to part. Meanwhile, the disembodied spirit, detached from its physical vessel, resembled water escaping its container, ready to collapse at any moment. Concerned that Song F-ing might be overly pragmatic in his approach, Cul did not disclose to him that he too would participate in the traditional Chinese medicine competition. In other words, Chi-On had become entangled in an impending secret event due to her heightened perception. CH&HT could not help but close his eyes momentarily, easing the strain before reopening them. Upon receiving the transmission, Su Lao did not have the time to contemplate, as the middle-aged cultivator dashed towards the volcano, with others hurriedly following suit. Su Lao cursed under his breath before hastily giving chase. "How is it? I shall take my leave now." As a gesture of goodwill between our two factions, CHM will surely emerge unscathed. With a gentle flick of the cuff, he did not wait for Ling Fei to speak. Swiftly carrying Wei Yin ran towards the city, exhibiting not a trace of haste. "It has been quite some time since we last met, and I am astonished at how much you have grown. Your English-speaking skills have improved remarkably," Anna remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Lin Rong felt a pang in her heart at his words, yet she began to sense an undercurrent of peculiarity. After sending Lin Kaian to another realm, Lu Mu followed in the footsteps of the Lord of the Divine Space, who had deliberately left traces behind, seemingly awaiting Lu Mu's pursuit. Chapter 81. Qin Yu's suspicion she always behaved this way, lavishing praise upon her beloved fluffy companions, never hesitating to call them sweetie or baby. It would have been acceptable if they were indeed fluffy creatures. Regrettably, unbeknownst to her, the beings she affectionately referred to as baby and adorable were not the charming furry animals she envisioned, but rather malicious males with ulterior motives. In the face of numerous formidable foes, there was no way to eliminate any of them unscathed. Choices had to be made. "Do not speak of that just yet. Tell me, has something occurred at the residence?" The matriarch furrowed her brow, her expression serious as she fixed her gaze on Lu Momo. Yin Su glared at Jiang Xinyu in indignation, but she was now wise enough to remain quiet, for Wei Chun was present. The gentleman also glanced in their direction, and it was prudent for her to maintain her silence. However, by the time they reached that moment, even if they were aware, it would be a final grace bestowed upon them by the heavens, as they would have already missed their chance to ascend. "I have just crossed the borders and am en route to Africa. How are things there?" Ning Futeng inquired. "All right, you may go. This living corpse, require no companionship. When you find yourself unable to break through your bottleneck, return here, and I shall offer you some guidance," the old man, Long Meng-yi, said with indifference. Unfortunately, such descent into the abyss of sophistry only served to hinder the recognition of the esteemed, rendering it increasingly difficult to survive within the circles of various schools of thought. When the old man spoke, everyone understood that the task's execution site was certainly in Huaxia. Yet one had to wonder what purpose the selection of such elite assassins could serve in Huaxia. "No, it is nothing," Sun Minghua replied, his face swollen like a pig's head, obscuring much of his vision as he strained to glance at the identification information of the potion and was instantly overwhelmed with joy. Occurrences like these were commonplace, and Xinyan listened with keen interest while casting a sidelong glance at the service desk, which was in disarray. The cacophony of voices rendering the staff busier than ever, leaving no moment of respite. "Very well, I shall agree, but I have one more request. Regardless of who prevails in the end, the San Juan stone is something I can only lend you. Once you have used it, it must be returned to San Juan County." Zhang Qin emphasized that it must be returned to San Juan County, not to himself, as he believed that the demon lord might very well kill him. The printing shops, clothing stores, and cosmetic shops surrounding the school were primarily managed by students. One graduate student, in collaboration with his dormitory brothers, even rented 2 houses and secretly opened an illicit internet CAF. I will also heed the opinions of the Crown Prince and Tyre, employing a dual approach. On one hand, I shall continuously grant favors to Xuanzang to win his heart. On the other hand, the Crown Prince will be responsible for winning over Xuanzang's 3 disciples. As the Liang court prepared for conscription, the populace was already like startled birds, each household tightening their belts and closing their doors early. Though this was the capital, it was far from the sanctuary that would later be Taiyuan City. Upon hearing this, I hesitated, realizing through the middle-aged man's narration that we were no longer on Earth, which indicated that we were in the Linyu realm. A wave of dread washed over him. Thankfully, he had left himself a way out, for otherwise, he would have been unable to cleanse himself of the stain, and by the time the rumors were unveiled, the damage would have already been done. In a hasty and imperfect counterattack, the gathered ground defense squad seized the opportunity to breach the five-man group's line. The bald, muscular man, Jin Gang, utilized his once-in-a-mission invincible skill, the indestructible body, to protect the team from a peculiar tracking lightwave weapon. Hey, we have so many skilled fighters. The royal soldiers have more than one weapon. We can simply obliterate them. The Golden King, notorious for his volatile temper, expressed his impatience. At that moment, the outskirts of Shabian City were filled with sorrowful wails, corpses lying scattered on the ground, crimson blood flowing from their wounds, and swiftly forming rivers of red. If they unleashed their full powers without restraint, the buildings in this area would undoubtedly be reduced to rubble. Thus, they concealed their divine powers, remaining understated. Yet this did not imply that the battle was devoid of peril. She had never despised herself so intensely, loathing her own blindness for having once loved such a cold-hearted individual. Following the incident, Old Lee's spirit was utterly crushed, yearning only for a peaceful end to her days. Before the refining was even halfway complete, the iron leaf nail gate collapsed with a resounding crash as dozens of uniquely shaped ancient creatures surged forward, escorting a handsome young man into the cave. In a venue as crowded as a shopping mall, should a bomb detonate here, it would not only cause a commotion, but also result in casualties, for they were the intended targets. Fragments revealed several bloodstains on their bodies, as Chun Taiju strode forward. Rui Shi understood that Elder Yi had always regarded Chao Liang's child as a matter of utmost importance and dared not be negligent, so she quickly led Qi Luo away, each attending to their own tasks. In the art of attack and defense, flanking strikes and sidelong engagements were particularly special, enabling one to maneuver with grace and versatility. Chapter 82, A Romance Exposed? Since she adored fluffy beings so much, Qin Yu pondered for a moment. Perhaps he could disguise himself as a small animal to see if he could be taken into the base. Once achieved, the rewards would undoubtedly far outweigh the risks he currently faced. Upon contemplating this, Qin Yu's heart raced. Calm and composed, the commander of the Federation, having endured countless battles, was about to encounter a turning point in his destiny. They had believed the artillery of Zhongrui Brigade to be depleted, emboldening them to gather troops at the entrance, only to suddenly be struck by cannon fire, losing 3 tanks. Brothers, my earlier words may have offended. I apologize to all of you. Chun Hao adeptly navigated the situation, unhesitating to admit fault when necessary. Su Guoren first waved to the tens of thousands of citizens surrounding him, then turned his gaze to the subordinates who had just arrived at the city gate, ordered to halt and remain in place. The soldiers of Zhongrui Brigade, who were confronting the enemy, immediately cleared their hands and rushed toward other foes, assisting their comrades in battle. More notably, in front of the Grand Hall stood a stone tablet inscribed with 3 gleaming golden characters, True God List. You just claim to be a professional in selling calligraphy and paintings. How do you explain this? Have you ever handled moving artworks? Since you have come, why not step inside for a drink? Guijing smiled gently at the newcomer and spoke aloud. With a wave of his hand, 2 toasted dogs vanished without a trace, and the surroundings fell silent once more. He understood that he could not glean much today and that a battle must ensue. He immediately produced a talisman. Unlike the commonly used talismans in the human realm, this one bore serpentine patterns for its head, belly, and tail, with an exceedingly complex incantation, unprecedented in its appearance. The remaining accounts distributed to the public for beta testing were initially planned to be limited to 10,000. How players would utilize and share them was beyond the concern of those seeking entertainment. After Morin's departure, the situation in the SHBO remained largely unchanged. The others were quite honest, and with each update regarding Morin, those barons who had been reduced to slaves also fell into line. The Chun State's anti-violence campaign commenced. More stringent than China's crackdown in '83 were the Philippine stringent drug prohibitions, targeting a greater number of violent criminals. After sharing his ideas, Fang Yuan chuckled incessantly, convinced that these individuals would undoubtedly heed his counsel, as it was the sole path forward. Liemohan pretended to be deaf and mute, unwilling to be deceived. Having opened his mouth today, it was certain someone would come to gamble with him tomorrow. In the present moment, within the grand estate of the Chung family on the southern main street of YNGD, deep-seated curses and resentment echoed. Chen Yin had already caught a whiff of the dish's aroma. Without lifting the lid, the scent wafting from the pot revealed its contents. The path out of here was the same, and with time before work, I felt no urgency to leave. Rin Jayas wrapped his arm around his wife's waist, making his stance clear. He had long suspected that Xiao Yishuan's ostentatious behavior would not escape Tang Hanqing's notice, and he would surely come to interrogate him. It was only on the day she heard Lu Runqing would accompany the Empress for her birthday that she contemplated her departure. However, in this moment, few were paying attention to them, as everyone was fixated on the vast emptiness, where only Zhang Heng stood alone. As the countdown reached its final second, a distinct sound resonated. The laboratory door recognized Shan Juanji's identity and opened automatically. The icy visage of the esteemed director was unveiled before everyone. The power of gossip was formidable. Previously, no one would dare meet Shan Juanji's gaze, yet now they boldly stared at his neck and ears. Was there a formidable figure among his subordinates? How could this be? Your Highness, are you jesting with us? Remarkably, it was a success. Zhao Wujia, with keen eyesight, discerned the crawling entities and couldn't help but rejoice. These creatures have a specific distance requirement. If too far, they cannot interfere. I estimate the likelihood is highest in the front line, Chang Gang remarked. I am making it clear to your brother that our Inger is so adorable and must not be bullied. Su Juan Asut. The complexity of this mechanism is astonishing. No wonder I failed to notice it. Could it be that some treasures are hidden here? Lao Hu inquired, astonished. Although they were capable of work, it was no longer as burdensome as before, and they were well-fed and warm, no longer subjected to whip strikes. Wu Ying nodded solemnly, feeling a warmth in his heart. For Yuan Zhen's concern was sincere, devoid of any ulterior motives. Such camaraderie was exceedingly rare on the Tianyuan continent. Based on my experience, or rather, the knowledge imparted by my master, I understand that such celestial phenomena typically arise from malevolent entities lingering on the ground, thus attracting heavenly retribution. Or perhaps it indicates that a millennia-old spirit is undergoing tribulation to ascend. Murong Fei ascended the throne, and the harem temporarily consisted of 5 concubines: Gui Fei, Uf Fei, Shipin, Huanpin, and Lepin, all of whom he had taken during his time as the second prince. Aotnq called out, did you hear that sound just beneath that tree? He pointed accurately to the location. It is evident that Ling J. Ingdi N has conducted extensive research in this area, which made WNYN feel a sense of warmth. The burly man raised his head, stroking his splendid beard, his beautiful Danfeng eyes surveying the crowd, exuding a hint of pride as he spoke slowly. Ning Yer, wide awake now, understood that at this moment, Aotnq was surely in a fit of anger, and thus planned to explain herself during dinner. The seemingly frail male classmate unexpectedly transformed into a Superman, sending the 3 ruffians fleeing in disarray. YW, who was confident in his Im Ing Elngu as one of the 9 major dark fires. If he could not subdue the elusive Hakes New York Inn, it would be a tremendous disgrace. By heaven, amidst the chaos, instead of resisting the heavenly beings, you gather as bandits to torment the common folk. You truly deserve to be punished. Chynling bellowed. At that moment, the cavalry led by the scar-faced man charged forward, yet the hardened crossbows of the TNGH army were drawn, leaving everyone hesitant to move. The brothers sent by the Hongmei sect to scout for news had failed to locate the Black Dragon, but it was certain he was in the XYO area tonight. Not far from the grassy field, in a dense thicket, Li Tien, with a darkened face, pulled out 3 gold ingots from his pocket and tossed them to the grinning GOBSH, Pidu, and Zich Ing Tiish. HNYing glanced at everyone. Apart from the regional leaders, all senior members from the high headquarters had arrived, yet Zhao Shiji, the fox, and the hedgehog were conspicuously absent. Naturally, Huing Eling had vanished for half a year. along with no news of the members of the gun group who had disappeared with him. In Chapter 84, with painstaking efforts, one has made garments for another. While searching for the elk among the thickets, Yumian suddenly heard rustling sounds nearby. Her eyes brightened. Could it be the elk? She had promised the elk they would meet after so many days. It was impossible for them to suddenly vanish. Was she truly lost? Stay right there, don't move. I'll be there shortly. Unfortunately, what awaited her was not the elk, but rather something else. If he dares to harm a hair on you, I will not let him go. Wang Elang's words were directed at QY, conveyed through a secretive transmission. QY scoffed disdainfully from beneath the ground. Although Wang Ling possessed great power, his cunning was not profound. He could not compare to QY in terms of strategy. In this match, neither side sent their junglers into the fray, as both were aware that the opposing jungler was no novice. News of the collapse of TNZH Mountain continued to circulate across the continent, though its impact had diminished significantly. Along the way, there were not many faces of Chinese descent. In reality, many Chinese students were present, likely awaiting the competition, eager to support their compatriots who had crossed oceans for this event. JTNX Inc. provided no further explanation. Directly wielding the ZNDN sword and charging towards the SH&D O Alliance and WNLE sect with an unmatched demeanor. What do you want from me? SHN asked irritably, glancing at the large cat in her arms, having thought it was lost, only to discover she had taken it. I am QNWI, a descendant of the Chuan Mountain QNGH tribe. My home lies within the mountains. Please, everyone come up the mountain. QNWI, recognizing that YR and her companions were not ordinary individuals, revealed his lineage without hesitation. Both boats had their windows wide open, and both parties, possessing keen eyesight, simultaneously recognized the individuals on the opposite vessel, leaving them momentarily stunned. It could be that the celestial cultivators spoke of those trapped in the celestial palace, unable to escape, but if that were the case, the longevity of these otherworldly demons would be quite terrifying. In truth, Lin Ran should have been vigilant from the moment he arrived at the company and reined himself in. Perhaps he would not have ended up in such a predicament. Instantly, Shi Oyo let out a low growl and charged directly at GCHN. The sect leader turned to Su Mo, observing his fluctuating cultivation level between the fifth layer of Qi refinement and the peak of foundation establishment, utterly perplexed. TNL NGL Ing realized she could no longer conceal the truth. Sooner or later, her parents would find out, so it was better to lay it bare now. You misunderstand. We are not in that kind of relationship. DMNGLU was dissatisfied with the sales clerk's exaggerated performance, feeling that spending $100 was not worth it. I am Zhang Shui's ex-boyfriend. Just a few days ago, she left me without a word. I swear I will find her and ask her why. WNUN declared resolutely, tears glimmering in his eyes. Guchun, should you dare to strike, not a single member of your sect shall remain. All shall be slain. Nangong lei bilyud fiercely. Within my soul resides a luminous orb, radiating a hazy purple light, which encompasses a mystical character. This character is a fusion of rules and laws, compressing countless pieces of information into an ancient glyph, grand and remarkably profound. One might wonder how he discerned that Su Mo would be his future ally. It is solely due to his unique ability to evade numerous calamities. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this day. A dozen cultivators from the Sanjin group successively spilled their blood beneath the sword. Numerous masked cultivators clad in green executed their tasks with ruthless efficiency, mercilessly shattering their opponents' Dantian and Qi Si, while also refining their 3 souls and 7 spirits. The personnel displayed remarkable efficiency. Moments later, Chun Han drove the vehicle out, and their people began to withdraw in succession. The door was slightly lower, allowing sunlight to stream through the window unobstructed. In the gentle breeze, the earthy yellow curtains danced elegantly, infusing the spacious room with a touch of life. Su Xian passionately kissed Yun Yin in his embrace, savoring her delicate lips, while Yun Yin simply closed her eyes, yielding to his affections. Mei Yang instinctively pointed finger, and a beam of white light descended upon the ferocious beast, which immediately collapsed, frothing at the mouth. It's that fool, Father, Richard stated, stepping aside to indicate the man bound like a zongzi in the corner, who recoiled in terror upon seeing Jin enter. Yin Junfeng found the shadow within the icy wall to be quite peculiar. During his contemplation, he grew alert, scrutinizing the ice wall. As per tradition, the two teams exchanged pleasantries before the match. However, when the veterans approached to shake hands, the Qinggong battle team exhibited a uniformly cold demeanor, particularly their captain, Qin Weiyang, who did not even cast a glance at the veterans, exuding an air of unspoken disdain even during the handshake. Moreover, amidst the divine radiance, a serpent's head rose high, vibrant colors swirling upon its forehead, and a bulging object pulsated there, ultimately piercing through the scalp and extending from the skull in a sinuous manner, illuminating the surroundings with the brilliance of two dragon horns. Feng Xingyu's might surpassed Chun Han's imagination. In an instant, Chun Han could afford no hesitation. A spiral drill manifested in his grasp. Hei Tung let out a low growl, unleashing a powerful sword light that soared towards the heavens, a testament to the pressure exerted by a high-grade royal artifact. Before the blood demon abyss, let us join forces to eliminate these adversaries first. Then we shall deal with Li Taiji and his companions. Otherwise, we shall have no chance to seize the inheritance. A voice rasped, urging everyone to unite against the isolated Xiao Yi. Chapter 85. Shan Juanji goes mad again. Shan Juanji intended to showcase an unpredictable disappearing act, appearing and vanishing without rhyme or reason, tantalizingly frustrating those who longed to see him. He would not be like Di Xingyin and Hua Shicheng, who were ever present and easily summoned like loyal hounds at Yumian's side. Such excessive devotion would only breed complacency. It was the enigmatic nature that would leave an indelible impression, causing the enchanting little female to be perpetually surprised upon each encounter. Alto yang zihui possesset status. He seemed inferior even to Han Kuan and others, revealing little of note in this regard, due to the anonymity maintained during the auction process. Neither buyers nor sellers disclosed their identities. However, a list of special items was provided in advance, and it was evident that the clue to the mythical gem of the underworld was included. Now witnessing this stunning de-colletage firsthand, even those familiar with impressive figures could not help but admire. She appeared to be of the same caliber as Xiao Ruoding. Contemplating his own abilities combined with the power of invisibility, Liu Tianyu felt somewhat anxious and resolved to observe a while longer to gather more information. Intending to sabotage the laboratories and halt that accursed experiment, either to rescue his sisters or to find some peace of mind. Line up and prepare for battle. Let these cowards know the true ace. Svarta exclaimed fearlessly. Let me handle this. It would be too troublesome for you. Ulysses felt it better not to be indulged in such a manner. He did not wish to become a mere dependent, waiting for others to serve him. As for the film industry peers, the Shaw brothers, Cine City, and Golden Harvest all sent invitations. The rest were lovers, consorts, eternal beloveds, in essence. It all bore resemblance to marriage. Palin spoke of truth, although he found the matter quite perplexing. You may still see me as a mere child, but I must express that today, as actions are not a mere whim. I genuinely wish to be with you always. Bai Qirong faltered, unable to continue. As one of the key figures in the Karenwai commercial alliance within the Luoying dynasty, Fronte's daily affairs were exceedingly busy. Had he not been Chris's guide, he would likely be overwhelmed managing disputes with the Blood Clan. The golden cage, bearing a struggling creature, slowly ascended, soon reaching the cloud where the celestial soldiers resided. The expression on Ocean's face darkened as she discreetly wiped away her sweat. I wager she is considering her relationship with classmate Zhou Qing with unprecedented seriousness. Xiao Yang was taken aback, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Even if he did not wish to involve himself, publicly humiliating his son seemed excessive. From this vantage point, the scene in the square was visible, and the team clad in red scored again, the cheers resonating like a tidal wave. Memory is a wondrous thing. Joyful moments appear to be sealed within a wine jar, fermenting slowly, becoming sweeter and more blissful. Once the lid is removed, the rich joy wafts forth. The Lord of Rest then exhaled a gray light, directly emanating from his divine essence, which transformed into a short blade upon manifestation. However, Wang Dong's address to her in front of everyone seemed overly intimate, an inappropriate display. No effect. I will still contact a neurosurgeon for surgery. Su Zimu coldly shot a glance at Su Yi, increasingly finding himself loathing his second brother. His usual inaction was one thing, but now, with her father gravely ill, Su Yi only acted on impulse, disregarding the greater situation. Xiao Heishan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, revealing the vulnerability hidden beneath his strong exterior. Just before death, a person's hearing often becomes acutely sensitive. Fang Yu and Gong Yang knew well the exchange between Shun Feng and Elder Sunday. At this moment, they regarded Elder Sun with awe and expressed deep gratitude towards Shun Feng. Shall we strike a bargain? The warm fragrance enveloped him, indicating that things were not unfolding as he had anticipated. A grating sound echoed, and the wolf-toothed club in his hand was squished as if it were mere clay. Moreover, the refining powder consumed by Mo Chio was precisely suited for cultivators in the Qi refining stage. As Mo Chio endured the torment of the chaotic spiritual energy, the bottleneck of his six-layer cultivation began to loosen, igniting a flicker of hope within him. This was sufficient to heighten their vigilance against the unknown creature known as the Lord of Despair, whose power likely surpassed that of the corpse igniting the ice stone tree. Without a doubt, the cruel slaughter resumed, as the re-emerging shadow of the goat-headed demon wielded a massive club, sending them flying into the ground or pulverizing them into dust. My mother, even now, retains the cultivation of a Deluo Jin Xian. I cannot compare to her, and her arrival is tantamount to seeking death. The enemy squad leader immediately shrank back, having just declared he would not comply, yet upon seeing the gun in the hands of the squad leader, he understood that refusal would lead to his demise. Only then did Ma Dian extend her hands, grasping that swirling vortex, yet her body was uncontrollably pushed backward. Fu Sheng effortlessly maneuvered past her with the ball, while Lu Kaiwei seethed with resentment, raising her club to strike at Fu Sheng from behind. Naturally, Fu Sheng would not speak the truth. Her animosity stemmed from a previous life, and this lifetime was destined to be one of rivalry. The soldiers were indeed diligent, stacking 3 corpses to block the path of the enemy at the field's edge. They then aimed their weapons at the bodies, engaging in a fierce exchange of fire with Wang Jia and his comrades. I apologize, Brother Yongming. We became so engrossed in our shopping that we lost track of time. Xiner said with a hint of regret. Chapter 86, Underground Love Breakup. Half an hour later, Yumian successfully arrived at the entrance of the base, driving the supply vehicle, and immediately spotted Shan Juanji standing nearby, seemingly waiting for her. Director Yumian lowered the car window and leaned out, looking at him with curiosity. Were you waiting for me? Under the gaze of Yumming, Shan Juanji's expression became rigid as he nodded slightly, his eyes involuntarily drifting towards the small dog nestled in the passenger seat. He hesitated and said, Actually, you need not have sent her away. Lan Ti Suang, observing the receding figure of Chu Ning, spoke to Lin Yuhao in a frigid tone. This time, the temptation was even more pronounced, exploiting the members of the Honghua society, who will be blinded by rage. It seems that the heads displayed at the entrance of the Qing army's camp were, in fact, part of this cunning scheme. Chu Ning, could you please remain calm? My heart is also heavy with sorrow, which is why I say to you that we must be stronger. Helpless. Lin Yuhua tenderly caressed Chu Ning's flowing hair and softly comforted her. He had already held the upper hand in technique. His passivity stemmed primarily from the significant disparity in their levels. This heavenly thunder was exceedingly formidable, and Qi Huiqiu, in its effort to confront it, disregarded its own wounds, allowing blood to flow freely. Perhaps she changed her name later. Wu Hua attempted to think positively, yet ultimately shook his head and turned away from the dormitory. Li Mingming is a good child, but the entertainment industry is not a place where mere innocence can ensure one's survival. It will be better not to pursue it. I have fallen gravely ill, yet she has not come to visit me. Surely, even if she were to come now, she would not grant me a kind expression. Fang Jinghao spoke with indignation. Jiang Yunqi, mind your tone when addressing me. I am your elder brother, Jiang Yunyu retorted, clearly infuriated, for it was the first time Qi had spoken to him in such a manner. Uncle Mu, Is Wanfei particularly favored in the harem? Recently, the reputation of Chunji as Wanfei has soared, with many mentioning her name. Observing the intimate interaction between the two, Liemohan's expression darkened, and he could no longer bear the display of affection before him. Thus, he unceremoniously placed the plate of fried eggs in front of Shunning and began to eat, casually remarking as he did so, "Were it not for Li Chao's low cultivation level, Wu Zhiqi would not have engaged in such trivial banter." On one hand, Wu Zhiqi seemed to be conversing with Li Chao, while on the other hand, he felt a reluctance to part ways. In this intricate state of mind, he suddenly realized that if Li Chao were to elevate his cultivation, it could potentially offer him a worthy challenge. After dining at Ji Gang's residence, Lin Shi and Xia Baihe drove towards the Xia family's villa. Shortly after their departure, Xia Baihe's phone rang. At the moment of their confrontation, an overwhelming aura erupted around them. A series of resounding knocks echoed through the air. I gazed skyward, where the bright full moon hung majestically in a vast expanse, occasionally brushed by delicate, gossamer clouds. The silver light spilling onto the earth appeared increasingly hazy and tranquil. Xiao Meng murmured, reflecting on her status as a practitioner. Although her realm lacked the means for cultivation, otherwise, with her innate talent, she would have surely advanced by now. At this moment, he immediately comprehended the intentions of the trio before him. However, he felt no fear, for he sensed through his spiritual strength that their prowess was lacking. Not even reaching the foundational stage, most likely mere practitioners at the 8th or 9th level of chi condensation, posing little threat to him. At that instant, my mind was consumed by the image of a flower-laden sedan chair circling around Jimin, rendering me momentarily oblivious to the words that followed from my great-grandmother. The flagship, Loyal, was situated at the very heart of a spherical defense system, adeptly commanding all vessels while receiving optimal defensive enhancements. The triple protective barriers ensured the absolute safety of Trues at the center, granting him immense comfort. Beyond a 30-mile stretch of plains exiting May County, where the river flowed gently, the landscape transformed into undulating mountains with twisting waterways and rushing currents. The name Flying Divine Wings sounded impressive, yet relying solely on airflow for propulsion felt rather antiquated. A propeller would certainly enhance its capabilities. Lu Ziguan, the scientific prodigy, earned my sincere admiration for his forward-thinking insights. Since the day of awakening, 3 days had swiftly elapsed. Gao Shuai's body had healed remarkably, even stronger than before. This physique, modeled after the observer, combined with his subjective embellishments, exhibited an excellence surpassing that of the observer itself. While Fang Yen, caught in a bitter smile, suddenly sensed a tremendous disturbance emanating from deep within the earth. The illusion array he had set up was effortlessly shattered in an instant, proving that even the Shihuan beast was not beyond such a display. Unbeknownst to Fang Yen, who activated the Star Shuttle, he remained indifferent to the slanderous words of Hu Daoren. Even if he were aware, it would not matter. His intention to linger here was certainly not due to Hu Daoren's mention of the Thunderstone, as he had inquired without knowing of its existence. Xena donned a formal outfit reminiscent of a tailcoat for riders on her upper body, while her lower half was clad in pure white, form-fitting leggings paired with long, red riding boots. Chapter 87. A Desire for Embrace. Qin Yuji could not allow himself to be ensnared in such a predicament. After all, Yumian was merely a humble feeder, her arms unable to contend against a formidable thigh. Even if she disagreed, could she possibly resist Shan Juanji? Realizing this, Qin Yuji refrained from acting coy or feigning an inability to live without Yumian. Complying, he approached her on all fours, the little white dog gazing up and emitting playful whines, nudging his head towards his grandfather to show where he was hurt. Gao Chong stepped forward, extending his hand for the grandfather to see. However, to the secret delight of Huyen Daoren, the crowd below, taken aback, failed to respond with their usual clamor, allowing him to take the lead once more. Nevertheless, no matter how challenging the situation, I had to confront it. It seemed I could not escape. Therefore, I would test the true extent of my strength. I must subdue you. You are mine. Tightening his fists, Tai Mu Yun retreated 2 steps, casting a wary glance at Zhu Lang. Upon hearing Xia Yina's words, Wu Yu Zhe's expression shifted dramatically. The excitement that once adorned his face vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow. Why not relocate to the prepared dwelling they had arranged? As he arranged the few remaining possessions with a cheerful grin, Pei Wufu turned to Pei Donglai and inquired, "It is Tai Mu Yun, correct?" "Gome, gome." Suddenly, an aged voice resonated through the air, prompting Tai Mu Yun to turn and behold Fu Li Xianzun seated upon the bed, gesturing towards him, uncertain of the other's intentions. Tai Mu Yun hesitated to approach, remaining rooted in place. Scattered within the ore vein were specks of vibrant gemstones, yet predominantly there lay the leaden gray stones. Striking a few revealed their considerable weight, each piece weighing twice that of an ordinary stone. Beside the ore vein stood a quartz vein, 3 feet high and as wide as a hand's breadth. In the backdrop of the starry expanse, Meng Tuo Luo and another exchanged nods. One unleashed an arrow, while the other conjured a fireball, both aimed at me. Yet I maintained a serene smile as I gazed at Chu Jingyao. The celestial master of the firmament momentarily faltered in thought, but refrained from probing further, knowing that any inquiries from the master would reveal themselves in due course. And there was no need for haste at that moment. Uncertain whether Lin Li had fainted, Lin Yin encountered her companions and surprisingly refrained from speaking, merely lowering her head as Zhou Qiongfang half supported her to the room shared with Lin Shan. The black-clad assassins, having completed their mission, had gone a day and a night without sustenance. CF Fangheng, if the claims made are genuine, what is your motive? Although Chu Li Ji feigned impartiality, he had long tilted the scales in favor of Yun Ji's assertions, firmly believing in Yun Ji's honesty, which was indeed the case. Time was of the essence. She donned a lengthy coat and, arm in arm with him, strolled to the lobby of the office building where the party was held on the first floor. After drying off under the particle dryer and changing clothes, Shangguan Haojia had donned a casual outfit that matched hers, engrossed in browsing information. This scene was familiar to Tai Jia, who had previously averted his gaze while handling utensils to avoid disgust. In any event, Teacher Luo, you need only focus on teaching them. I shall handle the rest, Zhang Jingji advised before ending the call. Guan Jingxing believed that the design blueprints for the main building were not yet finalized, thus there was no rush. A pristine white robe was draped over Wen Quan, who sat on a stool, smooth and unflustered, indulging in cream. The unrefined and Dahai deeply regretted his decision to sell himself to the Murong family, seeking merely a breakthrough in cultivation to survive the centennial beast tide. Good heavens, Murong Ba struck her with a slap, igniting a stinging pain that made Qiu Lanxiang instinctively cover her left cheek, gazing at Murong Ba in disbelief. Mu Bei furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his internal criticisms, yet refraining from vocalizing them due to the presence of surrounding staff. Chun Karen offered no explanation, merely gesturing slightly, prompting Su Muyu to notice Bai Yu and others standing nearby, seemingly in a state of perpetual slumber. Counting on her fingers, she realized that from a household of many, only Wang Chun remained. Infuriated by Zhu Lan's departure, Qiu Lanxiang could no longer contain her anger and hurled the powder compact she held far away. Cough, even jolted awake by the cold water. Su instinctively coughed a few times. Subsequently, she saw Su Yume cradling her and couldn't help but weep in frustration. His gaze fixated on Mu Bei's prominent features. The expression on his face was lecherous, especially as he raised his hands, seemingly cradling her curves, indulging in caresses. However, this research bore its own shortcomings, as the wood gene required the sacrifice of one's vitality for strength. Once injected, one could only survive for 3 days. King Li Bo Tu Yiyat, standing close to Lan Xiao behind Yier, while Jian Lei remained at the door. Furthermore, the name of this skill remained a secret that Apate had never disclosed to anyone. Chapter 88. The Golden Lion and the Black Panther Seek Trouble. Yumian nodded, her eyes widening in shock as she processed the situation, her lovely face reflecting confusion. She looked at Shan Juanji with a bewildered expression, attempting to inquire, "Director, is your subconscious about to emerge again?" In truth, she wished to express that they had already embraced once before. Shan Juanji remained silent, his dark eyes fixed intently on Yumian. After drinking the detoxifying soup, Ruan Wu Shuang, suffering from a throbbing headache, groggily opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping through the modestly furnished room with a simple table and 4 chairs. As she spoke, Xiao Emoli felt herself slipping into a peculiar state, one that felt neither fully awake nor asleep. Hilarion is dispatched winged soldiers to the royal city for reconnaissance, returning several times with reports of chaos and battles in the streets. Goodness, look! In front was a line of 9 Ferraris, followed by 9 Cadillac SUVs, and trailing behind were 9 stretched Lincolns. His shout startled Lao San and Wang Lao Wu, who had escaped from the earlier group, fearing they were being pursued. The most anticipated spectacle was the duel between the individuals seated on the high platform. At this moment, the match could only be considered a warm-up. The 4 exchanged glances but hesitated not, each reaching into their pockets to contribute an array of treasures to the ship's hold, including the thick-breathed treasure gourd, golden-toed jade seal, true flame torch, and iron Ishianbao. Gu Yinchi silently listened while enjoying pastries, pondering that this cousin had indeed agreed, but noted that there were still 3 years left, a span neither short nor long, with countless possibilities looming. The bodyguard accompanying her attempted to intervene as Lu Long approached, but Nian and Luo Rue acted swiftly incapacitating the bodyguard. Zhang Shu and Xiao Su fell silent, their eyes meeting Qian Shi's, youthful defiance and dissatisfaction evident in their gazes. If she were a lock, he would undoubtedly be the key that opened her. Their physical compatibility strikingly perfect. Regarding the instigator of Su Man's tears, although the students dared not voice their grievances, their discontent was plain on their faces. They believed Lin Feng truly deserved punishment for daring to confront a gentle and beautiful teacher like Su Man, showing a blatant disregard for her grace. The celestial dragon horse fell silent, having previously contemplated eliminating Li Dalong. Even here, he could not resist mocking him. Yet how could Li Dalong possibly let him off the hook now? Simultaneously, he ceased to restrain his superpowers, forcing the glucose injected into his muscles to surge forth. Jin Tianhao, unwilling to evade, was fortunate that the emperor still favored him. Otherwise, he would have been struck by the wooden paperweight. A mere edict could not harm him. When she sat there, embracing her arms, gazing at the night outside, taking a deep breath, the bridesmaids had already tried on their dresses. Did the groomsmen not have tuxedos? Yu Boyan, seizing a rare holiday, naturally spent it reveling with his brothers. This was a list of items valued at 5,000, allowing for self-editing of item names and prices, with a list automatically updating. After watching Ing Luo depart, AI patted the surrounding wall, causing a talisman to manifest unexpectedly. Gazing at it, AI sighed, tearing it down before closing his eyes to channel spiritual energy within. Chapter 89, The Puppy Crisis. All the way, sniffing and searching. Soon, the Golden Lion and the Black Panther halted their steps. Even in Shan Juanji's absence today, the routine of recent days led to their meeting with Yumian. The gentle breeze could not dispel all the scents in the air. Both the Golden Lion and the Black Panther, possessing exceptional vision and sense of smell, immediately discerned something amiss. Observing the paw prints and the unmistakable traces of feeding vehicles nearby, they lamented that their assumptions stemmed from a profound ignorance of the elite creatures ranked among the top 5 in the world. Those 2 words seemed not to be uttered by Shimen Shui Shui, but rather summoned forth by beef soup, rolling from the belly to the mouth and spilling through the gaps of teeth. After a moment, as the leader gathered the vibrant spiritual light, the group set off once more. Yet, having barely moved, another spirit guardian obstructed their path. The only action Xin Yang could take was to rely on his keen eyesight to discern the license plate number of Ken Wei's vehicle, which he promptly relayed to Xiao Yao. While contemplating this lesson, he suddenly realized he stood at the edge of the lotus pond. Limo Julet Herlips. Finding the reality quite stark, once they deemed her devoid of utility, they sought to expel her. Yet, she refused to acquiesce. As she soared over the pile of rubble, Wan Yuli observed that Mei Jio appeared somewhat feeble, which brought her a sense of relief. It was as though they shared a profound connection, simultaneously unleashing their most ruthless and venomous maneuvers against Feng Feng. However, this matter was not easily articulated, for often one might remain oblivious to the identity of the thief who has taken their belongings. Once he steps beyond the gates of the Yin family estate, It was likely that Yin Ningxue and Yin Qingcheng would no longer concern themselves with him. Shared experiences and life lessons rendered the two nearly telepathic, allowing them to grasp each other's sentiments without the need for extensive communication. Beneath the earth, apart from the continent inhabited by the half-elves, there lay two other realms, one of molten lava and another of snow and ice, as Xie Yufei elucidated. Zhang Dazhuang exerted all his strength to grasp Wang Tianyu's arm. Ensuring his escape was impossible. Only then did Wang Tianyu realize he had been duped. Nevertheless, the colossal Fly King remained unaffected by Zhuo Xian's influence, relentlessly pursuing his assault. Regardless of Zhuo Xian's evasive tactics, the Fly King remained undeterred, each strike deliberate and methodical. She seemed almost invisible, refraining from engaging in worldly tumult, wholly immersed in the study of her fire-based spells. Countless gazes fixated on the location of the wounded, their eyes shimmering with envy towards the fortunate ones. Seeking solace in mere observation, they too yearned to frolic with Lu Zhaijun without hesitation, yet they dared not. They were not grand Lolas, and should others witness their antics, they would be branded as disrespectful to their seniors, a severe blow to their ambitions. Of course, that punch of yours was quite heavy. Zrant's eyes have been bruised for 7 or 8 days now. It would be strange if I were not enraged, the emperor remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Zhengxi. Chapter 90. The puppy complains, "Howl woof woof woof." The golden lion and the white puppy simultaneously voiced their indignation. Familiar with the layout of the Yumian villa, the golden lion and the Black Panther sought to stealthily enter and surprise Yumian, only to be met by an unexpected white puppy within the villa. At that moment, Qin Yuji, who was also looking up and incessantly barking, was tense and alert, having not anticipated the presence of these two. She feared that Yin Zhengxi would send someone to guard her brother upon discovering her escape. How could she ensure her brother's safe rescue without being detected? Naturally, she could not shed her garments like the air, aside from her outer robe. And Yu ran cautiously waded into the lake, keeping a distance of 4 to 5 steps from the shore. Currently, the training camp had little activity, and Lu Mu was confident that the eminent scholars of the Tang dynasty, led by Yu Shinan, could flawlessly resolve the issue of Chinese character encoding. Shui flashed a bright gaze, swiftly seizing 2 treasures embodying the water element from Qianzihui, and then grasped his back, hurling him towards Fang Cheng, who approached with determined strides. He was exceedingly reluctant to utter such words and was not magnanimous enough to speak on behalf of a rival. However, he did not wish for Su Xia to continue living with such distrust and love. She had been hailing a taxi for 2 years now, yet had never encountered a passenger whose destination was a villa zone, particularly the one at Donghu No. 1. After leaving Mingyue Building, Lung Qianning hurried towards the inn where she was staying, her expression cold and desolate. She firmly believed in her own sight. She had undoubtedly not misidentified that individual as the second prince. Yet, if she was not mistaken, he should currently be imprisoned. How could he be here? However, the signs of poison from the Linglong princess were unmistakable, including the faint red spots behind her ear, which mirrored the symptoms of the red butterfly poison she had encountered before with this senior. Noble one, a sycophantic attendant approached, their smile laced with concealed greed. "How much purple gold copper do you require?" Yunji inquired, blinking as he sought insight from Chun the blacksmith. After lunch, Lily dragged Fulon to the Hogwarts staff lounge, eager to verify the events of the day with someone. The first encounter in reality is often executed without any preparation, just as Ning Shuang now, who, despite her ignorance, insisted on opening her eyes to see. Such individuals who relish the process are indeed rare. Facing the warm morning sun, how you gently landed atop a large tree, perching on a branch like a bird, seemingly weightless, swaying with the gentle breeze and the leaves beneath him. He accurately dropped something at Ma Pingting's feet. Had she not jumped up in time, she would surely have suffered burns. The following morning, Songba and Liao Hua arrived at Roergai City to take over the city's defenses. And soon everyone gathered at the city lord's manor to pay their respects to Yunji. Looking up, Qin Han noticed an unoccupied surfboard floating in the distance, while the staff on shore appeared in disarray, possibly responding to a call. Chapter 91. Shan Juanji's Subtle Revenge. Upon seeing Yumian, Qin Yuji wasted no time, bounding forth with all fours, barking excitedly as he reached her. "Little dog, how are you doing up here?" He hurriedly crouched, attempting to embrace her. The little white dog showed no signs of fear, its target clear. Lin Yu, still fuming, snatched the wooden stick from the bodyguard's hand and struck Shu Qing's abdomen a few more times. Unable to endure, Shu Qing screamed and fainted. The black rock python, comparable to a human in the 9th realm of Xiantian, could not withstand even a single punch from Chu Yang and perished right there. Gui Yuning refrained from further inquiry. The Rose Kingdom aims to control Hua Bao, even going so far as to slice her apart. Such ambitions are truly grand. Indeed, in that courtyard, alongside the original presence, 2 new auras were apparent, indicating the arrival of those 2 newcomers. I'm a neuroscientist specializing in this field. I work in the Department of Neurochemistry. Dr. Jones, clad in a white lab coat over a collared shirt and blue jeans, appeared somewhat ill at ease before the camera. The guest initially wished to avoid the crowd, but as space dwindled, a man had no choice but to approach. The death of the scattered cultivator startled the other 2, who exclaimed in unison, calling out their companion's name. Cheng Hong's expression shifted in surprise. The heart-eating insect goo was a unique technique of the master, known only to the afflicted, and even many formidable warriors were unaware of it. To his astonishment, Su Lin recognized it. "Thank you, everyone," Zilan concluded her final words, stepping into the frigid gale, her figure vanishing from sight. In order to conduct magic, the team secured a larger venue, providing ample space for rituals and a sizable hall for spellcasting. The interior was bustling with activity. "Who are you?" Director Kai clenched his jaw, steadied his composure, and glared at the man in the black robe. Everyone present felt a wave of embarrassment. They had forgotten that Li Chao was unfamiliar with other ancient families, having never interacted with anyone from those lineages. The individuals in the photographs were not particularly renowned within those families, and those who had spent years in those circles would scarcely recognize them. Lubin had not witnessed Wang Yangyang's training, but understood that her regimen was far more rigorous than his. Otherwise, she could not have honed such extraordinary skills. The experts of Zixiao Mountain were perceptive. The Scar Man's strength was on par with their own, and he was cunning. Not engaging in direct confrontation, but merely restraining their swords, attempting to wear them down with numerical superiority. After the masked figure departed, Li Xiaoyu secured the iron plate, then lifted the bedding, contemplating the ancient artifacts lying quietly at his feet. Upon witnessing a patrol of soldiers depart, Guan Yifei and Zhou Penghai swiftly approached, toppling 2 sentinels with remarkable stealth, their actions scarcely producing a sound. Employing the same technique, they proceeded to bring down another pair of sentinels. Concerned about being discovered by the patrol, Guan Yifei instructed that the incapacitated guards be discreetly concealed behind large stones or trees. The sealing formation had been activated, and the remainder depended solely on their efforts. They needed to guard the entrance to the initial site and prevent any intrusions. Under Fan Ernan's leadership, the great demons departed from the mountain summit. As the convoy rounded a bend, an enchanting row of 3 white European-style buildings emerged, reminiscent of a fairy tale palace. Bathed in the golden hues of the autumn sunset, the rays illuminated the houses nestled within the maple forest, casting a divine glow. The group eagerly retrieved their cameras, capturing the breathtaking beauty of this pristine realm. "You have been chosen as the new emperor by the Dragon Clan, entrusted with the sacred duty of safeguarding the dragon lineage of Huaxia. You shall serve as the representative of the Dragon Clan in the human realm." Chapter 92, Trouble in the West. In the midst of Yumian's bewilderment, he extended his fingertip and gently tapped the location of the villa's window. Is it still necessary to be cautious when returning home? Yumian would not pay attention to such details and would not notice the subtle flaws they left behind. Indeed, Yumian could not discover them. However, Shan Juanji was not oblivious. He felt nothing, except for a growing sense of hunger. Wang Baoshan shook his head, and as he spoke towards the end, he appeared somewhat embarrassed. Were there truly no available seats elsewhere? Su Fanjin surveyed her surroundings, observing the desolate cafeteria, as if to convey her disdain for anyone daring to occupy the same space. The basin for constructing Xingji City lay just west of Qinglin village, a mere few dozen miles apart. With the presence of Baiyu and Jinyu, it was akin to possessing two supersonic aircraft, allowing one to reach the destination in mere minutes. Shiju, Brother Mu has set off today. Everyone has departed. When shall we embark? In fact, among the esteemed individuals gathered, Shishuang unknowingly included Long Xianjing. Chao Dingjiao gazed at them with a beaming smile, refraining from interjecting, and instead patiently awaited the outcome. With this thought in mind, Su Yuan waved his hand to stow away the flying sword forged from flame stones, making his way towards the trading post. In the pool, fish continuously transformed into star power, merging into the waters, and in the blink of an eye, the once unremarkable pool became infused with vitality. However, some secrets of the cosmos are perilous. Should one dare to reveal even a fragment, the heavens would respond with lethal force, leaving no opportunity for speech. The old matriarch's expression remained tranquil, regardless of one's excellence. If afflicted with a mental ailment, unable to practice martial arts, frail in body, and destined for an early demise. What significance does it hold? Following closely behind was the team from NTNCHing, which, like the previous team, comprised 9 members. However, the severely injured Su Ing was also absent from the competition. At that moment, XUN and Su Nyu's gazes locked in a sudden confrontation. Su Nyu's eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity, and with a smirk curling at the corner of his lips, he made a throat-cutting gesture towards XUN. Having identified the traitor, Zhangzi felt an overwhelming sense of gravity. Who could have anticipated that it was Hoge's cousin who had betrayed them? If Hoge were to learn of this revelation, would it not drive him to the brink of fury? As I contemplated the silence of Hao Gu and Zhangzi, Li Jieyu's cheerful laughter resonated, her demeanor displaying a facade of humility that starkly contrasted with her usual haughty disposition. Sure Xian Mao, seizing the moment amidst the chaos, launched a vigorous assault, successfully breaching the stronghold and shattering the disorganized throng in one fell swoop. At present, he harbored no intention of engaging. The formidable Ha Shi, possessing a significant status in the depths of hell, was not easily summoned to the mortal realm, even as a mere projection. Thus, the entity before him, comparable in combat prowess to Mei Dui, was merely a trivial avatar of the devil. Niuyu Dao smiled, turned to fetch a pot of wine, approached the railing, gazed up at the moon, and poured a cup, letting the liquid cascade onto the ground. Ji Ming found his words utterly unexaggerated. No matter how many times he witnessed it, he was always moved. Uncle Guahong Lei and Guahong led the boys, their eyes reddened, bowing to greet relatives from their maternal side. After perusing the reports on her phone, Zheng Xiao Yin finally comprehended the uproar her interview from yesterday had ignited. Since 6 o'clock, she had remained atop the trending charts without faltering. Opening her phone revealed a deluge of missed calls and messages. Unbeknownst to us, we had already reached the academy's entrance, where Mark awaited, engaged in conversation with a burly student. Xiu shot him a glare, lost in contemplation as myriad thoughts raced through his mind. To defy orders was a courage he did not possess, especially with his most cherished Muzi caught in the middle. At noon, Gao Ma prepared a feast of various delicacies, including braised pork belly with cabbage, vermicelli, and frozen tofu, accompanied by a cold dish. Chapter 93, Madness Speculations. How could Zhang Xie encounter such misfortune? As the strongest force of the empire, still unscathed by the impending madness, any issue with him would spell disaster for the empire's borders. Dixing Yanes se pupils suddenly constricted, and the complexion of Hua Shicheng turned grim in an instant. Shan Juanji's aura instantly turned icy. The reporting Qin Yuji was momentarily halted in his tracks. In recent years, due to the dark celestial body, the empire was not overly concerned about Gao Dui and the other 3. Liu Lei felt reassured as his elder brother led the troops stationed at the fishing village as a warning, with sufficient vessels along the coast. Regardless of whether there were teams specifically blocking bridges, the trio could safely relocate. Yet, Su Xingchen chose not to confront her foes head-on. Instead, she employed her lightness skills to evade the descending sword energy, while her demonic blade continued its ruthless slaughter of the Song family members before her. Chen Yong, consumed by rage, initially believed victory was within his grasp, only to face significant losses. Su Xingqian, equally speechless, could not discern whether the malfunction stemmed from the flawed system or its inability to conceive a more effective strategy. Stan Van Gundy, unwilling to underestimate the situation, promptly called for a timeout and deployed all his key players onto the court. Upon finishing his words, Du Chongyu's body shimmered with 5 intangible lightning shadows, which ultimately coalesced into 5 swords of varied colors surrounding him. This research was indeed a case of darkness under the lamp, as during my monitoring of data, I discovered that Lilith and Yaolin were playing with their abilities and found that the dimensional reduction of high-dimensional energy occurred through the void before manifesting in material space-time. Upon completion, this individual swung his sword, producing a chilling blade aura that surged forward with a menacing presence. It remains uncertain whom the ferocious spirit learned from. Perhaps the influence of Hitler was too profound, as a breathless elemental creature astonishingly learned to express its surprise through breathing. This coincidence further entwined him with Jiuhuan, altering his own fate and that of the Su family over the past century. The wind howled as it rushed through the pried open glass, causing the curtains against the wall to flutter wildly. The figure landed softly on the ground, surveying the surroundings before stealthily approaching the large bed. Lu Xiuhua promptly advanced, spotting the search unit's soldiers gathering beneath a grand tree, staring blankly at the base of the tree, utterly motionless. Ere she rubbed the wound on his shoulder where he had been bitten, glaring fiercely at the corpse before charging forward. The crimson-haired lion raised its forelegs, striking down heavily upon the zombie king's head, unleashing mid-level energy directed precisely toward Shui Yun's location. As usual, the 100 demons remained undisturbed, even expressing admiration, for after all, Guyu was a talent he earnestly sought to recruit. Che Langting felt as though a mountain weighed heavily upon his chest, exerting all his strength to resist. Yet his body slid back several meters. Suddenly, a surge of energy burst through Che Langting's body, reverberating against the wall behind him and causing it to collapse. Is forging not merely intended for weapon creation? Filled with perplexity, inquired, what else can forging accomplish? Furthermore, what is the duration required to establish the altar? Is it merely a second, a minute, a day, or perhaps even a month? Chapter 94. The battle as Xie unleashes fury. Yumian instinctively reached out to the search bar, typing in what is madness. The small white dog, Qin Yu, nestled in her embrace, suddenly stiffened. It was only after she repeatedly clicked several times without any relevant cases appearing that he finally exhaled in relief. Surely, the Empire Star Yin had not become so utterly useless. Such a grave matter as madness could not possibly be widespread. At this critical juncture, if news of the Empire and the Alliance were to break out, it would be disastrous. The void instantaneous movement is a technique mastered by cultivators upon advancing to the Lingbian realm. This technique allows practitioners to meld their formidable spiritual awareness into the surrounding aura of the void, enabling them to evade detection. Here, Yizong steadied himself and discreetly instructed his subordinates to retrieve the flintlock firearm before approaching Yang Guang for a brief conversation, all the while loading another seamless steel pipe firearm. Upon crashing into the bedroom, Lin Su's gaze fell upon the scene within, and he could not help but feel his anger boiling, his complexion turning a deep shade of ashen. The onlookers were perplexed, while Mr. Wang hurried to ascertain the situation. Meanwhile, in the upstairs control room, Director Sun, appearing calm, was secretly sweating. He understood Su Huai's capabilities, but without a script or preparation, could he handle this unexpected scenario? The application of law is universally relevant, transcending the distinctions between Korea and China. Huang Jinghao had an affinity for the law because he recognized that its essence is a tool, facilitating individuals like him to more effectively utilize societal resources. Even for a top-tier mathematical prodigy like Idagawa, who had undergone rigorous training, it would take at least 30 seconds to deduce the problem at hand. This was an agreement made between her and Di Chun, to leave no paper trail that could become a liability. As for Lin Tong's insinuations about a fondness for men, Gu Ping did not believe a word of it, certain that there were other undisclosed reasons behind it. The 8th-level demon lord from their Huiyangxi clan had also achieved a breakthrough, Yet what was the significance of this against the ninth level by Fang Emperor? This disparity was precisely why the remaining races sought to unite. He extended his hand, feigning concern as he aimed to touch Feng Weiwei's shoulder, but she deftly evaded him. "Fear not. We do not fear death," reverberated the synchronized, thunderous voices from a square. Ahead, golden light shimmered with unprecedented intensity, densely accumulating, and instinctively. They felt the space there had been compressed, appearing exceedingly narrow, as if a formidable suction force were drawing the world's space toward it. However, these words would not reach Han Yushi, for reasoning with someone like him was a futile endeavor. Despite only having a head remaining, nutrients necessary for sustaining bodily functions had been continuously injected to preserve his life. The root ninja reported. Su Yanting, eager to gather more information, was caught off guard and quickly uttered a hasty remark before sprinting towards the classroom. A grotesque sound of twisting bones emerged, as a green liquid seemed to possess a life of its own, beginning to flow backward. Xu Ming gritted his teeth, slashing his knife across his neck. Prepare to behold the serene clouds of the holy mountain and the warm smiles of departed loved ones. The steel needle was fired by Yuan Gang. Having discerned Zhao Lei's intent not to allow them to leave, he decided to take the initiative. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Zheng Yifan scratched his head, producing a pack of cigarettes and offering them to Zhao Lei and Old Ma. Seeing both decline, he placed the cigarettes on the coffee table instead. A piece of dark green jade was extracted by Wang Weihao from a red cloth bag, its shape resembling a key. Engraved with the image of a beast with a leopard's body and a dragon's head, clutching a sword in its mouth, glaring menacingly. Chapter 95. Yumian's revelation under the menacing gaze of those fearsome beastly eyes. Aside from Shan Juanji, the others from the Empire Star Yin remained steadfast, while the ordinary lab assistants behind them instinctively took a step back. They could not help but murmur amongst themselves. What should we do? In this state, Marshal Jean, our preparations may be rendered useless. The drugs currently being developed in the laboratory were primarily intended for the not yet fully mad beastmen. The second sister felt a slight embarrassment. She merely glanced at by Liemohan before continuing a fragmented conversation with us, limping forward unsteadily. Suddenly, a monkey ahead screamed, as a silver-white insect appeared on its back. Sticking to it, it let out a cry and promptly swatted it away. The insect, seeming to feel pain, fell into the water with a splash. The wooden bed was not light. Fatty exerted all his strength, his forehead veins bulging, yet the bed barely shifted. Fu Huan dared not speak carelessly, fearing that a single misstep would chill the atmosphere anew. Zhongyi, I only now realize your reward is amiss. Logically, having defeated me, you should at least be promoted to my rank. How did it end up in such an unclear muddle? Is it a muddled decree from His Majesty? I refuse to believe it. At this point, Nangong Bao expressed doubt. Yet, she clutched my collar tightly, rendering me immobile. And memories of previously swallowing the spider goo worm flooded my mind. Meipo informed us that in her youth, she had once been pregnant, but for various reasons. The child did not survive and was discarded into the backyard pond, leading to the emergence of a golden koi in the fish pond thereafter. Wei was left speechless, unable to fathom how a school leader could possibly resemble a boiled egg. Then, do enlighten us with what you know, Wang Dongdong interjected, clearly wishing to steer the conversation away from this matter. The heavenly demon glanced back at the earth demon, who nodded in agreement, and the two continued on their journey. Kadin ye hojen, impossible, Di Shirtian exclaimed, channeling his inner strength. The Saint Heart felt the chilling energy finally overwhelming his fiery, true chi, causing frost to envelop his hands and swiftly spread to his arms. He recalled that Sun Simiao was still quite young at the time, merely wearing a veil to shield against the miasma, a method of limited efficacy. Even without spells, any serious ailment could lead to infection. My dear minister, your suggestion is indeed appealing. I am rather tempted. However, killing you may provoke the wrath of Guanyin Esmaid, and losing such a shining mirror of wisdom will be a loss for me and for the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin pounded his chest in exasperation, showcasing his remarkable acting skills. This path must be pursued relentlessly. Only by vanquishing all enemies can one survive until the end. The white pixels previously thought to be skin were, in fact, the fascia covering the surface of the muscles. She was intimately familiar with the terrain, skillfully navigating various alleys to evade potential pursuers behind her. In a word, 2 heavy blows. If the external rumors were indeed true, Fu Ziyuan truly had a fiancée. What did that make her? The entire Zero fleet had been deemed part of the traitors by the Ark's upper echelons. Yet Yi Gear boldly asserted that, to this day, most of the Zero fleet had yet to comprehend what had transpired. At that moment, an elderly man, clad in a gray linen long robe and driving a donkey cart, emerged around the bend from the mine. Wu Di and the others happened to block his path, prompting him to call out from a distance. Cao Shangfei was indeed tempted to rob the man, but upon noticing the iron sword he bore, he abandoned the idea. Chapter 96. Shia's reaction. What? How could there be such a brazen poaching team? What is the status of the tiger? I shall head there immediately. Such matters were impossible for Yumian to refuse. Without a moment's hesitation, she clutched the small white dog in her arms and hurried towards the base's experimental building. Where's the tiger now? Let's go quickly. Upon witnessing Yumian's acquiescence, the experimenter could not help but release a barely perceptible sigh. Your actions contravene the joint counteroffensive agreement and undermine the discipline of the coalition. Matthew Clark berated. Had it not been for Su Zhuming and Wu Jingyang affirming the existence of these homologous genes, she might not have recalled this buried matter from her consciousness. Clearly, Shishio approached the situation from a perspective distinct from theirs, and upon reflection, her reasoning appeared somewhat valid. At that moment, the divine dragon could only present objective facts to the Wish Grantaire. Articulating her subjective stance would equate to deceiving them. The progress achieved by Mi Lele in a single day would take Qian Duofu at least 3 days to complete. And that was under the condition that completion rates were not considered. The belief that her ascension to matriarch was solely based on shared hardships with the master before his rise to prominence. And that Li Leoi held a profound respect and affection for his humble wife, preventing others from showing her any disrespect. The golden hue of the lawn gradually transformed into a vibrant emerald, as light cascaded upon the grass, shimmering with vitality. As a breakthrough, a group convened at Fu Jian Lushang to engage in discourse, and, after countless exchanges and revisions, the concept of the transcendent single-edged sword, detached from the principles of blades, emerged as the final conclusion. Beneath the clear pond, the ethereal sound of the White Lotus piano resonated, as the gentle breeze stirred under the crystal-clear melodies. The strings blended harmoniously, evoking the awe of mountains and rivers. Fingers danced like tigers and dragons amidst the clouds, producing notes that shattered the temporal harmony, concealing profound intricacies. The elder's voice was unwavering, his hand trembling slightly as he recalled the promise made to the captain to safeguard his beloved son's safety. Unexpectedly, even the seemingly safest ice harvesting assignment had led to calamity. In the next moment, as the Zixia divine sword collided thunderously with the golden longsword, Hou Yuanjia could not withstand even a second, his expression drastically shifting as his palm split, shattering the golden longsword into fragments. After finishing the last cup, he consumed all the dishes on the table. Throughout the meal, the master had only partaken of wine, not a single morsel of food. Although united with several great worlds like Kaiyuan, prolonged time would naturally lead to restless dreams. Regarding how long 500 million could sustain expenditures, I cannot precisely calculate. Yet in research and development, mere financial resources are insufficient. Sometimes, a spark of inspiration is necessary, rendering predictions difficult. Observing Lin Yang's smiling visage, they felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing to vanish into the ground. Songqing Middle School is a private institution, comprising both high school and junior high divisions. After the summer break, Zhou Xiaoan accompanied me to enroll, marking my formal admission as a freshman in Class 3 of the senior high division. There exists a saying, in times of peace, prepare for war. The Rhine Empire has thrived for many years. While neighboring countries remain watchful, its vast territory allows for development, further compounded by the mutual restraint of 3 powers, resulting in internal complacency. In terms of jump distance, the temporary wormhole traversal technology mastered by the Rhine people is undoubtedly more advanced, far surpassing existing methods that often rely on celestial bodies for energy replenishment. Another facet of the work involves liaising with scientific journals to publish findings, enabling more laboratories to transition into research, stepping beyond their previous accolades to forge a new era. Chapter 97. Yumian is special. The crimson-eyed giant tiger tilted its head slightly, its vivid gaze reflecting Yumian's figure, silently observing her with an inexplicable air of vulnerability. Yumian's heart softened instantly. She was acutely aware of the giant tiger's innocence. Living peacefully on the prairie, it had encountered poachers and sustained grievous injuries. Fortunately, it had crossed paths with the protective squad. Otherwise, it may have already lost its life. Suddenly, he pointed forcefully, his voice rising again. Even if I raise a beast, his finger trembled twice before he abruptly turned, searching the surroundings, but finding no objects upon which to vent his frustration. Are you certain this is a reward and not a punishment? Are you sure this is a quiz with prizes and not a prank? The mountain path at night was treacherous, yet the bright moon hung high, casting mottled shadows that illuminated the winding trail, with the occasional chirp of startled birds echoing through the mountains. Achieving success is undoubtedly a joyous occasion, yet the likelihood of success is slim. Therefore, should failure occur, do not despair. Diligently practice to prepare for the college entrance examination. Let us go buy some delicious food, and then we will find Mother. Bai Hui lifted Bai Shu into the shopping cart, steering him toward the snacks and dry goods section. His words conveyed genuine surprise. For regardless of how one survives outside, one must consume sustenance. It's all right. They might not understand our words. Lin Yu was unconcerned, for in this world, there exists an experience known as narrowly escaping peril. He had finally grasped it fully this time, plunging from the depths to the heights. Should one's mental fortitude be lacking, the heart would likely falter. Though Lin Yuan was bewildered, he approached him with measured steps, halting 3 paces away to pay his respects. This Khagan of Nishu had once visited Chang'an during the Wuda era. At that time, His Majesty Li Er sought friendship with various ethnic groups and formed a brotherly alliance with Nishu. Presently, he felt that being with Bai Yuran and Xiaya was excessively conspicuous. The attention garnered in the cafeteria would likely increase. Thus it was better to part ways early to avoid further complications. Yi Tongmu watched her performance. Indeed, there were red marks on her arms. Yet her hands bore them as well. Gu Chaoyan produced evening flower grass and administered it to him when he awoke. It would not be too late to nourish him with sacred spirit water. In the Gu residence, when she was not favored, Chun Fu did not neglect her, nor did he take advantage of her misfortune. At least compared to others, he was someone she could overlook. Her feelings for him might be merely a simple affection, akin to a first love, not necessarily requiring them to be together. Hopefully so. Yi Qianquan smiled faintly before turning to leave Yi Xuanji's room. No need. You need not come to work tomorrow. I will assign this position to a more suitable individual. Li Weilong offered no opportunity for Huang Haiba to explain, making a unilateral decision to dismiss him. Zhang Yumian chose not to revisit the matter. As the corner of her eye caught the darkening expression of Lung Yeqing. Upon arriving at a certain location, she halted the vehicle. Her mind was in disarray, rendering it unsafe to drive at that moment, as it could prove perilous. Work hard. The journey of this sword towards maturity is still long, the fairy sister declared. Upon hearing Yi Zi's words, Lu Shuang recalled that he indeed needed Yi Zi to assist him. Amidst these troubling matters, he had completely forgotten about it. Chapter 98. Treatment Agents for Madness. Verification of speculation requires time. As the conversation unfolded, someone had already stepped past Yumian toward the room housing the red flame giant tiger. Just a few steps into the room, the tiger, lying within the iron cage, seemed to sense an intrusion into its territory. It abruptly raised its head, its blood-red eyes glaring with ferocity at the intruding experimenter, emitting a threatening growl. Arrange a room for me. I wish to sleep, as staying up late is detrimental to the skin. Regarding Yun Hao's inquiry, Bai Qingxiang paid it no heed. Angry? Does he still possess the right to be angry in this household? How has he never realized he holds such a privilege? Cao Cao surmised that Tao Qian and his companions would never anticipate his troops flanking the East City Gate, as it was a location easily susceptible to a pincer attack from the armies of Pengcheng and Tancheng. Generally, no one would consider launching an assault from there. The next day, in the afternoon, at the border between the central and southern continents, when Qin Long arrived alongside Tu Junfeng, Shui Xianliang was already waiting atop a mountain peak with his subordinate, a general of the Imperial Guard, at the border of the central southern continent, looking rather anxious. Such was the fate of those lacking sufficient strength. Shen Mu's expression was rather grim as he spoke in a sardonic tone. Had it not been for the protective talismans on their bodies automatically flying out to shield them from that lethal shot, they would have already plunged into the underworld. Qin Long hesitated momentarily before stepping onto the beach, where some individuals were frolicking in the distance, indicating that this beach was open to the public. You are so formidable. Surely your family's medical skills must be even more exceptional? A colleague inquired with lingering curiosity. If Yi Feng had tilted his head to evade, his fist would have inevitably smashed into Yi Feng's shoulder, shattering it. Why are humans being kept here? Xiao Ling questioned, still hesitant to divulge to those in the Dodo livestream that there were indeed people within the cocoons outside. This was precisely why Jiang he aspired to enhance his extraordinary resistance and physical strength, to possess formidable defensive capabilities that would render him impervious to attacks. It did not serve as any hindrance. Rather, the two felt as though they had submerged into a pool, with icy liquid sliding past their cheeks. After a brief contemplation, Han Changlin and his companion each summoned their spiritual tools and soared towards the chasm, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Of course, there existed horrors more dreadful than death. Should one be dragged into the abyss, they would come to understand the true meaning of cruelty. Are you looking for Jianghe? Su Chang appeared at the door, coffee cup in hand, seemingly attempting to alleviate her drowsiness. In the space before the solitary stone pillar, a sudden distortion occurred. The air trembled, and a fierce wind howled, slicing through the air like a blade and forcefully propelling her away, causing her to stagger backward in midair. As soon as Shan Liun finished speaking, she eagerly exited the cave, while Yang, observing the delighted Shan Liani, approached her and took her hand, to which Shan Liani did not object. Perhaps their innate talent was lacking, and they possessed no inherited cultivation techniques. Yet they had one advantage: their numbers, which were so numerous that they were beyond count. Such a vast quantity of foundational practitioners was more than sufficient to yield several skilled individuals. In Chapter 99, Qin Yu established connections with the Federation. Shan Juanji's expression tightened as his pitch-black eyes silently regarded Yumian, awaiting her next words. Yumian was no fool. The emotions of the Crimson Flame giant tiger were exceedingly unusual, likely not solely attributed to the poaching team. Its bloodshot, beastly eyes revealed that something was amiss with its emotions. Perhaps administering some traditional Chinese medicine would be worth a try. No problem. I'm already starving. Brother Zifei, let us hasten to eat, Shirley chirped sweetly. Securing first place in 6 consecutive grand competitions was indeed an exceedingly stringent requirement. Even among the elite of the Blue Sky Secret Realm, none possessed the confidence to achieve such a feat gradually. Mu Zifei began to exhibit a hint of lethargy, which did not escape Savic's notice as he discreetly signaled Lei Bu with his eyes. The feathers adorning its body shimmered like crystal, making the bird appear breathtakingly beautiful. However, it was not merely that. The aura radiating from the creature was also fearsome. This was the forbidden spell Blood-Eyed Ice Phoenix of the water element, whose combat prowess was on par with that of top-tier royal experts. In their minds, this ultimately boiled down to a matter of face for the Tianmen. Did they truly deem it worthwhile to stake their lives and fortunes on such a venture? This was no trivial matter. Even an ordinary martial artist's cumulative strength from 3 full force strikes would be strikingly formidable. If unleashed by a master of purple energy, the power would be even more terrifying. Upon entering Jinyang City, the streets remained bustling with activity, the sounds of hawkers echoing incessantly, although the number of martial artists among the passers-by had significantly diminished. Standing in place, Chen Su offered a faint smile, refraining from further comment. Moments later, after tidying up, Zhao Jingwen reappeared before Chen Su. Then, The two Selbies resumed circling around Mu Zifei, who seized this brief moment to adjust his breathing, fully aware that the most intense assault was imminent. The tone of Piao Xiang turned icy as she gazed at the two Tai Xian cultivators hovering before them, speaking coldly. Fang Yuan wished to deny it, but was at a loss for words. Having protected Sister Kai for over 2 months against assassins and poisoners, he had captured countless foes. Now, not only was Kai Tsung in danger, but Sister Kai was also at risk. Bai Jinjia felt puzzled as to why he was convening a meeting regarding the Shuehai project. Moreover, if a project meeting were to be held, would it still be called Lin Ruqiang? Hence, Bai Mo was certainly headed to the Empress Dowager's location. It was already remarkable that she could spare time to accompany the Zhang sisters today. Fortunately, Tang Peng, having read the story of Journey to the West in a previous life, was aware that the white dragon horse would appear later. Otherwise, he would not have had the heart to slay the white horse. The Holy Clan, possessing unparalleled talent in the realm of the soul, had also quietly seized a fragment of soul power when he subdued the 9 feather phoenix that day. As the words fell, the dragon's soul armor enveloping Yi Chun erupted with resplendent golden radiance, manifesting dragon forms and tiger shadows in the void, moving with the wind. As the overwhelming force of his fist enveloped the body of the ghost dragon, witnessing the fierce tiger pounce towards him, Tang Peng let out a cold smirk, channeling his spiritual energy as he struck with his staff. I was in the bath, and you actually peeped? Aren't you ashamed? Tang Peng donned his cassock. Upon exiting the Lingxi sect, the market on the southern shore of Lingxi was modest in scale. Aside from the elders of the sect and some capable inner disciples permitted to own shops, most were established by cultivation families from Donglin Prefecture. As the company undertook safety reinforcements and termite prevention, the majority of its personnel consisted of laborers, with wages disbursed daily. Even the lowest-tier workers earned a monthly salary starting at 6. In Chapter 100, the Crimson Flame giant tiger hesitated. The commander had received news. There was hope for the madness. Heavens! Truly the commander, invincible in 100 battles. The delighted adjutant was nearly leaping with joy upon receiving the news. This was the first time Qin Yu had contacted them since jumping into the primordial star. Initially, everyone had feared that Qin Yu might have perished, and spirits had been low, with no one feeling motivated to act. They had even begun to harbor the most pessimistic thoughts, contemplating whether to inform Li Jingle Yi. His eyes brightened upon seeing his fellow townsmen from Anhui, Hushiyuan, and Chief Steward Zhao Deming enter the flower hall, and he hurried to greet them, for they were his fortune bringers. At 11:30, all senior officials of the Earth Federation, including Li Baoqiang, awakened from slumber. Sensing the potent masculinity emanating from Li Baoqiang, Tao Jihan's cheeks flushed crimson. Fortunately, as darkness fell, Li Baoqiang focused on his steps, oblivious to the tender emotions reflected in Tao Jihan's eyes. Yet every time he opened his eyes, Luo Haochen despairingly realized that it was merely an aberrant dream. He regretted not having studied painting alongside Luo Haoning back then. That evening, the celebration banquet was hosted by Yu Hanbing at the Tianjin Overseas Chinese Restaurant, where his 3 wives also arrived, vying for a photo with Li Guolu. With a resounding roar akin to that of a dragon echoing across the battlefield, a white horse suddenly surged forth from the rear ranks of the Qin army. The airborne mobile unit, comprising a total of 4,000 troops, was distributed across 100 transport helicopters and 50 attack helicopters, launching an assault northward from the last line of defense of the Indian Army's southwest flank. Fortunately, at Swishuguan, Li Xian personally commanded, and with his prestige among the Qin army, the impact of Bai Qi's recent defeat was not overly significant. Xiao Ming meticulously explained his objections to Ami, stating that the entire Great Liao Kingdom had already disintegrated, and the makeshift regime lacked vitality. The recently obliterated regime of Yi Lichuan served as a prime example. Just then, Xiao Tinjue unexpectedly reached out, firmly grasping one of her hands. However, those born earlier are considered the elder siblings, while those born later are regarded as younger siblings, and they must accept this hierarchy willingly. As for the pseudo-deities in the Tsangqiong Jiujia, let us set them aside for the moment. The beings that originated from the divine realm still retain a semblance of memory regarding the 9th-rank pseudo-deities. Among them, There are a few endowed with the 9 innate spiritual fires, each embodying one of the 9 attributes. It is evident that she commands an extraordinarily powerful mid-lane Ying Zheng in the current version, yet she feels as though invisible threads are ensnaring her, layer upon layer. Within a radius of several hundred miles, nearly all the magical beasts tremble in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground, their hearts quaking with trepidation. The implications of this situation are too daunting for him to contemplate further, for such thoughts would instill fear even within himself. On the viewing screen, the blue-side solo laner, Elbu, charged forward, using his second skill to strike behind Miyu and rapidly advance toward the target. Yang Dao exhaled heafili. Just as he was about to speak again, he suddenly felt a series of spatial fluctuations. Gray spiritual energy columns? Feng, Shen murmured, his mind racing through the records of various sects in the spiritual realm. Yet he found no relevant information. He exerted his overwhelming strength, forcing that esteemed figure into a chaotic void. After circling twice, Bei Feng Yang accepted a low-tier spiritual talisman task, while Wei Hai registered for a pest control mission in the medicinal garden at the task administrator's office. Fresh fish, tender lotus roots, and a hen, along with several newly harvested vegetables, delighted Lin Xiaoxian, and Guzhuang too was equally content, not merely with the meal, but with his new employer. Ascending the stairs, Shumar remained eerily silent, as if in slumber. It was only when I tapped the tent that he groggily turned on the light and irritably opened the tent. Lisha finally ceased her obstruction and called for a waiter. We then engaged in a 10-minute negotiation with the owner from Chongqing, after which he consented to our use of the kitchen, even requesting that I prepare an additional dish as compensation. Ah, forget it, I won't hold it against you. In the next moment, Yihan Sun held a bamboo tube, which presumably contained the gumu that Shan Jun Mo required. This official is exceedingly grateful for the kindness of her mentor, hence she now finds herself merely enduring the sands of the Northwest. Bai Haoning gazed skeptically at Mo Junli. I hope you remember what you said today. Inger needs to rest, now, immediately leave. After speaking, Mo Junli was forcibly pulled away by Bai Haoning, leaving Bai Ying air to smile helplessly. Swallowing hard, Wei Wei finally regained her composure, gazing in disbelief at the shimmering blood-red soul ring, trembling as she inquired. With a thunderous crash, the giant tree split in two, resembling a grand entrance, with a chaotic area in the middle, the magical array of the inner courtyard. At that moment, Li Ao suddenly lifted his head, gazing at Yin Sun, who was turned away on the stone platform. The attackers were indeed the Jing Nan Fong fleet, and with the commanding prowess of their leader, Keilu Si, coupled with the combat skills of the slave traders who often danced between life and death, should they seize an opportunity, they would not let it slip away easily. Chapter 101, A Sip? Come drink. With this elixir, your body will recover. Yumian held the medicinal bowl close to the maw of the crimson flame giant tiger. Observing this from the corridor, the experimenter noted a significant hesitation on the face of the crimson flame giant tiger. The scent of traditional medicine was overwhelmingly potent. Even the experimenter struggled to endure it. It was unimaginable how the highly sensitive sensed crimson flame giant tiger could cope. If anyone else dared to offer such concoction. Ning Shi, having received a sheep fat jade bracelet from the elderly lady as a greeting gift, found himself puzzled after finishing a phone call. Bai San approached his older brother, perplexed, and after enjoying a long drag from a cigarette, turned to inquire about the confusion weighing on his mind. Why are you here again? Do you not realize that your actions are the greatest insult to a man of honor? Jiao Yu stepped closer to Chu Ying, expressing his ire. Wu Mingshi, I have a question for you. Hu Sun leisurely rose, patting Wu Mingshi's shoulder as he spoke. Wang Yiyuan closely examined the map, noticing a piece of writing beside it, though the right side was obscured by a curtain and the left was hidden behind the map. The War Declaration Guild was none other than the Clover Guild of Luo-like City, a major guild with over 10,000 players, including several thousand regulars. However, compared to the Wolf Guild, which boasted over 1 million players and tens of thousands of regulars, it paled in comparison. When those still squabbling over the next leader of Kunlun heard the shouts of battle from outside and rushed out, it could be said that the outcome was already determined. The core forces of the Kunlun faction, faced with the united front of the 4 demonic sects, could only anticipate defeat. Lingwai, Fei Yu muttered to herself, initially fearing for her safety, only to realize that her strength had already returned. The dragon realm indeed gathers extraordinary talents, evoking envy. An elder chuckled to a senior in the dragon realm. Step aside. A jug of wine. This patron does not permit Fu Zhonggui to interfere. He shoved Fu Zhonggui's arm aside and stumbled forward, collapsing to the ground. The black dog dashed out from the courtyard, barking a few times toward the road. Its barks were not those of a pet seeking food, but rather those of a dog herding a cart. Yet, after taking a few steps, it seemed to recall something, its tail sweeping up a cloud of dirt, burying the serpent carcass in the pit. In the end, the Tungshi's eyes gleamed coldly as it murmured, "Wait until I avenge you." With that, it quickened its pace to catch up with Fu Shi. Zhao Yun, infuriated, instantly drew his Qin Gang sword, slashing indiscriminately. Any weapon that met his blade was severed, and those who crossed his path fell as easily as cutting through tofu. In mere moments, dozens of Chao army soldiers lay slain at his feet. Such ferocity! Xiang Hao's pupils contracted in shock, firmly etching the name Ning Xiao into his memory. The infantry charged forward valiantly, while the cavalry provided robust cover with their bows and arrows. Numerous soldiers atop the city wall fell, some even tumbling off the battlements. While the attacking soldiers of Shiliang faced significant casualties, their blood soaking the ground, casting a shadow over the city. After reeling in the fish, Xiao Feng beamed with excitement, as if presenting a treasure, and brought the catch into the cabin. That day, several dozen members of the Lu Zhang clan, escorted by elite soldiers, descended the river toward Jingzhou. Chapter 102. The Furry One Has a Problem. What are you doing here? Do you wish to join me on the grasslands? Yumian observed the small white dog, Qin Yuji, obediently waiting by the car door. A flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. This morning, the small white dog was absent from the villa. She assumed it had gone out to play, considering the animal protection base's friendliness toward animals. Everyone knew it was her pet, and no one would intentionally harm it. Thus, she let it roam freely. It's ours and it won T escape, and I believe many share this sentiment. This time, it's a spiritual artifact, not an ordinary weapon. This should be quite thrilling, right? The rogue's eyes narrowed, revealing an excited grin. However, after Mei Nong voiced her thoughts, Yang Jin suddenly accused her, claiming that the heinous crime of questioning the sovereign rested upon her shoulders. I'm willing to impose fewer restrictions on you, but you must also strive to avoid any entanglements with other men, for you are wed to a husband who is prone to jealousy. Ying Montak Suan suddenly interjected, leaning close to Qian Ruorua's ear and whispering softly. Watching from the sidelines, Bei Minghan Xian found immense delight in witnessing Xian Yuanche's furious expression, relishing the fact that he sought to gain favor with Ran Air without any justification, an act that was nothing short of self-inflicted humiliation. Ajio suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness as the truth was gradually unveiled, her previous conjectures systematically dismantled, revealing that many matters bore no resemblance to her imaginings. Not only did the Assassin Guild and the Mercenary Corps have their sights set on Gu Yu's bounty of 5 million, but also a self-organized killer guild had begun to covet it. It was not just launching. Rumors spoke of a leveling frenzy erupting in the other 7 secondary cities, all vying to claim Gu Yu's head in the capital. That night, Murong Qingran tossed and turned, her heart torn between compassion and ruthlessness. The compassionate voice whispered, no matter how one viewed Qiyu, he was still but a child, afflicted by a rare poison, with little time left to live. How could one treat him so? Ju Huang, upon hearing Zhao Xin's words, could not help but exclaim, rousing the 2 maids waiting outside. Jing Mashuan felt a twinge of urgency, glancing at Qian Ruo, who appeared unperturbed. Her temperature was normal and her complexion rosy. In an instant, 2 words flashed through his mind, heartless. Someone observed the arrogant BAS across from him. In all his years of combat, he had never suffered a setback beneath the enemy's stronghold. Yet now Ba spoke as if he were less than Mu Koan. At that moment, Nan Gonghao remained dazed, unable to comprehend the situation. Had he not been following Liemo, he might have suspected these mantis monsters were mere pawns of Liemo. The young man lowered his head, avoiding his master's gaze. He knew the reason, yet he found himself unable to act. The two crimson eyes were, in fact, those of the mountain tyrant. Tang Fan and his companions had already collected the virus from the mountain boy. As for the mountain boy's focal point, Tang Fan was not in haste. After a fortuitous encounter before the gate, he, with a magnanimous heart, took on the role of a guide for Ji Ling Sheng, with even the host of the event, Shan Jun, feeling too embarrassed to intervene. Ji Ling Sheng boldly followed him inside, reaching the main hall where the charity sale was being held at the back. Qin Yang widened his eyes. This time he did not decline, but instead rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This place in CUS City, sought after by all patrons, saw Ji Ling Sheng doing nothing but sleeping, likely leaving others aghast and ready to scold him for squandering such an opportunity. Chapter 103. Federal rescue fails. They receive an exceedingly delightful piece of news. The blood-red hue in the eyes of the crimson flame giant tiger had finally faded. Furthermore, under the watchful eyes of the experimenters, Marshal Zhang Xie had briefly regained consciousness, imparting some information regarding the battlefield. However, this was not something they could disclose to the feeding attendant, Yumian. Alas, did you ambush General Hua? Wang Shui slowly turned, casting a cold gaze at the approaching figure, inquiring icily. Of course, if the rivers here and around Fire Melting Mountain were not passable, they would have to devise other means. When Rand sensed something amiss in her father's attitude towards her reckless ventures, while concern was expected, it felt as if there was something more entangled within. Luo Huai had spent 3 entire days in the unpredictable cave of transformation. Upon emerging, he appeared significantly thinner, and his spirit was far from robust. The next day, bidding farewell to the people of Tsangyuan Valley, the 4 young individuals departed from Fengyue City, heading towards the ascending immortal mansion. The demon lord Liu Guang's ever-bright sword, having been drenched in blood excessively, radiated an overwhelming demonic aura, to the extent that it was difficult to ascertain whether it would shatter the seal of the first demon city. Chen Sun wore an expression of bewilderment, preparing to speak with Lung Xiu when a series of knocks echoed from outside. Even though she was aware that the fleeting force of the Tao posed no threat to her, she still disliked the feeling of being out of control. In the midst of conversation, Jiu Yao instinctively sought an exit, only to find all passages blocked by stone, leaving not even a fly able to escape. The cloaked figure noticed Li Yongqiang hesitating to approach, his recent injuries still unhealed. He had been tossing and turning all night, stifling cries of pain, and chose to ignore him. By the following morning, as they pushed aside the massive stone at the cave's entrance, they discovered marks of clawing from beasts on its exterior. After tidying up, they consumed some dry rations and set forth. Yang Shuhua's voice, much like his persona, exuded an odd and frigid aura, with a hint of arrogance in his demeanor, even without direct participation in the past events. Sei was well aware that Old Master Duo and Old Master Pei had no need to fabricate lies. It was impossible for the true Sea King to have been left behind. A golden ray of light was drawn into Long Feng's hands. As the brilliance dissipated, the once irregular cave suddenly collapsed, transforming into a deep pit measuring over 100 zhang. Upon inspecting the object, she noted it was indeed from the year 74, and upon realizing it originated from the countryside of Yuyang, she curiously inquired, "What business does your family engage in to afford such a sum for your factory?" She found it hard to believe that Yumian had established this factory on his own. "What? You wanted to sleep in my room? What am I supposed to do?" Observing her mother meticulously preparing accommodations for Long Feng, Shen Rue inquired in confusion. "Never mind, let us begin. We shall not wait for him any longer." As the head of the Tangbin Music Hall and the original piano tuner for Tangbin Yihui, Pu Hejiang announced the commencement of the rehearsal. "Can I reach such a level in my cultivation? I shall cease learning sword control and pursue this instead." Fang Lansheng exclaimed with fervor. Despite feeling a tinge of trepidation towards Su Yi, he could not suppress his excitement. Each moment spent in his company filled him with tranquility and happiness. Even a mere gentle smile from him left him entranced, and a single caring remark sent him into a blissful daze. In this moment, Guyu closed his eyes, an overwhelming aura emanating from him as his abdomen swelled. He inhaled the vital essence of Elder Four and the others, totaling several centuries' worth. With a deep breath, he resembled a dragon swallowing the sea, his distended abdomen gradually returning to normal. As he opened his eyes, the fierce intensity within began to fade. Having entrusted the items to them, how are they to search? Yuan Tai expressed discontent towards Hua Yuan's actions, believing that it would be more prudent for their young detective team to take charge, oblivious to the fact that he was merely a child trembling under the gun. Lu Weiwei nodded in agreement. He could anticipate his opponent's next moves on the court, yet could not predict someone like Godo, who could design his own actions, for one could never discern what was genuine or false, nor when the opponent would strike. Nagasawa watched as Xiao Rant's figure receded, a hint of dark red surfacing in his gaze. He slowly closed his eyes, his pale pink lips slightly parting, appearing as if he were a celestial being, ethereal and exquisite. The moment Bai Lu gained her freedom, she dashed behind Nan Changqing, yet did not so much as touch him. Controlling the ball, Ginobili noticed Yang, lost in thought, distracted by Popovich's thunderous outburst echoing throughout the arena, prompting him to remind, no, the Duke of Bavaria is merely his self-proclaimed title. In reality, he has established a formidable mechanical kingdom, already a sovereign in his own right. Elfie felt a tinge of surprise. From Larquet's words, it seemed he was utterly oblivious to the affairs of the Duchy of Bavaria. Li Bing, if you continue like this, I truly will not care anymore. I intend to inform your parents about this. I cannot keep shielding you. You have a younger brother and sister, and this matter has escalated enough, with one injured and one deceased. Why can't you be a bit more mature? Yang Jun grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. Despite this, Wallace bore no grievances, calmly seated on the bench, his gaze fixed intently on the young Monroe on the court. He understood that this was a supremely correct decision. He had aged and could no longer keep pace with defensive maneuvers. Nan Changqing frowned and nodded, feeling no sense of wrongdoing. However, Qing Yue's inquiry left him somewhat uncomfortable. Then, contemplating the team's defense, Popovich's previously relaxed brow furrowed into a tight line. To secure victory in this match, they must devise a strategy to contain Anthony. Chapter 104. Qin Yuji in Life's Peril, damn it. The deputy officer lifted his head to glance at the distance, and indeed, the Empire's hovercraft was drawing near. If it did not leave soon, they would be too late. It was perplexing that it had come at this moment, especially since the commander had inexplicably delayed his arrival. Had it been at the usual time, they would have long since departed with their charges. The deputy officer exhaled heavily at such a close distance. Xiao Zitian could almost hear the crackling sound of his fingers. Lin Rongshun had effectively extinguished the last glimmer of hope within her. His resolve was always far more ruthless than hers. She was determined to adopt, regardless of the cost. Currently, she donned a flowing white silk nightgown, its soft fabric accentuating her figure. As she walked, she delicately brushed her damp hair, a pose undeniably alluring. The candlelight flickered, casting shadows that danced around her, revealing the dark depths of her beauty. After sitting on the ground for quite some time, she suddenly remembered something and hastily picked up her phone from the floor. Yi Qing Ting, I have achieved top scores in every subject last quarter. You must find it hard to believe that the one who often asked you for homework help has ranked among the best. In truth, I find it somewhat unbelievable myself. Yet I feel little excitement or elation. Today, however, I chastise Zhan Dong for being heartless. It has barely been 2 months since our divorce, and he has already sought another companion. Before Wei Qi could fully comprehend, Andy had escaped to the security circle, instructing the guards to maintain control. She dialed Lao Tan, requesting legal counsel to be present. Upon hearing this, Lao Tan decided to attend as well. Pang Tong felt as though all the barriers supporting his body had crumbled in an instant, causing him to collapse to the ground. A piercing chill emanated from the front, causing Nan Tian Wang, Shi Lu, to frown slightly. For to her, born under the scorching sun, the frost was undoubtedly one of the most unwelcome presences. In an atmosphere thick with tension, she could only retreat, seizing the opportunity to escape to the restroom and touch up her makeup to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. Zhang Shuang, startled by the roar, turned to hear another sound. She saw a valiant horseman leading 100 elite riders charging from the south, hurtling towards Gongsun Zan's camp with the speed of a meteor. As Gongsun's soldiers turned, they beheld a red horse racing toward them, a figure atop, it exuding an air of divine authority. Regarding Pei Zhen Teng's mention of his beloved, Cheng Shi-yun refrained from much debate. In Peijan Tang's heart, it was already settled. However, if the data obtained were to be destroyed post-exposure, capturing certain individuals will become increasingly arduous. Chapter 105. Adopting a panda at this moment, Yumian's words fell upon deaf ears for Qin Yuji. His mind was clouded. Having never felt such disorientation when facing enemies far stronger than himself in his youth, nor when isolated in enemy territory. Yet now, in Yumian's presence, he finally experienced this sensation. His spirit seemed to detach swiftly from his body, and all sensation vanished completely. As for his majesty, there was no need for such concern. The old emperor merely cast a glance at Fei Jing and offered no response. Yet it was not just him who felt the tension. Lu Wanruo, his parents, and the parents of Lu Wanruo, along with the police and the onlookers, all shared in the growing anxiety. Wang Xiu was utterly speechless as he watched Hai Wang roll his eyes, clearly uninterested in conversing. As his consciousness expanded, Lei Kuan was astonished to find that the spiritual energy here seemed more abundant than elsewhere, affirming his initial conjecture, though he remained uncertain of the extent of the illusionary array before him. You may all be classmates, but you surely do not know his interests. Let him share. It will be a chance for everyone to become acquainted. Upon finishing her sentence, she was the first to applaud. Observing Ling Hu Yishui's increasingly distant smile, Yifeng felt a sharp pang akin to being pricked by a needle. The vegetables and other food items at Shunan supermarket were exceptionally fresh and environmentally friendly. There were even rumors that some of the produce was sourced from the ecological gardens of Shunan Resort. Reflecting on the battle between Raditz and Kakarot a year ago, when the latent potential of Gohan had only reached a battle power of 1300, Wanruo found herself caught in a standoff when the door suddenly swung open, and Yifeng rushed in with a furrowed brow and hurried steps. Surrounding the ancient teleportation array were countless figures waiting. Even the weakest among them were at the Tianzun level, with some reaching the Tiansheng realm. Damn it, which designer created this monstrosity? On such a perfect body, how could they have crafted a dog-s head? Did that fellow have a penchant for canines? In his mind, Fan Shin cursed the designer innumerable times. The blood pool exuded a nauseating stench. Qin Su frowned momentarily before stepping into it. Upon contact with the crimson liquid, she felt an inexplicable thrill, a sense of anticipation that she could not quite comprehend. Danling comprised 12 towns. Observe this. Upon leaving Danling and heading slightly northeast, one reaches Tong, while southwest lies Hanya. Therefore, the land acquisition plan for next year should not be confined to Danling, but should radiate outward from Huiyuan town, expanding based on proximity. Zhao Yuan pointed at the map while addressing Tao Pu. The more time he spent with Chun Fan, the more he sensed the latter's unfathomable strength, which sent shivers down his spine. When Fan Chen's palm wind collided with Hashiba, it disintegrated into dust, dissipating into the air. Chapter 106. Qin Yuji captured Bungbong Nai? As expected, with Yumian's words, the faces of the laboratory staff were filled with confusion. Noticing this, Yumian quickly explained, because the panda was too small and its digestive system was not fully developed. It needed specially formulated nutrients placed in a custom basin for it to lick. Does this clarify things? Everyone, while you focus on innovation, others concentrate on imitation. The difficulty of these two paths is incomparable. Consequently, your dedication to innovation may result in your dishes lacking in some aspects. The mother tree of Wui Mountain's Dahong pales in comparison to the Jiu Yiling tea tree, which can continuously evolve. Once it advances to a second-tier spirit tree, even second-tier transcendent beings will find it irresistible. At that moment, a lobster figure noticed Lei Zhe seemed distracted and, with its powerful pincers, lifted a sharpened stone axe to launch a surprise attack on Lei Zhe's head. Cui Mingshan gasped for breath, finally calming down after a while. He realized that continuing on their journey was unwise, as night had fallen, and thus commanded the Korean troops to set up camp and rest, planning to resume their travels the following day. When that lotus blossom appeared, everything around it seemed to lose color in an instant. And too weary to speak, had no idea how long she had been led to a frigid place. She could not see where she was, but she heard the sound of stones shifting, and then she could no longer perceive even the last flicker of light before her. Yes, and he lowered her head and approached, assisting the original person in adjusting on the bed and covering him with a blanket. If asked to specify the reason, she could not articulate it. Yet after knowing Long Zhan for so long, her trust in him remained unwavering. Just as Tao Yin departed, empty wine bottles littered the table. Remnants of fish bones still left on the plate, and he felt a pang of guilt, hoping to swiftly send the quietness away. Shan Juanji indeed harbors doubts. He contemplates the possibility that the contestants, originally intending to participate in the grand competition, might choose to retreat when faced with imminent threats to their lives, opting instead to purchase tickets and depart this seemingly tranquil yet tumultuous nation. Simon's scheme is rather straightforward, aligning with Li Er's initial conjecture regarding Simon's orchestration, to lure out Li Baika and eliminate her. In truth, the primordial forests within Jiangsu have long since vanished. For instance, the Daotian Mountain Adventure tourism site, which boasts of its so-called original forest, has been extensively developed into a tourist area, featuring artificial constructions that have long since altered its natural state. Yu Huiying's candid revelation of this intricate relationship aims to prompt the nameless nun to sever emotional ties and fully embrace the path of Buddhist asceticism. After all, both Gu Yinchi's connection and the nameless nun's prior assistance render it difficult for Yu Huiying to remain an indifferent observer. With a subtle gesture, Xing Luo and the three individuals facing him, including Nangong Shu, offered a slight bow, indicating for the other party to proceed first. The Shi Chong, with each move decisively determining life and death, unleashed a palpable aura of menace and intensity to its zenith. As Lu Yunfei entered the office area, Fu Xiaoyan was approaching from the opposite direction, introducing him publicly as the new boss. This old fool, blinded by greed, is being used as a pawn while desperately seeking wealth through extortion. Such a person can still be posthumously recognized as a martyr and a party member. Draping the party flag over their remains, El Bu smirked slightly. Under his command, the Qin army's formation shifted once more as battalions of 1,000 heavy infantry, 1,000 light infantry, and 1,000 crossbowmen began to advance, constituting the structure of the Qin army, including the detachment engaged in close combat with Xiahou Yuan. The Qin army mobilized 10 battalions for its initial assault. Chapter 107. Breeding Offspring? Upon seeing the small white dog, Yumian visibly exhaled with relief. Without further thought, she hurriedly stepped forward to accept the small white dog, Qin Yuji, from Shan Juanji's hands. With heartfelt gratitude, she looked at Shan Juanji and said, "Thank you, Dean. I hope he hasn't caused you any trouble." Shan Juanji's gaze swiftly swept over the small white dog held in Yumian's arms, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his lips as he shook his head. Not all. The term wife in the countryside carries the same meaning as spouse. The elder lady, observing their demeanor, mistakenly assumed that Yi Yin was Qiu Ya's husband, and after pulling him along, she joked that Yi Yin should take good care of his wife. The audience was left dumbfounded, perplexed by the situation and questioning why the deity would make such a statement. Could it be that he believed a single girl in the mid-lane could dominate others? It is known that while everyone may not excel in their preferred positions, is it conceivable that many, despite lacking expertise, could still shine? Upon hearing this, Mo Chan was momentarily taken aback, his cheeks flushing with warmth. Fortunately, the dim lighting around him and the fact that Dai Min was not watching prevented his embarrassment from being noticed. As Chai Xingnian knocked on the door, according to prior agreements with several allies, Ying Rui need not engage in a fierce confrontation with her, merely delaying her for 7 days. Thanks to Mao Weixian's assistance, a mere 5-day delay sufficed. Indeed, while discussions erupted into intense debates, no one anticipated such forthrightness. Even the previously most unsuccessful speaker had not reached the level of being criticized for a complete research failure. The old man, Zhu Jiao, furrowed his brow tightly, restlessly stamping his feet. He looked mournfully at Lin Yi, who stood atop the cliff, placing all blame for the impending collapse squarely on him. Through the black chimney and the gaps in the ground, Mo Chun observed that below was yet another floor. The heavenly demon appeared outwardly unaffected, yet internally alarmed. Quickly checking himself for any mental markings, finding none. Upon leaving, he simultaneously notified his close friend, informing her to assist in his stead and relayed the message to Yang Ju, while the less attractive nurse, upon hearing this, eagerly accepted. The young man said nothing but lit a cigarette, then, in a fit of frustration, let out an expletive. Furthermore, the Borlum Chamber of Commerce's armed forces were quite well structured. Barrett's involvement would merely serve as an embellishment. Nevertheless, the manager of this caravan treated Barrett warmly, as he could potentially be a new aristocrat within the family, making it wise to curry favor. Those who heard Yang Yichen's words suddenly found themselves pondering if this was indeed the transition between hell and heaven. A shadow of blood emerged from Wilson's body, shifting towards the side, while the original spot was replaced by a massive pit. "All right, junior brother, I agree. But you must ensure that you no longer trouble my husband," Chun Lisha declared decisively. However, after a thorough search, they found no trace of the target. Thanks to the previous sweep of Dongquan Town, all the furniture in this house had been transformed into fuel for the mammoth, making it exceedingly difficult for the other party to hide. Thus, the current situation was utterly bewildering. Under such force, the earth trembled and the sky quaked. With a terrifying destructive power extending for miles, emanating an overwhelming pressure. As Tang Dun dashed within 20 yards, the dark mire spread from Azar's feet, engulfing a radius of 100 yards. Consequently, the gazes of those around Yang Xueqing grew somewhat peculiar, unclear whether it stemmed from jealousy, envy, or even some resentment. Yet, no one truly reflected on their past words and actions. Chapter 108. Qin Yuji departs. At this moment, following Qin Yuji's departure, the affairs of the Federation were temporarily handled by the deputy officer, ensuring that any issues could be promptly relayed to Qin Yuji for resolution. Among these matters, the most critical were those concerning the Empire. When the envelope from the Empire was placed on the deputy officer's desk, the atmosphere turned solemn. Deputy officer, this is the message from the Empire detailing the necessity. Following Li Haonan's perspective, he naturally wished for Gu Xiaobei's identity post-hypnosis to be that of his wife, fostering a deep and unwavering marital bond. Beidou glanced at the two. It was evident they had no intention of entering, or rather, were unable to do so. "I kindly bought a packet of bird feed to feed it," Chen Su stated, leaning against the studio door while addressing Yuan. The esteemed Qingyun sect scarcely had any members unfamiliar with her, Li Ping'er, let alone the common folk. "Great fire," Lu Hao declared, and, as his words fell, Mini Dragon transformed its technique, unleashing an even more potent fire-based move. Although her appearance had not changed significantly, her inherent aura elevated her beauty to an almost unapproachable level. Taoists at the out-of-body stage possess a celestial bearing, and Beidou was no exception. Given that they would be divided, wouldn't it be better to remain with their men? They were not merely playing. They were expected to undergo Lu Hao's training. "Uncle Yin has made a deal with me." This was his prior promise to Dog Dan. Dog Dan said, looking aggrieved. In the west, Wei Feng and Zhu Li commanded nearly 600,000 troops, also awaiting orders. She had promised him that the Light and Shadow Society would be his unwavering support, and she would always fight alongside him. The banquet continued, with the dancers exerting their utmost to mesmerize the surrounding men. When Murong Kuei summoned a dancer to serve him, others felt emboldened to call for their own. Even among the younger generation of the Murong family, a beautiful maiden graced their side. I took the phone from Yuming Wei, glanced at it, and saw that the caller was Chun Daowei. Song Jiahui brought a tray, saying, cousin-in-law, there's not much wine, just down in one go," with a clever gleam in his eyes. That night, Murong Ming was unable to rise due to Murong Xian's rigorous training. Murong Ming is a spirited youth, yet he is overshadowed by the vast life experiences of Murong Xian, who has endured the trials of raising two sons that have caused him immeasurable distress. Before nightfall, Murong Ming finds himself utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground in a state of lethargy. One day, he receives a letter, and upon seeing the signature, his mind goes blank. Few have a pleasant disposition after stepping on a snake, especially one that appears to be in a deep slumber. Ming Wian, unfazed by Wu Xiu's demeanor, brightens her eyes and swiftly reaches for a scroll of divine seal from the 8 treasures plate. At this moment, Xu Ning is in a state of turmoil. Having notified Xu Weiyan, she recalls Yin Dan's condition, feeling a chill run through her limbs, praying fervently for Yin Dan and the child's safety. Chapitre 109. Dix Ngyn. Uoshishenges departure. The departure of the little white dog leaves Yumian feeling a profound sense of loss. Nevertheless, she soon regains her composure and immerses herself in her work. On this particular day, Yumian arrives at the usual meeting place with the Golden Lion and Black Panther, driving her feeding cart as always. To her surprise, the Golden Lion and Black Panther, who typically await her eagerly, are nowhere to be seen. Silence envelopes the matter of Kong Yushi, yet whispers of her plight spread. During her escape, she was beset by young Ertan and his subordinates, leaving her shattered and disoriented. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun observes Su Jin's increasingly meticulous demeanor, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. Within a short span, Zhang Yang enters, clearly trembling with fear. Why did you join? The amiable Dai Peng, having yet to encounter a formidable opponent, continues to engage in idle chatter with Bosch's. Mrs. Liu rises to greet a slender middle-aged man clad in a long coat, who enters shortly. Following Sheng Chuyi's guidance, Xiao Yin teleports directly to a lavish courtyard adorned with exquisite architecture. Wu Shan's expression shifts. He does not challenge you because he believes he is invulnerable, but rather to leave a mark in her heart, even if he fails. Over a lifetime of steady endurance, barring self-destructive choices, this sum of money suffices for a carefree existence. As Tu Ba Lai's words linger, the massive hoof of Min Gui remains eerily still before him. Showing no signs of change, Li Jiao acquires 3 passports, driving to a secluded area to connect with Liu Bei's provided phone number. Having spent over a year with He Li, Sun Nai has developed a sentiment, feeling akin to a stranger. What thanks? I seek not mere words. Demonstrate your capability through action. Lan Shun, she gazes at her with eager anticipation. With youthful zeal and lofty aspirations for rural revitalization, the educated youth seem enchanted by this new collective, their hearts igniting with the determination to establish a revolutionary base in the countryside, each filled with fervent ambition. Zhang Lihua, cease your nonsense. There is no deity now. Only Chairman Mao can provide us everything. Su Guizhi hastily curtails Zhang Lihua's musings, fearing her words might attract unwanted attention. Upon this declaration, Su Chuan's hands brim with purple lightning, serpentine bolts of energy dancing around him with an imposing aura, behaving as if they were mere toys. The man before her is strikingly handsome, yet an aura of chill envelopes him. To his astonishment, the corpulent Li declines, under the impression that Li would be blinded by treasures. The Chancellor's residence has prepared a sumptuous feast where several young masters dine alongside Chancellor Bai and his wife, exchanging grandiloquent pleasantries. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Qin Shou unexpectedly retreats, avoiding the splatter of blood and tears, clearing his throat before breaking into song. Li Jianting realizes the surrounding woods have vanished, replaced by a vast desert under the scorching sun, with only the low dunes offering scant shelter. Not far ahead, another team is also exploring the new environment. A glance exchanged reveals mutual recognition. Regardless, he has already been officially accepted as a disciple. The outcome holds little significance. His companions share indifference. The highly skilled martial artist transcends the mundane, unbothered by worldly distractions, steadfastly pursuing the zenith of martial arts. Just as Du Gui's recently acquired fortune begins to slip away, he finds himself restrained by several burly men, dragged into the manager's office. The members of Tiandao Tower and the Sword Sect meet, with the formidable figures of the Death Realm leaders, Chong Chun Lei and Mu Chuan, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, we must possess such confidence. From tomorrow onward, we shall no longer resort to ambushes, but confront the ostriches head-on, Ming Xian declares emphatically. Su Jiangnan enjoys these trivial anecdotes. After all, in this fleeting life, few things endure, and every memory counts, whether retained or forgotten, is inconsequential. As discussions erupt around them, all eyes converge on the middle-aged man from the Wang family and the elder in white from the Border Commerce Alliance. Chapter 110, The Unveiling. The guard unit receives the news and swiftly rushes out, fully aware that the Golden Lion and Black Panther are no longer on the plains. Have you found the Golden Lion and Black Panther? Are they safe? The foremost team, having engaged in previous dialogues, finds Lin Shi and his barriers considerably lessened. Currently, Shi Qin's thoughts are consumed by the dilemma of whether to confess, rendering him oblivious to Qiao Shi's turn, which results in an unexpected collision. The arrival of the divine race captivates many power-worshipping denizens of Earth, who eagerly anticipate the acquisition of formidable techniques. Yet he finds time to select a gown for Bai Qing, disregarding her presence entirely. Decades ago, Gong Yi Huang secluded himself in the depths of Haigu, unexpectedly falling into a state of demonic possession, merging with stone. Fortunately, his soul remained intact, and through decades of arduous cultivation, he astonishingly transcended the tribulation, capable of traversing the cosmos with his spirit. Her golden hair cascades, slightly damp, yet not detracting from her beauty. Ruan Tian attempts to pry away Moon Yinchen's hand, unwilling to engage in any heartfelt gestures with him. To Qin Wenxin, she is a stranger. What could one possibly share with a stranger? Would she comprehend? No. In the subsequent round, the teams switch sides. Having learned from past experiences, Qiao Shi ultimately relinquishes her role as marksman, knowing she excels not in solo or tanking positions, leading Fan Shun to voluntarily offer the mid-lane role. However, some matters must be arranged in advance to prevent unnecessary chaos. Her voice resonates loudly, drawing the attention of those nearby. In comparison to Liao Tianyu, Ho Yangqiu is less concerned about offending Ling Hao. In this regard, Shen Shi is undeniably at a disadvantage as he seeks to vanquish a deceased divine entity. Even the celestial prodigies are left speechless. Many who previously doubted Ling Hao's strength now find themselves thoroughly convinced. With Han Wenguang's influence, the two families frequently interact. She is well aware of Han Dong's achievements, comparable to her own from years past, recognizing the challenge of gaining admission to prestigious universities. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Tian precisely requires the ferocious energy of the fire attribute. As for the faint spiritual energy within the Di Hua Shi, it holds no value for him. The true impact, the real killing move, lies within them, not at the location of the fireball, but behind him. Digging a hole in the icy ground, Yi Tian entered, then with a snap of his storage bag, spiritual stones emerged, forming a formation. The iron claws transformed into mere afterimages, piercing towards the blood shadow, with 5 razor-sharp fingers forcefully pressing into the shadow's interior. Under the tumult of that overwhelming power, the crimson shadow momentarily stagnated, being hoisted up by him with sheer force. In the palace, if the attendants cannot discern what should remain unsaid and must feign ignorance, it is best for them to resign from their posts. Otherwise, they may find themselves oblivious to their demise. Given the circumstances, I shall employ the Celestial Master's ultimate technique. The middle-aged, ghostly attendant commanded one of his companions to act. This ghostly attendant, a martial arts enthusiast, solemnly clasped his fists and bowed, as though addressing a highly respected elder. The remaining 8 were experimental chambers, filled with interconnected instruments and control panels. Each of the 8 stone pillars had automatic elevators for easy access to the chambers or the central reaction chamber. Upon entering the restaurant, a buzzing sound filled the ears of Qin Juanji and his companions. Chapter 111, The Onslaught of the Dark Planet. It turned out to be here. They finally found it. The leader, Eugene, seated in the main position, fixated his gaze intently on the direction of the primordial star, veins bulging on the back of his hand, and with a sudden exertion, crushed the wine glass he held. The rich liquid cascaded through his fingers, leaving a trail of crimson. It is said that the recovery of the Emperor's Star and its companions was attributed to a female named Yumian. Everyone should keep their eyes peeled. I am eager to observe. Xena and Luke donned ordinary attire, yet their presence remained striking, distinct amidst the ambience, somewhat out of place. However, for Jean Linglong, this mere 1% of shares represented not just monetary gain, but a significant enhancement of her fortune, propelling her further along the path of financial prosperity. My cousin and I, driven by gluttony, faced misfortune. I possessed a copper coin seal that warded off malevolent spirits, while my cousin was not so fortunate. Since then, he has abstained from consuming chicken, still shuddering at the sight of feathers, as if the disgust from that year lingers to this day. H.N.Q. felt a sudden heaviness, as if a colossal deity had risen, shattering the heavens and earth, casting an unyielding gaze upon her, warning her against any rash movements, lest she meet her demise. Then, another massive explosion occurred, shaking the newly formed heavens and earth, seemingly on the brink of destruction, ultimately erupting with a tremendous roar, fragmenting into countless pieces across every dimension. Though many dignitaries had harbored suspicions since the moment the Han Jing staff appeared, upon hearing Tomni's confirmation, several could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Furthermore, these elixirs were imbued with a peculiar auspicious energy, significantly enhancing their quality, as if blessed, surpassing the conventional elixirs by a notable margin. Nature bestowed this bagua for a reason. Just as a venomous snake is invariably accompanied by herbs that counteract its poison within 100 meters, the principles of mutual growth and restraint pervade all existence. Alvin's speed, contrary to expectations, proved adequate to keep pace with Lin Yifeng and Susan, a most fortuitous circumstance. Zhang Jiaoyang could only analyze it this way. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag, slowly exhaling the smoke, a hint of a smile gracing his face. At this moment, those who had echoed the seventh elder's call to eradicate Gu Jinxiu regretted their words bitterly. The situation in Huanghai was dire. Despite the municipal government implementing various measures to stabilize public sentiment, the pervasive sense of fear among the populace remained unaltered. As more individuals sought solace in tea, fewer officials were focused on their duties, an unfavorable scenario for Huanghai's development. Why wait until so late to eat? Do you not fear starving your body? Huan Ling tossed a word before striding toward the room. Passing through the moon gate created by the treasure shelf, he discovered Song Shi leaning against the pillow, half reclined on the bed, eyes tightly shut in slumber. His life appeared quite tragic, as if he had never mustered the strength to speak resolutely. He knew that the process of promoting electromagnetic knowledge could hardly withstand scrutiny, yet with his current status and popularity, who would dare approach him with a blade? The bridge's quality exceeded Luo Tian's expectations. Despite the continuous explosions, no sign of collapse was evident. However, the roadway in the center had been blasted open, leaving a gaping hole. Chapter 112. Yumian bowed. If the suspicions were indeed correct, then why was Yumian in such a predicament? Shan Juanji found himself perplexed. He did not believe Yumian was a person easily deceived. This beautiful female, perhaps gentle and kind, seemed like a soft, sweet cake. Yet in certain matters, she held firm convictions, resolute to the point of obstinacy. Duo Yu paced anxiously before the Zihuang, eager to awaken him, yet hesitant, her anxiety palpable. Liu chuckled self-deprecatingly, rising to exit the room and stepping onto the deserted deck, murmuring to himself as he faced the direction of Chang'an. After a moment, the middle-aged man appeared to grow impatient. If you do not come down soon, we shall consider you have given up. The principles of feng shui, in essence, center around the residence as the focal point of the universe, harmonizing the energy fields of the cosmos with the human presence within the dwelling and the underground magnetic field. Thus, human presence aligns with the energy field, creating a significant impetus for altering fate. Lu Chen gazed at the man not far away. Upon Lu Chen's reminder, the man extinguished his cigarette. Opening the door, the old steward respectfully led Tang Yin into the living room. Once Tang Yin was seated, the steward courteously remarked, "I shall check if young Master Kugong has awakened." With that, the steward turned and entered Zhou Kugong's bedroom. Nan Gong Mingyue's explanation deepened Liang Chen's admiration for the elder, who articulated such profound insights. He found himself greatly enlightened. Unfortunately, aside from the elder, the rest of the Nan Gong family failed to grasp the underlying significance, making Nan Gong Mingyue's visit all the more beneficial for the family. The lian tree, true to its name, blazed with fiery red from root to branch, appearing from a distance as a roaring flame. The newly arrived evolvers exchanged puzzled glances. Having been summoned by soldiers for a meeting early that morning, observing Luo Jigang's expression, it was clear that something significant had transpired. Chao Yang wasted no time. A yellow talisman materialized in his hand, which he directed behind him, summoning dark, swirling mists that revealed a strange void. The others exchanged knowing glances, promptly encircling the flame source, drawing 3 sharp weapons from their sleeves and launching them toward the blaze. At that moment, two more figures appeared at Zhao Hao's side, blood marks visible between their hands, resonating with the deadly blood array, generating a terrifying force of annihilation. Had Lin Feng not decisively severed the life-sharing bond, Lin would not have remained conscious at that moment. Holding the chicken, Yi Qing's hands trembled, for he had never taken a life, despite Dai Anliu's guidance. It was a genuine life slipping away beneath his grasp. The elderly lady's sudden and earnest words left Yi Chong somewhat unsettled. He could only gaze at Gu Yueying, still resting on the coffin lid, with words unspoken. After concluding his conversation with Nye Qing, Chao Yu instructed Dai to prepare for their immediate departure to Ayasalu. No, Gao Fei shook his head, asserting that he could not allow them to leave and could not afford to leave himself vulnerable. He added, "You bandits have committed numerous atrocities, causing harm to many. Your deaths would be a service to the people." A murderous intent flickered within Gao Fei. Su Tian casually stored away 9 black dragon flags, aware that they could not only form an array, but also serve as weapons. He turned to Yin Bian, just in time to see him adjust his glasses, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, which made Yu Hao feel a twinge of unease. It seemed the price above was beyond his acceptance. However, out of respect for Zhang Yanxiu, the man refrained from voicing his thoughts. The insinuation she made was equally a test for Ning Fuchan, to gauge whether he harbored even the slightest affection for her. Such an occasion did not require a host. Everyone present was seasoned and frequently engaged in such high-stakes gatherings. So it sufficed for the most senior individual present to utter a few words. The tea leaves at the Gu Yin tea table appeared rather ordinary, lacking any extraordinary features. Chen Feng, unfamiliar with tea, remained silent, yet he knew the flavor was undoubtedly among the finest he had ever tasted. Sometimes, a lack of news could be deemed a good sign. Ning Fuchan's anxieties eased slightly, though uncertainty lingered regarding their circumstances. Initially, he had no desire to expose the truth, but Zhao Li had unwittingly taken the bait, leaving him with no choice but to confront her. Hearing Tang Mu's words brought joy to my heart, indicating her approval of my relationship with Tang Yin. "If you cannot win with words, what advantage do you possess?" Anna interjected. The Shenglong Min was indeed a magnificent sight. The dragon reliefs appeared to be in perfect proportion, towering over 100 meters high, making one feel as small as an ant in its presence. Thus, her sudden inclination to take advantage of the situation was merely an attempt to coerce him into prematurely ending their relationship. Wen Yujiao instructed Feng Momo to close the courtyard gate early. Under the flickering candlelight, she began to alter a winter garment for Mayer. Under Jiang Ling's guidance, Gao Yun restrained the two, incessantly chattering while exerting force. The burdened Lao Lu, already carrying the mutated Lao Wu, finally succumbed to Gao Yun's immense strength. Collapsing onto a stool, "Have you forgotten? We are not yet divorced. You are my legally recognized wife. How can my kiss be deemed disgraceful?" Chen Qi smirked coldly, effortlessly seizing her wrist. He glanced back at the dried fruits in his vehicle, scratching his head in disbelief. How could such food be palatable to this wealthy woman? Chapter 113. Tension and Confusion. Has Yumian discovered the truth? Liemohan's incredulous voice echoed. Did someone divulge the information to her? Liemohan's brow furrowed, suspecting that someone had taken pity on Yumian and revealed the truth to her. He never doubted Yumian's allure. With her growing abilities paired with her exceptionally beautiful visage, she thrived within the confines of the base. "Open the door to bid farewell," he instructed, turning slightly to salute and noting the license plate. Although it was his first time, Qin Tian managed to perform adequately, easing Lao Wu's concerns. "Old Yi, you're to work a full day at the hospital today." Wu Ximing dialed Yi Qiu's number, relieved to hear someone answer, indicating the fellow was alive. Ying Ying detached herself from Chu Yang's embrace, gently caressing his cheek, noticing the darkened bruises that suggested he had endured considerable suffering. Tang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. How can one piece of equipment cost 2,000? Does that mean this 5-piece armor set amounts to a full 10,000 gold coins? I only have a little over 9,000. This is hardly a comfortable position. We must safeguard the continent's safety. The elders' faces reflected unwavering determination. They were individuals who dedicated their youth to the continent's security, deserving of the people's respect. Jiar nodded in agreement, taking a few steps forward, raising her hands as two fiery whirlwinds appear beside her, swiftly surging forth. Yao Xuanhu invited General Jia to dinner as a mere courtesy, yet unexpectedly. General Jia reciprocated the invitation. The youth resumed his computer work, but to Qin Tian, his demeanor seemed devoid of seriousness. As her words faded, Prince Zhongyong erupted into a hoarse, rumbling laughter, his expression shifting as dark energy enveloped his face, contorting it grotesquely. However, a half-step beyond the supreme is not something an ordinary person can provoke. Even the celestial emperor must tread carefully. Facing the paradise beyond the world, Bai found himself disadvantaged because, within the realm of Malak, dragons were considered creatures of the blacklist. Furthermore, the subordinate planes of this paradise imposed powers Bai he detested. Yi Tian observed Li Shuer's fearful demeanor and smiled. Shuer, are you frightened? Fear not. I shall be the villain. Anyone who dares to harm you shall face my wrath. The intensity of Yi Tian's words exuded a menacing aura. Tongtong's group utilized 17 characters to embed 2 short blades into the stone wall, then embraced Tongtong, standing silently atop the blades. The mechanic, with a strength rivaling that of Vishu, created a dent in the stone wall, seeking refuge from the grime within. Hee, this old man can be rather endearing at times. Heo Shiming remarked, chuckling at the attire. Song Qing understood, patting Song Mingting's shoulder before departing, while Song Mingting descended halfway down the mountain, summoning the Thunder Sword towards Guizhongyuan. Relying solely on Long Yu was undeniably slow. Despite Ye's efforts, this leisurely pace paled in comparison to traversing through fog. Did you see that the sword and ghost of the dead fellow flew into Mephisto's skull? Blair inquired. His vision was intact. Yet he dreaded the thought of succumbing to a heart attack during the new recruit training. As dawn broke, Li Yihong searched for her in vain and ascended Tanyuan Cliff, where he spotted a solitary, frail figure standing at the precipice, gazing at the fiery red disk emerging from the horizon. Chapter 114. Acknowledging Mistakes. Well, now that Yumian has awakened, let her rest well. Any words of gratitude can wait until she recovers. Let us step outside. Sensing the awkwardness, Shan Juanji took the initiative to provide an excuse to usher everyone out of the hospital room. After all, they merely wished to see Yumian and confirm her well-being. As for the rest, any desire for closeness or intimacy would have to wait, given the current circumstances. Tian Bu Er resolutely relied on his fist, shattering the waves of sword energy, ultimately delivering a powerful strike upon the long sword. Nangong Bei Do's expression turned grave, his sharply defined features reflecting sternness, disdain, pride, and anger. Yu Shuihan, Yu Qianjun, your match may commence, a middle-aged man bellowed from beside the training ground. Zhou Yin, you. Su Yanbin was so infuriated by Zhou Yin that he struggled to articulate his thoughts, stammering out a series of you, revealing his growing frustration and an inclination to resort to violence. In the blink of an eye, the newcomers instinctively encircled the first individual who had entered the valley. Xiaoheng appeared noticeably apprehensive, respectfully acknowledging and seeming to acquiesce to everything, yet conveying an air of silence. At this moment, as Wang Hao bore a heavy heart, Zhu Wubai stealthily approached him, whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them. Over the past few years, he had indeed harbored intentions towards Bai Wuxuang. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, Bai Wuxuang had remained concealed within the Yin-Yang sect, reportedly in seclusion for cultivation, rendering her completely inaccessible. From that point onward, he resolved to become a true powerhouse. Despite being aware of his mediocre talent for cultivation, he never relinquished hope, believing that there is always a path for those who strive, maintaining unwavering determination in his practice, never conceding defeat. It is not solely the extraordinarily gifted who ultimately prevail. An explosive surge of starry, celestial energy erupted from the acupoints in his body, amplifying the power of Luotian. In the past, he preferred silence during combat, but since the death of Mo, he had been harboring a tempest of emotions. At last, he could fight, and this battle, awaited for 3 long years, would allow him to unleash his every word in a fervent roar. She could palpably sense the abundant spiritual energy flowing into her body, as if it were an endless stream. The essence of the soul is inherently defined by its form and energy. Thus, each soul possesses a unique aura. Blood 45 paid no heed to this individual, disregarding him entirely as he ventured into the city. The petals falling from the sky showed no signs of cessation. At this moment, everyone remained in a state of stupor, absorbing the energy contained within the petals while listening to the sounds of the Tao. Once the mayor had arranged accommodations for the disciples of Ling Chushua Palace, he busied himself preparing a lavish feast for them. It was only after the disciples of Ling Chushua Palace, including Lien Haofeng, had taken their seats at the table that he shamelessly joined them at the end of the table. A dim and terrifying red light erupted from the Guili's sword, sweeping horizontally at an angle exceeding 120 degrees towards the deceased a distance of 10 miles ahead, instantly creating a slightly concave plane. Subsequently, the ground within 100 miles transmitted, astonishingly appearing just 2 meters away from him. Statistically speaking, his luck was remarkable. Approaching today's training with such a mindset is perilous. Today is not like yesterday. We must act independently in the vast wilderness, where danger lurks everywhere, with hidden enemies potentially emerging. Being captured or injured does not merely signify elimination. It signifies death. As the grand formation dissipated, the remaining 3 individuals shot off in different directions, demonstrating an unspoken understanding without the need for discussion. Regardless, they would all be subordinates of the admiral in the future. Feelings could be cultivated later. He firmly grasped Chang Fei's head, compelling him to look at him. Although it was said that a fight to the death would not guarantee victory for them, one must recognize the traditions of the esteemed sects of Huaxia. Observing this, Tu Yaya could hardly restrain herself from stepping forward to shield her Taoist brother from the blow. The ever-smiling Ermio Sung sighed, directly sitting cross-legged in the room, joining his hands in prayer for the two. Waves of exotic beasts converged from behind, merging with the elite tide of beasts ahead. Yet since Shun Wei had gained the upper hand, how could she allow him to escape smoothly? She raised her foot and kicked out. Originally, she had shared a living space with Ku Mei and another theater actor. But recently Ku Mei moved out to cohabit with Zhou Shannon, leaving only Su Jinwei and Shi Ying in the dormitory. There was not even a month's cooling-off period, as Yumian had submitted his divorce application a month prior. Although Kyoto is the largest human stronghold in this apocalyptic world, a larger population implies fierce competition. The 39th floor features an approximately 150 square meter area designed with a cantilevered structure, presumably with a concrete floor fitted with exceptionally high-security tempered glass. Not long after the first server left, another server arrived to set the table for the two, arranging the knives and forks and pouring them each a glass of water. Fang Yakin gazed at the screen for a considerable time before realizing that the image displayed was likely a street near the blue sky. She looked at Fang Xiaoan with a puzzled expression, awaiting her uncle's explanation. Park Daejeon's speculation proved accurate. He craned his neck to gaze upward. With the sky clear of clouds and no mist obscuring the view, especially at noon, the visibility was exceptionally broad. As Fang Xiaoan spoke, he pressed the control button, causing a dialog box to appear on the screen. After inputting a long string of passwords, the 32 screens on the television wall flickered before displaying various images. The heartfelt enthusiasm resonated deeply within the gathering, moving everyone present, including Hu Yinan and Meng Dun, even stirring a sense of national pride in Guo Wei and Long Jia. His mindset shifted from mere curiosity to a more serious contemplation. The existence of an organization must correspond to a specific purpose. The Human Committee? Such a grand name. Yet no one wishes to be represented by an intangible organization, even if there is no connection between them. Yang Guang casually closed the wooden door, settling in to ponder which influential figures in the vicinity of Nagoya might be worth promoting. Regardless of how many woofing guns Japan purchases in this era, it could never replicate seamless steel pipes. In other words, Yang Guang's business is unique, free from competition from similar products. Since Feng Xingying intended to handle matters herself, Qin Molan had no plans to unleash a massacre in Lugu, effortlessly releasing Su Duan. The two individuals, after all, held significant status. Although the emperor had scolded them in a fit of anger, Pursuing the whereabouts of the thin horse now would be a matter of face for the nobles. Chapter 115. The zoo competition that afternoon in the hospital ward, she truly could not comprehend why Zhang Xie and the others had returned to normal, transforming back into their fluffy forms. At this moment, the bewilderment on her face was genuine, devoid of any pretense. Shan Juanji remained silent. As the heavenly spirit was sent flying, the lazy drunkard sensed a cataclysmic force. Zhao Yu bit her lip tightly, remaining silent, lowering her head in a tinge of shame, all of which was noted by Kai Xing. Meanwhile, Lu Jianing, observing her teammates, could not help but express silent astonishment. Even from hundreds of kilometers away, Su Yu could still feel the entire dormitory building trembling incessantly, causing him to widen his eyes in horror, a look that was beyond words. After lunch, Qin Tian instructed his parents in Shaolin to pack their belongings in preparation for moving to the villa on Lake Hard Island, before heading to the industrial park. Of course I understand. Fu Wei, our sentiments are aligned. Yuna playfully smiled at Fu Wei. At this moment, Fu Wei finally felt reassured. He inquired about Jiuzhou Star's situation before bidding farewell to Yuna and hurriedly departing. In no time, the Tianzhou Internet CAF was abuzz with discussion, as spectators found it hard to believe such a brief incident had occurred. Fortunately, the fourth elder had been intimidated earlier and dared not approach again. Otherwise, if he were to defeat the fourth elder once more, he would lack the strength to contend with the second elder. He Xian pragmatically remarked that this time, the He family had suffered losses due to unclear intelligence. Had they known the strength of the Shui family in advance, they would not have recklessly dispatched He Fan and the others to confront them directly. That would have been utterly foolish. With a last flicker of consciousness, Su Ming felt a tinge of sorrow. This time, it seemed his life was truly coming to an end. Guzwa spoke ambiguously. Su Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. He was not particularly adept at dealing with such individuals, especially those like Qing Xing Ding, who resolve matters with intellect rather than brute force. The 10 or so guardians, exhausted and desperate, sought to escape but found themselves trapped within the thunder array, compelled to resist with all their might. As long as the Ming army occupies the entire eastern region of Henan, including the Gai prefecture and the counties west of Shuzhou, the Qing army's defensive stronghold in Huainan, Shuzhou, would become a solitary fortress. Would events unfold as smoothly as one could imagine? To achieve fame in the advanced district, one must either possess an exceptionally unique demeanor or wield formidable strength. In any case, they are not to be trifled with. Had it not been for Wu Zijian dozing off in the hall, roused by Yin Shanchang's call to utter words that belittled the language class, Yin Shanchang would not have readily divulged such information. Meanwhile, after exchanging pleasantries with Shangguan Lianhong, the dashing youth, now in charge, refrained from investigating the details of the monsters and instead welcomed Shangguan Lianhong and the other disciples of Ling Chushu Academy into the town, ensuring their accommodation and meals were arranged. To remove the gem, one would have to destroy the pure gold ring encasing it. Otherwise, it could not be extracted. Another option would be to take the scepter along, which is a rare treasure of pure gold, worth a considerable sum. In Chapter 116, Resisting the Furry, Shan Juanji looked up towards the sky. With no clouds in sight, he could discern no indications of inclement weather. Nonetheless, if Yumian claimed the weather was poor, then so be it. He nodded in agreement. Following Shan Juanji's consent, a subtle smile graced Yumian's lips. After Ojel's departure, Tim slumped onto a chair. As the ruler of the Iberian Peninsula, he feared no formidable adversaries or cunning competitors. His greatest concern lay with his own subjects. The two were not strangers, yet tonight, CEF found herself hesitating in the presence of this individual. She stepped lightly to place some fruit and snacks beside Zhao Qin. The flavor was delightful, albeit slightly lacking. As the last morsel of soup vanished into the Ant King's belly, he sensed his cells were on the brink of overindulgence, as if he could forego sustenance for months. Teetering on the edge of bursting with power, the horse stood there, a hue of beige, its mouth resembling a gaping hole, while its tail fanned out like a broom, suspended in midair. Aside from its face, which bore resemblance to that of a horse, one would be hard-pressed to identify any further similarities. Su ran, braving the headwind, shouted to Wang Kai, directing his summoned skeletons and sand puppets to encircle the ants, drawing the ire of the giant ant and restricting its movement. This jovial figure, seemingly untroubled, found killing the demon wolf as easy as squashing an ant, evidently holding back his full strength, yet still exhibiting impressive prowess. Your Highness, young Master Jing Huan has prepared a welcoming feast at the Drunken Immortal Tower and sent me to inform you. Not far ahead, an elderly servant with white hair and a red face approached. Your Majesty, do you think you will agree? After Didoc's departure, Ferrero immediately inquired. The pinnacle elixir crafted by Yang Bufan was one he could not resist partaking in. Thus, it appeared that only he and Bai Shaosheng had regained their combat prowess, while a hidden player of unparalleled strength lingered in the shadows, offering him a glimmer of hope amidst the dire situation. Despite the Russians triumphantly defeating the Ottomans and collaborating with the Prussians to partition Poland, gaining substantial land, their national strength had been exhausted. Feng Yucai informed Zhang Ruiqiang about securing a loan first, followed by issuing shares for financing, thus allowing him to acquire a stake in the Beidou Song Group. Li Ling, having served in the military, was not one to be intimidated by Lu Jin. Just as he swung his blade, Li Ling swiftly turned and delivered a kick to Lu Jin's rear. The three black-clad men present observed keenly, and, sensing the formidable aura emanating from the demon and ghost, could not help but gasp in shock and instinctively retreat a step. Simultaneously, the remaining 6 assailants struck at Su Yu, intent on shattering his divine form. Such a powerful physique, yet regrettably, its master was merely a beast. Magneto snorted coldly and exerted all his strength to manipulate the metallic structures beneath him. Brother-in-law, what did you promise him yesterday? He seems rather exhilarated, Feng Yu inquired curiously. Much like Churchill's uncle, the animosity towards Huaxiao lacked the intensity of Churchill's grandfather. However, the issue lay in the fact that Churchill's grandfather had been deceased for over a decade. The mention of Evil Man Valley instilled fear in anyone who heard it, as several of the legendary 10 evildoers resided there. Ha Air's method effectively deterred numerous individuals. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed the ravaged, charred earth beneath. Amidst the swirling black smoke and rising heat, the black tortoise lay on the ground, battered and bruised. No, she exists everywhere within this villa. For instance, while she is sitting with us now, she can simultaneously be in the upstairs computer room gaming and watching shows. This does not hinder her. Su Chen remarked with a smile. The talisman seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, soaring directly towards the dress, suspended in mid-air, landing steadily upon it. Are we really commencing? I fear that my strikingly handsome visage may ensnare you all, particularly the ladies in the live stream. Su Chen boasted shamelessly. Who are you? Where am I? Zhuge Liang felt himself enveloped in a dim space, accompanied by a perplexing, incessant voice. This unprecedented phenomenon shattered his usual composure. Upon exiting, he encountered Jiang Ziyu approaching, and without hesitation, he pulled the bewildered youth into a corner. The ruby possessed a similar sensation to the golden flower. She scrutinized Wei Dong closely, perceiving him as quite ordinary, save for the clarity in his gaze, devoid of the lustful glimmer typical of other men. This man before her exuded an undeniable pressure, rendering her interactions with Shao Qinian much more relaxed by comparison. In Chapter 117, participating in the competition, the scene was utterly explosive. Just the thought of it rendered several top-tier prodigies incapable of processing the reality. What if someone recognized their identities? The embarrassment would be felt throughout the entire galaxy. Even those who typically looked down upon and disregarded the opinions of outsiders found this outcome intolerable. Thus, after a prolonged silence, Shan Juanji swallowed hard, on the verge of declining the offer. Nishichang instantly grasped that the words spoken by Xin Qingwu would manifest into reality, prompting her to intervene. After nearly half a month of concealment, once the scabs covered Xin Qingwu's wounds, Gu Jingfeng became aware of the matter and attempted to confront Xie Rui, only to be stopped by Nishichang. In truth, the debate over which strategic approach to adopt and the focus of Japan's military strength had long been a contentious issue between the two factions. Naturally, the swordsman had no time to elucidate the complexities to Prime Minister Yin and Dr. Huang. Since they held such beliefs, he saw no need to offer further explanation. Feng Lin surveyed the surroundings. Upon arriving at a new location, his first task was to understand everything about it to prevent unforeseen issues. "Master, what troubles you?" Lano asked, gazing at Feng Lin's trembling hands with innocent curiosity. The ship had remained docked for yet another day, and as night fell, Lien Yunxing approached the room where Xiao Xiao was resting, casting an insidious glance in her direction. Of course, merely referring to one another as comrades did not imply that I had truly shared common ground with these Soviets. At least in this context, I had standing far surpassed that of the Soviet representative, Valenkin, who ostensibly held an equivalent rank in the cooperative. "Grandson, do you recall how your grandfather saved you back then?" Grandfather's eyes were wide and fixed on me. The recent sudden collapse, despite everything falling downward, seemed to suggest that beneath the golden and silver treasure chests was an emptiness. However, directly beneath this bronze chest was not devoid of substance. Just as they emerged from the cave, a piercing wail echoed, prompting them to turn and discover that Yao Yu had just dealt with a half-human. A multitude congregated at the Wu Dochong. Yi Xiao forcefully stepped down, soaring towards the arena, traversing the winds with grace, demonstrating his extraordinary agility. The elder mentioned the Zhuke clan, one of the 4 enigmatic families of Huaxia, shrouded in mystery from outsiders. The reason Chiron engaged in a liaison with Jianglong was due to a trace of the Qinglong clan's essence within Jianglong. She sought to awaken her Zhuke divine spirit through Jianglong, and now she had succeeded, rendering Jianglong devoid of value. However, this was no simple task. Transitioning to another role was far from effortless, as they had become inextricably linked to their respective superhero personas. Yet, on the first night, chaos erupted, cries filled the village, and Jianglong, initially disinterested in meddling, found herself compelled to exit her abode as the cacophony intensified without sign of cessation. Those 2 scoundrels had laid a 9 heavens extermination array during her ascension to divinity. Her corporeal form had already been destroyed. Before she could call for a driver, a Porsche sped into the courtyard of the zone residence. It was Lu Yuanxiao's vehicle. Moreover, merely comprehending the essence did not guarantee mastery over the entirety of internal energy. On the second day, the starship successfully descended upon the main planet. Familiar landscapes unfolded before them, yet they were no longer the individuals they once were. They were merely a collection of obedient, furry beings trailing closely behind Yumian. Who would have anticipated that this seemingly fierce group, dutifully following the charming female, were in fact the proud elite of the main planet? Even the most mundane interstellar tabloids would acknowledge that if Li Macho were to catch up with the 2, she would at least show some leniency in consideration of her past rapport. Although they had dismantled a branch of the demon sect, the major sects suffered significant casualties, with the Qingzhou chief family losing 2 members. Qi Xiao lamented, having heard from the elder Danyang that the demon sect consisted of a main headquarters and 4 branches, and the one they had targeted was the weakest among them. Zhuge Fengyang shouted, preparing to teleport away, only to realize that his arm had been seized by Qin Shi. Huining nodded. Indeed, Miss Lin Shi had implored the minister to assist her in infiltrating Lu Yi's abode to meet young Master Ming on the night of the 20th of the first lunar month. Just prior to her conflict with Lu Yi. Why, despite being blood relatives, did Zimachuo have such thoughts? Did she not realize that such notions would sow discord between the brothers and incite unwarranted sentiments in Qi Zhenluan? Mother Du intervened, offering a grateful smile to Mother Luo. Relieved, she hastily made her way to the flower garden. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a magnificent bouquet of peonies, resplendent in their vibrant hues. It became evident that no matter Lin Yinping's prowess, it could not withstand Lin Jiao's charms, leading the visitors to remain overnight at the host's residence. In Zhuge Langyu's recollections, aside from a few reclusive families and sects, the realm of cultivation in Huaxia was devoid of practitioners. This incident had garnered considerable attention. The Shi family of Danyang City, a notable family, had been suddenly sealed off, sparking widespread speculation. Chang Lu felt anxious, fearing that Du Go's writings would not meet expectations. However, upon unfolding the note and reading its contents, she was taken aback. Why then was it Qingzhou? As far as I know, the renowned physicians of Langzhou, Xieyu, Sangzhou, Sun Tian, and Baz Ho, Lu Shi, why not seek them out? Emperor Xianzong pondered. You flatter me. My only talent lies in my superior sense of direction and memory. Jiangli pushed open the dust-laden door before him, waving his hand to disperse the floating particles in the air. Alas, what a predicament! If indeed there were traitors concealed within the court, matters would become exceedingly complicated. This situation must be reported to His Majesty. With this thought, he rose quickly, preparing to depart. But as he reached the threshold, he hesitated, pausing in uncertainty. I banish you, foulest of malevolent spirits. In the name of my Lord Jesus Christ, eradicate and expel you from this life created by God. Upon the completion of this incantation, Jiangli suddenly ceased his movements. This armor was an exact imitation of the southern army of the Ming dynasty, even the helmet resembling the Fanyang style, albeit crafted from bamboo or wooden slats. With an oiled exterior, there were no significant issues. I merely wish to discuss the training schedule for Yu Ming's boxing lessons. Herman remarked with a smile. Despite taking on a human form, the tail behind him swayed with the wind, exuding a mystical and eerie aura. The Sihai Cage fighting arena was once again filled to capacity. Su Qianqian and her companions arrived early, but from the moment they entered, they heard whispers from other spectators about the formidable prowess of Azan, who could resolve battles within mere minutes, which both irritated and concerned them. The finale approached with the crowd surging aggressively. However, they soon realized their assumptions were mistaken. Which household could boast such well-trained, robust creatures before them, each more formidable than the last, their gazes sharp and nimble? Remarkably, these small animals even engaged in self-regulation. Look, that Black Panther just attempted to be lazy. But after being scolded by the Sky's Eagle, it jumped up in anger, ha ha ha. While military vehicles offer convenience, they also come with numerous restrictions. They are primarily designated for commuting or official duties, and personal use requires prior approval, which can be quite cumbersome. However, after years in the palace, she was always required to consume medicine post-event, preventing her from bearing offspring. The old veteran approached Li Bufan with an almost trance-like demeanor, his blood-red eyes sending chills down one's spine. As soon as the golden egg cake was unveiled, Cheng Ming's focus was solely on it. He tightly sealed his lips and tilted his face for Cheng Man to see better. Cheng Man also received subsidies. She did not pay for meals at home, as the state-run restaurant provided lunch and dinner, leaving her only breakfast and rest to be accounted for. As one of Ku Qianjiao's admirers, Li Zuoming eagerly awaited the assignment of Ku Qianjiao as an assistant instructor in Class A, hoping for an opportunity. At this moment, Qiao Hao tightened his belt with a refreshed demeanor, contentedly stepping out, subsequently rewarding Madame Pei's subordinates. Ruan Tang gazed in astonishment at Ling Qing, who bore a rosy complexion filled with mischief, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. The future bride requested that I collide with a wall. Her eyes sparkled with mirth. Yet He effortlessly expressed this with a tone of sorrow. The cooperation of 10 golden-armored deities was immaculate. 8 melee fighters capitalized on Ling Xian's inability to defeat them, effectively restraining him, while 2 archers concealed behind them unleashed a golden arrow at a crucial moment, forcing Ling Xian to navigate perilous escapes. She dared not cry out, should others discover her body unveiled before her opponent. She would be left with no face to present to the world. Xiang, do you perceive any issues? To ensure safety, I inquired again, and Xiang decisively shook her head, indicating that there were none. This reassured me completely, prompting me to step back a few paces before proceeding with my ink box. Observing Xia Furong's stillness, Xia Qiwan remained unaware if this signified a calm before the storm. You claim to dislike sunbathing, yet here you are under the glaring sun. Lamanta. Hua Yin soon entered, a slight injury visible on his face, likely sustained during the earlier commotion. Upon hearing this, I recalled that Master Tang had once mentioned my aptitude in this regard. As for why he believed so, I could not ascertain, and I myself had not noticed any peculiarities, as previous missions had largely relied on others' assistance. Ting Yin was undoubtedly unaware of the true nature of the contents within the cave, which prompted her inquiry. However, LZHN recognized the significance of what lay inside and mistakenly believed that Ting had orchestrated everything for the sake of the cave's treasures. It is worth noting that this notion was never the second Madame's intention. Even if it were, Waiku would still have to portray darkness as light. When Yuin opened his eyes once more, he found himself within a tranquil and harmonious structure.